Chapter 341, A Lord. This hotel is located on the residential street behind Linwan Community. It is a 3-minute walk from here. After opening the room, Xiao Jiu took the square card and walked in front to lead the way. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu entered the hotel with their children. Zhang Lang and 4 other high-level zombies went to the next hotel room to rest. Kong Kong did not follow them this time, but stayed in District U to live with Jiangyi. Its appearance is not easy to hide. Even if it uses camouflage glasses, it can only become a small animal of the same type under the influence of its external morphological characteristics. In this situation, there are only a handful of survivors with spirit pets in the shelter. Once they are noticed by the Nangong family, it will only cause trouble. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu entered the room. After checking that there was no listening device in the room, the two people's tense nerves relaxed. Knowing that they were wanted by the higher-ups, they came back again in a dignified manner. Such behavior is very dangerous. However, as the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. Lu Liuliu stood in the room, looking up, and the whole room was in full view, except for a bed and a bedside table. It was empty. The room was clean, without much dust or garbage. Xiao Jiu and Lu Liuliu put down their umbrellas and took off their raincoats. Xiao Jiu hung the raincoat on a hanger and left it in the bathroom. Lu Liuliu stood there, watching Xiao Jiu take out the sofa and table and place them in the empty area of the room. Lu Liuliu walked to the sofa and sat down. Liuliu, the temperature in the room is low. Wait a minute. I'll exchange a heater for warmth, Xiao Jiu said, opening the system panel and choosing to exchange for a multifunctional heater. This type of heater only has a heating function and a single function, so the amount of gold required for exchange is relatively small. The heater can be used without being plugged in. It will automatically capture the energy factors in the natural environment and supply itself with power. It was raining heavily outside, and the water molecules in the air had sufficient energy, providing the source of power for the heater. The appearance of the heater was silver white and cylindrical. Xiao Jiu aimed the warm air outlet of the heater at Lu Liuliu, and then he pressed the switch. The green light on the heater came on, and it started to send warm air into the room. Xiao Jiu got up, walked to the balcony of the hotel, closed all the windows near the balcony, and then drew the curtains. A few minutes later, the temperature in the room began to rise. About 10 minutes later, the temperature in the room stabilized and fluctuated around 25 degrees. Lu Liuliu looked at the magical heater in front of him with shining eyes. Xiao Jiu, how many good things do you have that I don't know about? Xiao Jiu thought about it. There were too many items that could be exchanged in the system, and it was difficult to explain them all at once. He clicked on the system panel a few times in the air and bought a list of electronic product catalogs. It's all here. Tell me what you want to exchange. Xiao Jiu threw the copied USB drive to Lu Liuliu. Lu Liuliu couldn't wait to connect the USB drive to a fully charged laptop. When she opened the catalog with color pictures, she was dumbfounded. The number of products is 100 million. How long would it take to browse all these products? Even if it only takes 1 second to browse each product? Well, this document is divided by products. Prices are also automatically numbered from low to high, which is convenient for searching. She provided Xiao Jiu with so much gold. So if there is something good, please exchange it quickly. The automatic energy replenishing heater that Xiao Jiu gave her is very advanced. Such a good home appliance. Why didn't you take it out earlier? It was not unlocked before, and the amount of gold you gave me just unlocked all the items. Okay. Lu Liuliu moved the mouse and stared at the product catalog on the computer. This heater, 10G Gold Exchange, has a lifespan of 10 years. After 10 years, the heater will automatically be scrapped. Within 10 years, the heater will automatically absorb the energy supply nearby. And when the energy is sufficient, it will work uninterruptedly. If the energy nearby is insufficient, it is necessary to actively replenish gold or other rare metals so that the heater can work normally. After looking at the heater for a few seconds, Lu Liuliu continued to browse other items. After a circle, she found many useful magical high-tech items. TSK. Xiao Jiu, why don't you exchange for an automatic cooking machine? I cook for you myself. Don't you like it? No. I just don't want to bother you too much. It's okay. As long as you want to eat my food, I'm always on call to cook for you. Lu Liuliu pursed her lips. Xiao Jiu gave her a dimensional space to store supplies. And his own ability is very powerful. It can be said that these magical high-tech items currently displayed on the computer are almost as magical as her space. The only drawback of this exchange list is probably that there is no food supply, although they are all metal equipment. However, as long as the matching equipment is exchanged, these equipment can be automatically integrated to grow crops and obtain a large amount of food. It is only a matter of time. Xiao Jiu, have you ever thought about building your own territory and becoming a lord? If you become a lord, the quality of life of those people who are starving and freezing will be greatly improved. Lu Liuliu looked up from the endless product catalog and stared at Xiao Jiu in a daze. Silly. Did you see the wing mark on your arm? Lu Liuliu nodded in confusion. The next second, she seemed to suddenly think of something. This wing mark is the certification mark for entering the empty city. Lu Liuliu repeated what Xiao Jiu had said to her. Empty city. The manipulator behind the scenes. Are you? Xiao Jiu nodded gently and admitted the little secret that he had been hiding from her. He originally planned to tell her after the empty city was completely built. Now that she suddenly asked this question, it would be better to take this opportunity to tell her in advance. Lu Liuliu's voice was filled with surprise and shock. You are already rebuilding a city? Yes. My grandfather, mother and sister are planning and supervising the construction of the empty city. According to the current progress of the empty city, it will take 10 months to open and accept survivors. Accelerating the collection of gold can quickly shorten this time. 10 boxes of gold are not enough for you. This is the gold reserve she got from all the jewelry stores in the entire outer third ring. How much more gold do you need? Yes. Xiao Jiu thought for a moment and replied, the gold capacity of the suitcase you gave me is 50 boxes. A row of crows flew over Lu Liuliu's head in an instant. Croaking. 50 boxes. This is a difficult and arduous task. Don't worry. We'll take our time. Chapter 342 Little Red Riding Hood. Xiao Jiu smiled, took Xiao Wu down, and put him on the big bed with soft quilts and clean sheets to play. No. We must speed up. Lu Liuliu was just worried about the innocent people who died, and didn't know how to do her best to help them. If they only provided food and supplies, these people would not last long. The supplies she stockpiled could not save all the citizens of Highland Country. It's different now. Xiao Jiu has completed the post-apocalyptic reconstruction work. If the electronic product catalog he just provided is used in urban construction, it will make the happiness index of the people of Highland Country rise to a big level. It's very likely, when these technologies are completed with the construction of the city, a new era of high-tech civilization will emerge. Lu Liuliu's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. Xiao Jiu, we want to get enough gold to open the Sky City before the extreme cold arrives and accept and save these dying survivors. Where can we find gold? The fastest way is to exchange it with the officials and the children of the noble families of the major families. I have been secretly providing them with high-tech weapons and hoarding gold through the price difference. Lu Liuliu asked uncertainly, what if we use vitality water as a bargaining chip? Xiao Jiu frowned and said, using vitality water as a bargaining chip. The major families will definitely take out all their gold to exchange. Similarly, this is very risky. With the emergence of a large amount of vitality water, we, as the supplier, will definitely be targeted by the forces above. At this stage of the end of the world, there are many talented people in the major families. Once you are entangled by a high-level psychic who is tracking you, it will be very troublesome. Because of the vitality water, I and my family were tracked by the special psychic sent by the higher-ups for more than 3 months. In the end, I used gold to exchange for 3 simulated people to fake their deaths. And then I escaped from them. Lu Liuliu was uncertain. Why don't we send Zhang Lang and Wang Wu to trade? They are zombies, and those psychics won't be able to track them even if they want to. Xiao Jiu shook his head slightly. Even if they are targeted by that group of people, they are probably in danger of death. Ah? Zhang Lang is now a zombie in the late 11th stage. And so is Wang Wu. Their physical fitness has been enhanced by the vitality water. Even if they join forces, they can't beat those people? Xiao Jiu sighed lightly. He sat next to Lu Liuliu and lifted her forehead. Lu Hai. No hurry. We can exchange other supplies for gold with the government. We are not in a hurry. But those who have lost their food and accommodation are. Now every other day, more people will die in major regions. I know. But our ability is limited. The premise of saving these people is that we can ensure our own safety. Okay. Lu Liuliu sighed lightly. After all, we have come to City A. This is my hometown. I have to do something. What are your plans? Lu Liuliu opened the bracelet and logged into the City A forum. Look, we can reward them with points on the forum. Or sell them cold-resistant supplies. When I was browsing the forum, I met acquaintances from my hometown and gave them some points to help them get through the difficulties. It's just, hey, I have limited time and energy, so I can't help much. Xiao Wu heard Lu Liuliu's sigh, raised his little hand, and shouted in a baby voice, Mom, I'll help you. Lu Liuliu saw Xiao Wu's serious little adult look, and was instantly amused by his actions. Xiao Jiu's eyes drooped slightly, and he stretched out his hand to count twice on the advanced system that only he could see, and a simulation robot was exchanged by him. The appearance of this robot was randomly generated. In order to save raw materials, he chose a girl's body shape of about 1.3 meters. Lu Liuliu looked at the exchange simulation robot in confusion. The minimum exchange standard for this kind of robot is 1 gene of gold. The higher the value of the robot, the more gold is required for exchange. Buying and selling materials and scoring points can be done by Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood? The exchanged Little Red Riding Hood heard Lu Liuliu's voice and immediately responded, I am Little Red Riding Hood. What do you want? The voice of Little Red Riding Hood was very natural, and there was no sense of mechanicalness at all. Lu Liuliu stood up from the sofa and approached Little Red Packet. She reached out and touched the red hat on Little Red Riding Hood's head. This image is too similar to Little Red Riding Hood in the fairy tale. This face is like a doll, and the long golden hair is soft and shiny. If she saw such a little girl outside, she would definitely think that she was a human child, not a simulated robot. Lulu, I have entered your voice and appearance information authentication for Little Red Riding Hood. From now on, you can tell her to do things for you. Lu Liuliu tried to say to Little Red Riding Hood, Little Red Riding Hood, I want to help the starving residents of City 8 downstairs. Little Red Riding Hood received the instruction. After data matching and calculation, there are currently 3 plans. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. Little Red Riding Hood methodically stated the plan to help the miserable people in City A. I choose Plan A. Little Red Riding Hood received the instruction. Please give me 10 million points as startup capital. Lu Liuliu's mouth twisted. How could she have 10 million points in her hand now? Xiao Jiu walked to Little Red Riding Hood and stretched out the bracelet on her wrist. Little Red Riding Hood, I will give you points. Little Red Riding Hood stretched out her wrist. She raised the bracelet on her wrist, and after a few simple operations, she opened the QR code to receive payment. Ding. 10 million points were instantly transferred to Little Red Riding Hood's bracelet. She said to Xiao Jiu, Master, give me a storage space. In her robot setting system, she knew everything about the technological items inside the system. Xiao Jiu exchanged a 1 cubic meter space ring for Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood took the ring and walked to Lu Liuliu in small steps. Master, I'm leaving. Wait for my good news. Lu Liuliu was a little confused. This robot should have the ability to think independently. She nodded gently, looking at Little Red Riding Hood wearing a red Chanel-style white suit, wrapped in a red slip-on cloak, and a pair of black Martin boots, jumping and opening the door to walk out. This robot actually has its own specific personality. Lu Liuliu turned his head and looked at Xiao Jiu and asked, Have you used this kind of high-tech robot before? No. Xiao Jiu answered truthfully. He has exchanged many robots, and these robots have been placed in the empty city for construction. The robot's program setting only recognizes him and his family. To some extent, robots are more reliable than humans. Chapter 343 Charity. They run according to the established procedures and will never betray their masters. Then can this robot really get things done according to the plan she just mentioned? After thinking for a few seconds, Xiao Jiu replied in a low voice, I don't know. Lu Liuliu suppressed her curiosity and put aside the matter of Little Red Riding Hood going out to do good deeds. You can still exchange robots. Right? Yes. Exchange a full-time nanny with high martial arts for Xiao Wu. Exchange as a top chef to cook. Xiao Jiu frowned and said, I am very strong. With me here, Xiao Wu does not need the protection of robots. Lu Liuliu compromised and said, I see that you usually have a hard time cooking. Let's exchange a chef? No. I will cook whatever you want. If it doesn't suit your taste, I can improve and continue to learn. Lu Liuliu was a little depressed by Xiao Jiu's repeated rejections. Xiao Jiu walked to her side, held her hand, and said gently, "Redeem robots will waste a lot of unnecessary gold reserves. The Little Red Riding Hood robot just exchanged consumed 1 gene of gold. 1 gene of gold can provide 1 life form with 100 years of energy and material consumption. We don't need to continue wasting gold on robots. Little Red Riding Hood is very smart. Cooking, doing housework, cleaning, driving. She knows almost all human skills. If you want a high-level chef, just give Little Red Riding Hood a picture of food or a recipe, and she can perfectly reproduce the food you want to eat." Lu Liuliu blinked her dark almond eyes. "Well, if Little Red Riding Hood is really that smart, she is enough. Be good. What do you want for dinner? Corn, ham, cheese and turkey noodles. Okay, whatever you say. I want Little Red Riding Hood to cook. My cooking is not delicious. It tastes good, but I want to try the food made by robots. Okay, I'll do as you say today. From now on, the food you eat must be cooked by me. No problem." Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu held their fingers together and looked at each other. Xiao Wu sat on the big bed, looking at the intimate contact between his father and mother, laughing happily. A few hours passed. The heavy rain turned into a heavy rainstorm, and the sky became completely dark. Little Red Riding Hood returned to the house and reported to Lu Liuliu the results of her work just now. "Master, I have set up a relief club in the shelter of City A. Anyone who meets the requirements of the relief club can receive a love point from the relief club. How do you make sure that the survivors who receive the relief points are not lying?" "Master, I am the most advanced simulation robot, and my eyes have a built-in lie detector function. When those people enter the relief club store, they can talk to me through the employees I recruited. Through those people's micro-expressions, I can judge the authenticity of the other party's words with 99.99% accuracy. Do you also know lie detection?" "Yes, Master." Lu Liuliu looked at Xiao Jiu on the side, turned his head and asked him, "Do you have any other women besides me?" "No," Xiao Jiu answered decisively. Lu Liuliu turned around and looked at Little Red Riding Hood beside him. "Did he lie?" Master, he didn't lie." Lu Liuliu's face lit up, and he continued to ask, "Xiao Jiu, will you betray me?" Xiao Jiu was silent for a few seconds, then sighed, "Lu, I can't give you a yes or no answer to this question. The specific meaning of the word betrayal is difficult to define." Lu Liuliu was not very satisfied with Xiao Jiu's answer. Little Red Riding Hood, Master didn't lie. Change the question. "Do you love me?" "Can I not answer?" Xiao Jiu's eyes, which originally had no expression, showed a trace of embarrassment. "No, you must answer. Love." Little Red Riding Hood, the Master didn't lie. "Do you love me or Xiao Wu more?" "Lu, you must be hungry. I'll make you the corn cheese turkey noodles you want." "No, I'm not hungry." "Keep answering." "Change the question." "Okay, change the question. You must answer this question if you promise me." Xiao Jiu looked at Lu Liuliu with a burning gaze, and suddenly felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have exchanged Little Red Riding Hood. According to Lu Liuliu's personality, she is curious about everything for 3 minutes, and she is afraid that she will keep asking these trap-filled questions these days. "If your mother and I fall into the river at the same time, who will you save first?" Prerequisite: your mother and I can't swim. You can only save one person. If you save one, the other will die. Xiao Jiu raised his sword eyebrows slightly. "Lu, my stomach is uncomfortable. I'm going to the bathroom first." "Oh, go quickly. When you finish using the bathroom, continue answering my questions." "Lu, you asked me so many questions. I'll ask you one too. Do you love me?" Lu Liuliu panicked and didn't know how to answer. "It's boring. No more fun." Lu Liuliu was stumped by Xiao Jiu's question. She had never thought about whether she loved Xiao Jiu or not. She hadn't known him for a long time, but the answer was very obvious without words. That is, she didn't love him. After hearing her silence, Xiao Jiu's eyes flashed with hurt. "Little Red Riding Hood, let's make dinner. Corn cheese turkey noodles." "Okay, Master." Little Red Riding Hood and Xiao Jiu took the cooking tools and jumped to the balcony to make dinner. Xiao Jiu got up, went into the bathroom, washed her face and calmed down. She didn't love him. Whether Lu Liuliu loved him or not, He was his, and the child was born. For the rest, let it go. He believed that in the years to come with her, he would definitely move her with his actions and warmth. Let her fall in love with him. After a long time, Xiao Jiu came out of the bathroom, as if nothing had happened just now. Lu Liuliu also kept silent about what had just happened. The two of them tacitly kept silent, and ate the corn cheese turkey noodles cooked by Little Red Riding Hood. After dinner, Xiao Jiu played with Xiao Wu, and Lu Liuliu went into the bathroom to wash up. When she came out of the bathroom, Xiao Wu was coaxed to sleep by Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu put Little Red Riding Hood into sleep mode, got up, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. 10 minutes later, he came out of the bathroom, and saw Lu Liuliu sitting on the sofa watching TV series. You rest first. I'll watch some TV series for a while. Okay. Xiao Jiu was in a low mood. He turned over, lay flat on the bed, closed his eyes and rested. Lu Liuliu saw him lying down, turned off the main lights in the room, and only left the small night light under the bed. An hour later, when she heard Xiao Jiu's even breathing and confirmed that he was asleep, she immediately put down the tablet in her hand. Chapter 344. Come out and meet. She stood up quickly, put on her down jacket and waterproof Martin boots, opened the door, and left the room quietly. Zhang Lang came out from the corner and said in a low voice, Master, I found someone. Ask him out. Yes. He's not in Linwan. Not in Linwan. Where can he go? Ma Weizhou has no acquaintances in other places. The relatives and friends of the Ma family are all in City A. It's impossible for him to suddenly leave City A and go somewhere else. He went to Mount Everest. Lu Liuliu lowered his head and eyes, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, I know. I'll go back to Mount Everest tomorrow morning. After arriving, help me ask him out as soon as possible. Okay. Master. Go to bed early. Yeah. Lu Liuliu opened the door with the room card, and she walked softly to the bed. Xiao Jiu and Xiao Wu were still sleeping. Lu Liuliu took off her shoes and socks, opened the quilt, and lay on the bed. As soon as she lay down, Xiao Jiu, who was lying flat on his back, suddenly opened his eyes, then closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. The next day, at dawn, Lu Liuliu got up early and urged Xiao Jiu to take the things away. Xiao Jiu put the daily necessities back into the system space, and left with Xiao Wu and Lu Liuliu. When going downstairs, Lu Liuliu found that the homeless people who were seen everywhere yesterday had all disappeared. When Little Red Riding Hood followed them to the door of the hotel, Xiao Jiu suddenly said, Little Red Riding Hood will stay to run the charity organization and help the poor people in the shelter. Little Red Riding Hood, open the QR code. Okay, Master. Little Red Riding Hood heard Xiao Jiu's voice and showed him the payment code. Xiao Jiu earned her 50 million points. Help me select the person I want. Okay. Master. Xiao Jiu threw a storage space necklace to Little Red Riding Hood, which contained the supplies Little Red Riding Hood needed and high-tech daily appliances. When the time is right, auction the admission ticket. Okay. Master. Little Red Riding Hood replied, carrying a small red school bag, and walked briskly in one direction. Lu Liuliu glanced at Xiao Jiu. She retracted her gaze, and walked towards the gate with a big black umbrella. Zhang Lang and others followed them quietly. They came to the gate of Linwan shelter, walked out of the gate, walked for 10 minutes, and came to the protective wall of Linwan shelter. Outside the protective wall, there were small ponds everywhere that could be seen with the naked eye. Several teams of official personnel were dealing with the rainwater accumulated outside the protective wall. Looking far away along the small pond of the protective wall, it was a watery area. Get in the car. This car has a high chassis and can drive through here, Zhang Lang said to everyone while driving the big pickup truck he had just found on the roadside. Lu Liuliu and his group stepped on the pickup truck's pedals and climbed onto the big pickup truck used for loading. After Wang Wu and the two women got in the car, they were stimulated by the smell of blood and flesh on Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu. They sat at the end of the pickup truck, turning their heads to the outside and breathing the fresh air outside. It was fine. Zhang Lang insisted that he wanted to drive for fun today. Being close to the boss's boss made them feel overwhelmed. The big pickup truck drove away to the west. 10 minutes later, the pickup truck stopped on the commercial street road flooded with water. On the water surface more than 1 meter high, colorful garbage items floated. The water level was high, but it was not high enough to use a speedboat. Xiao Jiu asked Zhang Lang to pull over, and he and Lu Liuliu and others climbed onto the roof of the pickup truck. The drizzle dripped on the raincoats they were wearing. Let's take a plane while the rain is light. Okay. Lu Liuliu responded immediately. Xiao Jiu heard the response and took out the model plane. He pressed the command to put the model plane into automatic driving mode. The model plane flew in the air and lowered the metal ladder in the air. Lu Liuliu and others entered the plane and sat down one by one. Xiao Jiu was the last to enter the cockpit and control the plane to leave Linwan shelter. 1.5 hours later, their plane had just flown near High City when it suddenly rained heavily in the sky. It was not convenient for the plane to continue flying in such weather. Fortunately, they had already arrived near High City railway station. Xiao Jiu asked everyone to get off the plane, change to an off-road vehicle, and drive into the High City area. 20 minutes later, they each returned to their rooms at Hilton Hotel. After returning to the room, Zhang Lang immediately followed Lu Liuliu's instructions and made an appointment with Ma Weizhou. Which area of Mount Everest are you in? Come out and meet me. Are you really Lu Liuliu? Well, didn't I tell you that I lost my bracelet and didn't have time to reissue it? I borrowed my friend's bracelet to reply to your message. Ding ding ding. The other party sent you a video call. Please ask if you accept it. Zhang Lang's face changed. He didn't even do this little thing that his master asked him to do. Zhang Lang picked up the bracelet and knocked on the door of Lu Liuliu's room next door. After Lu Liuliu opened the door, he saw that the collar on his bracelet was Ma Weizhou, and his face changed. If possible, she didn't want to say a word to this dead scumbag. Lu Liuliu picked up the bracelet and looked back. Xiao Jiu was holding Xiao Wu and telling him fairy tales. Lu Liuliu gently closed the door, took the bracelet, and went to the room next door where Zhang Lang and Wang Wu, the twin sisters, lived. She clicked the green phone icon on the bracelet and accepted the video call. The next moment, Ma Weizhou's seemingly gentle face appeared in the video. Through the video, Lu Liuliu saw that his face was ruddy, and he was in a spacious room. What kind of shit luck did the dead scumbag have? He can still live in such a room. Lu, it's really you. Ma Weizhou was very surprised. He thought that after so much time, Lu Liuliu must have run out of ammunition and food with a burden. And if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Unexpectedly, she still looked so beautiful in the video. This instantly rekindled the fire of desire that had been extinguished in him. Come out and meet. Lu Liuliu coldly stated his purpose. Ma Weizhou looked at her beautiful and fair face and immediately responded, Okay. Where are you? I'll go find you now. I'm in District U. District U? It's not as prosperous as District A. And the resources there are not as many as District A. Pack your things quickly. I'll take you to District A to live. Okay. I'll wait for you. After Lu Liuliu finished speaking, she hung up the video call without waiting for Ma Weizhou's response. Master, do you really want to see him? No. You go for me. No need to talk nonsense with him. Just solve it on the spot. Zhang Lang nodded and waved to the twin sister in the room. You are about the same height as the master. You pretend to be the master, and I will kill him with you. Okay. The twin sister raised her arm, clicked the button on the camouflage glasses, scanned Lu Liuliu, and disguised her appearance to look like Lu Liuliu. Let's go! Chapter 345 Qian's house in District D. Zhang Lang and his twin sister, who was disguised as Lu Liuliu, left the room together. Lu Liuliu sat there without moving, waiting for Zhang Lang to tell her the good news. Wang Wu and his twin sister couldn't stand the smell of human blood on her, so they found an excuse to go out and avoid her. Lu Liuliu sat on the sofa alone in silence, in a daze. Next room. After Lu Liuliu left the room, Xiao Jiu stopped telling a story to Xiao Wu. He could see that she had a lot on her mind. The murderous aura in her eyes was already noticed by him. Who did she want to kill? She beat around the bush and had to go to City A to get the gold. But in fact, she wanted to kill someone. The moment she went out and came back that night, he sensed a vague murderous intent from her. Just now, she suddenly went out and left, releasing that vague murderous intent again. Xiao Jiu waited for half an hour, but she couldn't get home. So he opened the bracelet and sent her a message to ask. Baby said he missed you. Where are you? In the next room. Xiao Jiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Come back. Baby misses mommy. Xiao Wu obediently cooperated with Xiao Jiu and shouted to the bracelet. Mom. Lu Liuliu forced a faint smile. Good boy. Mommy is coming to play with you now. She stood up, came back to her senses from her contemplation, and went back to the next room to play with Xiao Wu. Xiao Jiu turned around and went to the balcony to make lunch and supplementary food for her and Xiao Wu. On the other side, Zhang Lang and his twin sister came to the place agreed with Zhang Lang. Each of them carried a backpack and wore raincoats that they had not taken off in time. They braved the heavy rain and went to the wall at the gate of the U District shelter to wait. Half an hour passed. Ma Weizhou drove an electric tricycle and arrived as promised. When he saw Xiao Jiu, the twin sister disguised as Lu Liuliu, and Zhang Lang, who was disguised as a middle-aged uncle beside Xiao Jiu, his eyes suddenly lit up. She promised herself that when Lu Liuliu was caught, she would let him have his fun before handing him over. After so many years of pursuit, today I finally got what I wanted. Lu Liu, get in the car. Ma Weizhou looked at Lu Liuliu's fair face under his raincoat, and his heart was like an ant gnawing and tearing. Okay. Xiao Jiu showed a mechanical and stiff smile, raised his legs, and sat on the electric tricycle. This is my grandfather. Take my grandfather away with you. Ma Weizhou was puzzled when he saw Zhang Lang's old face. Didn't Lu Liuliu's grandfather die a long time ago? Where did this grandfather come from? And why does he look so young? Never mind. An old man can't make any waves. Ma Weizhou nodded. Your grandfather is my grandfather. Grandfather. Get in the car quickly. Zhang Lang sat on the back seat of the electric tricycle with a blank expression. The heavy rain soaked their outer plastic raincoats. A few minutes later, Zhang Lang's tricycle left the gate of U District and drove all the way to the inner ring area in U District. Ma Weizhou showed a special pass to those entering the inner ring area and was allowed to enter the interior of T District. The tricycle passed several checkpoints in a row, until the tricycle came to a small forest in the wilderness. Zhang Lang saw that there was no one around and gestured to Xiao Jiu beside him. Stop the car. I want to get off. Xiao Jiu imitated Lu Liuliu's voice and shouted to Ma Weizhou. Ma Weizhou was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Liu, don't worry. We'll be there soon. When we get there, I'll take you to the RV, where there's a private bathroom. There's a lot of delicious food in the car. Just bear with it. There's no village or store here, and it's raining heavily. You'll get wet if you go to the bathroom. Xiao Jiu looked at Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang nodded at her. There's this guy's RV in front? There's food in it. Well, take the RV and the supplies inside. Half an hour later, the electric tricycle went forward in the rain and finally arrived at a wide road. From a distance, there was an extended version of a super large RV parked on the road. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. The RV looked good. Liu, we're here. Get off quickly. Ma Weizhou put the electric tricycle on the side of the road, ran to the back, and reached out to grab Xiao Jiu's hand. Ah! Ho! Ho! Xiao Jiu laughed and let him grab her hand. This man looked good, so it was no loss to let him touch her hand. When Ma Weizhou saw that Xiao Jiu did not refuse, he laughed and said to her, Liu, let's get in the car and warm up. Okay. Xiao Jiu winked at him and walked towards the RV. Zhang Lang stood behind them and sensed two flesh and blood bodies at the front of the RV. The energy emitted by these two flesh and blood bodies was that of a superpower. Ordinary people could not have such a strong energy overflow. Double happiness. Two fresh flesh and blood bodies in the RV. He had been following Lu Liuliu, so he had no chance to take action. And it was not easy to take action. These two flesh and blood bodies were different. They were the accomplices of this kid. He had a good reason to kill. After Zhang Lang got in the car, he saw Ma Weizhou almost clinging to Xiao Jiu. He looked so anxious that he wanted to kill her right there and then. Let's do it. Zhang Lang's words had just fallen. Ma Weizhou was a little confused. The next second, he suddenly saw Lu Liuliu's red lips slightly open, kissing his neck. Liu, your grandfather is still here. Isn't it a bit bad for us? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Xiao Jiu bit through the artery in his neck, and in an instant, countless blood spurted from Ma Weizhou's blood vessels into Xiao Jiu's mouth. Xiao Jiu sucked the fresh blood crazily. It feels so good. Finally, I can drink fresh human blood. Grandpa Lang has been keeping them from going out, so there is no chance to kill a living person. Now it's good. A full meal. The two superpowers in the car heard Ma Weizhou's screams and immediately ran back from the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat. When they got out of the car, seeing Zhang Lang standing at the car door, he gave them a sinister look. The two mid-level psychics sensed the energy fluctuations on Zhang Lang and were immediately shocked. Without waiting for their reaction, Zhang Lang dodged and came behind them. The two psychics used their powers to attack Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang moved aside and looked at them with interest. "Who are you?" The two psychics looked at Zhang Lang standing in the heavy rain with a terrified expression. Zhang Lang did not answer, but looked at them with eyes like he was looking at a dead person. One psychic lost his temper and immediately shouted, "We are from the Qian family in District D. If you dare to touch us, the Qian family will not spare you even if they chase you to the ends of the earth." Zhang Lang heard the threats of the two psychics and said indifferently, "District D? Qian family? Is it awesome? Of course. The Qian family is a super family that you can never look up to." A psychic shouted with some guilt. Chapter 346 Qian Ming. They were ordered by the eldest lady to bring people back to District D, and they originally thought it was just a simple task. They didn't expect that the person they were going to pick up was so powerful. The energy fluctuations on this man gave them a strong sense of oppression that made them feel suffocated. Zhang Lang stretched out a hand, touched his chin, frowned and thought, "District D? Qian family. According to the classification of the aristocratic families here in Mount Everest, it belongs to the first ring. These two psychics are of intermediate strength. And for him, they can be killed with just a flick of his finger. But for the current environment of the end of the world, being able to send two intermediate psychics to pick up people at will, the background must be not simple. He has been following his master since the outbreak of the end of the world, and he has never heard that his master knows anyone from the Qian family in District D. City D and City A are separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. Why would people in District D want to capture their master back? Ma Weizhou, a small shrimp, does not have such a big background and ability to drive two intermediate psychics to go out. When Zhang Lang was thinking, a superpower used the signal network of various districts in High City to secretly press the emergency call switch. His little action did not escape Zhang Lang's eyes. Zhang Lang almost teleported in front of him. He pinched the superpower's neck with one hand and squeezed it gently. Click. The superpower died instantly. Zhang Lang took out a disc-shaped pager from his pocket and asked another superpower, "What is this?" The superpower saw his companion die in the blink of an eye. And his crotch was so hot that he was incontinent, and his crotch was incontinent. "This is a pager. Our people will be here soon." The psychic screamed and fell to his knees. "Please let me go. I will never tell you where you are going." Zhang Lang smiled sinisterly. "Why should I let you go? I know a place where there is a big treasure. As long as you let me go, I will tell you where the treasure is." "Oh, where is the treasure?" Zhang Lang counted the time silently in his heart. A large number of high-level psychics were coming in front. He didn't have much time. In order to survive, the psychic gritted his teeth and whispered, "In the hands of our young lady, she has a treasure map. As long as you let me go, I promise you that when I go back, I will find a way to steal the treasure map for you." Zhang Lang smiled, and had no special reaction to this sudden news. Human treasures are nothing more than food, drink, defecation and urination items. For a high-level zombie like him, it is not very useful. Well, for the master, it may be useful. "What's the name of the young lady you mentioned?" "Qian Ming. My young lady is Qian Ming," the psychic shouted in fear, hoping to delay time until the family's main force arrived. And then he would be safe. Qian Ming. Zhang Lang remembered this name. If he had the chance, he would find this woman and get the treasure map. When he was bored, he would look for the treasure. It was also a contribution to his master. The psychic saw Zhang Lang standing there without moving, his lips trembling. "When I return to Area D, I will definitely repay you." As he said this, he climbed up from the ground with his hands and feet, and ran in the direction where the psychic was coming. Xiao Jiu in the car sensed that the food was fleeing. She immediately put Ma Weizhou's body into the ring space, quickly got out of the RV door, took a few big steps, attacked the psychic from behind, and threw him to the ground. She didn't wait for the psychic to react and attacked. She stretched out her hands and twisted lightly, and the psychic's neck immediately rotated 365 degrees. Xiao Jiu picked up the psychic's body and dragged it in front of Zhang Lang. "Grandpa Lang, you can enjoy the flesh and blood of these two psychics." Zhang Lang said coldly. Keep one of the psychics. And give me the one in the car just now. Xiao Jiu blinked in confusion. The psychics have more energy, and the ordinary people in the car have nothing to eat. The blood energy is insufficient, so they can only taste it reluctantly. Although she was very confused, she still followed the instructions and threw Ma Weizhou's body on the ground. Zhang Lang opened the dimensional bracelet and put the bodies of the two psychics, along with the RV, back into the bracelet. Xiao Jiu quickly put the other body into the ring. The two took advantage of the heavy rain in the evening, jumped lightly, and ran fast in the endless wilderness. The heavy rain fell from the boundless sky as if it was free. 3 minutes later, a team of high-level psychics from the Qian family in District D rushed to the signal launch site. They looked at the empty road with stern faces. A high-level psychic holding a large pink umbrella surrounded Qian Ming and got off the Porsche. Qian Ming was wearing a pure wool handmade Chanel pink suit. She was wearing a pair of 7-inch waterproof wool boots and a pair of white pure wool stockings. Miss, the person is gone. How could it be? Qian Ming asked in annoyance. She struggled to open her charming fox eyes and looked around. At the moment, there was only endless rain and a building shrouded in darkness at the end of the rain. Qian Ming stamped her feet, sighed, and told a group of high-level psychics around her. Ma Weizhou said that she was in District U. You should go to District U with me to find someone. Miss, you'd better go home and wait for us to investigate. Our two mid-level psychics were solved silently. The person you want to catch must have a high-level psychic around him. Okay. Remember, if you can't catch him alive, solve him on the spot and bring the body back to me. Qian Ming solemnly warned the high-level psychics around him. Okay. Let's go. You guys come home with me. The others go to U District to find someone. Contact the person in charge of U District and seal off U District. No. Seal off all the areas under D District. Qian Ming thought that the authority of D District was superior to other areas. If there was an emergency, she had the right to order the subordinate areas to be urgently sealed off and not let anyone leave High City. Okay. Miss, don't worry. We will definitely complete the task. A man in a black suit among the high-level psychics replied respectfully to Qian Ming. Qian Ming turned around and sat in the back seat of the Porsche. A few seconds later, she was closely protected by several high-level psychics and went to the first ring D District. Let's go to U District. A team of high-level psychics, who were required by Qian Ming to wear suits, got into black cars and drove away. At the same time, all areas under D District received a notice from D District that super dangerous reactionaries were lurking in the shelter. All shelter areas were instantly under martial law. The middle and high-level psychics from all major regions went to the gates of the cross-regional blockades and guarded the gates. Once a suspicious person passed through, they would immediately follow the order to intercept him and bring him back to cooperate with the investigation. Chapter 347 Dismemberment. In the dark night, the heavy rain gradually got heavier and heavier, turning into a heavy rainstorm. Zhang Lang and his companions just arrived at the cross-regional protective fence and immediately noticed something unusual. When they set out, the gate of the protective fence was full of ordinary people. Now there are at least 20 high-level psychics stationed near the fence. Although both of them are high-level psychics, their physical fitness has been improved, and it is no problem for 2 people to fight 6. But at this gate, more than 20 high-level psychics attacked at the same time, and they couldn't beat them. The other side is large in number, and the psychics in the nearby major areas will be notified and rush over within 5 minutes. Once they are surrounded, they are likely to die on the spot. Zhang Lang immediately waved to Xiao Jiu beside him and pulled her into the corner of a building behind the protective fence. The dark night provided a good cover for their actions. Grandpa Lang, what should we do now? Change your identity first and find a place to shelter from the rain. Xiao Jiu changed her appearance from Lu Liuliu's face to the identity she used before. In this way, their identities and bracelets can be completely matched. Hide your crystal core and don't show energy fluctuations. Yes. Xiao Jiu nodded gently. Zhang Lang and her walked towards the Survivor Service Center behind the R area one after the other. Wait until they reach the central area. The whole street in the R area is brightly lit. This is the third ring. And there are many survivors. Their expressions are calm, and they are dressed cleanly and comfortably. Almost everyone wears down jackets. On the streets of the third ring, there are large pieces of transparent glass to block them. They walked on the street, and the heavy rain outside was blocked by the transparent glass on the top of the commercial street building. It was 6:30 in the evening. The restaurant on the street in our district was open for business. Zhang Lang took Xiao Jiu into a random restaurant and ordered 2 meat dishes. The meat cooked by animals has very little blood and meat smell. For them, it was similar to a snack for humans after a meal. It was definitely not enough to eat, but it was not bad to have a bite. A few minutes after they found a corner and sat down. There were many survivors living in our district outside the house, holding umbrellas and entering the restaurant to eat. Zhang Lang and Xiao Jiu ate the frozen meat on the table leisurely, listening to the people in the restaurant talking quietly. Did dangerous elements sneak into our high city? Not sure. A notice was just issued on the first ring D area. It has nothing to do with us. Right? We are technical talents, with a registered permanent residence in our city, and we are on the minimum living allowance. We have nothing to worry about for dangerous elements. Yeah, I think so. It has nothing to do with us. Let's eat while it's hot. Zhang Lang and Xiao Jiu sat in the restaurant for a while. All they heard was the notice of dangerous elements invading from D area. Lu Liuliu's photo and appearance appeared on the main page of the High City Forum. Zhang Lang and Xiao Jiu were swiping their bracelets. The discussion posts about Lu Liuliu on it were thousands of stories in a minute. After another minute, all the photos and posts related to Lu Liuliu on the forum disappeared in the blink of an eye. They refreshed and clicked, and a prompt appeared that the post did not exist. What's going on? Zhang Lang and Xiao Jiu were a little confused, although they didn't know why the Qian family in the area wanted to arrest the owner. But the wanted notices and posts they issued exploded in the Haishir forum in a short time. So how come they disappeared in a short time? What's going on? Brother? Why can't I refresh the notice in District D? The dangerous person is a woman? She looks so beautiful. Can she be a dangerous person? Brother, haven't you heard that Zhang Wuji's mother once said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie? Women who can survive until now and the end of the world are all ruthless characters. I don't know. Brothers, refresh it again. There is a rumor that people in District A of the first ring have taken action and blocked all the posts. Maybe the dangerous person has been caught? I don't know. Zhang Lang heard the news that the dangerous person has been caught from the people nearby, and immediately opened the bracelet and sent a message to Lu Liuliu to ask, Master, are you okay? I'm fine. But why did you make such a big noise? Master, I don't know either. There is someone behind Ma Weizhou, from the Qian family in District D. Have you ever had a feud with the Qian family in District D? I don't know. The 2 superpowers around Ma Weizhou said that the mastermind behind the scenes is Qian Ming, from the Qian family. Qian Ming? Lu Liuliu looked at the chat records with Zhang Lang on the bracelet and tried to search for this name in his mind. I have no impression whether it is before or after the apocalypse. I have never heard of such a person. After hearing what Zhang Lang said, it is not difficult to understand. Ma Weizhou was able to come to the Haishir shelter under Mount Everest from Linwan, and it must have been brought there by the person called Qian Ming. But she has no grudges with the Qian family in District D. Why did they capture her to District D through Ma Weizhou? No matter what. Let's first ask if Ma Weizhou is dead. No matter what. How is the thing I asked you to do? That kid is dead. Zhang Lang turned his head to Xiao Jiu, and the 2 left the restaurant and came to an abandoned dark corner. There was no shelter from the rainproof roof, and the heavy rain kept falling. Except for the 2 of them. There was no other smell of flesh and blood here. Zhang Lang took out Ma Weizhou's body with confidence, took a few photos of the body, and sent them to Lu Liuliu with one click. This kid is dead. Master, do you want to play with his body? Play? What's fun about a corpse? Could it be that she was whipping a dead person with a corpse? Lu Liuliu didn't have such a perverted habit. It's okay if the person is dead. And a big stone in her heart finally fell. All the scum who killed her and her child in her previous life are dead. And she can finally live a life like a god in peace. You can do whatever you want with the body. Zhang Lang got a positive reply. Took out a butcher knife from the dimension, pointed it at Ma Weizhou's chest, and stabbed it hard. Xiao Jiu, who was standing by, was stunned. After a while, blood splattered on Zhang Lang's raincoat. He chopped Ma Weizhou 10 times and stabbed his chest to pieces. When Ma Weizhou stabbed him with a knife, he didn't hesitate at all. Keep this kid's body. He will eat it slowly. The current temperature fluctuates around -5 degrees. And the body will not stink if it is left for 3 to 5 days. Zhang Lang took the body of Ma Weizhou, which was limp in the corner, back to the dimension. Xiao Jiu followed Zhang Lang silently, his eyes wide open. Grandpa Lang is so wasteful. The person is dead, and he keeps stabbing people in the chest with a knife. The meat on this guy's chest was stabbed to pieces. It won't taste good. Cutting off the whole piece of meat and eating it is more satisfying and chewy. Chapter 348. The post disappeared. Xiao Jiu, let's find a place to rest. Okay, Grandpa Lang. Xiao Jiu called out sweetly, and followed Zhang Lang to find a temporary hotel to rest. They just left. At the corner of the wall, Ma Weizhou was chopped, and the splattered flesh and blood, mixed with bright red blood, was washed clean by the heavy rain. Linwan Shelter. Linwan Villa 5. Nangong Youran stood by the French window, looking at the heavy rain in the yard, pursing his lips. Master, the posts related to Miss Lu have been deleted. I know. You stay in Linwan to take charge of the overall situation. Go down and prepare a helicopter, and set off back to High City tomorrow morning. Master, are you going to find Miss Lu? She is not worth it for you to do this. Nangong Mei persuaded earnestly. Go down. I don't want to say the same thing again. Nangong Yuran's cold voice pierced Nangong Mei's ears, making her feel like she was falling into an ice cellar. Young master, since he lost Miss Lu last time, his temperament has changed drastically. He is moody and crazy all day, looking for Miss Lu everywhere. Nangong Mei quietly retreated. Young master likes Miss Lu. She can see it. However, what she can't understand is why young master likes a woman like Lu Liuliu who has given birth to a child. Miss Lu is indeed very beautiful. It is a rare kind of beauty, pure and charming. Just being beautiful is definitely not the reason why young master cares about Miss Lu. What kind of beautiful woman young master wants, he can get it with just a wave of his hand. Nangong Mei didn't understand this. She didn't understand. Nangong Youran, as the person involved, couldn't understand it even more. Over the years, the leader sent him many women so that he could leave a descendant for the Nangong family. Only he knew that the Nangong family had done too many immoral things for generations. He was punished by heaven, and in his generation, the vitality of sperm was insufficient, although he had all the hardware conditions that a man should have. But the tadpoles were dead. Since he became an adult, he had extracted sperm many times, and each time he extracted it, it was all dead sperm. The female stars and supermodels that the leader gave him were all sent to the managers under him. No matter how hard he worked, the sperm was dead, and those women couldn't get pregnant at all. Of course, the leader knew the secret of his body. Later, no woman was sent to him. During this period, he was treated with vitality water and the physical fitness enhancement brought by the awakening of the superpowers. The fetal poison that the whole body had since birth was controlled. The fetal poison was not completely eradicated, but it was cured by the vitality water. The fetal poison was in a suppressed state. In addition, he had just broken through to the physical fitness of the 12th level superpower. As long as he did not use superpowers and the ancient martial arts of the Nangong family, the fetal poison would not spread and explode. After testing, his sperm successfully recovered its vitality. Compared with ordinary men, it is only stronger, not weaker. The examination was done without telling the superiors. The genius doctor of the Nangong family took 10 tubes of his sperm and took them for breeding to leave descendants for the Nangong family. With the current level of technology, through the artificial womb, taking his sperm and other women's eggs, it is possible to successfully cultivate a steady stream of direct blood for the Nangong family. Nangong Mei arranged for someone to quietly deal with this matter. Nangong Yuran silently stared at the heavy rain in the courtyard. The Nangong family has successors. It only takes 1 year to cultivate a large number of Nangong family descendants. He did not let his ancestors down and completely cut off the direct line of the Nangong family in his line. In the past 25 years, he has been living for the mission of the Nangong family since he was born. In the future, he only wants to live for himself. Do whatever you want to do. Like whoever you want to like. As the person in power under the leader, he wants to satisfy this little bit of selfishness and greed. Lu Liuliu, looking forward to our meeting again. The next time we meet, I will not give you a chance to escape from me. Hi sure. Thousands of miles away from Linwan's shelter, 20 high-level superpowers from U District rush to U District overnight to investigate and try to catch Lu Liuliu. Just as they were about to take action, they suddenly received a notice from above to terminate this mission. This made them very incomprehensible. The young lady had been thinking about catching this woman named Lu Liuliu. Why did she suddenly stop? The high-level superpowers retreated from the U area overnight and rushed back to the D area. Zhang Lang, who was in the R area, learned from the message sent by Lu Liuliu that the U area was safe. In the middle of the night, Xiao Jiu and he found a car on the roadside and drove back to the U area hotel. Lu Liuliu learned that Zhang Lang was back and went to see him. Zhang Lang was using a bone-chopping knife to dismember Ma Weizhou. She just took a look and couldn't help feeling sick, so she hurriedly left the room. Little brother Zhang Lang, after all, is a zombie. Although he has human consciousness, he has the killing instinct of zombies in his bones. Lu Liuliu thought secretly, returned to the room, and lay on the bed. Xiao Jiu sensed her return, grabbed her with his big hand, and hugged her tightly in his arms. The room was quiet. They could hear each other's breathing and heartbeats. Neither of them made a sound to break this tranquility and peace. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Nangong Youran braved the drizzle and took a plane to Area A of Haishur. He had only one purpose: to find Lu Liuliu. Nangong Yan, under his instructions, mobilized all the monitoring equipment in Haishur to look for clues to the place where Lu Liuliu appeared. However, because it was raining heavily at night and the location was in the suburbs, it was very difficult for them to investigate Lu Liuliu's whereabouts. For several days, Nangong Yan did not find any news related to Lu Liuliu. Zixton Hotel. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu sat around the big hot pot table in the living room, happily eating hot pot. This hot pot table was brought back by Yan Feiyu and his superpower team from a restaurant on a suburban street. The table comes with a power-taking controller. It is a bit similar to the table design of Heidaleo. Yan Feiyu gave them a set. In recent days, the temperature outside has been fluctuating around 0 degrees. It has been raining continuously. In such weather, it is best to eat hot pot to warm the body and remove moisture and cold. Xiao Jiu and Lu Liuliu stayed at home and enjoyed delicious food. Australian fat beef, California fat lamb, pork slices, tomatoes, lotus roots, bean curd, lettuce, potatoes. All kinds of delicious ingredients were cleaned and processed by Xiao Jiu and placed on the hot pot table. The family sat around the hot pot table, eating beef with great pleasure, and their mouths were full of oil. The severe rainstorm outside had nothing to do with them. Although the hotel was flooded by heavy rain and the lobby was flooded, there were often short circuits and power outages from time to time. But they had high-tech daily necessities that Xiao Jiu exchanged for gold, so their daily lives were not affected at all. In all the major forums except Haishur, the survivors were sighing and asking for food and warm supplies. Chapter 349, Become Bigger and Stronger. Whenever such a post appears, Lu Liuliu can always see Little Red Riding Hood, Li Xiaohong, a pseudonym, leaving messages under various posts. Dear, come to the Charity Mutual Aid Center of City A. Join our warm and loving big family, and let you have enough food and warm clothes. Picture thermometer. The indoor temperature is constant at 26 degrees. Picture dining table, delicious white rice, big white steamed buns. Picture greenhouse cultivation center, various green vegetables cultivated without soil. In less than a month, all the survivors in City A, who have no supplies and are half-dressed, have joined the Little Red Riding Hood charity and become a member of it. The A city officials saw that some people came forward and did good deeds, and turned a blind eye and pretended not to see it. In the shelter, since the Little Red Riding Hood charity took in these ordinary people, the environment has been significantly improved. Originally, these people were nestled in the canteen and the corners of the buildings. They often throw tantrums and act like idiots when they see official personnel, clinging to their thighs and not letting them work. Faced with a large number of crazy survivors, they can't kill them all. Now it's better. A kind-hearted Virgin Mary is born and selflessly donates supplies to take in these people. The pressure on the shelters they supervise is greatly reduced. It is not a bad thing for the entire Highland country to allow more humans to survive. The premise is that supplies are not taken from their pockets to help these ordinary people. The charity organization in Sidia soon became famous in 26 urban areas. Countless other urban areas, desperate survivors, went to the charity organization organized by Little Red Riding Hood to seek help. Little Red Riding Hood follows the standards set by Xiao Jiu. When these people come to the door of the charity, they are investigated according to the management. Only survivors who pass the 10 polygraph regulations are allowed to be accepted and live in the charity based in a national defense university. Those who fail the test. Little Red Riding Hood follows Xiao Jiu's instructions and asks them to help search for various rare metals and materials to exchange for food with her. More than 20 days passed in a flash. As the charity of the National Defense University in City A became famous, countless ordinary people flocked here. This place has become the largest population gathering place besides high-share and major shelters. Most of the people living here are ordinary people. June 1st. The rainy weather that lasted for a month turned sunny. Everyone cheered on this day to celebrate the arrival of spring. In the forum, there was a festive atmosphere. Family, we survived? Thank you, Little Red Riding Hood Goddess. I will always support her and be her most loyal licker. The rainstorm stopped and the sky cleared up. My mood is the same as today's weather. Full of yearning for the future. Woo woo woo. Mom and Dad, I survived. Long live Little Red Riding Hood Goddess. Great leader. Linwan District. National Defense University of City A. The 3 million ordinary people living around the university are grateful to Little Red Riding Hood for establishing this charity. Little Red Riding Hood, who was given various titles by them, is now sitting in her dedicated office, reporting the latest developments to Xiao Jiu. Master, according to the weather forecast, the whole country will enter extremely cold weather tomorrow. In the entire city, except for Linwan District, all areas of the city will be frozen into ice due to the heavy rain. Open the defense circle outside the shelter. Recently, I have told your people not to go out. Okay, Master. Any other questions? Xiao Jiu asked in a low voice. Not yet. That's all for today. If you have any questions, please contact me immediately. Okay, Master. Little Red Riding Hood replied obediently and hung up the video call. She pressed a silver speaker button on the desk and announced to the millions of people living in the shelter, emergency notice. The temperature will drop to -10 degrees tomorrow. Please take precautions against the cold and keep warm. The shelter will open the defense barrier at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Once the barrier is opened, no one can go out. Little Red Riding Hood repeated the notice 3 times in a row. Her tender and crisp voice was transmitted to the ears of all the people living in the shelter through the various loudspeakers installed in the shelter. Ordinary people who were working in an orderly manner felt an inexplicable sense of security and warmth when they heard Little Red Riding Hood's voice. With Little Red Riding Hood Goddess here, we will definitely survive. That's right. Millions of ordinary people who survived all showed their longing and expectations for the future. Since they came here from afar, the living standards have risen sharply. Little Red Riding Hood was sitting in the office, very busy. She looked at the documents submitted by managers from various regions on the computer and quickly scanned and reviewed them. After her 24-hour non-stop work, in just 20 days, on all the streets and hillsides around the National Defense University in City A, everyone is working and living in an orderly manner according to the established plan. The price she paid for this was 24-hour non-stop work. Robots don't need to rest. She only needs 1G gold to work non-stop for a year. The supercomputer algorithm built into the robot will get the best plan at the first time to arrange the life and work of these humans. Just when everyone thought that the disaster brought by the zombie virus was about to pass, suddenly, all major shelters sounded the alarm at the same time. A 12th level super zombie king appeared in Hailan country. All cities are organizing high-level superpowers to go out to deal with 12th level zombies. Hi City. U District. Zixton Hotel Room. Xiao Jiu was fully armed, wearing a black assault jacket, equipped with the highest level laser weapon in the system. Ready to go. Lu Liu, wait for me at the hotel. Okay. You, be sure to be safe outside. And run away if you can't beat them. I won't beat them. Xiao Jiu looked at Lu Liuliu confidently and firmly. As he spoke, he reached out and hugged Lu Liuliu tightly. Then, he hugged Xiao Wu and kissed his red face after he just woke up. Wife, wait for me to come home. Okay. Xiao Jiu and Lu Liuliu smiled at each other. He stood at the door of the room. Wait to Lu Liuliu and the child reluctantly, and then opened the door and left. At the door of the room, Yan Feiyu was saying goodbye to Jiang Yi. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu was holding Xiao Wu, and Jiang Yi stood beside Lu Liuliu. They watched Yan Feiyu and Xiao Jiu leave together. Xiao Jiu and Yan Feiyu looked at each other and took the elevator downstairs with this team of superpowers. Just now, High City sounded the alarm. A 12th level zombie king appeared in Hylon country. According to the current number and capabilities of high-level psychics in Hylon country, the psychics can easily deal with the domestic zombie king. All the major families are keeping an eye on the domestic zombie king. Chapter 350 Room Service. There is no need to risk fighting. Their target is those small countries and island countries abroad. These countries have small populations and few superpowers. The zombie kings of these small countries took this opportunity to fish in troubled waters and get the crystal core in the zombie king's brain. After getting the crystal core, give it to Lulu and Xiao. Let them awaken their strongest superpowers. Grandpa, mother and sister have all swallowed 11th level zombie crystal cores and awakened superpowers. This time he went out. He had to go to at least 3 countries and get 3 12th level crystal cores. By the way, empty the food and gold stored in Xiao country. Xiao Jiu went downstairs with a fully armed superpower team with the belief that he would win. There were a total of 65 participants in their action this time. He and Yan Feiyu, Wang Wu and the twin sisters, and 60 members of the superpower team. Zhang Lang stayed behind to protect the safety of Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi. With this monster Zhang Lang around, as long as Lulu and Zhang Yi did not reveal their identities, no one could hurt them. Xiao Jiu thought to himself as he led everyone out of the sea city. In a wide suburb, he took out the oversized fighter plane that he had exchanged with the system and stopped the members of the superpower team from queuing up to board the plane. Soon, the silver-white high-tech fighter plane carried a group of people to an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the hotel room, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi chatted together, waiting for Xiao Jiu and Yan Feiyu to return. Zhang Yi was more than 5 months pregnant, and it was time to supplement nutrition. Lu Liuliu stewed a bowl of bird's nest for her and had lunch with her. While Lu Liuliu was cooking, Zhang Yi and Confronting played with Xiao. In order to protect Lu Liuliu's safety, Zhang Lang moved out of the next room and temporarily lived in the same room with Lu Liuliu. He slept in the entrance of the room. There was a foldable camp bed there. It stretched out to become a bed and retracted to become a spacious chair. Sit down for a while. I'll go stew the bird's nest. Okay, Zhang Yi replied, turned to the living room, and quietly watched Confronting and Xiao playing. Lu Liuliu stewed the bird's nest in the kitchen, and washed and cut vegetables by the way. Yan Feiyu was away recently, and she cooked for Zhang Yi these days to give her something good to nourish her body. Half an hour later, Lu Liuliu took the cleaned ingredients to the hot pot table one by one. She called Zhang Yi to eat hot pot together. Zhang Yi was pregnant and couldn't eat chili. Today's hot pot was tomato beef flavor. Not spicy. Let's eat first. The bird's nest needs to be stewed for another hour before it tastes good. Yes. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, picked up the chopsticks, and put vegetables and beef into the hot pot. The two were eating hot pot. At the door of the room, a strange shout suddenly sounded. Hello. Due to the weather, the water and electricity supply requires more fuel. Hereby inform you that the room you live in will increase by 100 points every day. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi looked at each other, and then looked at Zhang Lang, who was sitting at the door and browsing forum posts. Zhang Lang put down the bracelet and opened the door. He stuck in the gap of the door, and his tall figure blocked the prying eyes of the front desk staff at the door. I know. Our 34 rooms. No need to continue to notify. Deduct directly from the reserve points. The young girl at the front desk smiled with an awkward smile. Okay. Nothing. Don't bother us. Please wait. Our hotel provides warm room service. According to regulations, the hotel's cleaning staff needs to clean your room. No. Our room is very clean. Remember? No service is needed. Don't let anyone come up to disturb our rest. Zhang Lang warned the front desk at the door in a cold tone. The front desk looked up and met Zhang Lang's gloomy eyes, and was scared to sweat coldly. The tall man in front of him looked ordinary. Why did his eyes look so scary? The front desk didn't dare to ask further. She smiled awkwardly, turned around and pretended to be calm, and walked to the elevator entrance to take the elevator. Zhang Lang saw her leave, and gently closed the door. Master, you and Miss Jiang continue to eat. Yeah. After Lu Liuliu nodded in response. He talked and laughed with Zhang Yi while eating hot pot and chatting about the precautions for feeding children. Office on the first floor of Hilton Hotel. The lobby was flooded by heavy rain, but it was sunny today, So the rainwater has been cleared by the staff of U District. The marble floor was wet. In the manager's office, on the left side of the lobby, Chunpai-san and Chun-si, who is in charge of the hotel, looked at the front desk, who had just come upstairs, with serious expressions. Manager, they won't let us in to clean. If they won't let us clean, won't you find a way to persuade them to clean? I don't dare. The front desk clenched her hands and trembled, saying, that man is really scary. How scary is it? It's scary anyway. Manager, they won't let me in. I have a good idea. What good idea? When I went up and knocked on the door just now, no one responded in the rooms except room 2505. I guess there should be no one in the room. We can use the master control card to search them directly now, and catch them off guard. After listening to the front desk's words, Chunpai-san and Chun-si felt that it made sense. They lowered their heads and pondered for a moment, and ordered the front desk to get the master control card. The two front desks of the hotel, with Chunpai-san and his brother Chun-si, who was in charge of hotel accommodation, secretly took the master control card and went to other rooms booked by Xiao Jiu and others to search for clues. After entering the room, several people searched everywhere. This time, like last time, they worked all afternoon and found nothing. Even an empty bottle could not be found. The superpowers in Xiao Jiu's team each had a space ring. Their things were all placed in the space ring. The hotel room was the same as when they came and when they left. No one left even a hair behind. Not to mention the room where Jiangyi was. Except for a few clothes and bedding. All other supplies and food were in the bracelet. Chunpai-san and Chun-si went downstairs unwillingly to discuss countermeasures. Brother, if we can't find the crystal core, we will be miserable when the eldest brother comes back. What else can we do? We searched the hotel room twice and found nothing. It shouldn't be. These people must have traces of life. How come nothing is left behind? Among them, there must be someone with space ability. No. The record at the entrance prompts that among these people, except for the two women, they are all ability users. But none of them has space ability. Chapter 351 Pre-sale of Dimension Rings. This is really fucking weird. Brother, these superpowers are not here now. They should be responding to the call from above to fight the zombie king. There are only 2 women and 1 man left in their group. It's a good opportunity to take action. Chunpai-san looked at his brother Chun-si's gloomy eyes and secretly thought about the feasibility. Let's take action and wait for those superpowers to come back. What should we do? There are more than 60 of them. More than the superpowers in our entire U district combined. What if those people retaliate later? After listening to Chunpai-san's analysis, Chun-si immediately broke out in cold sweat. Brother, our people searched last time and found nothing. I think, forget it this time. Big brother is our real big brother. When the time comes, you can say something nice to him, and I will plead for you. Maybe he won't pursue your fault. Chunpai-san sighed helplessly. Chun-si suggested, Brother San, the group of people received by the hotel have been booked for 3 months and paid millions of points. I can take the opportunity to raise the price, get some points from it, and lend it to you to exchange for crystal cores to make up for the deficit. Chunpai-san frowned and sighed suddenly. At present, this is the only way to do it temporarily. The material center, I am responsible for exchanged a batch of energy rainwater before. Now the price of energy rainwater has doubled. I can get 500 high-level crystal cores from it to make up for the deficit. Hey, even if I had all my assets, I still need 19,000 high-level crystal cores. Chun-si comforted him, Brother San. Don't worry. We have this piece of land, and we will continue to make money to make up for the deficit in the future. No matter what. I always feel that the loss of the crystal core is related to this group of people. You double their rent, and they won't refund it if they don't live there. That's right. That's what we should do. Chun-si nodded in response. After Chunpai-san left, he came to the supply supermarket and told the staff in the supermarket to double the price of all supplies. Their original relatives came to exchange supplies and directly used the internal price, which was 50% off. In this way, through the outsiders who settled in the U area, the points were slowly accumulated to make up for the number of crystal cores that were missing. Yes. At this stage, there is only one batch of outsiders. It is Xiao Jiu's team of more than 60 superpowers. They are still big households with points. Catch them, and make a lot of money. U area managers such as Chunpai-san thought about how to make money from Lu Liuliu and others. Find people from other areas of the U area overnight, and customize new rules. These people paid 3 months' rent at one time, and they will definitely not leave so soon. If you could raise the price, do it quickly. 25th floor. After Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi finished lunch, he sent her back to the next door to rest. Kong Kong was arranged by Lu Liuliu to follow Zhang Yi and help her watch the door at night. The receptionist came to the door just now, which made her feel a little strange. Just in case, let Kong Kong watch the door. If there is a special situation, she can rush over to help in time. After sending Zhang Yi back, Lu Liuliu cleaned up the plates and tableware from lunch, finished the housework. Lu Liuliu walked to the bed and saw Xiao was sleeping soundly, so she didn't disturb him. She found a treadmill and put a tablet on it to play music. While running and exercising, she listened to music with Bluetooth headphones. Recently, she and Xiao Jiu have been together and have been living too comfortably, neglecting physical exercise. Today the weather is good and the sun is out. It's very suitable for exercising. Lu Liuliu stood on the treadmill and sweated for an hour. She rested for a while and continued to stretch and do other exercises. While exercising, she did not forget to find a projector and turn it on to play a movie. When watching a movie, she also wore Bluetooth headphones to prevent disturbing Xiao Wu, who was taking a nap. Zhang Lang sat silently at the door, watching Lu Liuliu sweating in the room. He noticed many times that Lu Liuliu's movements did not meet the standards, but he did not take the initiative to remind him, until Lu Liuliu was doing waist core training. Because of the posture, he accidentally twisted his waist and fell on the yoga mat, frowning and crying in pain. "Master, are you okay?" Lu Liuliu blushed. "I haven't exercised for a long time, and I'm used to a good life of having everything I want. Now I'm exercising too hard and hurt my body. I'm fine." Lu Liuliu endured the pain in her waist, stretched out her hand to hold the yoga mat, and slowly sat up. She took out a bottle of vitality water, poured it on her hand, and applied it to the waist that had just been twisted. A cool feeling instantly soaked and healed the sprained part. She rested for a while in the same place, and did not continue to exercise. She was sweating all over after the intense exercise just now. Lu Liuliu walked to the bathroom door. She didn't look at Zhang Lang sitting at the entrance, and slowly walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Zhang Lang stared at the Changhong glass bathroom door that was light transmitting but not transparent. After blinking a few times, he retracted his gaze. Bored, he picked up the thermos cup containing Ma Weizhou's blood and drank a big gulp. Then he picked up the bracelet to check the latest news on the forum. When he saw a post about Linwan shelter in City A, he curiously clicked in to take a look. Surprise! What is a space-based superpower? Little Red Riding Hood Shopping Center. Fulfill your dream of becoming a space-based superpower. Surprise! Only 1 gene of gold is needed to have the same ability as a space-based superpower. You read it right. 1 gene of gold can be exchanged for a dimensional space ring, which can accommodate 1 cubic meter of space materials. Limited to 10,000 pieces. Presale points 10,000. After receiving the gold, the points will be refunded. The quantity is limited. Pre-order as soon as possible. Zhang Lang saw this advertisement and looked at the space bracelet on his wrist in a daze. This is a gift from Xiao Jiu. 10 cubic meters. 1 cubic meter of dimensional space. Sells 1 gene of gold. This in his hand. 10 cubic meters. 10 kilograms of gold. After Zhang Lang's eyes turned left and right, he focused on the Little Red Riding Hood shopping base. It was at this time he suddenly remembered that Little Red Riding Hood was the little girl that Xiao Jiu left in Linwan shelter to run a charity organization. Listening to the daily chat between the master and Xiao Jiu, Little Red Riding Hood is a robot. Could this be the purpose of Xiao Lao to letting Little Red Riding Hood run a charity organization? Sell high-tech items to these people? Let these people help him collect more gold? Zhang Lang thought secretly, swiped his fingers, and continued to check the advertisements posted by Little Red Riding Hood. The dimensional space ring was originally limited to 10,000 units. In the few seconds when he was stunned, the pre-sale quota was instantly sold out. There are many rich people in the huge Hailan country. The prepayment of 10,000 points is not a small amount. Chapter 352 sold out in seconds. Little Red Riding Hood, who was far away in Linwan, was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Her master had just informed her that a limited sale of high-tech items could be launched. The only exchangeable item was gold. Originally, Little Red Riding Hood didn't have much hope for the popularity of the space ring. Unexpectedly, the moment the post was just posted, the space ring was instantly sold out. Now, all she had to do was wait for those humans who participated in the pre-sale to come to the shopping base station she set up to hand in the gold. Room 2505. A click sounded. Lu Liuliu opened the bathroom door and walked out of the bathroom in her home clothes. She had just left the bathroom. Zhang Lang immediately said to her, "Master, please check the forum of City A." Lu Liuliu gently lifted her half-dried short hair, and with curiosity, she walked to the sofa and sat down, and opened the bracelet to check. When she saw the post posted by Little Red Riding Hood of City A, she was very surprised. If those survivors who participated in the pre-sale could really hand in so much gold, the opening time of the Sky City will be shortened again. Lu Liuliu read the posts for a while, almost all of which were about the battle between the Little Red Riding Hood charity and the 12th level zombie king. She read the posts for a while. Xiao Wu woke up slowly. Lu Liuliu picked up Xiao Wu, made him milk powder, and played with him for a while, until Jiang Yi knocked on the door. She asked Jiang Yi and Kong Kong to play with Xiao Wu, and turned to the kitchen to cook dinner. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi and Lu Liuliu chatted while eating dinner. After dinner, Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi lay lazily on the sofa, each reading forum posts. 8 o'clock in the evening. A top message appeared on the pop-up window of the bracelets of all survivors at the same time. This message was pushed online throughout the ocean blue country. As long as people with bracelets received this top message at the same time. Good evening, citizens of the ocean blue country. After a year of zombies, the tide finally ended today. Our superpowers just successfully killed the 12th level zombie king. However, the danger still exists. According to meteorological experts, starting tomorrow, all regions of the country will usher in a year-long extreme cold weather. Please take measures to keep warm and prevent frostbite. The following are measures and tips for cold prevention and resistance. Please watch carefully. Lu Liu, you said that the official is also quite interesting. Just talking nonsense. I really don't understand. What's the point of posting this? It's freezing outside now, and it will continue to drop below zero tomorrow. Ordinary people outside are starving and cold. Why don't the official lend a hand? Lu Liuliu thought about it seriously and guessed, human nature is selfish. Even if the official has supplies, it will not be distributed to the lowest ordinary people. Didn't you notice? We can use points to exchange for meat and frozen vegetables and eggs in the shopping supermarket in High City. On the streets of District U, almost everyone is wearing thick down jackets. While in Linwan's side, ordinary people can be seen everywhere without clothes. Jiang Yi sighed and remained silent. Yes. If Lu Liuliu hadn't been reborn in advance and stocked up with supplies, they would have starved to death by now. Lu Liuliu said calmly, You are pregnant now. Don't think too much. Just take care of the baby. For those ordinary people, Xiao Jiu has arranged for robots to establish a charity organization to take in all the ordinary people in Hailan country. The charity organization is a super base in itself. Ordinary people who are in desperate situations can go there to seek a ray of hope. Jiang Yi sighed. Xiao Jiu is a man who does great things. He is kind-hearted, and his appearance, figure and character are beyond reproach. Of course, my Feiyu baby is not bad either. Lu Liuliu glanced at Jiang Yi and fell into deep thought, and did not continue to speak. They lay on the sofa in various ways, and continued to post. On the forum, many ordinary people sneered at the official approach and made sarcastic remarks. The administrators on the official side banned all such posts when they saw them. After being banned, these people could only swallow their dissatisfaction. After browsing the posts for a while, Xiao Wu woke up. Lu Liuliu put down the bracelet and walked to the bed to check. Xiao Wu was a little dazed in his sleep, and he looked at Lu Liuliu with his eyes hazy. His chubby little face was red on both sides, and he looked very cute. Lu Liuliu couldn't resist the impulse. She picked up Xiao Wu and kissed him on both sides of his face more than 10 times. Mom, Xiao Wu called sweetly. Lu Liuliu touched his little head. Baby, sit here for a while. Mom will make you milk powder. Okay. Xiao Wu nodded obediently. He stood up with the help of the bed rail, and looked at Lu Liuliu making milk powder for him. Lu Liuliu, as usual, skillfully picked up the glass bottle in the milk warmer. There is constant temperature warm water in the bottle. You just need to open the lid of the milk powder, put the milk powder in according to the proportion, and shake it gently. Xiao Wu drinks milk powder from New Zealand, which is a well-known brand internationally. 1 spoonful of milk powder with 50 milliliters of warm water. Lu Liuliu put 4 spoonfuls and shook it well. Xiao Wu's appetite has been stable at 200 milliliters recently. Lu Liuliu handed the prepared milk bottle to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu held the 2 small grip handles on the milk bottle and drank the milk in big gulps. After he finished drinking, Lu Liuliu changed a clean diaper for him. After she changed the diaper, Jiang said to her, "Lulu, I will play with the baby." "Yeah." Lu Liuliu picked up Xiao Wu and put him on the soft carpet. She turned to the small kitchen that was temporarily built on the balcony to wash the ingredients for tonight. She just turned on the faucet and found that the water was out. After Lu Liuliu looked carefully, she found that the water outage was caused by the faucet freezing. She had no choice but to pick up the basin with vegetables, enter the warm house, and go to the bathroom to see if the water was out. When she came to the bathroom and turned on the faucet, she found that there was not a drop of water. The hotel has no water. But don't worry. In order to prevent the water outage, Lu Liuliu had placed 3 large plastic water tanks in the bathroom to store domestic water. She opened the lid of the water tank and used the domestic water in the water tank to wash the ingredients to be eaten tonight. Potatoes, lotus roots, fried tofu, bean curd, original cut beef hot pot slices, a combination of meat and vegetables, healthy and nutritious. When she brought the processed vegetables and meat to the table, Jiang had already heated the hot pot base. In the large iron pot, put the fragrant tomato and butter hot pot base, and then put the ingredients in order. After a while, the delicious food was freshly baked. Kong Kong smelled the fragrance and immediately jumped on the chair. It stretched out its front paws and pulled the edge of the hot pot table to stand up, its golden pupils staring at the steaming hot pot, a long stream of transparent liquid flowing from the corner of its mouth. Chapter 353 I Count 123. Zhang Lang saw Lu Liuliu and others preparing to eat, and he silently took out a bottle of plasma from the dimensional space and sucked it. This bottle of blood was drawn from Wei Zhou. It tastes very good. After Lu Liuliu arranged the ingredients, he waved to Jiang and said, "It's time to eat." Jiang heard the voice, picked up Xiao Wu, put him on the baby safety dining chair, and pushed him to the hot pot table to sit down. "Baby, come. Godmother will cook you a poached egg." Jiang found a soup spoon, beat a hen egg into it, put it into the boiling red-hot tomato pot bottom, and boiled it over high heat. A few minutes later, she put the cooked egg on the plate on Xiao Wu's dining chair. Lu Liuliu picked up the egg on the plate and blew it, separated the egg with a small knife, and put it in front of Xiao Wu again. Xiao Wu had just finished drinking milk, and when he saw the egg on the plate, he wanted to eat it but couldn't eat it at all. "Mom, I'm not hungry now." "It's okay. Leave it alone. When you want to eat it later, I'll heat it up in the microwave for you." "Okay." Lu Liuliu gave Xiao Wu a teether to chew on. She and Jiang happily ate hot pot. They were eating hot pot. The door suddenly opened when the room card was attached to the door. Xiao Jiu and the others came back so soon. It shouldn't be. They just left. It's impossible for them to return to the hotel so soon. Lu Liuliu and Jiang looked at each other, put down their chopsticks and stood up. Zhang Lang, who was guarding the door, only sensed someone standing outside when the door was opened. How could it be? Human beings could actually avoid his super strong sense of smell as a zombie? Zhang Lang subconsciously held the door to prevent the outsiders from opening the door and breaking in. At the same time, a strong sense of panic came over him. Downstairs in the hotel, the 4 directions of east, south, west and north were surrounded by the flesh and blood of high-level superpowers. As these superpowers approached quickly, his expression became more and more solemn. Zhang Lang immediately picked up the door blocker placed aside and held it behind the door. With a solemn expression, he walked straight to Lu Liuliu and Jiang. "Master, many apocalyptic superpowers came downstairs and surrounded us. Before they break in now, I will take you away from here first." Without saying a word, Lu Liuliu immediately picked up Xiao Wu and locked Xiao Wu to her body with the baby waist stool given by Xiao Jiu. When Zhang Lang went to pick up Xiao Wu, he had already opened the glass door of the balcony. He looked down at the bottom of the building and cast his eyes on the roof of an office building next to the hotel. Jiang stood beside Zhang Lang, stroking her belly anxiously. Lu Liuliu took out the model airplane Xiao Jiu gave her from the dimensional space and activated it. 4 people and 1 monkey quickly climbed up the ladder of the airplane. When they just stood on the ladder, the door of the hotel room was completely removed. Zhang Lang stood at the end of the ladder, urging Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi to hurry up. Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi ran quickly towards the plane. When they successfully ran onto the cabin of the plane, they turned their heads and looked down, and saw that Zhang Lang was being restrained by a group of high-level superpowers with superpowers. Lu Liuliu was immediately anxious. "Master, take Miss Jiang and run." Zhang Lang sank into his dantian, separated a wisp of his mind, and shouted loudly to Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi behind him. Lu Liuliu looked down at the high-level superpowers below, with hesitation in his eyes. You go in first and sit down. Fasten your seatbelt." Lu Liuliu told Jiang Yi beside him, turned on the intelligent driving, and issued a command to the aircraft's artificial intelligence: "Take off, and keep a distance from them." Xiao Jiu received the order, and is executing it. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Start to take off. As the plane continued to rise, the distance between Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi and Zhang Lang became farther and farther. Lu Liuliu grabbed the safety handrail at the door of the cabin and cast his eyes on the monkey, who ran to Jiang Yi and fastened his seat belt and sat down. "Kong Kong, come here." Kong Kong widened his eyes and pointed at his nose in disbelief. "Come here," Lu Liuliu ordered in a very calm tone. Kong Kong's calves trembled, and he slowly approached Lu Liuliu. "Master, you don't want me to help Zhang Lang, do you?" "No way. I'll die if I go. There are all superpowered people down there." Without waiting for Lu Liuliu to speak, Kong Kong stood 1 meter away from Lu Liuliu and persuaded him with emotion and reason. Lu Liuliu took 2 steps at a time and lifted Kong Kong's neck. She quickly took the small safety umbrella bag in the form of a life jacket placed next to the cabin door and put it on Kong Kong. "Press this button and the umbrella bag will open." Lu Liuliu looked back at Jiang Yi, then leaned close to Kong Kong's ear and said quickly in a very small voice, "I didn't ask you to run over to save people. You just need to stay. If Zhang Lang is not dead, you find Zhang Lang and wait for me to unblock him. Then you can teleport back with Zhang Lang directly." Kong Kong's legs drooped weakly. Not letting it go to die is no different from going to die. It is a lively, cute and smart little monkey. It is homeless and has no owner. It may be found and eaten alive and made into monkey soup in a minute. I will count to 123. And you jump down. Lu Liuliu pushed Kong Kong down and lifted him to a height of nearly 10,000 meters. Kong Kong shivered in the cold air at high altitude. Looking down, the clouds were stacked. Is this master serious? Without waiting for Kong Kong to think carefully, Lu Liuliu asked Kong Kong to put the bracelet on his hand into the space, and stuffed him with enough survival supplies for 3 months. "Good monkey. You are the bravest monkey. When you bring Zhang Lang back, I will reward you with a big strawberry every day." Kong Kong licked his lips. "No. Add a big banana. Deal?" Lu Liuliu agreed decisively. "Get ready. I'm going to start the countdown." Kong Kong held the safety handrail at the door of the cabin tightly with both hands. His eyes closed, revealing a face full of fearlessness. 3, 2, wait. Kong Kong suddenly stopped, shrinking back with a wrong face. Woo. Ah. Master, I don't want strawberries and bananas anymore. Woo. Lu Liuliu lifted up his down jacket hood and shouted in a deep voice, 1. Let's go! After speaking, she said Kong Kong out of the cabin door and let go of his hands. Kong Kong quickly grabbed the cabin door with his eyes and hands, and his legs hung outside and refused to let go. Lu Liuliu squatted down and patted Kong Kong's forehead. Be good. I'll give you another peach. After that, she pried open Kong Kong's 10 fingers one by one with great effort. As the last finger was pried open, Kong Kong's body instantly fell from a height of 10,000 meters into the clouds. Ah! Chapter 354. Catch a yellow-haired monkey. Kong Kong was terrified. After a brief 3-second loss, he suddenly remembered the parachute and decisively pressed the button of the parachute bag next to the life jacket. Under the protection of the parachute, its sudden descent began to slow down. It took only a few minutes for it to safely reach the ground, before it could recover from its state of panic. The bracelet that Lu Liuliu stuffed into its pocket vibrated. Kong Kong took out the bracelet to check. Did you land safely? Go find Zhang Lang quickly. I remind you that you can disguise yourself as a child. Kong Kong touched the tears in the corners of his eyes, and resigned himself to taking out the camouflage glasses that he had asked Xiao Jiu for as a toy, and transformed himself into the appearance of a cute little boy. He looked around and found that the bracelet could receive signals here, and it was still within the range of High City. Kong Kong clicked on the positioning navigation, and found that his location was not far from District U. Along this main road, he could walk back to District U in an hour. Master, I'm outside now. Your bracelet can't pass my identity authentication. How can I get in? I can't get in anyway. Why don't you come down and take me back? Why can't I get in? You've turned into the photo on the bracelet. I'm not tall enough. I'm only 1.3 meters tall. You wear high heels with insoles. Who cares how tall you are? Kong Kong sighed helplessly. The master had made up his mind to ask him to find Zhang Lang. Alas! At the beginning, he found such a little brother for the master on a whim. If I had known this, I shouldn't have found such a little brother for the master. Okay. Everything is a cycle of cause and effect. Everything has its effect. And I am Zhang Lang's retribution. Kong Kong hummed a little song, found a pair of high heel boots, and transformed into the original Lu Liuliu. Mature face. 1.37 meters tall. Looks like a dwarf. Kong Kong didn't care about that. He walked towards the outermost gate of Haisher with a sad face and a small school bag on his back. When he walked to the side of the road, he found an abandoned children's tricycle. With the help of the bicycle, his speed was improved to a certain extent. When he arrived at the gate happily, a group of superpowers suddenly appeared at the door, caught him, tied him up, and took him to the car. Kong Kong looked like crying but couldn't cry. He wanted to contact Jiang Yi with the bracelet, but found that the bracelet was taken away by this group of people. Fortunately, the small skull bracelet on his wrist was not taken away. It might be these people. Look at the small bracelet it was wearing. It was so small, they couldn't take it with them. It was just an ordinary decoration, so they didn't take it away, except for the camouflage glasses and bracelets on its face. Other things were searched by this group of people, until 10 minutes later, he was taken out of the car and stood in front of a tall and thin man in a spotless white tank suit. Its face changed immediately. Has it seen this person somewhere? Where? Before it could think carefully, Zhang Lang, who was wearing a blocking collar and handcuffs and leg shackles on his neck, shouted coldly to Kong Kong. Idiot. Nangong Youran had a spring breeze-like smile on his lips. He walked up to Kong Kong and asked with a puzzled smile, Lu Liuliu, why are you so short? Is it this little thing's fault? Nangong Youran gently stretched out her white and slender fingers and took off the camouflage glasses on Kong Kong's face. Instantly, Kong Kong showed his true form and turned back into a monkey. It was wearing a human girl's clothes and a pair of marten boots, which looked very funny. Nangong Youran found that the person in front of him was just a monkey, and the smile on his lips froze immediately. He guessed that Lu Liuliu would definitely find a way to come back to save people. Based on his contact with her, he guessed that she was kind and would definitely turn back. She turned back. How could it be a yellow-haired monkey who came back? Kong Kong walked to Zhang Lang's side and stood still without changing his face or heart. This person didn't kill Zhang Lang. He certainly wouldn't do anything to me. Even if she caught me, I wouldn't panic. When the master space upgrade is completed, she will definitely come back to find me. At that time, I will pull Zhang Lang back to the space in an instant. Kong Kong winked at Zhang Lang to reassure him. Zhang Lang suddenly realized and remembered the mysterious space that Lu Liuliu brought with him. He gently moved the blocking bracelet on his wrist, feeling very anxious. The blocking bracelet didn't know what the principle was, but it made him completely unable to use his supernatural powers. His current strength level was only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Nangong Youran sighed and whispered a few words to Nangong Yan beside him. After a while, the people around him took Zhang Lang and Kong Kong and followed the convoy back to Area A of High City. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, white clouds covered the mountains. Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi were sitting in the cabin of the silver-white streamlined plane. In front of Lu Liuliu, a floating light blue screen operation panel appeared. A prompt message appeared on the panel. Please enter the name of the destination you want to arrive at. Lu Liuliu frowned in thought. Jiang Yi turned her head to look at the screen, her eyes moving constantly. Where else can they go except Haisher? After the extreme cold came The officials in the major urban areas abandoned ordinary people and moved to Haishur with superpowers and highly educated technical talents. In all the original urban areas, only a very small number of low-level superpowers, as well as the elderly, children, women, children, and disabled patients were left. These people became official pawns. Some people were lucky enough to pass the polygraph test and enter the charity shelter. Some people did bad things and failed to pass the polygraph, and were rejected by the charity. Lu Liuliu said to the intelligent brain, destination, Little Red Riding Hood Charity. Receive the command? Locating the Little Red Riding Hood Charity through satellite signals. Please wait. The location has been confirmed. The whole journey takes 80 minutes. Please confirm the disembarkation location. Currently, 3 disembarkation locations are available. A Linwan Mountain. B. Linwan Building Rooftop. C. Linwan Villa Group Activities Center. A. Lu Liuliu thought for a moment and replied. The disembarkation location has been determined, and we are heading to the suburbs of Linwan. Lu Liuliu turned off the control panel and took a long breath. Someone suddenly came to Haishur, and we don't know who is behind it yet. Let's leave here first and stay out of the limelight. There is an internet-connected locator on the plane. When Xiao Jiu and the others come back, they can locate our location. Yeah, Jiang responded, and gently covered her bulging belly with both hands. The emergency that just happened made her emotional. The baby in her belly was also kicking restlessly. As she comforted him, the baby's kicking hands and feet gradually calmed down. More than an hour later, Lu Liuliu and Jiang got off the plane. Chapter 355, Wild Team of Superpowers. She put away the plane and scanned the surrounding environment. They were at the top of the mountain, and looking down, they saw a vast ocean. Although the heavy rain that lasted for a month had stopped, the floods caused by the rain still existed. If they wanted to go to the Little Red Riding Hood Charity through the flooded water, they had to take the water route. Let's go there by speedboat, Lu Liuliu said to Jiang beside her. Jiang nodded gently, holding onto a big tree on the mountain and standing aside. Lu Liuliu leaned over and glanced down the mountain. The location here was too high to place a speedboat. They had to go down a distance. She walked to Jiang and stretched out a hand to help her walk down the mountain. Jiang shook her head gently. Take good care of Xiao Wu. I'm fine. Then watch your step. Okay. Lu Liuliu instructed Jiang. Turned and walked along the weedy path to a flat land closest to the flood level. Jiang followed her down the mountain silently. Lu Liuliu chose a location and placed the pre-inflated speedboat on the turbid water. She tied the rope on the speedboat to a nearby tree to prevent the flowing water from causing the speedboat to float too far down. Jiang was originally a swimmer, and she was no stranger to water transportation. After she got on the speedboat, she came to the driving position as soon as possible, started the speedboat, and stabilized the steering wheel. Liuliu, you take back the rope and come up. Okay. Lu Liuliu untied the rope and jumped on the speedboat. Jiang reached out and turned the steering wheel to adjust the direction, then used her long legs to lightly step on the accelerator, carrying her and Xiao Wu away in the direction of the Little Red Riding Hood charity organization. After the rainstorm, the flood was turbid, and garbage was floating everywhere. The two of them, one holding a child and the other pregnant, rode together on the wide water in a speedboat. Xiao Wu widened his eyes and looked around curiously. All the buildings below the 5th floor were submerged by the flood. There were a lot of messy debris floating on the turbid water surface covered with floods nearby. Looking around, it seemed that there were only 2 of them in the entire Linwan suburb. The tiny speedboat looked even smaller on the vast river. Fortunately, today was a sunny day. The water was calm and did not cause too much obstruction to the small speedboat. Jiang kept the steering wheel steady, looking forward with a serious expression. She glanced at the compass from time to time to prevent deviation from the route. Lu Liuliu protected Xiao Wu in his arms, straightened his back, sat on the speedboat, and scanned the surrounding movements. When they were rushing towards the Little Red Riding Hood charity at full speed, on a tall building nearby, a team of 5 superpowers appeared. The leader, wearing a black jacket and holding a telescope in his hand, stared at Lu Liuliu and Jiang on the speedboat for a few seconds, then put down the telescope and said to the 4 people around him, "Someone is here." 2 women, one with a child, and the other with a big belly. Chase them. Grab the boat and the people. Go! The man in the black jacket in the middle gave an order. and the 2 people around him put a speedboat into the water. The 5 people quickly got on the boat and chased Lu Liuliu and Jiangyi in front. Captain, let me go first with the pregnant one. Captain, I want the wife holding the child. Shut up. You two are so disgusting. The only girl on the speedboat was furious when she heard this. The 2 wretched middle-aged men who had just spoken were angry. But they tried their best to suppress their anger. Because this girl is the healer in their team. In this environment, a healer can save their lives at a critical moment. In addition, the captain is the girl's brother, a 10th level high-level psychic, and the 2 of them are 6th level middle-level psychics. So they dare not offend her easily. Despite this, the 2 middle-aged men were full of resentment in their hearts. Because the captain's sister often said sarcastic words to them, and was very rude to them. Every time they insulted women, the girl would scold them. This time was no exception. Brother, I don't care how you play with women. But today, these 2 girls must be released. Little sister, don't make trouble. Brother, I'm not kidding you. I just want to ask you, do you still have humanity? Those 2 girls. One with such a big belly, and the other holding a child in her arms. You can also kill them. What's the difference between you and animals? Little sister, human nature is the most worthless thing in the end times. Don't forget, if it weren't for me destroying morality and humanity, you and I would have died long ago. Hearing her brother's answer, the girl was silent. Although she didn't stain her hands with blood along the way. She just watched and let it go. And didn't stop too much. She was a bystander and an accomplice. She ate, drank, and used. All of this was earned by my brother's extraordinary means. The 2 middle-aged men saw the girl lower her head and remain silent. And their brows, which were as thick as weeds, relaxed. The captain still had a way. This girl was really arrogant and self-righteous, which made them feel uncomfortable. If there was no deterrence from the captain, a high-level psychic, a girl like this, even if she was a doctor before the end of the world, would be treated as a toy by them. Let's go! The girl's brother frowned and accelerated, chasing the speedboat driven by Lu Liuliu in front. An auxiliary psychic behind him used wind power to accelerate their raft. With the blessing of the power, they quickly caught up with the speedboat driven by Jiangyi in front. Liuliu, someone is chasing us behind us. Jiangyi observed the situation behind them through the rearview mirror and frowned. Lu Liuliu looked back while holding Xiao Jiu, and saw a small raft behind them approaching them quickly. It would catch up with them in a few minutes. Press the accelerator to the bottom. This is the fastest speed. Lu Liuliu felt uneasy and worried when she heard this. Her space was frozen due to the upgrade, and no one could enter. She had no superpowers, and was carrying the pregnant Jiangyi. If the 5 opponents had high-level superpowers, they might have capsized in the gutter today. Damn it. We were almost approaching the Little Red Riding Hood charity organization, and the Lin 1 shelter in front. But we still encountered a wild team. This kind of team specializes in robbing those who are weaker than themselves to make a living. Lu Liuliu opened the backpack behind her, took out the 2 high-level laser guns given by Xiao Jiu from the bag, and held them in her hands. The laser gun has a total of 600 bullets. Hoping to force this group of people back, Lu Liuliu held the laser, turned back, aimed at the raft behind him, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 356 Little Red Riding Hood Charity. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strongest. The last to strike will suffer. Lu Liuliu is not a cruel and bloodthirsty person. The other party just chased and approached without taking action. It is not known whether this group of people is a wild team that bullies the weak on the forum. Before she figured it out, she did not kill the stranger behind her at the beginning. Instead, she aimed at a large plastic floating object next to their raft and fired a shot. The high-temperature laser bullet fired by this shot caused the foam plastic to self-ignite quickly on the turbid water surface and burned. The superpower team that was moving at full speed saw the burning plastic foam and was shocked by the sudden change. The wind superpower of the team saw the self-igniting foam box and temporarily suspended the use of superpowers. He is just a mid-level superpower. The distance between them and the other party was very close just now. They are all superpowers and their strength has been improved. In the brief moment just now, he and the other 3 superpowers on the boat saw it clearly. The girl sitting on the assault boat in front held a high-level laser gun in her hand. This kind of gun is the standard equipment that official psychics carry with them. Captain, what should we do now? In 5 minutes, they will enter the range of the Little Red Riding Hood charity organization. Should we continue to chase them? The captain's sister looked at the three psychics behind him in surprise. Their team has won many battles, and never retreated or failed. Today the sun came out from the west, and they were actually considering whether to chase them. The man called the captain looked at his sister sitting next to him, sighed, and shook his head. Forget it. Go back and wait for the next wave of two-legged sheep. Brother, have you found your conscience and are willing to listen to me and let them go? Silly sister. They are not ordinary pregnant women and ordinary mothers as you think. They have high-level laser guns in their hands. Even if I want to deal with them, it is very dangerous. High-level laser guns can deal with high-level psychics. Only psychics above level 11 can resist the damage of high-level laser guns. Your brother is only level 10 now. After listening to her brother's analysis, the girl was frightened and her face turned pale. Her brother is her greatest guarantee. If she didn't have her brother's force to suppress and protect her, she was 100% sure that the psychics, who formed a temporary team behind her, would kill her first and then skin her in bones and cook her in a pot. Brother, let's go back quickly, so that we can live a peaceful life. Silly sister. A team of people stopped chasing and returned to the original place where they were squatting. This place is the only way to the Little Red Riding Hood charity organization. Since the top leaders of Lin Wan Shelter in City A withdrew with superpowers and high-tech and highly educated talents a few days ago, the entire shelter is left with only abandoned old, weak, sick and disabled people. The inside of the shelter is actually dead in name only. Even the point supermarket that could be exchanged for supplies has now become a complete decoration. The authorities no longer deliver supplies to the shelter where ordinary people live. It is freezing outside, without food and clean water. The people living in the shelter have become murderous demons. Once they were injured or left alone, they would be chased and killed by ordinary people who had formed groups, and they would be eaten alive. Most people entered the Little Red Riding Hood charity to seek shelter. Those who were left alone were all desperate criminals, and many of them had lost their lives. There were 10 criteria for entering the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. They passed 9 of them. They failed the last one. Question: have you ever eaten human flesh? They answered, no. Obviously, they failed the polygraph test. When they were at their lowest point, they were hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, and they were forced to eat the flesh of their dead parents. This is why they could not enter the charity to seek shelter. Even the official superpowers have this test. The official side has a superpower test that can determine whether they are lying. They also failed. So they were abandoned and became a wild team. The 3 people who formed a team with them were also wanted criminals who had eaten human flesh, lied, or committed rape. The surviving humans now. There are 3 types. One is the people who followed the official army to migrate to High Shore. One is the ordinary people, and a few superpowers, who can enter the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Another type is the desperate criminals, who are wandering in the wilderness, and collecting supplies everywhere to fill their stomachs. They are not vicious people, but they are forced to take this path because they want to survive. The Little Red Riding Hood shelter also gives opportunities to dishonest liars like them. Complete the tasks posted at the gate of the shelter and get points, which can be exchanged for various supplies in the self-service shopping machine next to the gate. Very few of these tasks are available. You have to rob them. If you can't rob them, you can only go out to hunt other desperate people with supplies. Maybe if you are lucky, you can meet a team that comes to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter to seek help. There are usually a lot of supplies in this team, which can be enough for them to live for a long time after getting them. They only ask for supplies from such people. If they get the supplies, they will not hurt their lives. They will also send them to the dock of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter and let them go in to try their luck. What if there are no supplies in these teams? It's easy. In order to survive, they will randomly select a few 2-legged sheep to take away as reserve food for the next time. As long as these people can enter the shelter, they will naturally have no worries about food and drink. Can't get in? Can't get a task? Then you can only wait to die. Either starve to death, freeze to death, die of thirst, or be killed by other hungry people around you. If they meet a desperate person, without saying a word, they will kill him directly, take away the supplies, and take away the human flesh to stew or roast. These people are not good people. They feel at ease when eating. They don't have nightmares at night, and they sleep soundly. They can also comfort themselves that they are contributing to society, and they will feel that the guilt of eating their parents' flesh and blood is reduced. As their team goes away, Lu Liuliu and others successfully arrived at the Little Red Riding Hood pier. There are many boats docked at the pier, and these boats are placed in an orderly manner at the ferry dock near the pier. As soon as Lu Liuliu and others parked the boat, someone came up and asked them whether they would sell the boat to an organization for recycling or use it for themselves, for their own use. If you park here for your own use, you have to hand in 1 pound of food. Any food is fine. After handing in the food, we will be responsible for the safety of your boat. Lu Liuliu took off his backpack and found the compressed biscuits he had exchanged at the official base before. Chapter 357 Red Vest. This biscuit is very unpalatable. 100 grams per pack. Bai Jie gave her a lot of points at the beginning, and every time she made a purchase, in addition to other supplies, she would buy an extra box of this biscuit. This biscuit can only be purchased once a week. 55 packs. Now in her space, and the dimensional necklace given by Xiao Jiu, there are about 40 boxes of this biscuit in reserve. She and Zhang Yi will never eat it. It has no nutrition. It is hard to chew. And it is very dry. It is most suitable for currency exchange. She took out 5 packs of compressed biscuits that she had put in her bag in advance and handed them to the staff at the dock. When handing him the food, Lu Liuliu noticed that he was wearing a red vest when he turned around and bent down to fix the speedboat with a rope. She saw 3 big words printed on the vest. Little Red Riding Hood. Hello. I want to ask. The forum said that you have 3 million ordinary survivors here. Can the university behind this accommodate so many people? As far as I know, this university can only accommodate 100,000 teachers and students at most. That's right. The Little Red Riding Hood staff, who parked the boat, stood up and explained to Lu Liuliu on the dock. The National Defense Academy in City A is a 985 undergraduate college. It also has a high school department affiliated with the military academy, which can accommodate 100,000 people. A junior high school department, 100,000 people. A primary school department, and a kindergarten department. No, I remember that since the 21st century, starting from the 90s and aughts, the fertility rate has decreased. The number of births has decreased year by year. The aging population has intensified, and the death rate has soared. There are fewer and fewer people going to school. So why is the school expanding? If I remember correctly, this university could only accommodate 80,000 people at most. You don't know this? Since the post-00s were unwilling to have children, the government has introduced a series of policies, allowing 3 children and providing subsidies and rewards for having children. With decades of development, the system has become more and more perfect. The education expenses of having a child are all free, and the tuition and miscellaneous fees are all waived, and the state will give the child safe domestic milk powder with a national food seal every month, with a comprehensive nutritional formula. Not only that, the government will also give each family with a child an additional living allowance of 1,000 yuan. All expenses from hospitalization to discharge for pregnant women are waived, whether it is a cesarean section or a normal birth. The expectant mother can choose. Lu Liuliu thought carefully, and suddenly remembered that there were indeed such regulations decades ago. However, at that time, she had inherited the family business, and did not know much about these official subsidies. In addition to the above benefits, if you have 2 children, you will receive an additional 2,000 yuan subsidy per month. Similarly, if you have 3 children, you will receive an additional 3,000 yuan subsidy per month. In addition, if the mother is physically ill due to childbirth, she will be exempted from medical treatment. Premarital examinations and other physical examinations are necessary procedures before marriage. Newlyweds who have not passed the premarital examination or have doubts about the results of the premarital examination can choose another spouse. When getting married, the government will also provide the loan debts of both men and women and explain them to both parties. The government has issued a series of indicators to promote fertility, which has led to a surge in families with 3 children. The most important system is that families with 3 children are provided with free public housing for life. This kind of house has complete facilities, good quality and low price, very low rent, and comes with fine decoration. The location is also excellent. The government has solved the housing problem, the concerns of pregnant women, expectant mothers, and newlyweds, leading to a surge in the number of people getting married. In 2035, the national population will surge. Our highland country has doubled its population from 1.4 billion, which was originally in a slump and negative growth, to nearly 3 billion now. After listening to the description of the Little Red Riding Hood staff, Lu Liuliu suddenly realized With a surge in population, the number of students that can be accommodated in educational supporting facilities has also increased. The Little Red Riding Hood main base can accommodate 500,000 people living at the same time. With the Little Red Riding Hood main base as the main base and the 4 undergraduate colleges nearby as the auxiliary, these colleges can accommodate 2.5 million people. Everyone can be assigned a clean dormitory with 4 people. The base managers can be assigned double-staffed dormitories where teachers used to live and single-staffed dormitories where senior teachers live. Lu Liuliu nodded slightly to show that he understood. You may be curious. You saw 3 million people on the forum. But why I only said 2.5 million? The remaining 500,000 are stranded outside the base and fend for themselves? Lu Liuliu thought of the couple who just wanted to catch up with them and guessed. Yes, 500,000 people failed the polygraph certification. These people who live outside the base have also been counted by the official personnel as our Little Red Riding Hood base. Through the staff story, Lu Liuliu and Zhang had a general understanding of the shelter that Little Red Riding Hood had decided to run on a whim. She saw that the staff's lips were chapped due to the cold wind, and she was grateful for his patient answers to their questions. Lu Liuliu took out 2 bags of compressed biscuits and handed them to the staff. Thank you for your patient answers. The staff was flattered. He was unbelievable at first, then happily reached out to take the biscuits and hid them in his clothes. Although this kind of compressed biscuits is unpalatable, it tastes pretty good when put in boiling water, added some seasonings, and cooked into rice paste. 2 packs of compressed biscuits are enough for him and his family to eat for 2 days with other side dishes. You're welcome. This is what I should do. If you have any questions, just ask me. I will tell you everything I know. Does your base also use the official bracelet as a communication tool? Are the base points and official points universal? No. All the communication tools of our base and the official base are different. Come with me first. I'll take you to the base gate first. It's windy and cold here. Let's talk while walking. Okay. Lu Liuliu felt the cold wind coming from the water outside the dock. He immediately turned his back and followed Zhang towards the magnificent gate of the Little Red Riding Hood base in the distance. Xiao Wu was in her arms, looking around curiously. Zhang also opened her eyes wide and looked around. Near the dock, looking around, there were hundreds of Little Red Riding Hood staff wearing red vests, standing guard next to the small sentry box near the dock. They walked to the end of the dock and looked up. There was a steep, long and wide cement staircase. Go to the end of this road, and you will reach the main entrance to the center of our base. Chapter 358 Pi equals. This road is very steep. I see that the lady next to you is pregnant. It is better for you to climb up with the ladder next to you. It is safer, and saves a lot of effort. Thank you for reminding me. Lu Liuliu and Zhang followed the staff member to the foot of the mountain at the end of the pier. They looked up and saw a steep and straight mountain road, which seemed to be held up by an invisible hand and stood in the air. Perhaps it is precisely because of this natural geographical advantage that the university town in this area was able to survive the flood. You just asked? How do we communicate in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter? We use mobile phones differently from the official ones. Mobile phones? Yes. The metal mobile phones used in the peaceful and prosperous times a year ago. The great Little Red Riding Hood Lord has sent people to build a signal tower within the radiation range of the signal tower. Mobile phone communications are not much different from the way they were used before the end of the world. As for the official bracelets you mentioned, we will not confiscate them or support them. You can keep them as a souvenir. Because the official troops evacuated a few days ago, the bracelets they issued have no signal here, cannot connect to the network, and are even less likely to communicate. I suggest you rent a mobile phone, which only costs 300 yuan a month. Or, you can buy an old version of the mobile phone, which is also 300 yuan. 300 yuan? Can you still use the currency before the end of the world here? Zhang asked in confusion. No. Don't worry. Let's talk while walking. The staff stepped onto the cement ladder, began to climb up, and continued to lead the way. Great Little Red Riding Hood Lord. In order to make us adapt to the new life faster, most of the systems before the end of the world have been adopted. 300 yuan. You can understand it as the 300 yuan before. However, the current 300 yuan is a new currency, a system unique to the Little Red Riding Hood base. There is no paper money, only electronic money. Well, may I ask, how much does your job cost per month? 3,200 yuan, plus commission for bringing customers. I can get an additional 50 yuan subsidy for taking you up the long ladder. The staff smiled honestly. Of course, there are some extra incomes, such as the 2 compressed biscuits you just gave me. In other words, the prices and lifestyles of this base are not much different from those before the end of the world. Lu Liuliu asked in surprise. That's right. These are all the conveniences provided to us by the great Little Red Riding Hood Lord, who has given us ordinary people a second life. The great Little Red Riding Hood Lord is the eternal goddess in the hearts of all of us. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi both frowned, and 6 black spots appeared on their foreheads. The great Little Red Riding Hood Goddess. The great Little Red Riding Hood Lord. The people in this base will not be brainwashed by the robot Little Red Riding Hood like this man. Right? The intelligent AI robot exchanged by Xiao Jiu, I have to say, is pretty awesome. In just 1 month, a large gathering place of 3 million people was built. It can also make these people trust and appreciate it so quickly. Along the way, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi did not ask any more questions. It was always the staff around them who were talking. He didn't finish a sentence. He would emphasize it. This is the second life given to us by the great Little Red Riding Hood Goddess. Let us see a beautiful tomorrow. 10 minutes later, when the long ladder came to the end, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi panted slightly, and their backs were already sweating. This long ladder is really comparable to the steps in the mountain city. Hee. You are too kind. This step is far inferior to the mountain city trail in the mountain city. It takes more than 10 minutes to walk that road. When you enter the base, you can truly feel the great achievements of the great Little Red Riding Hood Lord. Hee. Thank you. We are leaving. Lu Liuliu's mouth twitched. She really didn't want to hear the words the great Little Red Riding Hood Goddess / Lord. Again, it was really brainwashing and addictive. Every time this person said this, she recalled a popular song during the victory of the anti-Japanese war in her previous life. Great XXXX. Lead us forward. By the way, let me remind you that you need to take a lie detector test at the gate. If you fail the test, I will take you to climb down this road again. Go quickly. I'll wait for you here. I wish you a successful lie detector test. Goodbye. After saying goodbye calmly, Zhang Yi took Lu Liuliu's arm and walked with her towards the gate of the National Defense University of A in the distance. From a distance, the gate was built with great momentum. Near the gate, there was a super large square. It was as large as 2 football fields. On the square, every 10 meters, there stood a small container-style house. Next to the left gate, a fully transparent house was built. There were about 20 people sitting at their desks, working on laptops. When Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi came to the office at the left gate, more than 20 people working there looked up and looked at them. A mother holding a child. A pregnant woman. I hope they can pass the lie detector test. If they fail, they will be kicked out of the base and left to fend for themselves. For these 2 women, even if they are superpowers, the chance of survival is pitifully low in an environment with poisonous weeds and water pollution everywhere. In the office, 2 staff members stood up with the test questionnaires printed in blue folders and directed them to the 2 small container-style rooms next to them for the test ceremony. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi followed the local customs. Followed them into the independent test room for the test. There were only 1 or 2 chairs in the container-style house. And between the chairs, there was a small gadget similar to a camera. This is the high-tech aid item that Little Red Riding Hood and Xiao Jiu applied for. The lie detector. It is too much work for a smart robot to detect lies for 3 million people. So, it contacted Xiao Jiu through the bracelet and ordered a batch of high-tech items for support. Are you ready? The tester asked Lu Liuliu. Yes. Then I will start. Please listen to the questions carefully and make sure your answers are true and correct. First question, please tell me what pi is equal to. Accurate to 10 decimal places. You have 5 minutes to answer. Huh? Lu Liuliu was stunned for a moment. Didn't the Little Red Riding Hood charity organization give lie detector questions? Why did they give her math common sense questions and asked her to answer them? Pi equals 3.14159263. No. There are no 10 digits in this. But she only remembered that it was equal to this. Chapter 359. I'm just kidding you. The tester saw Lu Liuliu answering the question seriously and chuckled. The question just now was just a joke. To test whether you are mentally sound. Now it seems that your self-awareness and intelligence are fine. Now, Let's officially start the test. As the tester in the red vest finished speaking, Lu Liuliu was speechless. Test pi equals? You can tell whether this person has an IQ problem? What kind of strange cognition is this? I really want to call Little Red Riding Hood out to greet her. This test feels a bit like playing with people like monkeys. First question, if one day, you and your child fall into the water at the same time, and you sacrifice yourself to save his life, are you willing? Lu Liuliu gritted his teeth, looking very unhappy. What kind of a weird question is this? What do you mean that only one of her and her child can survive? Although she was very angry about the test question, Lu Liuliu still angrily said the answer, I do. When she said I do, the polygraph suddenly flashed green. Passed. Let's proceed to the second question. Second question, what is the thing you regret most in your life? If you can do it again, what would you do? Lu Liuliu felt that this set of questions was aimed at her. This question instantly reminded her of the day when she died tragically in her previous life. To do it again. Of course. She would kill the scumbag and the bitch again. Lu Liuliu answered the answer in her mind truthfully. As the questions appeared one after another, she felt more and more that this set of questions was perverted. Every problem always goes deep into the darkest part of people's hearts, forcing her to open up her scars again and face everything in the past. The last question. If you answer this question, you can enter our Little Red Riding Hood shelter and become a glorious member. Please listen to the question. Do you believe in love? If you do, what kind of person will you fall in love with? If you don't, please explain your reasons. After hearing the last question, Lu Liuliu was silent for a moment, and then slowly answered, I don't believe in love. Love is illusory. Like bubbles. Beautiful and illusory. And can't stand the test and scrutiny. Love tests human nature. In the face of great enough interests, human nature will change. In my life, I don't believe in love. And I will never fall in love with anyone of the opposite sex. As the camera turned on the green light, the tester stood up and smiled at Lu Liuliu. She walked to Lu Liuliu and stretched out a hand to her. Congratulations. You are a member of our Little Red Riding Hood base. Lu Liuliu had a dark face and didn't look happy at all, because these questions were too tricky. How did Little Red Riding Hood set the questions? I must ask her clearly when I see her. Lu Liuliu ignored the staff, stood up with a cold face, and walked out of the test container. When she just walked out, she saw Zhang Yi standing not far away. Her eyes were full of helplessness and panic. Lu Liuliu approached her and asked, What's wrong with you? I didn't pass the test. The staff who tested Lu Liuliu heard Zhang Yi's voice and paused. She glanced at Lu Liuliu beside her. You didn't pass. You can't enter the shelter. What about you? Leave here with her. Or leave her behind and go into the shelter by yourself? As the staff asked the question in a soulful way, Zhang Yi's pale face showed more and more worry. Liu, go in with her first. Don't worry about me. Silly you. Have you forgotten who is the boss here? Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with expectation. Of course, it's Little Red Riding Hood. Liu is the owner of Little Red Riding Hood. With Little Red Riding Hood's permission, she can enter the shelter. Do you have a mobile phone? Yes. What do you want to do? The staff member on the side frowned and replied. Lend it to me for a while. I'll give you a compressed biscuit as a reward. Okay. Hurry up. I still have to go back to work. Yeah. Lu Liuliu picked up the staff's mobile phone, and after some operation, she tried hard to think about Little Red Riding Hood's contact information. A few minutes later, she and Zhang Yi looked at each other. Damn it. Xiao Jiu gave Little Red Riding Hood points at the beginning, and let her leave to do things. She didn't know how to communicate with Little Red Riding Hood, not to mention the bracelet. Here, the bracelet had no signal. And what's more, she didn't add Little Red Riding Hood's contact information. What's Little Red Riding Hood's phone number? Lu Liuliu asked the staff member nearby for help. After a moment of silence, the staff member looked at her with scrutiny and unkindness. You dare to call the great Little Red Riding Hood goddess directly? You are too rude. If this is heard by the goddess's fanatical admirers, you will be miserable. In the future, you must never say it without an honorific title again. As for the phone number of the great Little Red Riding Hood goddess, how do I know it? I'm just a small test staff. The contact information of the great goddess, Little Red Riding Hood, is a secret that ordinary people like us cannot peek into. Lu Liuliu sighed. It was really a ghost. I arrived at the door of my own territory, But I couldn't get in. If I had known that this would be the result, I shouldn't have wasted time doing some weird tests here. Isn't this a waste of time? Jiang Yi's heart tightened when she heard the conversation between Lu Liuliu and the staff. She forced a smile. Lulu, you go in with her. I'll find a place to stay nearby. Lu Liuliu thought of what had just happened and immediately shook her head. When they came over, a pair of people chased them inexplicably. There was danger everywhere outside. Jiang Yi couldn't face the group of desperate people alone. I'll go with you to find a place to stay nearby. Lu Liuliu took out a pack of compressed biscuits and handed it to the staff just now. And returned her mobile phone by the way. Where can I buy this kind of phone? They are sold near the dock at the foot of the mountain. If you don't choose to live in the shelter, you can go to the dock at the foot of the mountain. Go to the end of the dock, and you will find the eastern branch of the shelter, where a large number of people who have failed the test gather. There is a vending machine hall there, where you can exchange the materials you want with gold or electronic currency recognized by the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Thank you. Lu Liuliu did not wait for Jiang Yi to respond. Took her hand, and walked hand in hand with her in the opposite direction of the gate. Xiao Wu remained silent throughout the whole process, watching everything quietly. Wait until they reached the gate. The staff member who brought them up persuaded with a look of regret. Hey! It doesn't matter if you can't get in. 1 in 6 people have not passed the test. Come on. I'll take you to the informal residence gathering place in the East District. Chapter 360 Informal Residential Area. Jiang Yi was silent, blaming herself. It was all her fault that she failed the last test. Otherwise, Lulu wouldn't have to follow her to suffer outside. Don't feel any psychological burden. It doesn't matter where we live. Lu Liuliu tugged at the bracelet on Jiang Yi's wrist. It doesn't matter where we live. The staff in front heard their conversation and understood instantly. It seems that one of the 2 women failed the test and the other passed. He had encountered many such situations. Most people would give up their original relatives or friends and enter the Little Red Riding Hood shelter to become formal residents. Sisterhood like theirs is rare. Look at their appearance, height, and temperament. They are completely 2 different styles. And they can't be real sisters. You know, many real sisters don't necessarily have such a consciousness of sharing hardships. The staff felt sincere admiration for Lu Liuliu, who gave up entering the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, because he and his wife took the test at the same time. His wife failed, but he did. In order to get a chance to survive, he chose to abandon his wife and live in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Although he survived, he had nightmares every night after that. Fortunately, he gained a foothold in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. He obtained a lot of red coins, the electronic currency circulated in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. So he went to the place where informal residents gathered as soon as possible and found his wife. He gave most of the red coins he earned to his wife to atone for his sins. Since then, he no longer had nightmares every night and slept more soundly. You don't have to worry too much. There are 4 informal settlements. The safety factor there is not as high as the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. The supplies are a little scarce. And there are more people who are extremely vicious. Burning, killing and looting. In fact, the houses they live in are not much different from those in the base. Also, there may be no water and electricity. But don't worry. There are water-based supernatural people selling water in the informal settlements. And the quality of the water is no worse than mineral water. As for safety issues, you can find a small group with supernatural people and keep each other warm. With the deterrence and help of supernatural people, plus the large number of people, ordinary people dare not take action easily. And once they take action, there will be dozens or even hundreds of people. A big fight. Either death or injury. In this situation, both sides will suffer. And they are unwilling to have a conflict easily. My wife has lived there for a month and joined a small team of superpowers to keep each other warm. She is doing well now. If you don't know anyone, I can introduce you to join this small group my wife is in. Of course, joining is conditional. I will hand over 1.5 kilograms of food or 30 yuan of red coins to the superpowers in the team every week as protection money for my wife. If you don't have red coins, you can use food as protection money. Accompanied by the explanation of the staff member. They went down the mountain along the way they came. The way down the mountain is much easier to walk than the way up the mountain. The speed when going down the mountain is also obviously faster than when going up the mountain. 7 minutes later, they returned to the dock again. The staff member took out the old phone in his pocket and checked the time. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. Let's go. I'll take you to the informal settlement in the east. Will this be too much trouble for you? It doesn't matter. I'm off work. I just went to see my wife to give her this week's protection fee and food allowance. By the way, my name is Zhang Dashan. You can call me Dashan. Okay. After Zhang Dashan introduced himself, Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi did not tell him their current names. They were all wearing camouflage glasses at this time. Their identities and names were all fake. The more they said, the more mistakes they made. Zhang Dashan took them to the left side of the dock. After they walked for about 10 minutes, they saw another comprehensive university built on the mountain. They were at the foot of the mountain below this university. Due to the unique geographical height of this area, it is in the shape of a ladder. The height here is more than 50 meters higher than the dock. We're here, as Zhang Dashan explained. Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi turned back from the university building above their heads and looked at the informal settlement in front of them. This is a wide cement flat land. Looking out, you can't see the end at a glance. It can be seen that the area of this area is very large. Originally it was just a cement land, and there was no building at all. It was divided into independent areas of different sizes. These survivors, at least 5 people, as many as hundreds of people, formed groups, each camping, sitting on folding chairs, or sitting on the cement floor with mats. Small groups with fewer people. No closed shelter tools such as tents. Small groups of more than 50 people have at least 2 or 3 camping tents for use. Lu Liuliu quickly glanced around and could still see RVs, cars, and trucks. These vehicles were used as temporary shelters by these people. Their expressions were indifferent, without much other emotion. When they followed Zhang Dashan closer, they could hear some chattering. These sounds were small and mixed. In the middle of these small groups, there was a hollow 2-lane cement road that was intentionally left empty. Zhang Dashan led them along this road. The people camping nearby cast their eyes towards them. When they saw the red vest on Zhang Dashan, they put away their contemptuous and greedy eyes. This man was a formal employee of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, wearing a red vest. They didn't dare to attack the formal employees of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Once they did, the nearby Sky Eye electronic surveillance would detect it. Security personnel would be sent out from the shelter to drive them out of this last shelter. Once they left here, there would be no supplies outside. Floods are rampant, and the climate is cold. At that time, there will only be a dead end. They dare not conflict with the official members of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. On the contrary, they will deliberately build good relations with these people. Take some pots and pans or unwanted tables, chairs, benches, jewelry and other small items found outside and exchange them for red coins with the official employees inside. With red coins, they can enter the self-service vending machine inside and use red coins to buy survival supplies. There is everything in the self-service vending machine, as long as you can afford the price. From sanitary napkins and toilet paper, from laser weapons to dimensional space rings, etc. Clearly marked prices. As long as you can afford the price, you can buy anything. Zhang Dashan led them in this large gathering place. And after walking for about 5 minutes, they stopped in front of a silver metal iron box. Do you see the building in front? Chapter 361 Sales and Recycling. Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi nodded gently. I see. That's the self-service vending machine. I'll take you there first. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me, Zhang Dashan said with an amiable smile. His simple smile eased the tension of Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi. Come to think of it, someone who can pass such perverted 10 questions and enter the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Kindness. This rare quality can be truly felt in him. Whether he was so thoughtful to them out of gratitude for the 2 compressed biscuits, or for some other reason. Zhang Dashan's smile is really healing and warm. Of course, the premise is to ignore the yellow and black stains and tartar on his teeth. Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi slowly followed Zhang Dashan to the silver metal cube box. This self-service vending machine has an area of about 100 square meters. The surroundings are all made of unknown metal and look indestructible. On the right side of the sealed metal box, there is an LCD panel similar to a modern vending machine, which keeps flashing colorful lights. When Lu Liuliu and others approached, more than a dozen people were queuing in front of the vending machine to buy items. We are queuing in the back. Zhang Dashan's heavy voice came. If you don't queue, you can't buy supplies, and those who make trouble will be blacklisted and banned from buying supplies. Those who make serious trouble will be permanently blacklisted by the vending machine. As Zhang Dashan explained, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi became more and more curious about the large vending machine in front of them. They leaned sideways and watched the people in front of them operate the machine. The LCD panel was about 3 times larger than a normal TV, and the top displayed pictures and detailed descriptions of various products. This LCD panel was touch-based ordering and one-click settlement. It was not much different from the self-service vending machines before the end of the world. They watched the people in front of them operate, scanned the code with their mobile phones to pay with red coins, and got a 10L bucket of mineral water. The price was not much different from before the end of the world. Such a large bucket of water cost about 10 red coins. There was a small advertisement flashing at the top, saying 5 off for every 100. It's our turn. Do you want to buy anything? I still have some red coins here. I can help you pay. Just pass it to me with compressed biscuits. Zhang Dashan asked Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi behind him. Lu, come up and take a look. Okay. Zhang Dashan saw their curious eyes and moved his body to let the two of them come closer to watch. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi stood side by side in front of the LCD screen. Lu Liuliu reached out and clicked the LCD touch screen that was taller than her to check the products on it. Looking around, almost all the products on the market can be seen for sale here, especially in the classification. She and Zhang Yi saw a high-tech classification. There are laser guns, dimensional space rings, water purifiers, electric heaters, rice cookers, electric hot pots. All the daily necessities sold here are very similar to what Xiao Jiu took out at the beginning. If you buy them, they can be used for 10 years in the spontaneous combustion state. However, these things are very expensive. All can only be purchased with gold. Red coins cannot be used to purchase these special items. A single water purifier costs as much as 10 kilograms of gold. The original water purifier only had a lifespan of about 3 years. The model sold now should be upgraded. The lifespan is up to 10 years. You were shocked when you saw it for the first time. Zhang Dashan said with a smile. When I saw it for the first time, I was also very shocked. There are such magical items here. This vending machine can only sell things, not recycle things? Zhang Yi suddenly asked from the side. Zhang Dashan continued to smile and said, this vending machine does not recycle. Look ahead. There is a recycling machine. All materials can be recycled. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi looked in the direction of Zhang Dashan's finger and saw an automatic recycling machine about the same size as this vending machine. Good guy. High-tech AI has mastered the business of recycling and reselling. Hey, those in front. Are you going to buy something or not? If not, hurry up and let the developer. The survivors behind Lu Liuliu saw them dawdling in front and urged them impatiently. Zhang Dashan turned around and said apologetically, sorry. They just came and don't know how to operate. Please wait. The people in the queue behind saw Zhang Dashan's smiling face and the red vest he was wearing, and the emotions that wanted to explode were suppressed. But the expression on his face still revealed that he was very dissatisfied at the moment. Lu Liuliu looked back and saw a long line behind him. Let's go. Okay. Lu Liuliu shook his head at Zhang Dashan. Uncle Dashan. Thank you. We'll think about it again. Okay. If you get useful materials, take them to the recycling machine for recycling, and exchange them for red coins to buy a mobile phone here. With a mobile phone, you can also shop automatically on your mobile phone. Ordered items support self-pickup and door-to-door delivery. The base has special drones that can accurately deliver the items you ordered on your mobile phone to you. Drones? Won't anyone intercept them? Zhang Dashan led the way and continued to explain. No one dares to intercept. The drone has a laser gun. Anyone who tries to intercept will be shot into a sieve by the laser gun. Most of the people living here are ordinary people. How dare they intercept? Even if a superpower wants to intercept, it's just a dead end. Zhang Dashan brought Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi to the self-service vending machine. This place is not much different from the vending machine just now. All of them are operated by LCD touch screen. Do you have anything to recycle? Gold jewelry is the best. Gold is the most valuable, and can be exchanged for a lot of red coins. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi looked at each other and shook their heads. They had just arrived, and the dimension was full of supplies, so they were not short of things. There was no need to take out valuables to exchange at this time. There were thousands of eyes watching them nearby, and it was hard to guarantee that no one would have ideas about them. Uncle Dashin, we don't have gold, so let's find a place to live first. Okay, I'll take you to find my wife. Her team has a total of 50 people, including 5 low-level superpowers. Moreover, their team has a motorhome and 3 tents. If you go out and get gold and exchange it for red coins, you can use the red coins to exchange for the opportunity to live in a motorhome or tent. Chapter 362 Tsue. Okay, Lu Liuliu responded, and at the same time, her stomach made an inopportune gurgling sound. When she and Jiang Yi escaped today, they were eating lunch. They didn't eat a few bites of lunch before they were chased and escaped. After all this trouble, the 5 stomachs finally couldn't bear it and began to cry restlessly. Are you hungry? Zhang Dashin stopped moving forward and turned to ask Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi behind him. Lu Liuliu nodded embarrassedly. Jiang Yi also nodded gently. I am indeed hungry. Especially Jiang Yi. She is almost 6 months pregnant, and her appetite is increasing. She has been hungry for a long time, but she has never been embarrassed to tell Liuliu. Then let's walk faster. When we get to the team in front, I will treat you to a good meal, Zhang Dashin said, speeding up his pace. Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi followed behind. She and Jiang Yi looked at each other, and they both felt that this delicious meal might not be that good. A large team of 50 people. With the current social situation, what delicious food can there be? At this point, it has come to this. They can only go and see the situation first. It is impossible for the 2 of them to form a team alone. 2 women, with children and pregnant. It is easy to become a target for others. About 5 minutes later, Zhang Dashin brought Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi to a small gathering place. As he said, there was a dilapidated second-hand RV parked here. And next to the RV, there were 2 large tents that looked pretty good. Next to the RV and the tent, there were 5 large iron pots. And at this moment, unknown food was being cooked in this large iron pot. As they approached, Lu Liuliu smelled a faint smell of rotten food in the big iron pot. Just this smell, I lost my appetite. The women who were waiting by the big iron pot to boil water and cook changed their faces when they saw Zhang Dashin coming. Zhang Dashin did not see the strange expressions on their faces, but greeted them with a smile as usual, and asked, Where is my wife Tsue? I'm here to give her this week's living expenses. The middle-aged woman he asked had a sunken face and looked extremely thin. Her figure was almost the same as a telephone pole. She looked at Zhang Dashin and remained silent. Zhang Dashin saw that something was wrong and continued to ask the people in the small team nearby. He asked several people in a row, and these people sat on the ground and said nothing. Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi, who were standing behind Zhang Dashin, saw that something was wrong. Something happened to Zhang Dashin's wife, and it was not ordinary. Jiang Yi tightly wrapped her arms around Lu Liuliu, pulling her to keep a distance of 3 meters from these people. Zhang Dashin hurriedly looked around, looking for his wife. While he was looking for someone, Lu Liuliu and Jiang Yi, with their hearing improved by physical fitness, had already heard the whispers of people in the nearby corner. After they learned the result, they looked at Zhang Dashin's honest face and felt more sympathetic to him. Zhang Dashin found that this group of people did not reply, and ran like crazy to the tents next to them where people might be hiding. He opened 2 tents in a row, but did not see his wife. Finally, his eyes were cast on the RV. Zhang Dashin hurriedly ran towards the RV. He opened the broken door, and hurriedly got in the car to look for his wife Tsue. However, as soon as he got on the bus, he saw the scene in the car and was struck by lightning. His wife Tsue, along with 2 other young girls who looked pretty, were imprisoned by several superpowers in the team. You? Stop it! Zhang Dashin roared and rushed forward, trying to pull the superpower off his wife Tsue. However, his efforts were in vain. The superpower saw that it was Zhang Dashin, smiled sinisterly, stretched out his hand, and pushed him to the ground. Zhang Dashin watched his wife being bullied by the superpower, and his eyes were almost tearing. He hurriedly got up again, trying to stop the superpower from continuing to violate his wife Tsue. A few seconds later, he was thrown to the ground together. The superpower was afraid of the red vest on him and did not kill him. In front of Zhang Dashin, he quickly finished the job, pulled up his pants, stood up, and walked in front of Zhang Dashin. Don't look at me like that. Your wife is willing. I didn't force her. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. The The supernatural said these 2 sentences lightly. Little did he know that his 2 sentences completely tore Zhang Dashan's only fantasy about marriage and love to pieces. Before Zhang Dashan could ask, Suetsue pulled up the bed sheet beside her to cover her body, slowly got up from the chair in the RV, and walked barefoot to Zhang Dashan. I volunteered. Zhang Dashan. Go ahead. As Suetsue's voice fell, Zhang Dashan clenched his fists. His eyes swept over Suetsue, the other 2 half-dressed women in the RV, and the faces of the other 4 supernaturals. He tried to calm down his anger and sadness, and stood up by holding the door frame of the RV, holding the last glimmer of hope. He asked Suetsue, they forced you, right? If so, come with me now. I will find you a better team and let you get better care. Suetsue looked calm and indifferent. I really volunteered. Your little red coins can't support me at all. I can live better with the master of superpowers. Don't bother me anymore. As early as when we tested, after you abandoned me, I had already been with the master of superpowers. The cruel truth that Zhang Dashan told Suetsue was unacceptable for a while. He picked up an iron bowl next to him, grabbed it with his hand, and was about to hit Suetsue on the head. You bitch! You have been lying to me for a month. Suetsue saw that Zhang Dashan's originally honest and simple face became hideous, and the guilt in her heart disappeared instantly. The supernatural who had just had sex with Suetsue grabbed Zhang Dashan's arm to stop him from hitting Suetsue. Are you still a man? No matter what. You shouldn't hit a woman. Uh-huh. You bastard. You can say that? I slept with your wife. Can you remain indifferent? Zhang Dashan was furious and continued to pretend to hit Suetsue. Suetsue said coldly, Zhang Dashan, you only dare to hit me. If you have the ability, take me back from the supernatural master. Zhang Dashan was speechless by Suetsue's words. He wanted to hit her, but he didn't have the strength. So he could only watch others sleep with his wife, who had slept with him for many years. He gritted his teeth and stared at Suetsue, who was protected by the supernatural behind him, as if he wanted to see a hole in her. You slut. I don't care. Chapter 363 Exchange for Red Coins. After saying that, he loosened his tightly clenched iron fist and pretended to leave. The superpower saw that he was scared, loosened his hand, and turned sideways to comfort Suetsue. In a flash of lightning, Zhang Dashan, who was originally pretending to leave, suddenly threw Jiang Suetsue to the ground and slapped her face wildly. Pa pa pa. Suetsue's face was immediately swollen. You bitch. I saved money and gave you the red coins I saved, but you hooked up with other men behind my back. Zhang Dashan was forced into a corner and slapped Suetsue's face. The loving couple before the end of the world completely tore their faces apart at this moment. The supernatural person on the side waited for Zhang Dashan to vent his anger, and then said calmly, Go quickly. I will take good care of your wife for you. Zhang Dashan's body paused. He got up from Suetsue and walked out of the RV in silence. When he turned around, Suetsue and his eyes flowed with tears at the same time. Suetsue covered her face and cried. No one knew whether she was crying for losing Zhang Dashan, the cash machine, or crying for her swollen face, or because of the grief caused by the severance of the relationship between husband and wife today. After Zhang Dashan left, the people in the car no longer had the mood to play, pulled up their pants, put on their clothes, and got out of the car to have dinner. Suetsue was hugged by the supernatural person just now, and took them to eat a big pot meal together. Zhang Dashan walked on the noisy street in a daze, and after walking for a while, he collapsed on the ground and cried like a child. Men don't shed tears easily, but they are not sad. Lu Liuliu and Jiang stood not far behind him, not knowing how to comfort him. What just happened was very noisy, and they all heard it. They waited quietly. When Zhang Dashan finished crying and sorted out his emotions, he stood up and seemed to remember that in addition to giving Suetsue living expenses, he also promised to help Lu Liuliu and Jiang find a better team to keep warm together. Zhang Dashan stood up and said to Lu Liuliu and Jiang with sobs, I made a fool of myself. I promised to introduce you to a team, but it seems that I can't do it. Zhang Dashan smiled bitterly. Uh-huh. I introduced my wife to the team and pushed her into the fire pit with my own hands. It's not convenient to introduce you again. Lu Liuliu and Jiang saw Zhang Dashan's tragic experience with their own eyes, and they had no intention of finding someone to keep warm together. Who knows? If you join a team, will you be taken advantage of by these superpowers? They are so numerous. And even if they team up, they may not be able to defeat them. It's impossible for her and Zhang Yi to take turns to guard against each other for 12 hours. Lu Liuliu regretted it in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would have brought the monkey with her. It is energetic and can play games all night. With the monkey, there is no need to worry about things like guarding the door at night. We are very grateful that you can lead the way for us. Next, we will take good care of ourselves. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Yi replied softly. Zhang dashed and smiled bitterly, waved to them, and left in a daze. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi watched him leave, looking at each other, and for a moment, they were filled with emotion. Let's go. Let's find a place to rest for a while. Lu Liuliu came back to his senses and suggested to Zhang Yi beside him. Zhang Yi nodded gently in agreement. They stood there and looked around. When they followed Zhang Dashan just now, the sky was still a little bright. After such a farce, the sky was completely dark. In the dark night, there were sporadic fires and lights near the gathering place. The two of them looked towards the place where the light was emitted. There were at least 5 teams gathered in each place. Lulu, let's find an open space to rest. Lu Liuliu shook his head gently. The temperature outside is getting lower and lower now. It is very likely that the temperature will drop by more than 10 degrees overnight. Zhang Yi tightened her fingers, feeling a little uneasy, and reached out to gently stroke the big belly under the black down jacket. Let's go back and buy a mobile phone first. With a mobile phone, you can check the latest news in the first place. Okay. After the two finished speaking, they headed towards the self-service vending machine with the scattered light on the roadside. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi stood in front of the self-service recycling machine. When they came, there was no one in front of the recycling machine. On the contrary, the vending machine in front of them still had a long queue. Lu Liuliu looked at the crowd around him, frowning and thinking about how to take out the gold jewelry in the dimensional space necklace and exchange it for some circulating currency. Zhang Yi seemed to have been prepared. She touched her neck and revealed a golden necklace. Under the necklace, there was a heavy heart-shaped gold pendant. Lulu, help me take it off. Zhang Yi held the recycling machine beside her and squatted down a little to make it easier for the short Lu Liuliu to help her take off the necklace. Lu Liuliu's eyes lit up, and she quickly took off the gold necklace that Zhang Yi was wearing and put it into the recycling bin of the recycling machine. A few seconds later, the weight of the necklace appeared on the display screen of the recycling machine. A total of 20 grams of gold. 20 grams of gold can be exchanged for 1 million red coins. Do you want to exchange? Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi saw the amount on the recycling machine, and their eyes suddenly widened. The proportion of gold is so high? Just as they were surprised, Zhang Yi saw several teams of people walking towards them nearby. Lulu, exchange quickly. Someone is coming, Zhang Yi said, and quickly clicked the confirmation exchange button. After confirming, the recycling machine automatically highlighted an option with 3 models of mobile phones for them to choose from. Android, Huawei, Apple. Zhang Yi didn't wait for Lu Liuliu to react, and quickly clicked an Android and a Huawei. An Apple. Only children make choices. Adults of course want all. While Lu Liuliu was stunned, the recycling machine randomly distributed 1 million red coins to 3 mobile phones. After Zhang Yi took the 3 mobile phones from the black box that spit out the mobile phones, she immediately stuffed 2 of them into Lu Liuliu's pocket. Lu Liuliu held the mobile phone and casually put it in the big pocket of her down jacket. Zipping it up, Zhang Yi hurriedly restored the window of the recycling machine. They had just put away their things, and suddenly 3 teams came from the left, middle, and right. Lu, hurry up. Zhang Yi pulled Lu Liuliu's arm and walked away with her towards the gap between the 3 teams. They almost brushed past the team at the edge. These teams looked at their hurried backs, glanced at them, and did not chase them. They were all teams that had just found supplies outside. They had just received a batch of mobile phones that had been soaked in water. If they handed them over to the recycling machine, they could exchange them for a lot of red coins. Chapter 360 for the captains or them. After Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi ran away, they saw that the 3 teams were not coming towards them. So they slowed down. They walked around and came to the self-service vending machine again. The things in the dimensional space were too eye-catching to take out, so they had to buy some food from the vending machine. After a whole day of tossing and turning today, they were already dizzy with hunger. Xiao Wu looked at the dark crowd in front of him with a curved mouth. Very aggrieved. Lu Liuliu observed Xiao Wu's mood, lowered his head, and coaxed him in a low voice. Baby, be good. You will get food soon. Jiang and Lu Liuliu queued for a while behind the self-service vending machine, came to the window, and exchanged the food and water they would eat for 3 days, and the liquid milk powder that Xiao Wu would drink. The packaging of these foods is different from that in the previous life. All the packages are covered with a little Red Riding Hood icon. It should be a new type of material produced by the group of people at the base under Little Red Riding Hood. Lu Liuliu and Jiang got the supplies, found a corner nearby, spread the mats they had just exchanged, and sat on the ground. Jiang just sat down inside. She was exhausted after a day of hard work today. Lu Liuliu handed her the food packaging bag she bought. You eat first. I'll feed Xiao Wu. Lu Liuliu found the liquid milk in a bag on the other side. This milk is in a glass bottle. 200 milliliters per bottle. The milk is cold, and needs to be heated before it can be fed to Xiao Wu. Lu Liuliu looked at a large iron pot opposite, where a pot of boiling water was boiling. She stood up, took out a bag of instant noodles produced by the Little Red Riding Hood shelter from her backpack, and walked towards the team over there. Hello. Can I lend you some hot water to warm your milk? The people sitting around the fire looked at her, and then they cast their eyes on a burly man sitting in the middle. I'll trade this with you. Lu Liuliu raised a piece of crispy noodles in a transparent plastic bag and said to the burly man in the crowd. The burly man took a look at the crispy noodles and said to the people around him, give her a cup of hot water. The person named found a relatively clean large glass cup, scooped a cup of hot water from the pot, and walked to Lu Liuliu with the hot water to exchange supplies with her. Lu Liuliu smiled and thanked her, and put the cold milk into the glass cup to warm it up. A few minutes later, she felt the milk in the glass bottle being heated, so she returned the warm cup to the middle-aged woman who had just lent her the cup and hot water. Lu Liuliu opened the glass bottle, and there was a plastic straw on the bottle cap. Xiao Wu looked at the milk in the bottle eagerly. Lu Liuliu knew the magic of the high-tech items provided by Xiao Jiu. She had used these things before, and they were of high quality and without water. It was clearly stated that this milk was suitable for babies aged 6 to 12 months. Absolutely fine. She put the straw into the warm milk and handed it to Xiao Wu to drink. Xiao Wu hugged the small glass bottle tightly and drank the warm milk voraciously. After a few dozen seconds, 200 milliliters of milk was drunk by Xiao Wu without a drop left. Xiao Wu burped. Lu Liuliu smiled slightly, put the glass bottle in her pocket, and walked towards where Jiang was sitting. Jiang was eating the instant noodles produced by the Little Red Riding Hood vending machine. Lu Liuliu sat on the ground, took a short rest, and asked her, is it delicious? Jiang said while eating, I'm so hungry. Everything tastes delicious. You won't stay here with me tonight, will you? Do you have a better idea? Or let us live in the RV or tent tonight? No hurry. I'll use my phone to see if I can contact Little Red Riding Hood. Lu Liuliu took out a bottle of mineral water that she had just exchanged and drank a few sips, and then quickly finished the Little Red Riding Hood brand instant noodles. After she filled her stomach, she took out a smartphone and turned it on to check. The moment the phone was turned on, it automatically showed that it had connected to the wireless signal. Lu Liuliu curiously opened the settings and checked the Wi-Fi name. As she expected, the Wi-Fi name was displayed as Little Red Riding Hood's Wi-Fi. She tried to open several apps on her phone to search for Little Red Riding Hood's contact information. After searching for a few minutes, there was no contact information for Little Red Riding Hood on the forums, and the only website in this area. There is only one official mailbox with information about gold. You can send an email, and someone will come to collect the gold transaction. Lu Liuliu tried to send a message to this mailbox. Little Red Riding Hood, I am your master. A short sentence may not be of any use, but Lu Liuliu specially attached a photo of Xiao Jiu and added it to the attachment. It took less than 3 seconds for the email to be sent. She immediately received a reply. Master, where are you? Little Red Riding Hood immediately judged that this email was real. Its identity was only known to its two masters, Xiao Jiu and Lu Liuliu. Other humans only thought of her as the legendary golden superpower. It was impossible to guess its identity and talk to her like this. I'm in the informal residential area east of the dock. Master, send me a location. Wait for me there. I'll pick you up right away. By the way, my WeChat ID is Xiaohongmyo999. This WeChat is purely fictitious. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Lu Liuliu quickly opened WeChat and applied to add Little Red Riding Hood as a friend. Soon, the friend verification was passed. Lu Liuliu sent a location sharing location to Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood received the location. She put on a red cloak and black marten boots, put down the work in her hands temporarily, pushed open the door and strode out. Outside the office, the superpower administrator selected by Little Red Riding Hood saw her go out, followed her one after another, and asked if there was anything she could do. Little Red Riding Hood picked 6 superpowers and took them down the mountain together. Wait a moment. I just contacted Little Red Riding Hood. She will bring people to pick us up soon. Zhang Yi was chewing the second piece of instant noodles when she heard Lu Liuliu talking. She immediately took back the half-eaten instant noodles. Who would want to eat dry instant noodles when they could enter the territory and eat steaming fresh food soon? Zhang Yi and Lu Liuliu waited patiently. Their eyes wandered curiously among the fire and people everywhere. Just as they looked around, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi saw a group of people coming towards them quickly. But in a few breaths, more than 20 survivors with ferocious expressions and greedy eyes surrounded them. Captain, it's them. Are you sure? A thin man poked his head out of the team and looked at Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi. Chapter 365 Territory. The 2 survivors in the team immediately took out a strong flashlight from their pockets, pointed it at Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi, and turned on the flashlight. Under the strong light, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi subconsciously stretched out their hands to cover their foreheads. Captain, it's them. One is holding a child, and the other is pregnant. They are easy to identify. I saw her take out the gold necklace on her neck and exchange it for 3 mobile phones. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi heard the conversation between the 2 people, and their faces changed. When they exchanged, there was no one around, and it was pitch black. And this short and wretched man could still see it. Well done. When I get the things, you will definitely benefit. The man who was called captain by the thin and wretched man, through the micro-expressions on Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi's faces, has confirmed that they are the ones who just exchanged the gold jewelry. Skinny Monkey is the clairvoyant in their team, although he is only of low level due to limited resources. He can see things in the dark as unhindered as in the daytime. The only thing that can exchange a piece of jewelry for 3 mobile phones is gold. Only gold can be exchanged for 3 mobile phones at one time. 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for electronic currency up to 50,000 red coins. This necklace is definitely much more than 1 gram. Keep your voice down and surround this place. As the captain's voice fell, more than 20 people lined up in a line, surrounding Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi in the middle. Do you want to steal our things? Zhang Yi asked coldly. It's obvious. Hand over the 3 mobile phones you just exchanged. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. A middle-aged woman in the team growled at Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi. She was reminding them, hand over the things early to avoid physical pain. I hope these 2 poor fellows can understand. Otherwise, the other perverted men in the team will not let them go so easily. Lu Liuliu grinned and smiled at the crowd that surrounded them. Are you really going to rob me? As Lu Liuliu spoke, he pointed at the tip of his nose. The members and the captain of the team were stunned to see that Lu Liuliu was not afraid at all, but laughed instead. Captain, that's not right. Do these 2 women have any backers? Shut up. You are so smart. I can't see it. As the captain of the team finished speaking, a group of people fell into a brief silence. Captain, if we don't do it, others will do it. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Fuck. A group of people in the team surrounded the captain and made a noise. The man at the head was affected by the voices in the team. His eyes darkened, and he seemed to have made up his mind. He picked up a pair of tongs held by someone beside him as a weapon, and approached Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi step by step. I'll say it one last time. Hand over all the mobile phones you just exchanged. Lu Liuliu looked at the crowd staring at her, and took out a silver-white high-level laser gun from the wide pocket of her down jacket without panic. She pointed the muzzle at the leading man. Everyone was shocked when they saw the laser gun in her hand. When they reacted, they took a breath and took several steps back. This is the laser weapon sold in the vending machine. They definitely won't be mistaken. This weapon is very lethal. It can lock onto a living being and shoot it in the head. The people in the team instantly closed their lips and fell into a dead silence. The captain who was originally threatening Lu Liuliu. His legs trembled. His lips hummed, and he was frightened by the laser gun that Lu Liuliu suddenly took out. His face pale. Get out. I'll count to 3. After 3. When Lu Liuliu was halfway through his words, the teen that was just so aggressive suddenly scattered like a startled bird and ran away without a trace. The crowd watching the excitement nearby also saw the laser gun on Lu Liuliu and put away the idea of taking advantage of the fire. They didn't dare to look over here for too long. The laser gun had a long range. They were afraid that Lu Liuliu would be unhappy with them and shoot them in the head with a gun. Almost in the blink of an eye, the area around Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi became a vacuum zone. A few minutes later, Little Red Riding Hood took the superpowers and took the cableway on the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain easily. When it excitedly ran to the location, it saw the unfamiliar faces of Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi, with a hint of doubt in its eyes. But when it found the camouflage glasses on Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi's faces, it suddenly realized. Little Red Riding Hood jumped in front of Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi. Her pupils emitted a faint light, and she saw through the disguise on Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi's faces. After confirming Lu Liuliu's identity, she said excitedly, Master, I will take you home. Come with me. Let's go. Lu Liuliu stretched out his hand to pull Zhang Yi, who was sitting on the mat. Zhang Yi got up with the help of her strength. They followed Little Red Riding Hood, who was leading the way in front, and left here together. It was a dark night. Wherever they went, there were bursts of exclamations, because someone recognized Little Red Riding Hood's identity. It often wears a red cloak and is 1.55 meters tall, with 6 middle and high-level superpowers following it. It is easy to be recognized. This is the first time they have come into such close contact with the Little Red Riding Hood Lord. Everyone put down what they were doing, gathered on both sides of the road, and watched them leave. Little Red Riding Hood took Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi to the foot of the mountain, which was the entrance of the cableway, and took them up the mountain by cableway. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi reached the top of the mountain effortlessly. This time, with Little Red Riding Hood herself leading the way. The staff at the gate quickly authenticated Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi. All the permissions of the base were open to them. Little Red Riding Hood excitedly told Lu Liuliu about the operation of the base during this period. Master, I have set up a soilless cultivation garden in the base. The food and vegetables and fruits in the base can be completely self-sufficient. Each room is equipped with a heater to ensure that each dormitory is kept warm like spring. Lu Liuliu listened to Little Red Riding Hood's introduction. Wherever he looked, the windows were bright and dust-free. In this university, there is not a trace of garbage in the square and various activity areas. Every survivor encountered on the roadside wore a vest of a different color. There are 3 colors of vests. They are red, yellow and green. Master, those wearing red vests are various staff members. Those wearing yellow vests are cleaning staff. And those wearing green vests are superpowers. The vests are embroidered with 5-pointed star patterns. The higher the level, the more stars on the chest. Chapter 366 Extreme Cold. With Little Red Riding Hood's introduction, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi have a deeper understanding of the base. At first, she just wanted Little Red Riding Hood to help take care of the ordinary people from the same hometown in City A who were in trouble. She never thought that Little Red Riding Hood could build such a large-scale shelter base in a short time. It can be said that, in addition to Mount Everest and the Haishur shelter at the foot of the mountain, in the entire Highland country, more than 99% of the ordinary people who survived almost all live near here. The technological level of intelligent robots is really too terrifying. What Xiao Jiu exchanged was still the most basic robot. Lu Liuliu is more looking forward to the empty city planned by Xiao Jiu. With the advent of the end of the world, the population of Highland Star has dropped sharply. Perhaps it is the era of new technology on Highland Star. And it is also a new beginning for all mankind on Highland Star. Lu Liuliu followed Little Red Riding Hood to a staff primary school building where it lives. This building is set aside for Little Red Riding Hood and the administrators around it to live in. Little Red Riding Hood took them to a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, and asked people to prepare a table of delicious food to welcome them. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi went into the bathroom to wash their hands, sat at the dining table, and drooled at the food on the table. Master, try it. These are all dishes I ordered the chefs in the base to cook. I don't know if they suit your taste. As Little Red Riding Hood was talking, the sound of a mobile phone vibrating suddenly rang in its pocket. Master, you guys eat first. I have something urgent to deal with. Go and do your work. Don't worry about us. Little Red Riding Hood received the order and turned back to the office area next door to work. Just a short while after she went to greet Lu Liuliu, more than 100 review documents and emergencies appeared on her mobile phone, all waiting for her to deal with. Little Red Riding Hood immediately activated her own intelligent brain system, opened the base's public mailbox, and then dealt with the accumulated affairs. In the next room, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi ate delicious meals. The dishes on the table were delicious. A tomato and egg soup, a hand-shredded cabbage, a stir-fried pork with peppers, a beef brisket stewed with potatoes, and a dry pot iron plate tofu. These dishes are all the dishes that Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi like to eat. The ingredients are very fresh, and the taste is very delicious. The two people directly picked up a big bowl. They filled a big bowl with rice from the smart rice cooker, and ate and drank with the dishes on the table. Xiao Wu sat on the children's meal that was taken out, and a portion of food was placed on its special plate. The three of them ate with oil dripping from their mouths. After eating, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi leaned back in their chairs comfortably and burped. Xiao Wu had just drunk milk, so the eggs and vegetables as complimentary food became his dessert after the meal. The physical fitness of several of them had been transformed by vitality water, so their appetites were surprisingly large. Several dishes on the table, as well as a large rice cooker of rice, were all eaten up by them. The meal was over. The three picked up the mobile phones they had just exchanged, sat on the chairs and browsed the forum to learn the latest information. Half an hour passed in a flash. Zhang Yi put down the phone, said hello to Lu Liuliu, and went into the bathroom to wash up. Wait until she comes out of the shower. Lu Liuliu carried Xiao Wu into the bathroom and gave him a bath. She handed the wash Xiao Wu to Zhang Yi and went into the bathroom to wash. In this bathroom, it has high-tech equipment, kinetic water heater, water purifier, constant temperature. Lu Liuliu stood under the shower and took a beautiful hot bath. Wait until she comes out of the bathroom. Zhang Yi and Xiao Wu were not seen in the living room. She caught the sound of even breathing coming from a room, so she opened the door to see, and saw Zhang Yi and Xiao Wu lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Lu Liuliu gently closed the door and did not disturb them to rest. After running around all day today, everyone was tired. Lu Liuliu opened the other two rooms and took a look. The bedding and supporting facilities in the room were very clean. After the room, Lu Liuliu opened the door to find Little Red Riding Hood. This floor has 2 elevators and 4 households. Currently, only Lu Liuliu, Zhang Yi, and Little Red Riding Hood live here. At the entrance of the floor, there are 4 high-level psychics guarding the door handle, and the elevator must swipe the access card of the corresponding floor. No one else can come up. When Lu Liuliu went out, she saw that the long corridor was empty. She tried to push the door of the room next to her. The door was not closed and opened almost at the push. Lu Liuliu entered the room and saw the living room that was dressed as a work area. There were more than a dozen computers in the living room, and under the computers was a long desk. At this time, Little Red Riding Hood's eyes were dull, and all kinds of messy characters flashed in her metallic silver eyes. Little Red Riding Hood sensed Lu Liuliu entering the room, opened her mouth, and said in a childish voice, "Master, I'm busy. What can I do for you?" Lu Liuliu shook her head. "Nothing. I came to say good night to you. Go to bed early." "Master, Little Red Riding Hood can't rest. Little Red Riding Hood can't leave here for a long time. If she leaves for too long, the order of the base will become disordered. Master, you go to bed early. Good night." Little Red Riding Hood waved to Lu Liuliu without looking sideways, and continued to sit at the desk, working on the dozen computers in front of her. Seeing this, Lu Liuliu quietly left the room. She went back to the next room and took Xiao Wu, who was sleeping next to Zhang Yi, to the next room to rest. Xiao Wu was born on May 28th last year, and now in early June. He is more than 1 year old. He can sleep all night now. He usually sleeps until about 5:30 the next morning to wake up for feeding. After feeding, he will continue to sleep for 3 hours before waking up. Lu Liuliu covered Xiao Wu with a quilt, lay beside him, closed his eyes and rested. The temperature in the room, under the effect of the high-tech heater, has been kept at a constant temperature of 26 degrees, until more than 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Lu Liuliu suddenly felt a little cold in the room. She turned on the bedside lamp in a daze, and opened her eyes to check the situation. I saw. The high-tech heater placed beside the bed showed that the temperature in the room was only 0 degrees at this time. Lu Liuliu shivered from the cold. She hurriedly picked up the down jacket beside her and put it on, and walked to the heater to check if it was broken. After her inspection, the heater was on with a green light. Lu Liuliu saw the QR code on the heater, picked up the phone and scanned it, and an electronic manual appeared. Name: Galaxy Heater Number 1. Instructions for use. 1. The heater has built-in self-circulating kinetic energy technology, with a service life of 10 years. Click the switch button, and the green light will turn on to run. 2. The heater can automatically adjust the temperature to a maximum of 50 degrees. 3. If you need to adjust the temperature automatically, please open the LCD touch screen interface settings. 4. Chapter 367 Hail. After reading the manual, Lu Liuliu was stunned. On the black heater, a small green light came on, indicating that it was working. The heater was not broken, but the temperature was broken. In her previous life, the coldest time was -90 degrees Celsius. At that time, ordinary people could not leave the shelter at all. The temperature outside was so cold that people could be frozen into popsicles as soon as they went out. She had been working in the base of the shelter and had never been exposed to the temperature outside. According to the time calculation, after the rainstorm stopped, the extreme cold came. The rainstorm stopped a few days ago, and the temperature suddenly warmed up, fluctuating around 10 degrees. In addition to the rush along the way, she ignored the time when the extreme cold came. Lu Liuliu saw that the indoor temperature on the heater was 0 degrees, and frowned and turned back. She took out the cold-proof clothes that Xiao Jiu had exchanged for her from the space, and put them on the sleeping Xiao Wu. After changing into the automatic cold-proof adjustment underwear, Lu Liuliu felt much more at ease. She covered Xiao Wu with a blanket, took off her down jacket, and put on a 150-degree cold-proof winter coat. As soon as she put on this coat, she was instantly surrounded by warmth. Lu Liuliu felt that even if she didn't wear anything outside, she wouldn't feel cold if she only wore this winter coat that looked like autumn clothes and autumn pants. As she was thinking this, she suddenly found that her fingers became a little stiff. Oops. The winter coat could only protect her body. There was no way to protect her head, hands and feet. Lu Liuliu quickly got into the quilt to keep warm. Her fingers, which were frozen and uncontrollable, gradually became flexible in the warmth of the quilt. Lu Liuliu kissed Xiao Wu on the face and stared at the constant temperature heater beside the bed. In a few minutes, she was stunned. She observed that the temperature on the heater dropped by 1 degree. The indoor temperature dropped from 0 degrees to -1 degree. Lu Liuliu thought of Jiang, who was sleeping next door. She immediately opened the quilt and got out of bed, wearing slippers, and went into the next room to wake up Jiang, who was sleeping soundly. Liuliu, is it dawn? Jiang opened her eyes dazedly. Why is it so cold? As she spoke, Jiang shivered and wrapped the quilt tightly around her body. It's getting colder. Put on this cold-proof clothing quickly to avoid frostbite. Lu Liuliu handed the thin cold-proof clothing to Jiang. Jiang took the clothes and put them on in front of Lu Liuliu without hesitation. They were both women and close friends. They had played together since childhood and changed into swimsuits and learned to swim in the same locker room. Changing clothes in front of each other is not embarrassing at all. Jiang changed into the one-size-fits-all cold-proof clothing that automatically adjusts the size, and she felt less cold immediately. The whole body was wrapped in the cold-proof clothing, and it did not feel very oppressive. It was as if she was not wearing anything, and it was very comfortable. And the whole body felt warm the moment she put on the cold-proof clothing. On that day, the disadvantage was that the hands, feet, and head were still exposed. It only took a few minutes. The hands were frozen, and the cold was uncontrollable. Jiang quickly got into the bed and covered herself with the quilt. Liuliu, what's going on? Isn't there a heater in the room? Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Lu Liuliu said seriously. The extreme cold is coming. If I guess correctly, the outdoor temperature has dropped to more than -50 degrees at this moment. I just checked the manual. This heater cannot continue to adjust the temperature above 50 degrees. This phenomenon will only occur when the outdoor temperature exceeds 50 degrees. Jiang took a breath of cold air. Oh my god! The outdoor temperature is -50 degrees. As a native of the south, the coldest temperature I have ever experienced is about -5 degrees. It is unimaginable that it is even lower than -50 degrees. I suggest that you don't go to bed tonight, so as not to fall asleep. With cold-proof clothes, It is impossible to freeze to death. But I am afraid of frostbite. Well, I will put on my clothes now. Zhang Yi lifted the quilt aside, stood up, and put on the down jacket hanging on the rack. Lu Liuliu returned to the next room while she was changing clothes. She picked up Xiao Wu and put him on the movable crib. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi sat around the coffee table in the living room. There were 4 heaters around them. 1 in the living room. 1 in each of the 3 rooms. The power of the heater is limited, and 1 heater can only adjust the temperature of an area of about 25 square meters. They wanted to try whether the 4 heaters together would raise the indoor temperature again. After a few minutes of waiting, the indoor temperature always fluctuated around 0 degrees. Lu Liuliu quickly took out a heating table, replaced the coffee table, and placed it in the original sofa area. Heating table plus traditional heater blessing. The 2 people's feet, which were still a little cold in their woolen socks, immediately warmed up. Liuliu, let's turn off the other 3 heaters. Okay. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi turned off the extra heaters and put them aside. Using heaters in combination does not raise the indoor temperature, and turning them on will waste the life of the heaters. It is better to turn them off to save energy. Even if they are not short of supplies, they cannot waste them. Years of compulsory education have given them a unique value system. Saving is a fine traditional virtue. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi sat in front of the heating table and warmed themselves by the fire. Xiao Wu was placed between them. Lu Liuliu covered Xiao Wu with a double-layer quilt to keep him warm, and with the constant temperature-regulating clothes that Xiao Wu wore, he would not feel cold even if the indoor temperature was now 0 degrees. Liuliu, it's 3:45, and there are still a few hours before dawn. I wonder how those people outside are doing now. Zhang Yi asked worriedly. Lu Liuliu suddenly stood up and approached the balcony. As she approached, she saw with her sharp eyes that the huge glass doors and windows of the balcony were emitting a huge chill. Inside the glass windows, due to the indoor temperature, there was no ice. Outside, there was a thick layer of ice. Lu Liuliu tried to reach out and push the glass door of the balcony. As she expected, the balcony glass door was frozen and could not be opened at all. When she looked out again, she saw that it was raining outside. No, it was not rain. It was hail the size of peanuts. It's hail outside. It was clearly June, but it was hail. Lu Liuliu knew that the extreme cold had arrived. Zhang Yi came to the glass window, opened her mouth, and was a little at a loss. Chapter 368 Chiseling Ice. Just as they were thinking about their own things for a few minutes, the hail outside the glass window had a tendency to gradually increase in size. The hail particles, originally the size of peanuts, gradually became larger and larger, and finally became the size of a terrifying fist. Just when Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi thought that this was the limit of the size of hail, a few minutes later, the hail became like red bricks, falling heavily from the boundless sky. It was as if someone was throwing bricks from the sky to the ground, trying to kill someone. What is this? Zhang Yi's tone was full of shock. Fortunately, they returned to the Little Red Riding Hood charity tonight. If they were to sleep in the informal settlement area tonight, it would be unimaginable. If they don't freeze to death tonight, they will be hit by hail and bleed. More likely, they will be killed. Not sure. Lu Liuliu frowned and said in an uneasy tone, in my previous life, I have never seen such a big hail. Moreover, when the extreme cold comes, the temperature gradually drops day by day, and the temperature drops no more than 3 degrees a day. When I was alive, the lowest temperature was -90 degrees. At that time, there were golden-type superpowers, providing high-tech cold-proof clothing, which enabled people to continue to go out and search for some supplies. After Lu Liuliu finished the last sentence, he was stunned. No! The golden-type superpower is Xiao Jiu. Is there another golden-type superpower appearing? Why didn't this golden-type superpower appear in H City where he was supposed to appear? According to the information she learned, this golden-type supernatural person is an important member of the official. Why are many things different in this life from the previous life? Someone in the official was reborn. Xiao Jiu, the golden-type supernatural person, is now in a life-and-death situation with the official, and is no longer a member of the official. The small red envelope charity and the empty city that never appeared in the previous life? Hail the size of a brick. Lu Liuliu looked at Zhang Yi beside her. And she died in the fitness club in the previous life. And it was she who saved Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi is also one of the variables. Lu Liuliu didn't know whether this variable was good or bad. The two of them stared at the hail outside for a while, then turned around and sat back at the heating table. In just a few minutes, when they approached the glass window, the biting coldness from the gap made their souls cold. If they stood for a while longer, they would probably get frostbite. Lu Liu, are you hungry? Let's get something to eat. Okay. Sit down for a while. I'll go clean up the dishes on the table. Lu Liuliu stood up and walked to the table where she and Zhang Yi had dinner. There were dirty dishes and some leftovers on the table. Lu Liuliu took the dishes to the kitchen bathroom to wash the dishes. She just turned on the faucet and found that the water was cut off. Under the faucet, a solid popsicle could be vaguely seen hanging. It seems, Little Red Riding Hood's shelter was not what she imagined. With the help of high technology, water and electricity facilities could be perfect. In fact, it was understandable if you think about it. It was a miracle that Little Red Riding Hood alone could maintain the operation of a base of 3 million people. Lu Liuliu thought about it and took out domestic water from the dimensional space, washed the bowls and plates, and put them on the plate rack next to the sink. She took out disposable bowls and chopsticks and returned to the table. Shall we cook some beef noodles? Okay. After Zhang Yi agreed, Lu Liuliu took out a non-stick pan technology given by Xiao Jiu that can release heat energy without electricity. She first put clean water in the pot, then took out 2 packs of beef noodles and opened them. This kind of beef noodles is specially provided by an international chain supermarket. There is a beef bun in it, and the difference from other beef noodles is that you can eat real beef. After the water boiled, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi each took out a pack of beef noodles and put the noodles and seasoning packets into the pot. Soon, the beef noodles were cooked. 2 people each had a bowl of noodles and ate them in big mouthfuls. After eating the noodles, Lu Liuliu took out soda crackers and cheese sandwich crackers, then washed the pot and cooked a full pot of instant bird's nest porridge in it. The two of them ate this meal for almost an hour. After the meal, the disposable bowls and chopsticks were thrown directly into the trash can, and the pot was cleaned. After the meal, they picked up their mobile phones to check. Various posts appeared on the website of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter on the mobile phone. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi both looked very ugly. The pictures and videos attached to the posts were chilling to look at. In the informal residential area, groups of survivors were frozen into ice sculptures. Their ice sculptures were smashed by ice bricks falling from the sky. Dents and tiny cracks appeared on the entire ice sculpture. Under the influence of the -50 degrees weather outside, these small cracks were frozen again at a very fast speed. Then it was cracked by ice bricks again, until the ice sculpture was completely broken and scattered all over the ground. Lu Liuliu looked at these posts and remembered the informal settlement area he had visited a few hours ago. Most of the people there had no shelter. These dense, hard-to-defend ice bricks fell down. The crowd there, after tonight, the informal settlement area will most likely exist in name only. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi sat quietly and kept looking through the latest posts. Turned to the end. It was an overwhelming post asking for help. Help! I was hit by an ice brick and fell to the ground. I can't move. Is there anyone to save me? Ah! I'm going to die. Go to the RV. The RV can hide from the ice bricks. Informal settlement area. The RVs owned by large groups are crowded with a large number of ordinary people. They are like crazy, trying to squeeze into the RV. The people in the RV are holding the door tightly to prevent these people from getting in. Some people spit on the RV, standing outside the RV and cursing. Some people picked up iron bars, stones, and other handy weapons nearby, smashed the car windows, and tried to climb in through the windows. With the RV as the center, the bodies of ordinary humans piled up densely nearby. Some of them died halfway, and some died at the door of the car. Half an hour later, in the informal residential area, the noisy and restless sound suddenly stopped. Brick-sized hailstones smashed a deep pit in the iron car body on the top of the RV. The few people hiding in the car put aside their former hatred and grudges and hugged each other tightly for warmth. As the sound of ice bricks hitting the ground and breaking into pieces became smaller and smaller, the sky was bright. The hailstones stopped falling. At the same time, the Little Red Riding Hood shelter issued the latest mission instructions through the speakers scattered around. All staff wearing red vests put on their work clothes, picked up tools, and went out to chisel the ice and clear the way. Chapter 369. No one survived. The survivors who were hiding in the shelter heard the voice of Little Red Riding Hood, found their work tools, and went out to shovel ice. After several hours of ice brick attacks, the large and small cement squares and roads in the shelter were all covered with a thick layer of ice. The temperature outside. It was stable at -50 degrees. Despite the extremely low temperature, the staff in the shelter put on a long red raincoat-style windbreaker over the work clothes with warm vests. With the superposition of 2 work clothes, they were able to move freely in a temperature environment of -50 degrees. When they acted according to instructions, Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi pushed the stroller to the living room, where Little Red Riding Hood worked next door. "Master." "Good morning." Little Red Riding Hood found them entering the living room, smiled and turned to greet them. "Wait a minute. I'll have someone prepare breakfast for you." Little Red Riding Hood didn't seem to expect Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi to get up so early. She pressed a red button on the table. Soon, 2 superpowers pushed a dining table into the living room. After putting down the dining table, they gently pushed the door and left. "Master, you guys have breakfast first." Little Red Riding Hood smiled and said, turning back to continue staring at the computer screen in front of her. Its hands quickly typed on the keyboard. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi watched it busy from a distance, but did not disturb it. A few hours ago, they had just finished eating and were not very hungry yet. They simply ate 2 bites of the food on the table. Just after breakfast, Xiao Jiu woke up. Lu Liuliu saw a bottle of baby liquid milk on the table that she had bought from the vending machine yesterday. The milk was in a constant temperature bottle warmer and was warm. Lu Liuliu first washed Xiao Jiu's face and hands briefly and handed him the liquid milk. Xiao Jiu held the bottle and drank it in big gulps. While Xiao Jiu was drinking milk, Little Red Riding Hood picked up the remote control and pressed a high-definition projector. On the projector, there were densely packed video cubes of various sizes. "Master, the base is experiencing extreme cold. This is the current situation of various parts of the base. You can read it at will." Little Red Riding Hood pushed the remote control to the side of the desk. "This is the remote control." Lu Liuliu picked up the remote control on the table and sat on the leather sofa next to Zhang Yi to check the real-time surveillance video on the high-definition projector. After some searching, she found the video surveillance of the informal residential area in the large and small cubes. The original informal residential area was full of various ice sculptures. These ice sculptures were in different postures and were frozen into human popsicles by the extremely cold temperature last night. The video was full of no traces of living people. On the ground, there were scattered pieces of ice bricks. Lu Liuliu adjusted the camera to the window of the RV where she and Zhang Yi had been yesterday. "I saw. On the top of the RV, there were dense and thick ice blocks. The door was closed, and the window was broken by someone, revealing a big black hole. Around the RV, there were various kinds of fresh ice sculptures." Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi tried to see if there were any survivors in the broken window. After a while, there was no movement in the RV. It seemed that the people inside were in danger. Lu Liuliu adjusted the surveillance camera and came to the dock. A thick layer of ice formed at the dock, which was flooded by the flood. Some staff members wearing yellow vests formed a team during their rest time, took various tools, and chiseled the thick ice to reveal a hole. They tried to catch a few fish that were attached to the water surface to breathe from the icy water under the ice. "There are really fish." A young man in a vest excitedly raised a white grass carp on the harpoon and shouted to the people around him. "Good luck. Grab your tools and keep digging holes to catch fish." With the successful fishing of the first person, thousands of nearby shelter members wearing red, yellow and blue vests picked up tools and dug holes on the ice to catch fish. "Everyone, watch your step. Be careful not to fall into the hole. This hole is really deep." "Hey, you know how deep this hole is without trying it with a weapon?" "Of course. I have seen countless holes in my life, and I can tell whether a hole is deep or not by just taking a look." TSK. What hole are you talking about?" "Of course, it is the ice hole under our feet. What else could it be?" The 2 laughing green vests with special abilities laughed. The older middle-aged man in a yellow vest on the side was fishing while loudly reminding. "The mixture of ice and water. The temperature is as low as 0 degrees. Especially for those who can't swim. Watch your step." The people nearby heard his shouting and thought he was farting. The purpose of saying this at this time is obvious. He wants to snatch the fish under the water from them. The middle-aged man found that the people nearby rolled their eyes at him and stabbed the fish crazily regardless of anything. and shook his head helplessly. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not as they used to be. He kindly persuaded these people, but they rolled their eyes, speechless. Thousands of survivors wearing multifunctional vests and warm clothing, wearing thick cotton clothes, hats, scarves and gloves, holding various fishing tools, guarded the cave entrance to fish. The first group of people who caught fish came to the shore hungry and thirsty, lit a fire nearby, and roasted these freshly caught grass carps on the iron rack. As the smell of fish spread, the people fishing on the ice of the dock became more and more excited. The number of fish must be limited, and the time must be accelerated. They took turns to rest today, waiting for other staff in the shelter to react. Once more people compete with them for fish, the delicious fish they can get will become less. Among the thousands of fishermen, a teenager was guarding the cave entrance. When he saw the grass carp emerging from the cave entrance, he immediately stabbed the ice fish with an iron fork. He was excited, and the fish he stabbed, I don't know where the brute force came from, struggling to escape the punishment of the iron fork. The boy was outmatched and was dragged to the entrance of the ice cave by the fish under the water. A man in a yellow vest beside him saw this and reached out to grab the collar of his vest on his back. Damn it! You let this beast escape. Watch your step. If you fall in again, I may not be able to catch you in time. Thank you. The boy thanked the man who saved him. As he spoke, he felt that the half of his arm holding the harpoon suddenly became cold. Take your hand out, his companion shouted loudly. The temperature outside was minus 50 degrees Celsius. If he didn't take his hand out of the ice water and warm it by the fire, his hand would probably be useless. Hearing the reminder, the boy wanted to pull his hand out with the harpoon, but suddenly saw a dense school of fish appearing under the harpoon. Before he could react, the fish rushed to his clumsy arm in the blink of an eye. Chapter 370 Poisonous Fish. A fish suddenly opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and bit his thick cotton coat. Ah! The boy screamed in agony. His blood spread along the ice water. The fish under the water rushed over here like cats smelling fishy smell. The two middle-aged men who were near the boy reacted immediately after seeing this and dragged the boy's body out. When they pulled the boy out of the ice, they looked back and gasped in shock. The boy's half arm that sank into the water was eaten clean by the fish under the water in the blink of an eye. 3 fish refused to let go, and the boy's hand was pulled onto the ice. The people on the side picked up their weapons and killed the fish that bit the boy's flesh and blood and refused to let go. Even so, these fish refused to let go even after they died. The boy fainted on the ice due to the severe pain. The people watching nearby heard the noise, just took a look, and continued to catch the restless fish under the ice. It doesn't matter to them whether the fish eat human flesh or bite people to death, as long as they can eat fish. The life and death of others have nothing to do with them. The companion who just dragged the boy looked at the people fishing around him, and then looked at the dying boy. Finally, he sighed and carried the boy on his back to the shelter. According to the news, more and more fishing teams nearby pretended not to see the tragedy happening around them. However, they were more careful when fishing. The middle-aged man just walked back to the dock with the boy on his back. The fish roasted on the fire on the dock was cooked. Several survivors, who had not eaten fresh fish for a long time, could not wait to pick up the half-cooked fish and stuff them into their mouths. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and quickened his pace to walk away. He walked a few steps, and suddenly a painful groan came from behind him. The middle-aged man turned his head curiously and looked back. The group of people who had gathered in front of the fire to eat fish now all fell to the ground and wailed with their stomachs. The middle-aged man was shocked. This fish? Poisonous? He was stunned for a few seconds, and the fish eaters, who had just wailed, were silent for a moment. They curled up on the cold ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching for a few times, and then they died quietly. The people who were about to eat fish nearby saw the death of the first group of fish eaters, and threw the fish in their hands into the fire with horror on their faces. They were extremely fortunate that their hands were slow. Otherwise the people lying on the ground and dying now would become themselves. The people grilling fish on the shore noticed this situation and ran to the frozen ice, shouting to these people not to eat fish, because the fish is poisonous. In the monitor, the dense crowd of fishermen shouted, and the crowd was restless. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Lang looked at each other, and they were afraid of these strange ice fish. In the future, they must not eat food outside. If they are not careful, they will be poisoned. although she has the detoxification magic medicine vitality water to help. The poison comes too fast, and it can kill people in just a few seconds. I am afraid that after taking out the vitality water and drinking it, she will die before she can detoxify. Little Red Riding Hood also realized that these fish are highly poisonous. She urgently announced to the public through the built-in speaker of the shelter. The fish under the ice are highly poisonous and cannot be eaten. Little Red Riding Hood's voice spread through the loudspeaker. There were still a few people on the lake who were unwilling to give up, thinking that others advised not to catch fish, saying that fish were poisonous, was all lies. They heard the familiar voice coming from the loudspeaker, and it seemed as if the pause button was pressed, and all the actions of catching fish were stopped. In the shelter, Little Red Riding Hood opened a chat box and asked someone to bring the caught fish back to the shelter for research. A few minutes later, a superpower followed the instructions and brought a bucket of live ice fish into the living room. After he put down the fish bucket, he reminded, "Goddess, this fish is very cunning and ferocious. You must pay attention to safety. Well, you go down." Little Red Riding Hood waved to the subordinate, signaling him to leave. After he left, Lu Liuliu and others came close to the bucket and observed the fish in the bucket. These fish looked no different from the common fish that were common before the end of the world. Little Red Riding Hood walked to the bucket, reached out her hand and fished out a fish in the water to check. The fish immediately opened its mouth, revealing its long and sharp fangs, and bit her mechanical simulation hand. Little Red Riding Hood's clothes were instantly bitten by the sharp teeth of the poisonous fish. But her simulation mechanical hand was not damaged. Instead, the sharp teeth of this medium-sized fish were rebounded by the simulation metal material, breaking the teeth. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckled. Little Red Riding Hood grabbed the fish that was trying to escape and said to Lu Liuliu beside her, "Master, I'm going to the laboratory to test the composition of the ice fish. Do you want to follow me?" Lu Liuliu nodded gently. "Let's go. I'm also curious about why this fish mutated." Zhang Yi pushed the stroller in the living room and walked behind Lu Liuliu with Xiao Jiu. They took the elevator to the laboratory on the second floor. Laboratory on the second floor. Little Red Riding Hood put the fish that had been jumping all the time into a transparent sealed glass box. It closed the lid above the glass and pressed an analysis button on the laboratory operating table. As the progress bar on the laboratory screen continued to increase, 3 minutes later, the test results of the fish came out. Item name: mutated grass carp. Distribution area: widely distributed in rivers, lakes and ponds. Characteristics: it has a mutated and highly toxic substance and cannot be eaten. Note: there is currently no drug to cure this highly toxic substance. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi saw the test results and were afraid of this fish. There is no drug to cure the highly toxic substance? Can't vitality water cure it? Little Red Riding Hood, can you help me see if vitality water can remove the toxins of fish? Lu Liuliu took out a bottle of vitality water from the dimensional space and handed it to Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood took the vitality water in the glass bottle and placed it in another empty glass box next to it. 1 minute later, the test results of the vitality water came out. Name: unknown. Water with therapeutic effects. Origin/distribution area: Nongfu Spring is a little sweet. Unknown. Features: 1. Can treat common internal and external diseases. 2. Contains rich life factors. 3. Unknown for the time being. Note: can be eaten directly. Little Red Riding Hood looked at the test results and was stunned for a moment. The test machine could not detect more effects of vitality water. Other methods can only be tried. She walked to a row of cages in the laboratory, in which lived cute white experimental mice. Little Red Riding Hood first took out the mutant grass carp in the glass container, squeezed it to death, and put a small piece of grass carp meat in the cage of the little white mouse. The little white mouse smelled the food and hesitated for a few seconds, then opened its mouth and swallowed the fish meat into its stomach. A few seconds later, the mouse convulsed all over, foamed at the mouth and died. Little Red Riding Hood didn't even have time to feed it some vitality water to detoxify it. Chapter 371: Water Shortage. Master, please wait. The poison is spreading too fast. I didn't have time to feed the vitality water. I have a way. You put the fish meat in the vitality water and feed it to the experimental mice? Little Red Riding Hood blinked. This method is feasible. As soon as the voice fell, Little Red Riding Hood mixed the vitality water with the poisonous mutant grass carp and fed it to another experimental mouse. A few seconds later, The mouse did not die immediately this time. However, 3 minutes later, it died again strangely because of the mutant poisonous grass carp. Master, vitality water does have a certain effect on fish poisoning, but it can only alleviate it, not completely cure it. Lu Liuliu speculated. Do another experiment. Maybe the concentration of vitality water is not enough. Okay. Little Red Riding Hood continued to experiment on the mice. 20 minutes later, the experiment ended. The conclusions are as follows. 1. Vitality water can indeed relieve toxins in fish to a certain extent. 2. The toxin cannot be completely eliminated, and it is necessary to drink vitality water continuously to disinfect. 3. Once the vitality water stops supplying, the toxin spreads to the cardiovascular and cerebrovascular vessels, and the toxin parasite dies immediately. Master, there is no medicine to eliminate this toxin. After hearing this, Lu Liuliu became more afraid of the mutant fish under the ice. Little Red Riding Hood seemed to have thought of something. It returned to the desk and ordered people to take the water under the ice layer and the ice cubes nearby for experiments. After a while, they used high-tech experimental instruments to draw a conclusion. Not only the fish, but also the ice water and the frozen ice layer where the fish live, all carry this virus. Once this virus invades the human body, it will immediately die. Little Red Riding Hood immediately issued an emergency notice, instructing all personnel in the shelter not to touch any food or water outside the shelter, as early as the beginning of the establishment of the shelter. It thought that one day, the source of life on which humans depend for survival would have problems, and 5 large water towers were cast at the beginning. After more than a month of uninterrupted water storage, the water resources in these 5 water towers are only enough for the 2.5 million people in the shelter for 1 month. At the end of a month, if no other clean water resources are available, everyone in the shelter will face the threat of death. Little Red Riding Hood issued several instructions in a row, instructing the managers below to take action and promote water conservation among the survivors. While sending the order, it told Lu Liuliu about the problem of water shortage in a month. You don't have to worry about water resources. I will find a way to deal with the water shortage when the time comes. Lu Liuliu slowly spoke to Little Red Riding Hood. It has been a while since the space upgrade. After a month, it should be able to be upgraded and unsealed. There is an inexhaustible supply of water in the space, so water shortage is not a big problem. But what excuse should she use to transfer water out of the space without exposing the space? Lu Liuliu pondered and thought to himself, there is still a month left. No rush. Things will work out when the time comes. Little Red Riding Hood, you go ahead. We'll go back. Okay, Master. Little Red Riding Hood waved to Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi and watched them leave the laboratory. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi had just left the laboratory, and they felt the pain on their faces while waiting for and riding the elevator for a few minutes. When the hot air they exhaled touched the scarf they were half wrapped with, the scarf was instantly frozen into a condensed mass. In particular, the soles of their feet in snow boots were frozen and painful. The corridor area outside the laboratory and the elevator were not equipped with heaters, and the temperature was extremely cold, more than 50 degrees below zero. Lu Liuliu and Zhang Yi got off the elevator and ran into the house. As soon as they entered the house, they felt refreshed. Lu Liuliu immediately went to check on Xiao Wu, who was sleeping in the stroller. When she opened the curtain of the stroller, she saw that Xiao Wu had sat up and his face was a little pale. My dear, are you cold? Xiao Wu nodded gently. Lu Liuliu quickly picked up Xiao Wu in the stroller, took him to the warm heating table, and held him to warm the fire. As the temperature near the heating table rose, Xiao Wu's pale face regained its blush. Mom, this fire table is so warm. It's good that it's warm. I'm just afraid that you'll be cold. Lu Liuliu asked with a smile. Are you hungry? Xiao Wu nodded gently. Lu Liuliu took out the milk powder she had placed in the dimensional space, took it to the milk warmer in the kitchen, and made milk for Xiao Wu. Zhang Yi watched Xiao Wu silently while she was making milk, to prevent him from accidentally falling off the stroller. Very soon, Lu Liuliu handed the prepared milk to Xiao Wu as lunch. Not long after Xiao Wu finished lunch, Little Red Riding Hood asked someone to bring them lunch. Lu Liuliu stood at the door and saw 2 low-level superpowers who had brought food to her and Zhang Yi once before standing outside the door. They were pushing a long insulated dining cart as before. Hello. The Lord asked us to deliver lunch. If it's convenient, we need to go inside and take back the dining cart and dishes from last night and washed them. A low-level psychic girl whispered to Lu Liuliu. Lu Liuliu turned around and saw the empty dining cart, and immediately understood. Yesterday she washed the dishes herself, and now they are all in the kitchen. Lu Liuliu hurried back to the kitchen, put the clean dishes in the kitchen back on the dining table, and let the staff who delivered lunch take them away. Dear Lord, let us do these rough work in the future. Dinner plates and bowls. When you finish your meal, push the dining table to the elevator entrance, and someone will come up to take them away. I know. Lu Liuliu responded and closed the door. She came to the dining cart and saw 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a large white rice in an electric rice cooker on the insulated dining cart. And the food was steaming. Lu Liuliu pushed the dining cart to the fire table and gently placed the porcelain white plate on the fire table. Let's eat. Yes. Zhang Yi took the bowl and chopsticks handed over by Lu Liuliu, and the two sat opposite each other and ate lunch in silence. Their appetite tripled compared to before. The food on this table was eaten up by the two of them. Lu Liuliu carried Xiao Wu back to the room for a nap. Zhang Yi also went back to the next room for a nap. A few hours later, Lu Liuliu woke up first. Xiao Wu heard the noise and opened his eyes. Lu Liuliu carried Xiao Wu to the bathroom to wash up, helped him go to the bathroom, changed his diaper, and took him to the fire table in the living room to play. She was browsing her phone, and Xiao Wu took an enlightenment picture book and flipped through it curiously. After a while, Lu Liuliu found that the model airplane hanging on his chest was lit up. She reached out to take down the airplane model and checked it, only to see that the green light on the airplane model kept flashing. Chapter 372 Purify the Crystal Core. Could it be that Xiao Jiu is back? Otherwise, why would this airplane model suddenly flash non-stop? Just when Lu Liuliu was puzzled, the voice of Little Red Riding Hood sounded at the door. Master! Master is back. At the door of the shelter. I'm going out to greet Master now. Will you come with me? Lu Liuliu heard the voice of Little Red Riding Hood, and a happy smile flashed across her lips. I'll go with you. Wait a minute. Lu Liuliu held Xiao Wu in her arms, and put on a layer of extremely cold down jacket on the outside. She wrapped Xiao Wu in the thick down jacket, leaving only his head exposed. Then, she opened the door, and took the cableway down the mountain, with Little Red Riding Hood, and several superpowers around it. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu and Little Red Riding Hood came down from the cableway. She stood at the entrance of the cableway and looked towards the entrance of the dock, and saw Xiao Jiu surrounded by more than 60 superpowers at a glance. Lu Liuliu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She stood there, hesitating whether to go over. Xiao Jiu took the lead and strode towards her. His tall and slender figure looked even more dazzling under the sunlight. The palpitating, inexplicable aura became clearer as he approached. Lu Liuliu swallowed her saliva, nailed her feet to the ground, stared at Xiao Jiu with a pair of dark almond eyes. Wife, I'm back. Lu Liuliu's scalp numbed when she heard his clear and sharp voice. Although her body was very honest in making a series of physiological reactions to his whole body, she said stiffly and faintly, Oh, you're back. And you're back soon this time. Xiao Jiu reached out and touched Xiao Wu's exposed head. Son, are you cold? No. Xiao Wu shook his head. Xiao Jiu rarely showed a gentle smile. He reached out and took Lu Liuliu's arm, lowered his head, and whispered to her, Let's go home. Yeah. Lu Liuliu's body trembled slightly with his touch, and she uttered a muffled nasal sound. The members of the superpower team behind Xiao Jiu, led by Yan Feiyu and Little Red Riding Hood, ran quickly from the mountain ladder to the shelter on the mountain. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu took the cable car up the mountain. The number of cable cars is limited, and they can't carry so many people at a time. Yan Feiyu didn't want to become a huge light bulb between Xiao Jiu and Lu Liuliu because of their team. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu returned to the cable car exit of the shelter. She had a pardon from Little Red Riding Hood, and her authority was almost the same as Little Red Riding Hood's. The staff at the door recognized her disguised face and did not stop her and Xiao Jiu beside her. After simply scanning the code to verify their identities, they were allowed to leave first. Lu Liuliu brought Xiao Jiu to the house that Little Red Riding Hood had arranged for her and Zhang Yi. As soon as they entered the house, Xiao Jiu could not wait to press Lu Liuliu against the door panel. Lu Liuliu was very nervous. He is sleeping inside. She should be waking up soon. She lowered her head and spoke quickly. not daring to look at Xiao Jiu's sparkling deep pupils. Xiao Wu, let your dad play with you for a while. As Lu Liuliu spoke, she unfastened the safety buckle of her belt and stuffed Xiao Wu into Xiao Jiu's arms. Xiao Jiu took Xiao Wu aside secretly and sat in front of the warming table with the child in his arms to warm himself. Lu Liuliu strode towards Jiangyi's room. She gently pushed open the door, walked to the bed, and whispered to the sleeping Jiangyi, Yan Feiyu is back. When Jiangyi heard the 3 words Yan Feiyu, she immediately opened her eyes, quickly sat up from the bed, and pulled the long down jacket beside her to put on her body. Where is Feiyu? Lu Liuliu was amazed at how she could be so fast with a big belly. In a moment, Jiangyi's enlarged face suddenly approached her. He should be at the entrance of the shelter now. After hearing this, Jiangyi hurriedly opened the door and ran towards the elevator like a gust of wind. Lu Liuliu was stunned for a moment and walked out of the room. She walked to the warming table next to Xiao Jiu and sat down. When Xiao Wu saw her sitting over, he called out sweetly, Mom, Dad, a family should be together. Lu Liuliu always felt that what Xiao Wu said was a little unpleasant to hear, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. He was just a child. He didn't express his meaning clearly, but it will be fine when he grows up. Lu Liuliu smiled at Xiao Wu in Xiao Jiu's arms. Lu, I got enough 12th level crystal cores when I went abroad this time. You can prepare to awaken your superpowers now. After Xiao Jiu finished speaking, he took out a large storage box out of thin air. Lu Liuliu opened the storage box he had placed on the table, and in an instant, the dazzling light almost blinded her eyes. In the box, there were 15 crystal cores of different colors. These crystal cores were all top-level, high-level crystal cores. Xiao Jiu said that there would only be 1 crystal in each country. Their team of superpowers went to at least a dozen countries in a short period of time, and they were able to seize crystal cores from these countries. This efficiency and strength are really amazing. However, the crystal core inside is too big. It is as big as 2 fists. With such a large crystal core, her mouth is so small that she can't swallow it at all. Xiao Jiu seemed to see her doubts. So he slowly said, First, use vitality water to purify the zombie virus in the crystal core. When the virus disappears, you put the crystal core close to your lips, and the crystal core will automatically melt into energy crystal water. So that's it. Lu Liuliu did not hesitate. She took out a clean large basin from the dimensional space, selected a transparent crystal core, and put it in the basin. Then, she poured clean water and 2 drops of vitality water into the basin. The moment the vitality water fell into the basin, bursts of white smoke came out of the basin. After a burst of thick white smoke, the originally clear and clean water source has all turned into a thick ink-like color. Lu Liuliu went to the kitchen to pour out the dirty ink, dropped the vitality water stock solution into the basin again. After 3 times, the crystal core no longer had dirty zombie virus toxins. Lu Liuliu put the purified crystal core on the table with confidence. She looked at the other colorful crystal cores in the box and said to Xiao Jiu slowly, I will purify all the other crystal cores as well. Yes, Xiao Jiu responded in a low voice. Lu Liuliu had the experience of purifying crystal cores for the first time. This time, she directly poured clean water into the box containing crystal cores, and then poured vitality water into the box. It takes about 10 drops of vitality water stock solution to purify a crystal core. There are 15 crystal cores in this box. Theoretically, pouring 150 drops of vitality water stock solution is enough. In an instant, the thick white smoke rendered the entire living room like a dream. It was at this time, Little Red Riding Hood brought Jiangyi and Yan Feiyu into the house. Chapter 373 Dark System. Oh my god! Why is there so much smoke? Is the house on fire? Ahem. Lu Liuliu stood up and waved away the thick white smoke around him. No. Xiao Jiu heard Lu Liuliu hesitating and not revealing the fact that the vitality water purified the crystal core, and took the initiative to take over the conversation. We are purifying the toxins in the crystal core. When the crystal core purification is completed, 1 for each person. Hurry up and awaken to become a superpower. Yan Feiyu sighed in frustration. I am an Earth-type superpower, limited by the talent of awakening superpowers. The awakened superpowers are the most ordinary ones. You will definitely be more powerful than me after eating this crystal core. Don't worry. I will become more powerful, and will not abandon you. Lu Liuliu coughed a few times and reminded Jiangyi, Give your 11th level crystal core to Yan Feiyu for cultivation. We now have a better level crystal core to awaken superpowers. Thank you. Lulu. Mwah mwah mwah. Lulu, you are the best. When Yan Feiyu heard Zhang Yi say that Lu Liuliu was the best, the corners of his lips curved down, and he was a little unhappy. There is no need to be jealous of his sister-in-law. Yan Feiyu silently comforted himself in his heart. 5 people, plus Little Red Riding Hood, sat down by the heating table after a burst of smoke. Yan Feiyu saw Xiao Jiu holding a child, Zhang Yi carrying a baby. Lu Liuliu was petite, and Little Red Riding Hood was a robot. So, he took the initiative to pick up the box containing the crystal core, took the box to the kitchen, and poured out the sewage full of toxins in the box. Wait for him to come out again. Lu Liuliu continued to pour clean water into the box, and added vitality water stock solution to purify the crystal core. This time, there was no smoke in the water, nor was there any toxin. It's done. Come on. Everyone has a share. Pick your own. Zhang Yi saw the colorful crystal cores in the box, thought about it and said, I like blue the most. I want a blue one. Feiyu, you can choose one too. Xiao Jiu, who had been sitting quietly in the chair, suddenly spoke up. With Xiao Jiu's words, Yan Feiyu was very happy. I have an earth-type ability, and yellow crystal cores are absorbed faster for me. Why is yellow absorbed faster for earth-type? Does the color of the crystal core have anything to do with what ability is awakened? Xiao Jiu heard Lu Liuliu's question and slowly said, there is a certain relationship, but not an absolute relationship. Yellow generally corresponds to earth-type, red corresponds to fire-type, and blue corresponds to ice-type. This is the information I got from Lin Fei's research. But this correspondence is not 100%, and it may also mutate and awaken to other abilities. Lu Liuliu picked up a transparent crystal core in the box and asked, what about transparent ones? What do they generally correspond to? Transparent. You can think of it as a blind box. Any ability may come out. Is that so? Then I'll choose the transparent one. Lu Liuliu decided to let nature take its course and leave the type of awakened ability to luck. Feiyu, come and get the crystal core. Xiao Jiu urged Yan Feiyu to take 2 crystal cores, 1 blue and 1 yellow. After Yan Feiyu took the crystal cores, he gave an order to the dull Little Red Riding Hood in the room, arrange a quiet room for them. Little Red Riding Hood nodded. Friends of the host, Mr. Yan, Miss Jiang, please follow me. Yan Feiyu and Zhang Yi looked at each other. After saying goodbye to Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu, they followed Little Red Riding Hood and left. As the door was closed, Lu Liuliu looked at Xiao Jiu curiously. What about you? What color do you choose? Xiao Jiu took out a black crystal core from the box. I choose this one. Black? What superpower does it usually correspond to? Same as the transparent color you chose. Opening the blind box. Any superpower is possible. Lulu, you go first or me? You go first. Give me the child. Lu Liuliu had never awakened superpowers, so she was a little nervous. Not to mention that this was something in the zombie's brain, and she was a little scared to eat it. Let Xiao Jiu try the water first. What if? Well, let's do it. Xiao Jiu did not hesitate. He handed Xiao Wu in his arms to Lu Liuliu, and then put the black crystal core to his mouth. When the crystal core touched his thin lips, it instantly turned into a stream of black water, falling into his mouth along his lips. Xiao Jiu swallowed a few times, turning the black crystal core into black energy water, and drank it all. As soon as he swallowed the crystal core, Xiao Jiu's eyes went dark, and he fell to the side. Lu Liuliu quickly reached out and grabbed the corner of his jacket. Mom, is Dad asleep? Let's take Dad back to his room to sleep. My dear, then you can sit in the car and play for a while, and I'll take your dad to the room to rest. Okay. After Lu Liuliu pulled Xiao Jiu's tilted body to the chair and leaned it back, she put Xiao Wu in the stroller next to her and fastened his seat belt. After settling Xiao Wu down, she supported Xiao Jiu with great effort and entered the bedroom where she slept before. Lu Liuliu pushed him onto the bed, took off his shoes, socks and coat, and covered him with a thick blanket. After doing all this, she found that she was not too tired. Maybe it was because her physical fitness had improved. Lu Liuliu returned to the living room, pushed the stroller into the room, and entered the room herself, put an electric heater beside the bed to keep warm, and waited quietly for Xiao Jiu to wake up. About 2 hours later, Xiao Jiu slowly opened his eyes. and a dark light flashed in his eyes. Wife! Xiao Jiu sensed someone around him, and called softly. Lu Liuliu put down her phone, and looked at the bed. She saw Xiao Jiu sitting on the bed, staring at her with burning eyes. You awakened? What is the supernatural power? Xiao Jiu moved his fingers, and a black mist suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. What is this? Xiao Jiu shook his head. I'm not sure. It should be a dark power. What's the use of this black mist? It has the ability to corrode? Xiao Jiu expressed his perception uncertainly. Let's try it. Lu Liuliu excitedly took out an alloy plate, and asked Xiao Jiu to throw the black mist on the alloy plate. Xiao Jiu sat up from the bed, and released the newly awakened black mist. Power to the alloy plate. When the black mist touched the alloy plate, the originally extremely hard alloy plate was instantly corroded. As the black mist spread, other parts of the alloy plate gradually showed signs of erosion. Liuliu, let go. As Xiao Jiu spoke, he stretched out his hand like lightning and knocked off a corner of the alloy plate that Lu Liuliu was holding. As soon as he knocked off the alloy plate, the whole plate completely turned into nothingness. The black mist even continued to erode downward along the floor. The tile floor and the cement floor were completely corroded by the black mist. Chapter 374 An Unexpected Surprise. On the floor of the entire room, only the most primitive cement bricks were left when the house was built. Lu Liuliu was stunned. Oh my god! Your superpower is too strong. You just awakened your superpower. Or is it a low-level superpower? Xiao Jiu nodded gently. Liuliu, awakening superpowers is very safe. You should try it too. Lu Liuliu saw that Xiao Jiu's awakened superpowers were so powerful, and her original fear had long disappeared. She picked up the transparent crystal core on the bedside table next to her, moved close to her pink lips, and swallowed several times, and the crystal core liquid was swallowed into her stomach. Just after eating, she fainted instantly like Xiao Jiu before. Xiao Jiu picked her up in time, and put her in the quilt with the residual warmth of his body to rest. Xiao Wu blinked and said to Xiao Jiu, Dad, I'm hungry. Xiao Jiu covered Lu Liuliu with a blanket, turned around and picked up Xiao Wu, and took him to the kitchen to make milk powder. 4 hours later, Lu Liuliu woke up quietly. After waking up, she stared at the ceiling above her head, a little confused. It seemed that there was something extra in her body. Just below her belly button, there was an energy growing in her body. Lu Liuliu tried to mobilize the energy in her lower abdomen and release it through her fingers. Under her control, the energy body used her body as a medium and suddenly shot out from her hand. A stream of clear water was ejected onto the snow-white wall beside her. Okay. She is quite dark. It turned out to be the water-based ability with the lowest attack power. At first in Lin Wan's shelter, she pretended to be a water-based ability user. But now she doesn't have to pretend. She is really just a weak water-based superpower. The 12th level zombie crystal core couldn't save her face. Lu Liuliu sat up and saw that there was no one in the room. She picked up the phone on the bedside and checked the time. It was 7:30 in the evening. Through the closed door, she heard Xiao Jiu's gentle voice in the living room. Once upon a time, there was a very beautiful princess. Her name was Snow White. People liked to call her Snow White. After listening to a story, Lu Liuliu slowly lifted the quilt, put on the down jacket beside her, and walked out of the room. In the living room, she saw the familiar mobile dining table at a glance. Xiao Jiu and Xiao Wu saw her come out and looked at her at the same time. Mom. Wife. Xiao Jiu and Xiao Wu shouted to Lu Liuliu in unison. Lu Liuliu smiled. You guys play for a while. I'll go wash my face first. After a while, Lu Liuliu returned to the living room from the bathroom. Xiao Wu sat quietly in the stroller, while Lu Liuliu was in the bathroom. Xiao Jiu put all the dinner on the warming table. As soon as Lu Liuliu sat down, Xiao Jiu handed her a pair of chopsticks. Wife, you have slept for 4 hours. You must be hungry. Eat some food first. Okay. Lu Liuliu sat down and drank a cup of warm water to warm her stomach. Then, the family had dinner happily. After dinner, Xiao Jiu whispered, Wife, what superpower did you awaken? Lu Liuliu shrugged helplessly. My luck is too bad. I only awakened the water superpower with little attack power. Xiao Jiu frowned. It shouldn't be. How can a top-level crystal core awaken an ordinary water superpower? This water superpower should be different from ordinary water superpowers. Let's test it, Xiao Jiu said. exchanging gold for a higher-level small component analysis instrument. He put the silver-white instrument the size of a tissue box in his hand. Lu Liuliu, you released the water-based supernatural power in this groove. Lu Liuliu did as he said. A few drops of clear water dripped from her fingers into the groove of the tester. A few seconds later, the screen above the tester displayed Lu Liuliu's water-based supernatural power information. Ingredient name, water ingredient effect, ordinary water. Non-toxic. Directly drinkable. Can quench thirst. The expectation on Lu Liuliu's face disappeared instantly. Xiao Jiu saw this. Although he was puzzled, he could only comfort Lu Liuliu. Don't be discouraged. Wait until your supernatural power is upgraded. Maybe other different functions will appear. Oh! Maybe? Lu Liuliu no longer had any hope for supernatural power. She persuaded him indifferently. Awakening superpowers also has benefits. I used to be able to lift 100 kilograms with one hand. But now I can lift 200 kilograms with one hand, and 500 kilograms with both hands. My physical fitness has tripled on the original basis. It's good that you can think so. What about you? Have you tested your corrosion superpower? Xiao Jiu shook his head. The black mist will dissolve the tester as soon as it touches it. Look! This is the test product that just failed. Xiao Jiu pointed to the area next to the trash can that was corroded to only cement bricks. Whether you test it or not, you can see that your superpowers have a corrosive effect. Yeah. I don't know. How is he doing? Miss Jiang just came here. She is worried about the baby in her belly, and has not swallowed the crystal core for the time being. On the contrary, Feiyu has used the top-level crystal core, and has now successfully advanced to the 12th level superpower. We should also hurry up to upgrade our superpowers, and strive to reach the 12th level as soon as possible. Okay. This is an ordinary high-level crystal core. You can use it to improve your superpowers. Xiao Jiu stretched out his hand towards the table. And a black box suddenly appeared on the table. This box is about the same size as the black box that the robbers used to hold the ransom in the TV series. Are all these crystal cores? Well, we went to a small island country abroad and looted their warehouse. How many crystal cores do you have? Xiao Jiu saw the desire for crystal cores in her eyes. After thinking for a moment, he confessed, a lot. I only keep the ones you want for promotion, and give you the rest. I can't take your crystal cores for nothing. This is what you and the members of the superpower team have exchanged for with your lives. You can exchange it with vitality water. The superpowers in our team have all been allocated enough crystal cores for them to advance to level 12. What they lack most now is vitality water that can improve their physical fitness again. With these things on them, their lives will be greatly guaranteed. Okay. Give me the crystal cores first, and I'll make a batch of vitality water for you when I have time. Xiao Jiu stood up and walked to the vacant area in the living room. He put all the crystal cores he had collected in other countries in the vacant area. Soon, the living room was filled with all kinds of black suitcases and black money boxes. Xiao Jiu collected all these boxes into the dimensional space bracelet. The bracelet was specially designed to be transparent crystal core state, which is convenient for Lu Liuliu to pick up and identify. Chapter 375 It Can Fly. Lu Liuliu watched him quickly pack the crystal cores. When Xiao Jiu approached her with the bracelet containing the crystal cores, an uncontrollable smile instantly appeared on her face. I'm rich. There is hope for the 8th level of space upgrade. Looking at so many crystal cores, if the number of high-level crystal cores is enough, the 9th level upgrade is not a distant dream. After taking so many crystal cores from him, she must give more vitality water that is not worth much to her. After all, it is for Xiao Jiu's own people in the team to use. Wife, I will put it on you. Xiao Jiu walked to Lu Liuliu and sat down. His eyes were as gentle as water. He slowly pulled up Lu Liuliu's white little hand and tried to put the transparent dimensional space bracelet on her personally. Lu Liuliu took the bracelet with his backhand, ignoring the tenderness in Xiao Jiu's eyes and the ambiguous atmosphere emanating from his body. The temptation of a large number of crystal cores made her more addicted than men. Lu Liuliu took the bracelet and smiled at it. How can you wear such valuable materials on your hands? What if someone misses it? I put it in the necklace so that others can't see it. You want to be safe and secretive. I can make the bracelet invisible. Lu Liuliu looked up in surprise. Why didn't you say so earlier? I heard Feiyu say that girls like shiny jewelry, and I thought you would like it. I like it very much. But now is a different time. Please design it to be invisible for me. Necklace too. Lu Liuliu stretched out his hands and placed them on the back of his head, unfastening the hidden buckle of the dimensional space necklace on his neck. She handed the necklace and bracelet to Xiao Jiu for further transformation. Xiao Jiu transformed both pieces of jewelry into invisible state according to her needs. When he put the jewelry on the table, Lu Liuliu could not see anything on the table with her naked eyes. When she reached out to take the jewelry, she could really feel that the jewelry was indeed on the table. Lu Liuliu fumbled to put the jewelry on her body. The bracelet was worn on her left wrist, and the necklace was worn on her slender white neck. Lu Liuliu reached out and touched her neck, and then touched her wrist, thinking happily in her heart, wait until the space upgrade is finished, and take time to continue upgrading. Xiao Wu sat aside, staring at the interaction between Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu with a pair of big eyes. Dad? What is the shiny thing? Xiao Jiu and Lu Liuliu heard Xiao Wu's voice and immediately turned back to look at him. Wife, give your son some purified crystal cores to help him improve his ability level. Yes. Lu Liuliu took out a box of high-level crystal cores. After purifying all the crystal cores in the box, she handed one to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu held the crystal core tightly with his small hands, and he instinctively put the crystal core to his mouth. A stream of energy crystal core liquid was instantly generated. Xiao Wu opened his mouth and sucked habitually, swallowing the crystal core liquid into his stomach. After eating a crystal core, he suddenly felt that his vision became clearer, and the sounds he heard became clearer. Xiao Wu waved his little hand. Mom. More. More. Lu Liuliu looked at Xiao Wu and smiled dotingly. She and Xiao Jiu each held 3 high-level crystal cores, surrounded Xiao Wu, and fed him crystal cores to improve his ability. While feeding Xiao Wu, Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu were also using crystal cores to improve their abilities. A few hours later, they had successfully broken through from low-level abilities to level 12. After being purified by vitality water, the crystal cores did not contain zombie viruses and could be quickly absorbed by the body. Otherwise, if they wanted to advance to level 12 high-level abilities, the time they would need would have to increase by hundreds of times. First, the absorption speed of high-level crystal cores was accelerated. Second, the purification effect of crystal cores. 2 hours of continuous energy absorption. Xiao Wu's ability level was also raised to the top level of level 12 without him noticing. Lu Liuliu tried to let Xiao Wu use his abilities. Baby, can you feel something under your stomach? Xiao Wu understood what Lu Liuliu meant, nodded immediately, and laughed at her. Try to mobilize the energy in your stomach and release it. Xiao Wu blinked, trying to think about the meaning of Lu Liuliu's words. After a few seconds of pause, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Wah wah wah." The crisp and loud baby cry instantly rang in the house. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu couldn't help but put their hands up to cover their ears. They both felt dizzy at the same time, and a sense of dislocation came. Lu Liuliu's body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Xiao Jiu endured the discomfort, picked up Lu Liuliu, and hugged him tightly in his arms. Wife, are you okay? Baby, shut your mouth. Lu Liuliu shouted to Xiao Wu with all his strength. Xiao Wu found that his parents fainted on the ground because of his screaming, and he shook his head in fear. Woo woo woo. Mom and Dad. I didn't mean it. Xiao Wu wanted to talk, but was worried that talking would make Mom and Dad even more uncomfortable. So he could only keep shaking his head. After a long time, Lu Liuliu put his hand on his forehead, and saw Xiao Wu shaking his head from the corner of his eye, and immediately said to him, Baby, don't shake your head, or you'll get dizzy. Many organs in your head are not fully developed yet. If you keep shaking your head, you'll become stupid in the future. Xiao Wu believed what Lu Liuliu said immediately. He stopped shaking his head, then stood up with the help of the guardrail on the stroller, and tried to jump off the stroller to see if Mom and Dad were okay. Lu Liuliu was so scared when she saw Xiao Wu standing on the stroller and about to jump down. Xiao Wu, sit still and don't move. Xiao Jiu, don't worry about me. Go and fasten Xiao Wu's seat belt. Xiao Jiu saw that Lu Liuliu could speak clearly, and after helping Lu Liuliu sit down on the sofa, he resisted the dizziness of time and space in his mind and walked towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu laughed when he saw Xiao Jiu walking towards him, and jumped to the ground from the stroller. Lu Liuliu's temples throbbed when he saw this scene. Xiao Wu in his previous life was not as naughty as he is now. Xiao Wu would listen to whatever she said. He would not jump down disobediently under her command like now. Although the height of the stroller is not high, It is very high for Xiao Wu, who is only 1 year and 1 month old. Xiao Jiu was affected by Xiao Wu's supernatural sound waves and was a beat slower, so he could not stop his action. Just when Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu were thinking about how to comfort Xiao Wu, who fell to the ground and cried, suddenly, they saw Xiao Wu, who should have fallen and cried loudly, suddenly floating in the air. Xiao Wu's body was like a ghost, slowly floating to Xiao Jiu's side. He smiled at Xiao Jiu, then floated to Lu Liuliu's side and laughed at Lu Liuliu. Chapter 376 Technology Improves Life. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu were both very shocked. Their son was too amazing. Not only did he awaken the amazing sound wave ability, but he could also fly? Xiao Jiu, is your son a dual-powered person? Lu Liuliu stretched out her hands, wanting to hold Xiao Wu in her arms. Xiao Wu playfully avoided her touch, kept adjusting his altitude, and flew around the house. Lu Liuliu frowned in excitement. She looked at Xiao Wu flying around the house and laughing, and couldn't help but sigh, my son's wings have hardened, and he has begun to disobey. Xiao Jiu looked at Xiao Wu having fun, and didn't stop him too much. He had been following Xiao Wu to prevent him from falling from the air and getting hurt after his ability was used up. 5 minutes later, Xiao Wu suddenly found that the energy that supported him to float had disappeared. He was frightened and panicked, and fell from the air screaming. Xiao Jiu quickly hugged him tightly in his arms. Xiao Wu's whole body suddenly shrank. After a few minutes of relief, Lu Liuliu recovered from the dizziness. She walked in front of Xiao Wu, her face solemn and serious, and her tone was full of majesty that only mothers can have. Son, you made your mother angry. Just now. Why didn't you listen to your mother? Facing Lu Liuliu's questioning, Xiao Wu's mouth drooped, and his 2 little hands were tightly clenched together. Facing Lu Liuliu's questioning, he was very sad and didn't know how to answer. Just now he thought he wouldn't get hurt if he jumped down. So he jumped down. Mom was angry because he jumped down. I don't know how to comfort her. Seeing Xiao Wu's eyes covered with wounds, Xiao Jiu persuaded him from the side, wife, don't be so serious. The child is still young and ignorant. Don't bother with him. When Lu Liuliu heard Xiao Jiu defending Xiao Wu, she was so angry that her head was buzzing. Just spoil your son. Children should be educated well from childhood. Otherwise, when they grow up, they can't be controlled even if they want to. I see that you are defending him so much. I can't count on you to help educate the child. As the saying goes, a loving mother often spoils her child. Let me be the unkind mother in the future. Lu Liuliu ignored Xiao Jiu's consolation, snatched Xiao Wu from his arms, and took Xiao Wu into the room. After the door was closed, Xiao Jiu's heart trembled. My wife shouldn't beat the child. The child is only 1 year old. Xiao Jiu stood at the door worriedly, trying to listen to the movement in the room. Will you listen to me in the future? Xiao Wu looked at Lu Liuliu, whose nostrils seemed to be spitting fire, and nodded repeatedly in fear. Listen to mom in the future. What if you don't listen? No. Don't be angry. I will be good in the future. When Lu Liuliu saw her son's chubby and cute smiling face, her anger just now disappeared by more than half. If you don't listen in the future, mom will spank you and make your butt crack, Lu Liuliu said, and found a feather duster in the room and slapped the quilt on the bed twice. Xiao Wu bit his lower lip in grievance. I'm afraid. Mom, don't spank me. I will definitely listen to mom in the future. Lu Liuliu saw Xiao Wu's tears of grievance rolling in his eyes, and the idea of teaching him a lesson disappeared immediately. She hugged Xiao Wu, opened the door, and walked to the living room. Xiao Wu faced Xiao Jiu and winked at him mischievously. Mom was reluctant to spank him. Mom was just bluffing just now. A biting dog doesn't bark. A barking dog doesn't bite. Xiao Wu thought silently. Lu Liuliu handed Xiao Wu to Xiao Jiu. You take care of my son. I'll go in and take a shower first. Xiao Jiu smiled and nodded, and replied, okay. As Lu Liuliu left, Xiao Jiu chatted with Xiao Wu in a low voice. Son, your mother just said she wanted to beat you, but it was just angry. Xiao Wu said in a baby voice, Dad? I know. It's good to know. Your mother's eyes almost popped out when she saw you were about to fall. Dad, I just wanted to show my mother how powerful I am. I want her to know that I have grown up and can protect her. Xiao Jiu looked at Xiao Wu, who spoke like a little adult, and his heart was warmed. You can't be naughty and make your mother worry about you. This is the first time I see your mother so angry, Xiao Jiu said with a smile. Your mother just now really looked like a mother. Like what mother? Lu Liuliu shook her wet hair, put on cotton slippers, and slowly walked to the heating table next to Xiao Jiu. The temperature in the house was 0 degrees. She had just come out of the shower and felt a chill. Xiao Jiu saw that she was only wearing a pure cotton bathrobe, and her black and thick short hair was dripping with water. He said anxiously, "Come over and warm up." Lu Liuliu sat at the heating table and asked, "I remember there are higher level heaters in the product list, right?" Xiao Jiu thought for a while and replied, "Wait a minute. Let me see." After that, he clicked on the upgraded transparent panel that only he could see, and searched for the word heater. Soon, 3 models of heaters appeared in front of him. Low-level heater, heating range -50 degrees. Intermediate heater, heating range -100 degrees. Advanced heater, group heating range -150 degrees. At each level, the amount of gold required for exchange increases exponentially, considering that the climate at the beginning of the extreme cold was around -50 degrees. It would only drop again after 3 months. Considering the cost issue, the heaters he gave to Little Red Riding Hood were all the cheapest. Xiao Jiu immediately exchanged 2 or 3 high-level group heaters, one of which he turned on and placed in the living room for heating. The other 2 were temporarily put away, and one was given to Yan Feiyu and his wife. Another one was given to the 60 superpowers in his team and placed in the training hall of the gymnasium. Usually they train in the hall, and they will not be cold under constant temperature. At night, with the blessing of ordinary heaters and the quilts equipped in the room, resting at night is not a big problem. With the latest heater for heating, the living room soon became warm like spring. About 10 minutes later, the temperature of the whole living room was displayed at around 25 degrees. Due to the rising temperature, Lu Liuliu didn't feel the cold at all. Xiao Jiu saw that Lu Liuliu's hair was still dripping, so he put Xiao Wu aside and sat down to play. He stood up, found a dry hair towel, and reached out to wipe the water droplets on the wet hair. "I'll blow dry your hair for you. Otherwise you will have a headache when you go to bed at night and wake up the next day." "Okay," Lu Liuliu responded with a smile. Xiao Jiu stood up and walked to the bathroom. On the countertop of the sink, he found the Daimausen hair dryer that Lu Liuliu often used. When he took the hair dryer, he noticed that there was a constant temperature hot water shower next to the glass door of the bathroom working. This instrument was exchanged by Lu Liuliu. She loves cleanliness and takes a shower almost every day. Chapter 377 Fruit Trees Under the Starry Sky. If there is no high-tech constant temperature hot water shower instrument, now in the climate of -50 degrees, all the water pipes in the shelter are frozen, and it is impossible to use the shower water heater to take a shower like before the end of the world. Have you found it? Lu Liuliu found that Xiao Jiu had not appeared for a long time, and shouted towards the bathroom room. On the sink, the black and purple hair dryer. Xiao Jiu heard her voice and immediately walked out of the bathroom with the hair dryer. He turned on the blower, turned on the switch, and blew Lu Liuliu's hair. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the hair dryer sounded in Lu Liuliu's ears. Xiao Jiu's big hands with thick calluses gently stroked her hair, occasionally touching the skin on her neck, giving her a tingling tremor. Lu Liuliu's fair cheeks blushed. She reached out and grabbed Xiao Jiu's big hand and snatched the hair dryer from him. "I'll blow it myself." Lu Liuliu lowered her head, quickly took the hair dryer, walked to the bathroom, and blew her hair in front of the mirror. Xiao Jiu saw her flustered back with a smile on his lips. Xiao Wu yawned on the side. "Baby, wait until your mother blows your hair. I'll give you a bath." "Okay," Xiao Wu responded sweetly. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu blew her hair dry and sat back in the living room. She was still wearing the white thick cotton bathrobe she had just worn. "I'll take the baby to take a bath." After Xiao Jiu finished speaking, he carried Xiao Wu into the bathroom to wash up. He gave Xiao Wu a comfortable hot bath, held him again, changed his diaper, put on warm high-tech cold-proof underwear, and put on a baby-specific sleeping bag outside the clothes. Xiao Wu could no longer resist the sleepiness and became more and more irritable. Lu Liuliu stood up, skillfully prepared a bottle of milk and handed it to Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu took the bottle naturally, hugged Xiao Wu and fed him milk. After Xiao Wu closed his eyes and drank a bottle of milk, he smacked his lips and fell asleep. Xiao Jiu lowered his voice and said to Lu Liuliu, "I will take the child to the room to rest." Lu Liuliu watched him enter the room. When she saw Xiao Jiu come out of the room and sit down beside her, her breathing began to become disordered. "Is there a heater in the room?" It may get colder at night. Don't freeze the baby. It's good to put it on. Well, you've worked hard outside all day. Go take a shower. Okay. Xiao Jiu turned and went into the bathroom to wash up. Lu Liuliu bit her lower lip gently while he was taking a shower. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Jiu came to the living room with a white bath towel wrapped around his waist. In the warm room, under a dim nightlight, his perfect body was like a sculpture that could only be admired from a distance and not played with. Every inch of muscle and line was damn perfect. Damn suffocating. Lu Liuliu's head was buzzing. And when Xiao Jiu walked towards her, picked up her soft body, and sat on him, she was completely stunned. The child is asleep. Should we go to bed too? Lu Liuliu's voice suddenly became abnormally hoarse. Xiao Jiu's naked upper body made the devil of desire in her heart move. Okay. Before going to bed, do some pre-sleep exercise first. Did you know? Pre-sleep exercise can promote longevity. Lu Liuliu was completely stunned. How could there be such a perverse theory? She had never heard of it. The so-called yin and yang harmony is just like this. Xiao Jiu lowered his head and gently kissed her pink lips. She was small, and her pink lips were also small. He was born tall, and his lips were much bigger than hers. As he opened his mouth gently, he held her delicate lips and kissed her carefully. Lu Liuliu's mind was blank, and she could only passively follow him and do the yin and yang harmony double exercise before going to bed. After a long time, Xiao Jiu got up, put the group heater into the second bedroom next door, and then picked up Lu Liuliu, who was limp as mud, and went into the second bedroom to rest. Lu Liuliu was in a daze, and a whisper escaped from her lips. Don't do this. Good wife. I won't bother you anymore. You rest here. I'll go next door to accompany the baby. Xiao Jiu whispered, kissed Lu Liuliu on the forehead, then closed the door, entered the master bedroom next door, opened the quilt, and accompanied Xiao Wu to sleep. One night later, it was just dawn. Lu Liuliu suddenly found that there was a dizzy vibration in her mind. She opened her eyes suddenly, and after a few seconds, she reacted. The space upgrade is complete. Lu Liuliu looked at the door, and she felt that Xiao Jiu and Xiao Wu were still resting. So she tiptoed to the door of the room, and after locking the door, she felt, in the space, the seventh door was upgraded and was open at this moment. Lu Liuliu did not hesitate and immediately flashed into the seventh door. When she entered the seventh door, she was shocked by the scene inside the door. The seventh door is completely different from the previous 6 doors. The sky here is full of stars. The stars shine brightly in the sky. There is no moon in the sky, only countless stars twinkling and shining. Under the boundless starry sky, there is a glittering ancient and vicissitudes old tree. From a distance, this tree can be seen to be at least thousands of years old. The first time Lu Liuliu saw this tree, she was baptized by the vicissitudes of the ancient tree. She walked to the bottom of the tree in a daze, looked up at the fruit on the tree, and 3 question marks appeared on her head. What is the fruit on the tree? The fruit has 2 colors, one black and one white. The size of the fruit is only the size of a 1 yuan coin. The 2 colors of fruit shine with dazzling light with ripples. Lu Liuliu knows that the products of the space must be fine products. The 6 doors in front are all open. Well, except for the 18 styles hidden in the 6th door. It is useless to her. I can't train at all. This is for zombies. Except for the 6th door. All of them are very nice treasures. Lu Liuliu looked up at the fruits on the tree and swallowed her saliva. After she estimated the height of the ancient tree, she gathered her strength and jumped up, and plucked 2 fruits from the ancient tree with both hands. They were white fruits on the left and black fruits on the right. Lu Liuliu threw the 2 fruits into her mouth without thinking. The 2 fruits melted in her mouth and went down her throat into her abdomen. The fruits had no taste, and the feeling was almost exactly the same as drinking warm water into her stomach. The only abnormality was that after she ate the fruit, a warm current instantly filled her whole body. She felt as if she was hugged in a hot spring. Warm and cozy. After a few seconds, this mysterious feeling disappeared. Lu Liuliu clenched her fists hard, and her physical fitness did not improve as much as she imagined. Chapter 378. Where is your monkey? For the time being, I don't know what the fruit is used for. Lu Liuliu thought about it. Anyway, these fruits are not harmful products. They are definitely beneficial to the body. So, she blinked and thought of Xiao Jiu. Xiao Wu. Zhang Yi and Yan Feiyu. She is not a stingy person. There are so many fruits on this tree. It is a waste of resources to keep them. Lu Liuliu picked 2 fruits according to everyone's share. 1 white and 1 black. After she packed the fruits in separate plastic bags, she flashed out of the space. Just out of the space, she heard a sound from the living room. Xiao Wu smiled and shouted, "Dad." Lu Liuliu picked up the winter clothes that Xiao Jiu had folded and placed for her last night, and put them on. Then she changed into a pair of jeans and a thin sweater outside the winter clothes. There is a high-tech heater at home, so it is not cold at all. She wore these 2 pieces, plus the clothes underneath, and the temperature was just right. If you go out, just put on cold-proof boots and a down jacket that reaches your ankles. After Lu Liuliu changed her clothes, she opened the door and walked out of the room. She saw Xiao Wu holding a bottle and drinking milk. Xiao Jiu was placing breakfast on the insulated table. Lu Liuliu sat in front of the table where breakfast was placed, sitting opposite Xiao Jiu and eating breakfast quietly. "Lulu, I remember there was a mutant monkey next to you. Why is it gone?" During the meal, Xiao Jiu suddenly asked Lu Liuliu about Kong Kong. "By the way, the monkey was with your friend." When Lu Liuliu heard Xiao Jiu's question, she suddenly remembered that Kong Kong was sent by her to find Zhang Lang. The space has just been upgraded today. Kong Kong is the spirit pet of the space, and he must be able to sense the upgrade of the space. She only needs to arrive near Haishar, and Kong Kong will pull Zhang Lang to automatically teleport back. With such a layer of insurance, she did not worry too much about the safety of Kong Kong and Zhang Lang. The other party wanted to catch her. Before catching her, Zhang Lang's life safety will not be threatened. So far, she can still vaguely sense that the contract link between Mei Xin and Zhang Lang has not been broken. This shows that Zhang Lang is still alive. Facing Xiao Jiu's question, Lu Liuliu slowly said, "Just after you left, a group of high-level superpowers came to the hotel and surrounded us. I had no choice but to leave by plane with Zhang Yi. Zhang Lang fought with a group of superpowers to buy time for us to get on the plane. Kong Kong stayed with Zhang Lang. Are they in Haishar?" Xiao Jiu took a sip of hot milk and asked slowly. Lu Liuliu nodded gently. "It's not convenient for me, and need to go over and rescue people." Xiao Jiu said firmly in a deep voice, "Now I'm back. I'll take my brothers to rescue people." Lu Liuliu was silent. After thinking for a moment, she said, "No need to bring many people. We can go." Lu Liuliu is very confident in the space. Now that the space upgrade is complete, as long as she and Xiao Jiu arrive in Haishar, Kong Kong can be teleported back instantly. If Zhang Lang is with it, he will also be teleported back. Xiao Jiu thought about it and nodded gently. "With our current strength, it's not a problem to go to Haishar with you to rescue people. Where's the baby?" Xiao Jiu looked at Xiao Wu, who had just finished drinking milk. "Baby?" Lu Liuliu looked at Xiao Wu and almost blurted out, "Of course the baby is safe in the space." But she couldn't say it when she was on the tip of her tongue. "Wife, leave the baby in the shelter. I'll let Feiyu and Miss Jiang help take care of the child. Where we live, there is a safety protection system. Plus Feiyu and the superpower team are in charge. And there is Little Red Riding Hood's coordination. Xiao Wu is in the shelter. Very safe." Lu Liuliu thought of Yan Feiyu's team, who was able to go abroad with Xiao Jiu and successfully snatch 15 high-level crystal cores. And the entire team returned home unscathed. She recognized their strength very much. In addition, the child was watched by Jiang Yitzi, whom she trusted very much. So she nodded gently. They took a plane there today. And after arriving in High City, Kong Kong could be teleported here immediately. It might only take a few hours to go back and forth. It's not a big problem to leave Xiao Wu in the shelter. Lu Liuliu nodded. "Baby, I'll take you to your godmother's place later. And I'll be back to pick you up soon. Okay?" Xiao Wu smiled. "Okay. I'll be very good. Don't worry." Lu Liuliu put down her last bit of worry after hearing Xiao Wu's sensible answer. She and Xiao Jiu put the plates and bowls on the mobile dining table. Xiao Jiu pushed the dining table to the elevator entrance, and someone would come to take it away. Lu Liuliu carried Xiao Wu to the door of the innermost room. She knocked on the door. Yan Feiyu opened the door and invited her to come in and play. Lu Liuliu followed Yan Feiyu into the house. Jiang Yi heard the voice and hurriedly put on her coat and got up, wanting to entertain Lu Liuliu. No need to make tea for me. Xiao Jiu and I are going on a long trip. It's cold outside, and not very safe. Today, please help me take care of Xiao Wu. Jiang Yi smiled. Go with peace of mind. Lu Liuliu handed Xiao Wu to Jiang Yi. It was at this time that Yin Feiyu saw Xiao Jiu push the door in. Feiyu, this is an upgraded version of the extreme cold heater. You can use it. Xiao Jiu originally planned to give one to his good brother Yin Feiyu, and they were leaving this time. Send it over quickly. Let them use it. Xiao Wu can live more comfortably during this time. Brother Jiu. Thank you. Yin Feiyu smiled honestly, reached out to take the cold-proof heater, and immediately turned on the switch to use it. Lu Liuliu said a few words to Jiang Yi, and then left with Xiao Jiu. They took the elevator to a square in the shelter. Xiao Jiu took out the model plane, and took a plane with Lu Liuliu to Haishur. The two of them changed their identities and bracelets again this time. A few hours later, Xiao Jiu and Lu Liuliu came to the vicinity of Haishur railway station. This is the outermost ring area, 2 kilometers further inside. They will enter the scope of Haishur shelter. Their plane stopped on the wide cement square at the entrance of the railway station. After the life detector on the plane detected, there was no sign of life at the railway station. Xiao Jiu put away the model plane, walked to Lu Liuliu, and gently hugged her shoulders. Are you cold? My face hurts, and my feet are cold. Xiao Jiu suddenly remembered that cold-proof clothes can only protect the body. He took out a car. Get in first. Lu Liuliu opened the door, and sat in the back seat of the car. Xiao Jiu immediately turned on the air conditioner in the car, and adjusted the temperature to the highest. But because the outdoor temperature was too low, the air conditioner had no effect at all. Xiao Jiu immediately exchanged a cold-proof heater in the system, and put it in the car. Soon, the temperature in the car rose rapidly. Honey, are you still cold now? Chapter 379, it was minus 50 degrees Celsius outside. It's not cold. It's good that it's not cold. Xiao Jiu started the car key. It was originally difficult to start the car at minus 50 degrees Celsius outside, because a high-tech constant temperature extreme cold heater was placed in the car. The temperature in the car quickly rose to a constant temperature of 26 degrees. So this car was quickly and smoothly started by Xiao Jiu and drove on the road. On the road, the road surface after the flood was icy and shiny. Xiao Jiu slowed down the speed to prevent the car from slipping. Lu Liuliu looked out through the car window. There was silence nearby, and the whole world lost its vitality. On the road, only their car was still driving. In order to facilitate this operation, they chose the identity authentication of locals in the urban area of City A this time, with the blessing of camouflage glasses and bracelets. Entering Haishur this time should be very smooth. Half an hour passed in a flash. Xiao Jiu successfully drove the car into the outermost identity authentication entrance of Haishur. Inside the outermost protective wire fence of Haishur, in a 5-square-meter sentry box, the 2 on-duty personnel in charge of guarding were surprised when they heard the beep sound of Xiao Jiu's horn. It was more than 50 degrees below zero outside, and there were still ruthless people going out. It was freezing outside, and the supplies had been searched out long ago. How did the people outside survive? The 2 on-duty personnel, wrapped in thick quilts and curled up on the heating table, looked at each other and did not intend to get up and open the door. You go. I went last time. Last time? The last time was several days ago. Can it be the same this time? Besides, I opened the door last time. There was no cold wind in the sentry box, and there was a heater, so they could barely survive by wearing a blanket. If they left the heater and went out, they might get frostbite in a few minutes. If they were not low-level psychics, they would not be able to withstand such extreme cold weather. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Okay, let's make a deal first. 1 round to decide the winner. No problem. There was no such thing as 2 out of 3 games. It was freezing outside. If you stretched your hand out from under the warming table for a few seconds, it would freeze. They were unwilling to expose their skin to the outside for a long time. After a few seconds, the low-level psychic sitting on the left lost. He stood up dejectedly with a thick blanket, opened the door of the sentry box, walked to the wire fence, and asked Xiao Jiu, who was driving, a routine question. After Xiao Jiu successfully scanned the QR code he was holding, the low-level psychic quickly opened the door and let them enter the shelter. As for Lu Liuliu in the car, he didn't intend to waste time asking people to scan the code. Anyway, these 2 people will be verified after entering the next area. In their area, it doesn't matter if 1 person is missed. This area is deserted, and those who have ability and connections have already fled to the inner ring. There are very few people living in this area, and the materials are extremely scarce. With just these two people, even if they are high-level psychics, it is difficult to stir up any big trouble. What's more, a large number of people from various urban areas migrated here a few days ago, and many people were missed. The higher-ups also turned a blind eye. In short, when they arrive at the identity area corresponding to these people, they will be authenticated again. If the authentication fails, they will be kicked out. There are 26 zones here, and he is not worried at all that the people behind him will not verify the identities of the two people in the car. He thought silently, and after watching Xiao Jiu's car enter the gate made of barbed wire, he immediately closed the door and ran to the chair of the fire table in the sentry booth and sat down. Damn. Just a short while ago, my hands are numb. Hee hee. Who told you to lose the game? I'm not good at playing games. I'll draw lots next time. Next time? Will anyone come next time? Everything is possible. I think the possibility is very small. In this damn weather outside, ordinary people can prepare to collect the bodies in half an hour. The two low-level psychics on the outermost layer chatted quietly. On their fire table, there was a pot of steaming hot water boiling. Xiao Jiu and Lu Liuliu passed the outermost Z zone and drove all the way to the Y zone. Lulu, let's go to the U area first. Okay. Lu Liuliu responded softly. She picked up a can of Starbucks coffee, poured the coffee into a transparent glass bottle, and covered the glass bottle. Then she put the glass bottle on the very useful constant temperature water heater given by Xiao Jiu to heat it. Lu Liuliu set the temperature to 55 degrees, put the glass bottle on, and waited for 30 seconds. The Starbucks coffee was heated instantly. She opened the cap of the glass bottle, and the aroma of coffee instantly filled the entire car. Lu Liuliu drank a cup of coffee and looked up at Xiao Jiu in the driving position. Do you want to drink some? Refresh yourself? Yeah. Lu Liuliu handed the glass bottle to Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu freed one hand, picked up the glass bottle, and drank the warm coffee inside. Is it enough? If not, I will heat another bottle for you. Xiao Jiu replied, drink it if it's hot. Lu Liuliu was stunned by his reply. Drink it if it's hot? Drink it or not? Lu Liuliu thought about it, took out another bottle of coffee, heated it, and handed it to Xiao Jiu. This time, Xiao Jiu took the coffee slowly and tasted it slowly. He didn't like coffee very much, but as long as she warmed it with her own hands, even if he didn't like it very much, he would like to drink it now. Every sip was full of happiness and joy. After Xiao Jiu finished the coffee, he handed the glass bottle to Lu Liuliu. Lu Liuliu put away the glass bottle and put it back in the dimension space for storage. Wait until you get to a warm place indoors, and then find a chance to wash it. Half an hour later, Xiao Jiu's car successfully entered the U district. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu revisited the old place and went straight to the official service center of the 24-hour U district. She and Xiao Jiu booked a room to stay temporarily. The location was still the original Hilton Hotel. When their car drove to the hotel entrance, the scene here was completely different from the previous few days. Originally, the hotel entrance was deserted, with very few vehicles and almost no one. Now, the hotel entrance was full of densely packed vehicles. They could hear the noisy sounds coming from the hotel lobby from far outside the open-air parking lot. After Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu got off the car, they pretended to be a loving middle-aged couple and entered the hotel gate together. As soon as they entered the hotel gate, they found that the huge hotel lobby was divided into small cubicles. Various noisy sounds came from the cubicles. Lu Liuliu could even see the hollow top of the cubicle, with water vapor rising from the smoke. Someone should be boiling water in the cubicle. The two of them silently observed the movements around them and slowly walked to the front desk to check in. The staff who checked them in did not change, and they were still the two front desk staff they had seen before. Chapter 380, The Master's Favorite Subject 3. When Lu Liuliu checked her in at the front desk, she asked curiously, "What's the matter with all the people in the lobby?" "Hey, you mean them? There's not enough room to stay, and these people don't have many points or supplies, so they can only be temporarily arranged to stay in the lobby." "So that's the case. Well, you don't have to pay attention to them. They are all poor people with no money. Here is your room card. The room is on the 12th floor. Take the elevator on the left and go upstairs. It's the first room." The front desk quickly checked in Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu and handed them the room card. As soon as Lu Liuliu took the room card, a middle-aged woman living in the lobby with a tired look shouted at the front desk, "Are you dead? Didn't you see that the water tank in the lobby is out of water? Hurry up and give me water. I'm thirsty." As the middle-aged woman shouting and cursing came, other people living in the lobby floor heating also surrounded the front desk and cursed. The front desk didn't tolerate them. It's different now than before. It's no longer an era with the least customers. These people living in the lobby have no money, power or influence, so there is no need to pamper them. The front desk didn't give them a good look, but threatened them coldly. "Why are you yelling? If you yell again, I won't give you water." The onlookers saw the ferocious look of the front desk staff and took a few steps back. The middle-aged woman who had just led the riot found that the service attitude of the front desk was extremely poor, and immediately said, "What's your attitude? I want to complain about you." The girl at the front desk shouted, "Okay, you complain to me. The hotel manager is my uncle. If you scream again, I will immediately let my third uncle apply to the higher authorities to kick you out." The middle-aged woman, who had finally managed to get a spot in the hotel lobby, heard the front desk yelling, and instantly felt like an eggplant hit by frost, and dared not continue to make noise. When the people nearby heard the front desk say their identities, they quickly dispersed. The front desk was very happy to see these people's cowardly appearance. "What a joke. I don't care what your identity was before the end of the world. Now you have entered my territory in the U area. You coil if you are a dragon, and you lie down if you are a tiger. If you dare to make trouble, you are disrespectful to me, and I will ask my third uncle to apply to kick you out directly. It's minus 55 degrees outside today. If you leave the hotel with its own heating, I wonder how you can live." The two front desk staff looked at the crowd in the lobby with arrogance and a sense of superiority. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu didn't have any special reaction to the farce in the lobby. They took the elevator upstairs and entered the room to rest for a while. The room was only open for 1 day. 1,000 points a day. This price could only be said to be inflated to the point of being outrageous. However, for Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu, these points are nothing. They entered room 1201, and Xiao Jiu immediately took out the heater and put it in the room for heating. The central air conditioning of the hotel here is very weak. It can only be said that the temperature inside is indeed 20 degrees higher than the outdoor temperature of more than 50 degrees below zero. But even so, the temperature inside the room is still frighteningly low. With the blessing of the heater, the room quickly became warm. Lu Liuliu took off his thick down jacket in the heat and sat on a leather sofa provided by the hotel to rest. Xiao Jiu stood beside him and asked, "When you left, do you remember what those people looked like?" Lu Liuliu frowned, not knowing how to describe the appearance of those people. "Don't worry. Let's check the forum first. Maybe we can find their news." "Okay." Xiao Jiu sat next to Lu Liuliu, opened the bracelet with her, and searched for news about Zhang Lang and Kong Kong. Lu Liuliu was just looking for an excuse to delay time. Xiao Jiu was really searching for news about her subordinates. Lu Liuliu looked at the bracelet, and her consciousness connected to the space, wanting to inform Kong Kong to bring Zhang Lang back quickly through the space. The connection line between her and their contract became clearer and clearer after it was here. It means that they, one person and one monkey, are in high share. When Lu Liuliu sensed Kong Kong's position and summoned it back to the space, it was performing a Subject 3 dance show for Nangong Youran. This dance was a very popular dance music decades ago. Nangong Youran sat upright, looking at Kong Kong's performance with a smile. Does she like to watch this dance too? Kong Kong thought, this is not what the master likes to watch. This is what the baby likes to watch. Yes, the master likes to watch this dance the most. Really? You keep dancing. I won't stop until I tell you to. Kong Kong continued to perform with a green face after hearing Nangong Youran's order. Dancing is tiring, but it is better than being pulled out to freeze. It looked at Zhang Lang outside the door. If it weren't for his half-human physique, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. The thin man in front of him is really perverted. He has a way of torturing people. Zhang Lang disobeyed discipline, so he was watched by someone outside the window in the temperature of more than 50 degrees below zero to cool off. After he fainted, this thin perverted man would send someone to take him back to the warm house to rest. This goes on and on. Kong Kong is very satisfied with his wit. As the saying goes, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. A real man can bend and stretch. Just like Han Xian, who could endure the humiliation of being kicked under the crotch. Kong Kong stood in front of Nangong Youran, a performer sweating profusely. When it finished the third subject 3, it suddenly felt that Lu Liuliu was very close to it. The distance between the two people was within 50 kilometers. Kong Kong's face suddenly became excited, and his eyes widened. It looked at Zhang Lang, who was still freezing on the balcony, and temporarily suppressed the idea of teleporting back immediately. If Zhang Lang was not brought back this time, the master would definitely find a way to find out Zhang Lang's location. Zhang Lang was caught by this perverted man. If the master ran to save him, it would be miserable if he was caught. Nangong Youran watched Kong Kong dance for 20 times, lowered his eyes, and whispered, "No need to dance. Tell me again. What does she like to eat the most?" "The master likes to eat strawberries the most." Hee. "Master Nangong, you have asked me many times. Haven't you remembered it yet?" Nangong Youran's eyes darkened, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Kong Kong was instantly cold. "By the way, Master Nangong, today is June 6th. Right? My master has her birthday today. Although the master's birthday is according to the lunar calendar, today is June 6th according to the Gregorian calendar, which can also be considered her Gregorian birthday." Nangong Youran listened to Kong Kong's chattering, stretched out his hand to call Nangong Mei beside him, and asked her to go down and prepare a gift for Lu Liuliu. "Prepare it first, and give it to her when you see her later." Nangong Mei no longer persuaded Nangong Youran. Her master has completely become a love-brained person. Because of the vitality water provided by Miss Lu, the master's illness was controlled, allowing him to live another 40 to 50 years. The master regarded Miss Lu as his lifesaver. Chapter 381. She is getting married. It doesn't matter who the young master likes. Anyway, the young master's sperm has been taken out, and there are 3 pregnant mothers waiting to give birth, waiting for the 3 mothers to successfully give birth to children. The young master can play whatever he wants. The Nangong family has successors. Nangong Mei thought secretly, stepped out of the room, and prepared the gift ordered by Nangong Youran. She just closed the door. Zhang Lang, who was standing on the balcony, had his body functions frozen, and his consciousness became stiff. The high-level psychic, who was responsible for guarding him, was even more miserable. It was so cold to stand guard on the balcony with this kid. When he saw Zhang Lang lose consciousness, he was finally relieved. It's okay if this kid faints. If he faints, he can be dragged in to warm up his body, and he doesn't have to continue to suffer from the cold. The high-level psychic dragged Zhang Lang's frozen body into the room from the balcony. Nangong Youran just took a look and didn't react much. Kong Kong's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Lang enter the room. He slowly moved his feet, approached Zhang Lang, deliberately stretched out his hand on him, and asked with concern, "Zhang Lang, are you okay? Wake up. You can't fall down." The high-level psychic saw Kong Kong approaching and did not stop him. Every time he took the boy into the room to warm up his body, Kong Kong would come over to comfort the boy. As a high-level psychic, he was not surprised that the monkey could speak. Qianming, the eldest lady of the D district family, also had a talking mouse by her side. He was lucky enough to see it once, and he was not too surprised that animals could speak. Kong Kong tried to wake Zhang Lang up, but in fact, its yellow furry claws grabbed his body. It immediately activated the space teleportation function. While releasing the skill, it stared at Nangong Youran and yelled at him, "Nangong grandson, your grandpa Kong Kong will not accompany you to the end. Crawl for your grandpa." Nangong Youran, who was staring at Lu Liuliu's bracelet in a daze, looked up at Kong Kong's insults in surprise. Kong Kong and Nangong Youran's sinister eyes met, and he shuddered immediately. What's going on? Shouldn't I teleport to the master space with Zhang Lang? Why is there no movement at all? Kong Kong looked at Nangong Youran with tears in his eyes. Nangong Youran saw the forbidden bracelets on Kong Kong's neck and hands light up, and instantly understood why the monkey suddenly yelled at him. He stood up, walked in front of Kong Kong, and said to it condescendingly, "Do you want to use superpowers? I advise you to stay here honestly. Follow me, and listen to my instructions. You are wearing an official special forbidden bracelet on your hand. Even if you are a high-level superpower, once you put on this bracelet, you can't use superpowers. This is the first time, and the last time. If I hear you scold me again, hee, even if you are her favorite pet, I can't guarantee that I won't punish you." Kong Kong immediately admitted his defeat, crawled on the ground and cried, Whoa, I was wrong. Master Nangong, I was just blinded by greed. I Kong swear to the sky. I will never say anything bad about you in the future. Nangong Youran looked at Kong, who was crying bitterly, and said coldly, if you do something wrong, you must be punished. You, take it outside, and stand for half an hour. Ah? Don't. Master Nangong. Don't do this. Kong yelled and sat on the ground, refusing to get up. An innocent high-level psychic nearby forcibly lifted him up and walked him to the balcony to enjoy the cool air. Standing in the corner, Kong was lifted up and stood on the balcony, looking weak, pitiful and helpless. The temperature outside was minus 55 degrees Celsius, and when he just came into contact with the cold air outside, his body trembled constantly. In less than 5 minutes, Kong fainted directly on the balcony. The psychic next to him looked back at Nangong Youran, and at Nangong Youran's signal, he took the fainted Kong back to the warm room to rest. U District, dozens of kilometers away. Hilton Hotel. Lu Liuliu held the bracelet, looking more and more anxious. She had sent a message to Kong, but Kong just couldn't send it back. This situation was very strange. Lu Liuliu stood up and walked back and forth in the hotel room. This was her habitual action. Every time she was irritated, she would unconsciously stand up and walk around. Xiao Jiu looked at Lu Liuliu, and his eyes were attracted by the post on the top of the bracelet. Good news, the next successor to the leader's son Su Wenyu, and the head of the logistics department, Miss Zhou Yining, will get married the day after tomorrow. Special invitation. All citizens of District A of High City come to the square to witness their happy moment. All people who come to attend the wedding can get a beautiful souvenir. Zhou Yining is getting married, which is a happy event. But the person she is going to marry is the leader's son Su Wenyu. Su Wenyu is a very philandering playboy. There are countless women around him, and he has more than a dozen illegitimate children outside. Xiao Jiu clearly remembers that in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, Su Wenyu forcibly seized the wife of a high-level superpower and was infected with AIDS by the superpower's wife. After he got sick, Su Wenyu became more and more perverted. He killed this high-level psychic and his wife, and then cooked them together. The cooked meat was processed into special compressed meat biscuits. He gave these biscuits to people he disliked. All the people who ate the biscuits, without exception, became AIDS carriers like Su Wenyu. From then on, Su Wenyu treated women less and less as human beings. Zhou Yining actually agreed to marry Su Wenyu. She should know very well what kind of person Su Wenyu is. Xiao Jiu stared at the bracelet and was in a daze for a long time. Zhou Yining and he grew up together, and the relationship between the two families has always been good. He always regarded Zhou Yining as his own sister. He must not let her marry Su Wenyu and get into the fire pit. There are still 2 days before they get married. He must make it clear to Zhou Yining about the interests involved before she gets married. Xiao Jiu's eyes were firm. He stood up, walked to Lu Liuliu, stretched out his hand, and held her arm tightly, and whispered, "Wife, I suddenly have something urgent to do. I need to go out. You wait for me at the hotel. I'll go and be back soon." When Lu Liuliu heard that Xiao Jiu was going out, she looked up at him in confusion. "What's your urgent matter?" Xiao Jiu hesitated and couldn't say it. He didn't want to lie to Lu Liuliu, and he didn't want to tell her that he was going out to see Zhou Yining and persuade her not to marry Su Wenyu. If Liuliu knew, she would definitely misunderstand that he had a romantic relationship with Zhou Yining. What's wrong? Is there something I can't know? Lu Liuliu noticed that Xiao Jiu, who was originally very efficient in speaking and doing things, became hesitant and entangled, and immediately had a bad premonition. "Let's go. I'll go with you, so that I can take care of you." Chapter 382. I swear to God. When Xiao Jiu heard Lu Liuliu pretending to put on her clothes and go out with him, he sighed and said slowly to her back, "Zhou Yining is getting married." When Lu Liuliu heard Xiao Jiu say that Zhou Yining was getting married, she immediately turned around and looked at him. "That's good news. She can find someone she likes. We should congratulate her. You are talking about an urgent matter. You are not going to attend her wedding, are you?" Lu Liuliu thought it was a big deal. For her, Zhou Yining, a potential rival and unfriendly enemy, is getting married. She got married. The relationship between her and Xiao Jiu will naturally be clearer. Lu Liuliu has not forgotten what Zhou Yining did to her in Linwan. She is getting married, so she must take Xiao Jiu with her to congratulate her. No, her wedding will be held in 2 days. I'm going out now to stop her from getting married. When Lu Liuliu heard what Xiao Jiu said, her expression suddenly changed. She stared with a pair of almond eyes, put her hands on her hips, and was very angry. She got married, and you went to stop her. What is your intention? I said. You always said that you only treated her as a sister. But now it's all right. How can it be as simple as a sister? Xiao Jiu saw Lu Liuliu angry, and was anxious and didn't know what to do. Why don't you say anything? Speak. Wife. Listen to me explain to you. Xiao Jiu immediately stepped forward, hugged Lu Liuliu in panic, and held her tightly in his arms with both hands. Wife. I really just treat her as a sister. I swear. I only love you. This woman. In this life. Bah! Liar. Don't you love your mother? Your mother is also a woman. And your grandma and grandma. Xiao Jiu listened to Lu Liuliu's chattering, and in panic, he lowered his head and kissed her lips to stop her from talking. If she continued to say this, it would only make things worse. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu was panting and collapsed in Xiao Jiu's arms. Seeing her calm down, Xiao Jiu held her and sat on the sofa, opened the news on the bracelet, and handed it to Lu Liuliu. She is going to marry the leader's son, who is a playboy and very philandering. How philandering is philandering? He has more than a dozen lovers outside, and more than a dozen illegitimate children. Of course, half of the more than a dozen illegitimate children are not his own. Xiao Jiu added. Lu Liuliu blinked and asked in a soft tone, Go on. I'm listening. Xiao Jiu found that Lu Liuliu had regained her usual calmness and rationality. So he told her the past of Su Wenyu clearly. If she really marries such a man, it would be really miserable. But, if you go to see her, she may not listen to you. Because the other party is the leader's son. I can guess with my toes that the leader wants Zhou Yining to marry his son, just for the warehouse materials managed by the Zhou family in Zhou Yining's hands. It's more reassuring to control Zhou Yining by turning her into a member of your family. Zhou Yining also has a family. Even if you persuade her, she leaves. What will happen to her family? Lu Liuliu's series of analysis and questions stumped Xiao Jiu. Maybe I will find a way to take their Zhou family away from Haishur. Do you want to send them to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter? Yes. Do you really have no feelings for Zhou Yining? Xiao Jiu raised 3 fingers seriously. I swear to God. If I have feelings for Zhou Yining, I won't. When Xiao Jiu was about to say something unlucky, Lu Liuliu covered his mouth with her hand and laughed. If you dare to have feelings for her, you do it on the first day, and I will do it on the 15th. With my looks and strength. There are many men who want to be with me, Lu Liuliu said proudly half-jokingly. Xiao Jiu immediately responded, No. I won't have feelings for her. After Xiao Jiu agreed, Lu Liuliu grabbed his slender and rough fingers with her white hands and played with them. But, are you sure that Zhou Yining now is still the Zhou Yining you knew at the beginning? That woman was not as kind as Xiao Jiu imagined. She didn't forget that Zhou Yining wanted to kill her at the beginning, and secretly dealt with her on a charge. She hadn't told Xiao Jiu about this yet. Since the end of the world, people's hearts are changing. No matter what. I have to say everything I have to say. Just consider it as the last reminder that she has been calling me brother for so many years. Okay. You should handle your own affairs. Wife. If you are worried, you can go with me. Lu Liuliu immediately shook her head and pulled the flesh on Xiao Jiu's face. No. I can't guarantee whether the good sister in your mind has turned evil. If I go with you, what if she turns evil and catches me? If you go, what if she reports you, and you are caught by the authorities? I won't care about you. You? Can't you expect me a little bit? Xiao Jiu was not angry at Lu Liuliu's ruthless words, but smiled at her dotingly. Go ahead. For your innocence, you must talk to me all the time before you go. Lu Liuliu pointed to the bracelet on her wrist. Yes, my dear wife. Xiao Jiu saluted Lu Liuliu, then bowed his head and kissed her lips and plump cheeks, and then got up and put on his clothes. Wife, when I finish the things over there, I will come back to accompany you to continue to inquire about the whereabouts of the pet. Yes. Lu Liuliu said Xiao Jiu to the door, but he stopped her. Wife, it's cold outside. You should go in and warm up. Okay. Lu Liuliu responded and closed the door with his backhand. Xiao Jiu turned around, strode out of the hotel, and drove to District A to find Zhou Yining. About an hour later, Xiao Jiu's car successfully arrived at the inner ring of District A, about 20 kilometers away from District U. He spent some points to ask people nearby and find out where Zhou Yining's Zhou family lived. All the Zhou family members lived in a hotel. Zhou Yining's parents, along with all the relatives of the Zhou family, lived there. Xiao Jiu, wearing a camouflage mask, parked the car at the door of the hotel. He waited there for about half an hour and saw many familiar faces coming in and out of the hotel. These people had given him red envelopes during festivals when he was a child. Many of them were his uncles and grandfathers. Xiao Jiu sat in the car and waited patiently. There was a constant temperature heater in the car, so he didn't feel very cold. Waited for a while. Lu Liuliu's crisp voice came through the Bluetooth headset beside Xiao Jiu's ear. It's time for lunch. Don't just wait for people and forget to eat. Wife, you too. Remember to eat well. Xiao Jiu replied with a smile, and took out a self-heating pot from the car as lunch for today. Chapter 383. Her attitude. At a distance, Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu were eating lunch with each other. While eating, Xiao Jiu suddenly saw Zhou Yining walking towards the hotel from a distance. Zhou Yining, who used to look like a man and was full of heroic spirit, now looked a little decadent and lonely. From a distance, Xiao Jiu could tell from her eyes that she was in a bad mood. Xiao Jiu put down the self-heating rice and drove towards her. The car stopped steadily beside Zhou Yining. Xiao Jiu pressed the window and whispered to Zhou Yining in his original voice, "Get in the car." Zhou Yining looked at Xiao Jiu's completely unfamiliar face, and heard his voice again, and immediately covered her mouth with her hand in disbelief. "Jiu, brother, is that you? Well, get in the car first." Zhou Yining looked around and found that no one was paying attention to this side, so she quickly opened the car door and got in. When she got in the car, she found that the car was very warm and comfortable. How is this possible? The temperature outside is more than 50 degrees below zero. Even if there is air conditioning here, it can't provide much heating effect. How can this ordinary and affordable car have such high-end functions? Although Zhou Yining was very confused, he was completely overwhelmed by the joy of seeing Xiao Jiu at this moment, and didn't care to think too much about other things. "Brother Jiu, I knew you wouldn't die so easily," Zhou Yining said, and suddenly burst into tears. "Brother Jiu, they all said you were dead. You are not dead. It's really great. Chief Su is sending people to catch you. After so long, he hasn't caught you. The higher-ups have given up now." Zhou Yining looked at Xiao Jiu's familiar eyes and told him everything without any doubt. She would never misunderstand Xiao Jiu's voice, although she didn't know how Jiu managed to disguise his appearance. Jiu Ji's eyes and his voice were definitely impossible to misunderstand. "I know all this. Yining, I came to you today because of your wedding with Su when you the day after tomorrow." "Wedding? Jiu, that marriage was not what I wanted to do. It was the pressure from the higher-ups and the coercion from my family. Plus, I haven't heard from you for more than half a year. The people above said that you died abroad. I thought that if you really died, it would be the same no matter who I married, for the safety of my family." So, Zhou Yining quickly explained to Xiao Jiu, fearing that he would misunderstand her loyalty to him over the years. Xiao Jiu listened to Zhou Yining's true feelings, and felt more and more sympathetic and distressed for Zhou Yining. He knew her feelings for him, but he really didn't have any feelings for her. Not before. Not to mention, he already has Lu Liuliu and a child, so it is even more impossible for him to have any relationship with her. In the Bluetooth headset, Lu Liuliu's playful voice came out. Yo, Minister Zhou, who looks cold and hard, actually cried for you." Hearing her voice, I really feel pity for her. Even as a woman, I feel distressed when I hear it. Xiao Jiu was interrupted by Lu Liuliu's voice, and the distress he felt for Zhou Yining in his heart was instantly dispersed. "Brother Jiu, why don't you say anything? Don't you believe my sincerity towards you?" Xiao Jiu said firmly. "Yining, I really have always just treated you as my sister. I took the risk to come to you this time, and it is precisely because of our many years of brother-sister relationship that I came to remind you that you can't marry Su when you..." Zhou Yining wiped the tears from her face and said angrily, "Brother Jiu, I know who Su when you is better than you. But this person is not someone I can choose not to marry. If I leave, what will happen to my parents? What about these people in the Zhou family? As long as you are willing to go with me and can convince your parents, I will have a way to keep all of you Zhou family members safe. Transferred to other shelters." "Other shelters?" "Apart from Haishur, as far as I know, there is only the Little Red Riding Hood shelter left. It is the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. I can send you there to live. After hearing what Xiao Jiu said, Zhou Yining suddenly smiled. She turned her head and calmed down the excitement of seeing Xiao Jiu just now. After a pause, she continued, Brother Jiu, this matter is of great importance. It is not up to me alone to decide. Is it convenient for you? Why don't you go back to the hotel with me? I will take you to meet my parents and then make a decision. When Xiao Jiu heard Zhou Yining mention Zhou's father and mother, he suddenly remembered two familiar faces. He was about to agree. Lu Liuliu suddenly said, don't go home with her. Who knows if she has changed her mind in the past 10 months? Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. If you go home with her, be careful that she will stab you in the back. Xiao Jiu's body froze suddenly. He didn't understand why Lulu had always been so hostile to Yining. Brother Jiu, let's go. I'll stay in the hotel in front. Zhou Yining said this in a very gentle voice, and stretched out a finger, pointing to the hotel in front of Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu looked at the familiar face that he had grown up with, sighed, and shook his head gently. He didn't dare to disobey his wife's order, and really went home with her. What if he couldn't coax his wife when he went back later? No. I'll come. Just to remind you not to marry Sue when you add me as a friend on the bracelet. And go back to tell your uncle and aunt clearly. If they agree to leave, I will send someone to pick them up in person. Tell them that the leader of the Little Red Riding Hood charity is my friend. And when they go there, their treatment will only be higher than here, not lower. Zhou Yining smiled and understood when she heard Xiao Jiu refuse to come to the door. Okay. Brother Jiu, be careful yourself, and don't let others discover your true identity. I will. Brother Jiu, open the QR code. I'll add you as a friend. Okay. Xiao Jiu and Zhou Yining exchanged contact information with each other. Zhou Yining opened a car door and trotted towards the hotel in front of the road. Xiao Jiu watched Zhou Yining run to the hotel gate in one breath, start the car, and drive away. He parked the car in a hidden corner and waited quietly for the Zhou family's decision. About 15 minutes passed. Xiao Jiu received a message from Zhou Yining. Brother Jiu, my parents agreed. They need you to come and meet them. After confirming your identity, they will make a detailed plan to leave here. Xiao Jiu saw the message from Zhou Yining and asked Lu Liuliu on the other side of the voice call, Wife, Uncle Zhou and Auntie asked me to have a meeting with them. You are not allowed to go. Lu Liuliu pouted, with an annoyed tone. What's the meeting? They can go or not. Wife, Uncle Zhou and Auntie have watched me grow up since I was a child, and have always been very good to me. Chapter 384. Why do Mom and Dad? I can't watch him and their daughter. My relationship with Yining is just like yours with Miss Jiang. Bah. How can it be the same as mine and Yi? Yi and I are both girls. But you and Zhou Yining are a man and a woman. Xiao Jiu heard that Lu Liuliu was very angry, and didn't continue to talk. After a short silence, Lu Liuliu blinked and came up with an idea. Let them come out to meet you. The Zhou family must have spies sent by the higher-ups. It's not appropriate for them to meet me privately. Then if you go to their house, you will be discovered by the spies as well. Isn't that even more inappropriate? What if the other party catches you in the trap? Xiao Jiu frowned. Wife, I'm not a turtle. Oh, I'm just making an analogy. I didn't say you were a turtle. Then wife, what do you say? I'll listen to you. Xiao Jiu pushed the problem to Lu Liuliu. No matter what we do, she seems to be dissatisfied. It is better to give her the initiative to decide. Simple. You can just video chat with his parents. Xiao Jiu was disturbed by Lu Liuliu, and could only tell Zhou Yining what she meant. In an emergency, we communicate via video. Zhou Yining received the message, looked at his parents, showed them the message, and said anxiously, Dad, this person is really Jioga. There is no doubt about it. Ningning, don't worry. You call Xiao Jiu first, and make a decision after we confirm it. Okay. Zhou Yining immediately called Xiao Jiu to connect the video call. After a few beeps, Xiao Jiu clicked the green call button and connected the video. In the video, he had taken off his camouflage glasses, revealing his true appearance. Uncle, Aunt, hello. Zhou Yining's parents heard Xiao Jiu's voice, and saw that he was in a very good mental state at the moment. And they were more interested in Zhou Yining's proposal. Xiao Jiu, I've heard everything from Ningning. Are you sure about this? There are 202 people in our Zhou family. Don't worry about this. There are many high-tech products in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. I can use the stealth function of the high-tech aircraft to bring all of you back to the shelter for resettlement. I heard that the shelter requires a lie detector test. If you fail the test, you can't enter the shelter? It's more than 50 degrees below zero outside now. We are two old bones. If we fail the test, don't worry about this. The leader of the shelter is my good brother. For you, you can directly enter the shelter and become a member without taking the test. As long as you are willing to come, I will cover all your food, clothing, housing and transportation. Zhou Yining's parents looked at each other, and then asked Xiao Jiu indirectly. Xiao Jiu, from what you said, I guess your family is also living in the shelter. Right? After a pause, Xiao Jiu nodded slightly. Xiao Jiu, this matter concerns the future of our Zhou family. We need time to consider it. Uncle, Aunt, I understand your feelings. The day after tomorrow is Yining's wedding. Before the wedding, I hope you can make a decision. After the wedding, Yining will be under the care of the Su family. I think it will be more difficult to help you. We understand this. Thank you. You are a good child. By the way, you are in the car now. Right? Yes. I heard Yining say that you are in District A? Yes. When did you come? Xiao Jiu heard the question and kept a look in his mind. I have always lived in District A. Haha. That's right. The most dangerous place is the safest place. You are smart since you were young. Zhou Yining's parents exchanged a few words with Xiao Jiu and hung up the video call. Hey, Dad. Why did you hang up so quickly? I haven't talked to Brother Jiu yet. Shut up. Zhou Yining's father immediately scolded her. Dad? You? Zhou Yining's eyes widened, unable to believe that her father would yell at her. Ningning, don't associate with Xiao Jiu anymore. As for today's meeting with him, just pretend it never happened. Why? Dad? You agreed just now? Why do you suddenly change your mind now? Dad Zhou didn't answer Zhou Yining's question. He snatched Zhou Yining's bracelet. Dad? Why did you snatch my bracelet? Give it back to me. I want to talk to Brother Jiu. Ningning, if you don't want our Zhou family, 202 people, to die, shut up immediately. I won't allow you to mention this name again in the future. Zhou Yining didn't understand why her father, who always loved her, was so cold today. Mom, what's going on? Didn't you just promise me that as long as you confirmed Brother Jiu's identity, you would leave High City with him? Father Zhou did not go to see Zhou Yining, and said coldly to Mother Zhou beside him, keep an eye on her. Don't let her go out in the next few days. After that, Father Zhou took Zhou Yining's bracelet and left her room. Mother Zhou shook her head at Zhou Yining. Ningning, you are obedient. Stay in the room obediently, and marry Su when you in 2 days. Zhou Yining disagreed instantly. She didn't understand. Why did the parents she had always trusted change their minds instantly? It seemed that in the past 23 years, she had never seen her parents' thoughts clearly. No, I don't like him. I want to go find Brother Jiu. Zhou Yining was clamoring to go out. Mother Zhou seemed to be prepared, leaving the room before her, and locked the door with her backhand. Zhou Yining was about to say something. Suddenly, she heard her mother's familiar and indifferent voice coming from the door. Keep the doors and windows closed. Don't let her leave the room. If anything goes wrong, don't worry, madam. We will definitely keep an eye on the second young lady. Zhou Yining heard the conversation at the door, and even if she was stupid at this moment, she understood it instantly. My parents wanted to confirm Xiao Jiu's identity, report him, and ask for credit from the higher-ups. Zhou Yining held the bracelet, and her heart was chilled. On second thought, she was very lucky. Jiu Gu was his original appearance when he just video called, and he said that he was in Area A under the indirect inquiries of his parents. But when she saw Jiu Gu was completely different. With the help of his original strange face, Jiu Gu will definitely be able to leave Area A safely. Zhou Yining stood anxiously by the window, looking out the window. Outside the window, there were 4 12th level high-level superpowers. Ordinary people like her would never be able to escape from their encirclement. Jiu Gu, I'm sorry. I hurt you. Zhou Yining clasped her hands together and silently prayed that Xiao Jiu could hide successfully and not be caught by the people above. On the other side, after hanging up the video, Xiao Jiu immediately put on camouflage glasses, changed into a new face and a new bracelet. Chapter 385. Take off your glasses. Lu Liuliu is right. More than 10 months have passed, and he cannot guarantee whether his uncle, aunt, and childhood playmates have changed their hearts in more than 10 months. When he was talking just now, his uncle's question made him feel something was wrong. For the sake of safety, change your identity and act cautiously. After Xiao Jiu changed his identity, he calmly drove out of Area A. While driving, he added Lu Liuliu as a friend. Did you finish the conversation so soon? Yeah. Wife. I'm driving back now. And I'll be back in an hour. Okay. I'll wait for you. It's slippery outside. Drive safely. Okay. Xiao Jiu did not hang up the voice call, and chatted with Lu Liuliu from time to time. He drove all the way to the exit of Area A. Because it was cold outside, there were not many vehicles at the entrance. There were about 10 vehicles in front of him lined up for inspection at the checkpoint. Xiao Jiu frowned. When he drove over just now, these people were very lax in their supervision. Why did they suddenly start checking? The time the vehicle in front had been waiting for inspection was at least 5 minutes. Xiao Jiu noticed something was wrong and whispered to Lu Liuliu on the other side of the bracelet voice connection. Lu, the situation has changed. I will hang up the voice first and get back to you later. After that, Xiao Jiu put away the bracelet and waited in line for inspection. About half an hour later, it was his turn in the inspection team. The high-level psychic standing outside for inspection had just changed a group of people at this time. These people were exposed to temperatures of more than 50 degrees below zero for a long time, and even high-level psychics could not stand it. Many people coughed and went into the nearby booth to keep warm. Xiao Jiu drove to the entrance of the booth, and when he looked back, he found that there were several vehicles queuing behind him. The staff responsible for checking the vehicles asked Xiao Jiu to open the car window. Xiao Jiu had put away the high-tech items in the car when he was queuing behind. At this time, the car window was opened, and a biting cold wind blew in from the outside. The staff responsible for the inspection saw the glasses on Xiao Jiu's face, and his expression suddenly became serious. He immediately ordered, "Take off the glasses." After hearing this, Xiao Jiu's expression changed slightly. He tightened his hand on the steering wheel. It was at this moment that he suddenly remembered that this kind of camouflage glasses had been distributed to Kong Kong and Zhang Lang. Almost everyone around him, and Lu Liuliu had a pair. Kong Kong and Zhang Lang were arrested, and the secret of the camouflage eyes was likely to have been cracked by the people above. Xiao Jiu looked at the inspectors outside the car window, stretched out a hand, and approached the glasses frame. The inspecting staff saw him take off his glasses calmly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Being willing to take off the glasses means that he is not the person the higher-ups are looking for. Xiao Jiu saw the inspector's relaxed expression from the corner of his eye, and suddenly stepped on the accelerator to the ground, and rushed towards the entrance gate. The high-level psychic who discovered his action immediately recovered from his surprise, and hurriedly drove to chase him. At the same time, the messenger at the gate used the pager to request support from the psychic team in the outer ring area. All the psychics in the entire high city moved at the same moment. Xiao Jiu looked through the rearview mirror and saw the chasing vehicle behind him. His eyes dark. He was not unfamiliar with this situation. A few months ago, he was chased by these difficult psychics for 3 months before he escaped. Xiao Jiu knew that the situation was urgent, and this escape was more dangerous than before. The psychic who chased him a few months ago had higher powers, and he was in the other party's lair. There are at least more than 3,000 psychics in High City. It is undoubtedly difficult to escape from these more than 3,000 psychics. The only plane that can make him ahead is not in use under the current circumstances. He must keep a distance from the convoy behind. Xiao Jiu was thinking about it, and the car dashboard prompted that the electric car was too low in power. Fortunately, these two cars are gas-electric dual-purpose cars. When the power is exhausted, there is still a large tank of gasoline to support it. The car is driving fast on the thick ice. The nearby landscape is passing by quickly. As time goes by, the number of cars chasing Xiao Jiu is increasing. Xiao Jiu secretly thought it was bad. In 3 minutes, we will enter the next block gate area. The gate is made of wire mesh. At this time, there must be a large number of superpowers gathered at the gate. It is impossible to force through. Xiao Jiu immediately opened the bracelet and called Lu Liuliu. "What's the matter?" Lu Liuliu's crisp and soft voice came to Xiao Jiu's ears through the bracelet. When he heard Lu Liuliu's voice, his nervousness eased. He tried to make his voice calm and told Lu Liuliu in the calmest tone, "The situation has changed. I just arrived at the gate and suddenly many superpowers appeared. If I can't come back to find you in time, you will immediately return to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter and take good care of your son. What if? After listening to Xiao Jiu, Lu Liuliu stood up from the sofa in an instant. No what if. I'll wait for you at the hotel. If you don't come back, I won't go back to the shelter. I'll do my best. Liuliu, just in case, clear the chat history first. They may track your location through contacts. I understand. You find a way to come back. If you can't come back, find a place, fly a plane, and fly directly back to the shelter. Okay. Xiao Jiu hung up the voice and deleted the contact information. When his car reached the intersection, he suddenly turned and drove towards the wilderness on the side of the road. The car chasing him behind him followed him into the wilderness without hesitation. No. That kid wants to go to the mountains. Don't worry. Our people will surround him immediately. He goes up the mountain, and he can't escape. In a car behind, several superpowers talk to each other. A few minutes later, Xiao Jiu's car stopped at the foot of the mountain. He immediately abandoned the car and ran up the mountain. In this not-so-high mountain, due to the temperature, the trees in the entire forest were covered with a layer of thick white snow and ice. These snow and ice seemed like thick quilts. The entire mountain was covered in white. Xiao Jiu ran to the top of the mountain at the fastest speed. The high-level psychic behind him chased with great effort. Many people fainted because they did not have the cold-proof clothing that Xiao Jiu was wearing and were exposed to the outside for a long time. Don't chase him. We'll be guarding at the bottom of the mountain. A high-level psychic ordered the people around him. Set up a fire quickly and bring the frostbitten people over to keep warm. Captain, that guy ran to the top of the mountain. Are we really not going to chase him? No need to chase him. We just received news that there are people on the top of the mountain. When did our people go up the mountain? Chapter 386 Electromagnetic Waves. Are you stupid? Have you forgotten that we have invisible planes? That guy went into the mountain. Without supplies, he will be forced out sooner or later, or freeze to death in the mountain. Even if he climbed to the top of the mountain, he would be caught by our people who ambushed on the top of the mountain in advance. Hiss. What are you hissing about? Uh-huh. No. I'm cold. Uh-huh. The high-level psychic who spoke laughed awkwardly, and had a better understanding of the means above. Damn. If you offend the people above, you will be targeted. Want to escape? It's very dangerous, he thought secretly. You must not offend the leaders above. In the snow-capped ice and snow mountain, Xiao Jiu quickly climbed up the mountain. When he noticed that the tail behind him disappeared, the uneasiness in his heart dissipated. He stopped at the mountainside and did not continue to run up the mountain. Here, there is enough space and conditions to use a helicopter to leave the encirclement of the psychic. Xiao Jiu quickly took out the model helicopter and activated it, and took the automatic cloud ladder to enter the plane. He flew the plane into the air and headed far away. The plane rose to a height of 1,000 meters and suddenly stopped rising. Warning! Warning! Affected by unknown electromagnetic waves. The aircraft power system has stopped operating. Xiao Jiu frowned when he heard the intelligent AI's report. He was in midair at this time. If he parachuted down from here, he would definitely be surrounded by high-level superpowers below. Before he could react, the sound of propellers roared suddenly around the plane. More than a dozen military fighters surrounded the high-tech plane he was riding. Xiao Jiu, I advise you to surrender and get off the plane. Otherwise, we will dispatch air forces to attack you indiscriminately. Xiao Jiu heard the warning from the loudspeaker of a nearby plane, and immediately exchanged for a high-level laser gun, stood at the door of the cabin, and aimed the laser at the nearby planes surrounding him. He pulled the trigger of the laser gun, but the expected situation of the plane's propeller being pierced did not occur. On the contrary, the laser gun he had been using was affected by the electromagnetic wave and lost its original function. The people on the plane saw Xiao Jiu's actions through the telescope, and said to him with a smug smile, "The laser gun equipped in your base has been cracked after research by scientific researchers. This laser gun uses electrical energy to conduct and emit beams. In essence, it uses electrical energy and special metal structures to improve attack performance. There are 2 electric ability users in our team. The electric magnetic field they release covers a range of 1 kilometer near you. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Your weapons and planes are useless." Xiao Jiu turned on the loudspeaker on the plane and sneered. Really? He suddenly stretched out his hand, and a ball of black mist appeared on his hand. This is the special black mist ability he activated a few days ago. The first level black mist is only a small ball. The 12th level black mist can extend to 500 meters when the firepower is fully opened. The nearby planes and ability users are just within a range of 500 meters from him. Electromagnetic wave power user? The electromagnetic wave power was released at such a close distance. It must be on the plane. As long as he kills everyone on the plane indiscriminately, he can successfully fly the plane away. Xiao Jiu did not hesitate and directly launched the biggest attack of the 12th level superpower. In an instant, on the pale mountain top of the snowy and icy mountain, 1,000 meters high in the blue sky, a thick black fog enveloped all the nearby planes. The superpowers on more than a dozen planes sensed the special black fog floating in front of them, and used their superpowers to protect themselves from the invasion of the black fog. However, their reaction speed was a bit slower. Xiao Jiu's actions were very fast, and the black fog instantly enveloped the plane, blocking their escape route from the plane. The people in the plane did not even have time to call for help, and were corroded by the black fog into a pool of black liquid. The liquid met cold, condensed into black ice in midair, and fell from 1,000 meters high. Silently, all the superpowers on more than a dozen planes, together with the simple helicopters used for combat, disappeared without a trace. The speed of the battle was very fast. After releasing a full-strength attack, Xiao Jiu felt dizzy and his eyes were black. He used his last bit of strength to give an order to Xiao Ai on the plane. Go to the Little Red Riding Hood Charity at full speed. Xiao Ai heard the order and operated the helicopter to fly away. Xiao Jiu found that the plane had regained power and instantly collapsed in the driver's seat. In order to ensure that nothing could happen, he put the dimensional space storage pocket watch on his body into the main system for storage. At the same time, he took out a high-level crystal core and absorbed the energy inside to replenish the black fog power that had just been released. About 5 minutes later, Xiao Jiu suddenly found that the plane had fallen into a rigid stagnation again. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown electromagnetic fluctuations appeared in front, and the plane was affected and could not move forward. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown electromagnetic fluctuations appeared ahead. The plane was affected and could not move forward. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown electromagnetic fluctuations appeared ahead. The plane was affected and could not move forward. A series of repeated alarms sounded in the cabin. Xiao Jiu narrowed his eyes slightly as he absorbed the crystal core to replenish his superpowers. There were more than 2 electromagnetic wave superpowers. The 2 who just died. There are still more on the official side. In a few minutes, his superpowers were only restored to less than 30%. If he really fought with these people, he would have no chance of winning. Xiao Jiu remembered the vitality water essence that Lu Liuliu gave him. In a critical situation, he did not hesitate and immediately used the vitality water in the cabin to purify all the spare crystal cores on his body. After a burst of white smoke, Xiao Jiu took the crystal core without a trace of virus, grabbed a handful of low-level ones, stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them. A few seconds later, after being replenished with crystal core energy, his superpower energy was replenished to the best state again. Xiao Jiu coldly opened the door of the driving position, stretched out a hand, and released a new round of black fog attack towards the nearby planes that continued to chase. The fighters on the helicopter saw the black fog coming and quickly drove the helicopter out to escape. Although they had been prepared, the closest helicopter was still affected by the black fog. A little bit of black fog directly corroded most of the entire helicopter. The damaged plane, along with the people on the plane, fell towards the endless snow-white frozen forest nearby. Boom! The plane fell into the forest, and a huge noise was accompanied by the flames of the explosion. The snow-white forest in the air was affected by the explosion sound after the 5 planes crashed and burned instantly. Gusts of cold wind blew in the mountains, and the fire became bigger and bigger, and the fire burned more and more vigorously. The extremely cold weather, which was originally more than 50 degrees below zero, suddenly began to rise under the influence of the fire. Chapter 387 Fierce Fighting. In midair, all the superpower users who managed to escape the black fog were terrified, and many of them wanted to retreat. Although the higher-ups promised that as long as they participated in the capture operation and caught Xiao Jiu, they would be rewarded with 10 high-level crystal cores. But at this moment, after seeing the horror of Xiao Jiu's black fog superpower, no one dared to approach the plane he was on. Nangong Youran, who was far away from the fighter plane and monitoring all this, found that these people wanted to retreat, and immediately signaled to Nangong Mei beside him. Nangong Mei took the intercom and told all the high-level psychics participating in the battle on the plane, "What are you afraid of? Even if he is a high-level psychic like you. Even if he is a special high-level psychic. So what? The energy of superpowers is not endless. Just you can kill him through the air? The surveillance on my side can see it clearly. All the sacrificed personnel will not sacrifice in vain. We will compensate their families and relatives with a lifetime of worry-free food and clothing. After successfully arresting Xiao Jiu, I will double your reward on the basis of the original 10 high-level crystal cores." As Nangong Mei lobbied, the high-level psychics on the helicopter began to move again. As the saying goes, there must be brave men under heavy rewards. Many mid-level psychics who participated in this operation had more fire in their eyes. Crystal core resources are all controlled by the government and the family. The only way for them to upgrade is to join the official mission to improve their own strength. If you don't have the strength, it will be extremely difficult to survive in the days ahead. This time they signed up for the pursuit mission. If they retreated halfway, with the official means, even if they quit at this time and survived by chance, they would definitely be punished by the people above and fall into a situation where they would definitely die. It is better to take advantage of the opportunity and give it a try. Fight for a chance to become a high-level psychic. With 10 high-level crystal cores, even a fool can successfully advance in time. Not to mention 20 high-level crystal cores, let alone touch the threshold of high-level psychics. Even upgrading to level 12 is very likely. After Nangong Mei's instigation and analysis, the fearless intermediate psychic drove the plane toward Xiao Jiu. The crowd of high-level psychics surrounded them from a distance, thinking that they would wait for the people in front to exhaust the other party's superpowers, and then go up to share the credit and receive the reward. Xiao Jiu coldly watched the crowd that continued to approach him, and tirelessly released superpowers to deal with the running dogs set by the top. More than 10 minutes later, Xiao Jiu ran out of energy again. Below the area near him, a group of people who were going to die were turned into frozen black bricks by the black fog energy. Many people who escaped by chance had their planes damaged and fell into the forest burning below, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Seeing that batches of intermediate-level psychics died, they could not get close to the plane where Xiao Jiu was. Nangong Mei stared at the monitor with an anxious look. "Master, Xiao Jiu's bones are too hard. It's been more than 10 minutes. His energy should have been exhausted long ago. How can he still release energy continuously?" Nangong Youran stared at the surveillance video. At this moment, Xiao Jiu, who was running out of energy again, threw 2 purified high-level crystal cores into his mouth. Originally, such a crystal core, given to any ordinary person in the shelter, could make them successfully become superpowers. At this moment, he swallowed all of them directly, turning them into a continuous stream of pure energy to replenish his superpower deficit. Nangong Yuran saw Xiao Jiu swallowing and absorbing the crystal core directly, and his charming peach blossom eyes slightly raised. He narrowed his eyes and ordered Nangong Mei, notify them that Xiao Jiu must be captured at all costs. He has a large number of pure purification crystal cores, and the vitality water at the beginning is definitely more than these. After hearing Nangong Yuran's words, Nangong Mei immediately reacted. Xiao Jiu really hid the secret of vitality water. Nangong Mei continued to mobilize the superpowers of the entire high city, regardless of their level, to attack Xiao Jiu wave after wave. As the order was issued, countless superpowers surrounded this small and medium-sized mountain forest. A variety of superpowers stood at the foot of the mountain, quietly watching the streamlined silver-white plane in the sky. The raging fire illuminated the faces of these psychics, and also reflected the wildness in their eyes at the moment. The psychics, using a round-robin battle, took the helicopter provided by the government to launch a psychic attack on Xiao Jiu. Their psychics hit the high-tech aircraft and did not cause damage to the aircraft. But due to the effect of the psychic power, Xiao Jiu had to close the cabin door and hide in the cockpit of the aircraft. When the psychics saw Xiao Jiu hiding in the cabin, they finally smiled. If they work harder, they will definitely kill this kid. In an instant, the sky was filled with colorful psychic light. Countless low, medium and high-level psychics released all kinds of strange psychics on the plane where Xiao Jiu was, hoping to break through the defense of the plane. The sky darkened slightly until it was completely dark. After 5 hours of hard work, Xiao Jiu swallowed the last high-level crystal core and launched a large-scale indiscriminate attack on the mutants who approached again. A vacuum zone appeared near the plane. The mutants at the foot of the mountain were all terrified at this moment. What kind of monster is this? After more than 5 hours of protracted fighting, his superpowers could not be exhausted. Everyone was retreating at this moment, because the large area of charcoal-burned woods exuded the delicate fragrance of meat. All these smells were emitted by the mutants, who fell from the sky after being defeated. They fell into the fire, and were burned to death by the raging fire that could not be extinguished. The screams before death kept echoing in the ears of the surviving mutants. Nangong Mei frowned. She looked at Nangong Youran, who had been sitting in front of the monitor, not knowing what to do. Nangong Youran chuckled and muttered to himself. I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you had so many high-level crystal cores and vitality water on you. What a pity, you swallowed them all. Nangong Mei moved her ears. Master, this kid is really a waste. If these vitality waters that purify crystal cores were given to Master would be able to completely cure the stubborn disease in his body. Mei, continue to attack. Nangong Mei raised the stakes again and slowly spoke to the surviving psychics. Everyone who survives will be rewarded with 50 high-level crystal cores. The high-level psychics, who were originally terrified, hesitated again. As long as they survive, they can get the reward of 50 high-level crystal cores. The reward is really tempting. As long as they are not entangled by the strange black fog, they can survive. Chapter 388 Neat and tidy. The remaining hundreds of high-level psychics gritted their teeth and attacked the plane that Xiao Jiu was avoiding again. This time, the black fog that frightened them no longer appeared. The big hand that released the black fog, which made them tremble all over, did not float out from the narrow crack of the cockpit. Everyone discovered this joyful scene. Not only the high-level psychics, but also the flying psychics who had been hiding at the foot of the mountain. All attacked at this moment and used their superpowers to climb to the top of the plane where Xiao Jiu was. Half an hour later, a metal psychic successfully used his superpowers to open the cabin door of the plane. In the cockpit, Xiao Jiu fainted in the seat in the cockpit due to severe physical overdraft. Nangong Youran saw a high-level psychic pick up Xiao Jiu and successfully put on the forbidden bracelet and collar for Xiao Jiu using the ability of the flying psychic. He felt relieved and stood up from the sofa where he had been sitting for 5 hours. Mei, I want to see him, and the plane he's flying right away. Okay, young master. I'll tell my men to bring him back to you right away. Nangong Mei picked up the intercom and gave orders to the superpowers. More than 10 minutes passed. Xiao Jiu was taken to Area A, the townhouse complex where the Nangong family rested. All the core members of the Nangong family, about 30 people, lived here. The captured Xiao Jiu, wearing a forbidden bracelet, was locked in a room with Kong Kong and Zhang Lang. In the room, there was a 365-degree pinhole camera with no blind spots. The unconscious Zhang Lang smelled the smell of human blood for the first time and woke up from his coma. He opened his eyes and saw Xiao Jiu, who was thrown on the ground with a forbidden bracelet and special handcuffs and leg cuffs. Zhang Lang rubbed his eyes in confusion, thinking he had seen it wrong. How could this be possible? Xiao Jiu, this guy, has a lot of secrets hidden in him. How could he be caught by the people above with high-tech weapons and transportation tools, as well as awaken 12th level supernatural powers? As long as he doesn't reveal his identity and actively die, the possibility of catching him is almost zero. Zhang Lang, who was confused, immediately stood up, walked to Xiao Jiu, stretched out his hand and pushed his shoulder, trying to wake him up. But Xiao Jiu was in a coma due to long-term trembling, severe deficiency, and was pushed by Zhang Lang for a long time. But he couldn't wake up. But Kong Kong, who was on the side, slowly opened a half-closed eye after hearing the movement and looked around. In the huge room, the central air conditioner above the head was blowing warm air. Keep the temperature in the room always fluctuating around 0 degrees. Despite the powerful central air conditioning, the temperature in the house was still very low. Kong Kong shivered, and when it realized that the house was temporarily safe, it opened its eyes and sat up from the ground. Zhang Lang's voice was hoarse and stiff from the cold, and he shouted to the stunned Kong Kong, "Monkey, come and have a look." Kong Kong heard the voice, looked to the corner behind him, and saw Xiao Jiu fainted on the sofa. "Boss Xiao, why is he here?" Kong Kong jumped up immediately, came to Zhang Lang, and tried to think of a way with him, pushing Xiao Jiu, trying to wake him up. The two of them tried many times, and found that Xiao Jiu's eyes were closed, and he just couldn't wake up. Both of them were very worried. Cover him with a blanket first. He's still breathing. Maybe he'll wake up after a rest, Kong said, and found a musty blanket in the closet and covered Xiao Jiu with it. Just settled Xiao Jiu down. Kong reached out and touched the skull bracelet on his wrist. So hungry. I really want to take out the things in the dimensional space and eat them. Kong looked around with wide eyes. Zhang Lang saw Kong's secretive movements and immediately whispered to it, "Don't move. Stay still. That bastard must be watching us next door." Kong was startled and looked around the corners above his head to see if there were any cameras flashing red light. The apartment next door. Nangong Youran heard Zhang Lang's voice coming through the LCD screen, and waved to Nangong Mei beside him. "How long will it take for him to wake up?" "Master, the doctor said that he will wake up in an hour." "Well, you send someone to watch them. I'll rest for a while. When he wakes up, bring him here." "Okay, Master." Nangong Mei replied and watched Nangong Youran leave the monitoring office hall. After Nangong Youran fell asleep, she and Nangong Lan, Nangong Zhu, and Nangong Jiu beside her took turns monitoring the movements of Xiao Jiu and others. An hour passed in a flash. Xiao Jiu closed his eyes tightly, and his eyeballs moved left and right under his eyelids. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the sofa. The moldy quilt that was originally draped over him fell to the ground. Kong and Zhang Lang saw him wake up, and there was a hint of joy on their faces. "Boss, you finally woke up. Why did you get caught by that pervert?" Kong asked Xiao Jiu loudly. Zhang Lang sat on a chair and listened to Xiao Jiu's answer. Kong's question was exactly what he was wondering about. After Xiao Jiu found that his body was just a little weak, he cleared his throat and told them the story briefly. Kong shook his head. "Boss, I'm not saying anything bad about you. The master is right. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. How can you trust that woman Zhou Ning? That woman is so bad. When you left, she deliberately found a way to lock the master up. If it weren't for the master's wit, she would have killed him with a knife at that time." Xiao Jiu was stunned for a moment when he heard what Kong said. "What do you mean?" Kong found that what Xiao Jiu said to it was completely in a daze. So he told them the story of Zhou Yining deliberately locking Lu Liuliu up in Lin Wan shelter. After listening, Xiao Jiu sat there with a dazed look in his eyes. After a moment, he sighed deeply. If what Kong said is true, and his whereabouts were exposed this time, it must be related to Zhou Yining. No wonder Lu Liuliu has always been so hostile to Zhou Yining. It turns out that such a thing happened in the shelter. Xiao Jiu suppressed these complicated emotions and lowered his eyes to think. Now, the most important thing is how to get out of trouble. Xiao Jiu looked at the forbidden bracelet on his wrist, reached out, and touched the same metal collar on his neck. Zhang Lang saw that he found the bracelet and immediately said, "I advise you to save some energy. This iron bracelet and collar are very strange. After wearing it, all my abilities cannot be used. Also, there is a pinhole camera in this room." Zhang Lang pointed to the location of the camera that Kong had not discovered. Kong saw the direction Zhang Lang pointed and immediately ran over to destroy the pinhole camera. "Fool, do you think there is only one camera in the room?" Zhang Lang sneered at Kong. Chapter 389, Throwing a Brick to Attract Jade. "Tell me, where else is there? I'll smash them all." Kong really hates the feeling of being monitored. As long as all the monitors are smashed, those people can't see what they are doing in the room. In this way, it can take out the food in the dimensional space to eat. It and Zhang Lang were locked up by the perverted young man for several days. They have never been able to eat enough. Zhang Lang is a zombie, so it doesn't matter whether he eats or not. It's nothing more than a decrease in the level of superpowers. And the upgraded superpowers are used to fill the daily energy consumption. Zhang Lang won't die for a while. It can't. It's a living, cute little animal. While Kong was talking, he found the pinhole camera in the direction of Zhang Lang's finger, pulled the pinhole-sized camera out of the gap in the wall and broke it. Xiao Jiu looked at Kong jumping up and down in the room, looking for the pinhole camera, and his eyes went black again. The dizzy feeling forced him to close his eyes and take a few deep breaths before he could recover from the weakness after severe exhaustion. Zhang Lang saw Xiao Jiu's sickly appearance, and the hope he had raised was immediately dashed. Well, Xiao Jiu couldn't even protect himself, let alone take them out of this hellhole. Zhang Lang was thinking about whether to give in and follow Nangong Youran. The door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Nangong Mei was accompanied by 2 high-level psychics. The 2 psychics walked straight to Xiao Jiu, supported him on the left and right, and led him out of the room. Click. The door was closed. Kong Kong and Zhang Lang looked at the closed door and sighed at the same time. It's over. Boss Xiao was taken away. Seeing that he was struggling to walk now, he couldn't be relied on at all. Oh, right. During the brief exchange just now, I forgot to ask Boss Xiao. How is the master now? Kong Kong and Zhang Lang looked up at the dark sky outside the window at the same time, as if they were looking forward to Lu Liuliu coming down from the sky and saving them from Nangong Youran. They really didn't want to endure the ravages of the outdoor temperature anymore. Master, if you don't come again, it's understandable that I rebel. Right? Kong Kong and Zhang Lang thought silently in their hearts at the same time. Outside the door, Xiao Jiu remained calm and was taken to the hall where Nangong Youran was with the support of 2 high-level psychics. Nangong Youran sat on the sofa and looked at Xiao Jiu calmly. This person had a brief encounter several times before. In the past, he didn't take such a person seriously. It's just a child of aristocratic family. There are many children of such aristocratic families in various urban areas of the entire Hailan country. Although Xiao Jiu is from the largest city's family, compared to his position under the leader, it is not worth mentioning. Does Lu Liuliu like such a man? Tall and sturdy, with a stern face, a kind of superior aura that can only be formed by years of training in the army, is everywhere. He is a completely opposite type to him. Will Lu Liuliu like him? Because of the long years of illness, the body has been ravaged and the skin is pale. Even though, as he became a high-level psychic, he became much stronger after physical exercise. But when he saw Xiao Jiu in front of him, he realized that his external body quality was indeed not as good as the one in front of him. If you only look at the face, he is not much inferior to him. Believe, as long as he is given a chance, Lu Liuliu will always find his advantages and be willing to contact him. Isn't it? She is in high sure, Nangong Youran said to Xiao Jiu in a positive tone. At the same time, he stared at Xiao Jiu's deep eyes, hoping to get the answer from his eyes. Xiao Jiu was very surprised to hear Nangong Yuran's voice. As the number 1 mysterious lackey under the leader, the Nangong family should be most concerned about the whereabouts of the vitality water. Why did he mention Lu Liu? Xiao Jiu was full of doubts. But on the surface, he remained indifferent. Nangong Youran couldn't see anything from his face. So he chuckled, stood up, and walked to a distance of 1 meter away from Xiao Jiu. Even if you don't say it, I know that she must be in high sure. Let's make a bet. Will she fall into the trap because of you guys? Xiao Jiu heard Nangong Yuran's lightly teasing voice and tried to restrain the panic in his heart. Your goal is the vitality water. This matter has nothing to do with her. It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. Catch him and ask. It's clear. Nangong Youran laughed wantonly. He spent so much money to successfully capture Xiao Jiu, and he was naturally proud and excited. Xiao Jiu saw Nangong Yuran's smiling eyes and said nothing. The more you talk, the more the other party will see the flaws. Don't talk? You should know the internal methods. Confess as soon as possible, so as not to suffer physical pain. Xiao Jiu remained silent after hearing this. 10 months ago, the official had already asked what they wanted to ask. He tried all those methods. This little bit of suffering is nothing. I just hope that Lulu can take care of the child, and not be caught by the people above. Nangong Yuran still maintained an excited smile. I have notified the higher-ups to post the post. By now, she should have seen the pinned message. Xiao Jiu moved his imprisoned wrist, and the suppressed superpowers seemed to be imprisoned by something out of thin air, and he could not use them. But the system can still be used. The system does not belong to the superpowers between superpowers. Now is not the time to use the system to exchange items. There are many superpowers near High City, and countless survivors. He has killed at least 2,000 people today. Unless all the superpowers and survivors in Jianghai City are killed. Otherwise, the people above will never let go of the secret of the vitality water on him. We must think of a way to have the best of both worlds and quietly escape from here. I hope that Lulu can be more ruthless and not come to rescue people. Xiao Jiu automatically blocked Nangong Yuran's rumors and silently connected to the exchange interface of the system, trying to find a high-tech item to break the current dilemma. Before on the plane, he had been entangled with the superpowers, failed to find a useful item. The first thing to solve is the electromagnetic wave magnetic field developed by the official scientists. The second is the supernatural ring he wears, which can imprison supernatural people. These things he has never heard of in the last 10 years of the last days. It seems that because of rebirth, the direction of many official things is different from that in the previous life. Finally, we need to find out what other means the official has. Make sure everything is foolproof before leaving here. Nangong Youran saw Xiao Jiu standing in a daze in the room, and waved to Nangong Mei at the door. Take him away, and keep him under strict supervision for 24 hours. No one is allowed to approach except me. As for torturing Xiao Jiu, this trick is unnecessary. Before Xiao Jiu was brought back for investigation, he used all the tricks in a week. Chapter 390. The conclusion is, it's useless. There's no need to waste energy on him. He saw it clearly through the surveillance just now. Xiao Jiu has used up all the vitality water in his body, and there is no profit to be made. The people above only want Xiao Jiu and his family, and he only wants Lu Liuliu. Through Xiao Jiu and the two companions around Lu Liuliu, he will definitely be able to lead her out. Wait until she is caught, then hand Xiao Jiu over to the leader. Nangong Youran sat back on the sofa, and he took out the model of the plane that Xiao Jiu had driven before from his pocket. The silver model of the plane has now become a thumb-sized model shape. He tried many ways, but failed to activate this magical model plane. The steel body plane is almost invulnerable to swords and guns. How many of these magical items did he have on him? And how many were in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter? Nangong Youran whispered to Nangong Zhu, who was standing in the corner, you go. Take a team of people. Go to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, and go to investigate the situation there. Okay, young master. Nangong Zhu received the order, and slowly walked out of the hall. Nangong Youran played with the model airplane, trying to get the Nangong family's high-tech science personnel to crack the mystery of the airplane. Xiao Jiu's stinky face must have nothing to ask. U District, High City, Room 1201, Hilton Hotel. Lu Liuliu stared at the bracelet blankly, expressionless. When she first saw the post, she thought she had seen it wrong. After more than 10 minutes of complicated emotions, and many deep greetings to Xiao Jiu and Zhou Yining, her emotions gradually calmed down. As expected, an accident still happened. Zhou Yining, that woman, is not a good person. She guessed that Xiao Jiu had camouflaged eyes and a plane, and was a high-level psychic, so he should be fine. Even if Zhou Yining betrayed, Xiao Jiu could get away. Oh, that's good now. Xiao Jiu was also caught. Just now, from a distance, she saw through the huge French windows of the hotel. Various lights appeared in the distant sky for 5 hours, and the faint fire at the foot of a mountain in the distance. At that time, she had already guessed that something had happened. The 5-hour wait was tormenting. He didn't come back until the fire ended. A new post appeared on the forum afterwards, and Xiao Jiu was captured by the Nangong family. I don't know whether the person who posted the post intentionally or unintentionally sent a location. Lu Liuliu clicked on the location of the location by some strange coincidence, showing that the location was in the townhouse community in the west area of District A of High City. The meaning is obvious. Wanting the people behind Xiao Jiu to go in and save people, since they dared to release the news so blatantly. The other party must have made all the preparations. Xiao Jiu has a model airplane, and even his high-level ability with full damage could not support him to leave Area A. And he also carries camouflage glasses with him. Lu Liuliu looked at the camouflage glasses beside her, and she reached out to pick up the glasses and took a look. Zhang Lang and Kong Kong were arrested, and I'm afraid that Xiao Jiu's whereabouts were exposed this time, which was related to their arrest. The secret of the camouflage glasses might be discovered by the other party. Lu Liuliu sighed. This matter is very tricky. Lu Liuliu reached out and patted her forehead hard. As early as when she arrived here and Kong Kong could not contact back through space, she should have been alert. There must be something unusual in Area A that neither she nor Xiao Jiu knew about. Lu Liuliu walked around the hotel room anxiously. In the room, there was still the silver-white cold-proof heating device provided by Xiao Jiu. She was going there alone now, just sending food. It would be a waste if she went there. In that case, the pet can be replaced. And whether to have zombies? Well, it is not necessary. The child's father. The father can also be replaced. In other words, the child can live well without a father, and with her as a mother. She can't give her head to the snake spirit, who dug a trap like the Calabash brothers saved his grandfather. Or, find out what the other party wants, and then use things to exchange hostages? Lu Liuliu racked her brains to think of countermeasures. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu decided to go back to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter first and ask Yan Feiyu before making plans. She is just a weak woman with water ability and no attack power. It is unrealistic to let her rush to Area A. After Lu Liuliu made the decision, she immediately put away the high-tech heater. Apart from the heater, there was nothing else valuable in the house. However, she spent a lot of points when she came to live here. The bed, tables, chairs and benches in this room are still worth some money. Lu Liuliu moved all the movable things in the house into the dimensional space necklace. After packing up her things, she put on camouflage glasses, thick clothes and scarves, and left the hotel overnight. When passing by the hotel lobby, it was noisy and smelly just like when she first came, because there were so many people, and someone in the lobby was burning fire to keep warm. The smoke was very choking. There were many people in the lobby. No one noticed her short stature and tightly wrapped body. Lu Liuliu left the hotel smoothly. She found an abandoned bicycle on the roadside. She rode the bicycle and left the U district. The security guard at the U district's entry box thought he saw a ghost when he saw her. In such cold weather, a weak woman stayed up late at night and rode a bicycle outside. She really didn't care about her life. Brother, someone is sick outside. It's too late to go. I'm afraid. After listening to Lu Liuliu's whispered explanation and seeing the QR code showing green, the staff at the sentry box immediately let her go and let her leave the U district. 10 minutes later, Lu Liuliu's hands were already frozen. This was after she took off a cold-proof coat and put it in her leather gloves to keep warm. There was always cold air coming out from the seams between the gloves and the wrists. Lu Liuliu took some effort to get to the bridge at the junction of the 4 districts. In the dark night, you can't see your hand in front of you. In the endless cold outside, the headlamp on Lu Liuliu's head illuminates the surrounding area. With the light from the headlamp, Lu Liuliu jumped on the spot and took out the model airplane sent by Xiao Jiu to enlarge it. She got on the plane and returned to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter under the cover of night. 2 hours later, the plane successfully landed in the huge square of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Lu Liuliu took the cable car up the mountain with ease. When she returned to the shelter and saw the familiar buildings, her tense nerves relaxed. After a while, Lu Liuliu returned to the bedroom where Little Red Riding Hood arranged for her and Xiao Jiu to live. She took out her mobile phone and notified Jiang, Yan Feiyu, and Little Red Riding Hood to come over. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu, Jiang, Yan Feiyu and Little Red Riding Hood sat around the heating table in the living room to discuss countermeasures. Xiao Wu was held in Lu Liuliu's arms. He stared with his big eyes, looking at Lu Liuliu and the other people's faces curiously. Chapter 391. Mom, Dad has been captured by the bad guys. Let's go and save him. In the silent atmosphere of Lu Liuliu and others, Xiao Wu's childish voice suddenly sounded. Lu Liuliu touched Xiao Wu's dark hair and said softly, My dear, you care so much about your dad's safety. He will definitely be very relieved to know. Doesn't Mom care about Dad's safety? Xiao Wu tilted his head and looked at Lu Liuliu and asked. Lu Liuliu coughed lightly with guilt. Of course. Mom also cares about your dad's safety. After Lu Liuliu finished speaking, Yan Feiyu said anxiously, The longer Brother Jiu stays there, the more dangerous it will be. I will organize the brothers immediately and set off immediately to rescue in Area A. Feiyu, don't be so reckless. Jiang Yi grabbed Yan Feiyu's arm to stop him from standing up. He is right. Feiyu, don't be anxious. After more than 6 hours of suffering, Lu Liuliu's emotions returned to a calm state. She calmly dissuaded Yan Feiyu. Then she turned around and asked Little Red Riding Hood next to her, Little Red Riding Hood, what do you think? When Little Red Riding Hood heard Lu Liuliu's question, countless symbols instantly appeared in her golden pupils. After a minute of calculation, Little Red Riding Hood replied in a soft voice, Dear, we don't recommend going to Haishur A district for rescue. The calculated success rate of rescue is only 1%. After hearing Little Red Riding Hood's soft and ruthless answer, Lu Liuliu and others were silent. Xiao Wu saw that everyone was silent, and it seemed that they were not going to rescue Xiao Jiu. He was anxious and his face was very excited. Mom, I'm going to save Dad. I'm very powerful now. Dad is so good to me. If you don't save Dad, I will save Dad. Xiao Wu struggled to stand up from Lu Liuliu's arms, looking at the gate with burning eyes. Lu Liuliu saw Xiao Wu struggling to find Xiao Jiu, and said to him earnestly, "The probability of saving your dad is almost zero. If Mom goes with you to save Dad, we are likely to be caught by the bad guys like your dad. Baby, do you know? There is a shortage of food everywhere now. The bad guys outside catch a chubby kid like you and cook him in boiling water first." Xiao Wu was frightened by Lu Liuliu's words. His face turned pale, and he burst into tears instantly. "Whoa, Mom, we can't watch Dad being cooked by the bad guys." Lu Liuliu immediately hugged Xiao Wu and coaxed him. Yan Feiyu and Zhang Yi looked at Lu Liuliu coaxing Xiao Wu, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Their tense mood was instantly relieved because of Lu Liuliu's words to lie to the child. But then again, Little Red Riding Hood is a high-tech intelligent AI. According to its statistics, they have no chance of saving Xiao Jiu. At that time, all the brothers may be defeated there. Lu Liuliu patted Xiao Wu's back to calm his sobs, and then continued to ask Little Red Riding Hood, "Little Red Riding Hood, is there really no way to save them with a high chance of success?" Xiao Wu stopped crying instantly when he heard Lu Liuliu's question. He looked at Little Red Riding Hood with tears in his eyes and expected eyes. Yan Feiyu and Zhang Yi also stared at Little Red Riding Hood nervously, hoping to hear her different answer. Little Red Riding Hood replied in a soft voice, "Master, I have calculated the strength of both sides, as well as the master's strength. Based on the principle that everything is possible, I give you a 1% chance of winning." When Xiao Wu heard Little Red Riding Hood's answer, he was immersed in despair. Lu Liuliu was more upset when he heard Xiao Wu's cry. He was holding back a rage in his heart, but he couldn't vent it. "Damn Xiao Jiu. You deserve it. I told you not to care about Zhou Yining, but you insisted on going, and swore to me. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have been soft-hearted." Zhang Yi noticed Lu Liuliu's irritability, and saw Yan Feiyu's face a fearless death, and her heartbeat began to fluctuate. The baby in her belly seemed to be aware of her emotions, kicking restlessly in her belly. Zhang Yi was kicked in the stomach by the child, and she stood up with her mouth covered, ran to the nearest bathroom, and vomited non-stop. Go check on E. She's vomiting a lot." Lu Liuliu urged Yan Feiyu, who was sitting stupidly, to go to the bathroom. Yan Feiyu realized it belatedly and ran to Zhang Yi, stood behind her, and gently stroked her back to help her breathe. As for saving Brother Jiu, after listening to Little Red Riding Hood's analysis, he gave up the idea of forcing his brothers to follow him to save Xiao Jiu. After all, if they went, the brothers would most likely die. He couldn't make decisions for the other brothers. He could only tell them about this later and let them decide for themselves. As for himself, no matter if there was only a 1% chance of winning, he would definitely go. Even if he died in High City this time, he had to go. Yan Feiyu looked at Zhang Yi's profile. His eyes became more determined. Zhang Yi, who had just vomited a lot of sour water, took the cup of warm water handed by Yan Feiyu and rinsed her mouth. When she looked up again, she met Yan Feiyu's determined eyes. "Go if you want. Don't feel sorry for me, child. I will take good care of it." Zhang Yi said these words softly, broke free from Yan Feiyu's support, and walked out of the bathroom slowly. If it was Lu Liu who was arrested today, she would try her best to save Lu Liu even if she risked her life. Without Lu Liu, she would have died long ago. How could she meet Yan Feiyu again and have a child in her belly? She accepted Yan Feiyu's decision silently. She even made plans secretly. If Yan Feiyu died unfortunately, she would live well in the end times with her child. Yan Feiyu followed Zhang Yi and sat down at the table together. Xiao Wu's eyes were red, and he closed his eyes with sobs. Tired of crying, he lay in Lu Liuliu's arms and fell asleep unconsciously. Lu Liuliu looked at Xiao Wu's chubby little face, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Brat, you can't help being scared. And you said you were going to save your dad. You can fall asleep even when you cry with such little ability. When you go to the enemy's base camp and see the bloody internal organs and limbs, you will be scared to death. Sister-in-law, you and he take a rest first. I'll go out and ask the brothers and listen to their opinions." "Well, you go and ask. I'll wait for your reply." Yan Feiyu nodded gently and turned to go out. Inside the house, Zhang Yi said half-jokingly, "My husband. I can't stop him. If he wants to go, he can go. Don't persuade him later." Lu Liuliu listened to Zhang Yi's pretending to be relaxed tone. And she had already made up her mind. She would not let Yan Feiyu go. But she herself must go. As for the outcome, we can only say that we should do our best, and leave the rest to fate. Chapter 392. She came back late at night, mainly to listen to Little Red Riding Hood's analysis and opinions. Maybe Little Red Riding Hood can think of a better and foolproof plan. Unfortunately, Little Red Riding Hood failed to give her a good plan and answer. The unexpected gain is that Xiao Jiu's good brother Yan Feiyu is a reliable person. Don't worry about this matter. I have a way. Ah? Really? Zhang Yi's eyes were full of suspicion. If there is really a way, why would you come back to ask for help? Lulu must be joking. Yeah. After Lu Liuliu responded lightly, she suddenly heard many heavy footsteps coming from the door. As the door was knocked, she stood up, opened the door, and saw Yan Feiyu and 60 high-level psychics standing behind him. After hearing Yan Feiyu say that Xiao Jiu was arrested, these psychics picked up their weapons, put on their clothes, and followed Yan Feiyu upstairs. You, go back. The superpowers at the door, including Yan Feiyu, couldn't believe what Lu Liuliu said. Sister-in-law, we went to save Brother Jiu. Why do you want us to go back? Feiyu, you stay in the shelter. Maintain the safety of the shelter. Take good care of me. I have my own way. Sister-in-law, you don't want to save Brother Jiu alone. Do you? Yes. I'll go alone. I will remember your loyalty to Xiao Jiu. Lu Liuliu turned his back to Yan Feiyu and others at the door, returned to the room, picked up the down jacket and put it on, and walked to the door of the room surrounded by superpowers. Feiyu, you take good care of Yi and the children at home. But sister-in-law, I can't watch you go alone. If you, no ifs, I'm sure. Follow Yan Feiyu to rest next door. Zhang Yi stood beside Lu Liuliu with her big pregnant belly, and said worriedly, Lulu, can you really go alone? Let Feiyu take the team to accompany you. Lu Liuliu shook her head. Listen to me. Have you forgotten? I'm not an ordinary person. Zhang Yi saw Lu Liuliu close at hand, blinked at her, and instantly remembered that Lu Liuliu was a person who lived a second life. Believe me. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Liuliu seriously for a few seconds. She could only see the calmness she pretended to be from Lu Liuliu's face. Feiyu, let's go back. Yan Feiyu and his brothers behind him were surprised when they heard Lu Liuliu's decision. I'm leaving. Xiao Wu, please help me keep an eye on him. Feiyu, Xiao Wu is Xiao Jiu's biological son. You have to watch him carefully. If you all go to save him, what will happen to his son? When everyone was still hesitating, Little Red Riding Hood suddenly said, you should listen to the master. If you go, you will definitely die. From the data, it is the safest and wisest decision for everyone not to go. As Little Red Riding Hood's voice fell, Yan Feiyu and the other 60 high-level psychics finally gave up the idea of saving Xiao Jiu. They looked at Lu Liuliu's thin and small figure and slowly walked towards the elevator entrance. Zhang Yi hurriedly followed and sent Lu Liuliu downstairs. After a while, Lu Liuliu activated the model airplane and waved to Zhang Yi. It's windy outside. Go back and help me take care of Xiao Wu. When he wakes up, tell him that I'm going to save his father. At the latest, I'll be back in 3 days. Zhang Yi's eyes were still full of deep worry. She nodded gently and watched Lu Liuliu leave the Little Red Riding Hood shelter by plane. The silver streamlined plane disappeared into the boundless sky in the blink of an eye. Yan Feiyu and 60 superpowers also took the elevator downstairs at this time. Feiyu, let them all disperse. Go back and rest early. Yan Feiyu sent a signal to the superpowers to disband. He supported Zhang Yi and turned to walk into the building. Zhang Yi urged, Xiao Wu is still sleeping in the room. Let's go back and help Lulu take good care of the child. Yes. Lu Liuliu returned to the original U area again. It was 1 in the morning. She had not checked out of the room she had booked before. But now, she did not plan to continue staying in this hotel. She had taken advantage of all the money in that room. When the hotel staff reacted, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Lu Liuliu passed by District U and took advantage of the night to change to an off-road vehicle and drive to District A. District A was different from the following districts. It had the largest commercial center in the entire high city, and commercial buildings lined up one after another, with floors built high into the sky. It could be said that the most amazing buildings and businesses in High City were all centered in District A, although it was the end of the world. But High City, which was originally sparsely populated, did not seem to be sparsely populated because of the relocation of all the people in Highland Country. Even though it is minus 55 degrees outside now, lights can be seen in the buildings and shops on the street in Area A. Lu Liuliu came to the Nangong family townhouse, where the bracelet was located. She rented a room in a small hotel 2 kilometers away from the townhouse to rest. The room was very simple. There was only a wooden bed, a wooden table and a wooden chair. Lu Liuliu scanned the room to make sure there was no surveillance and abnormal signals inside, and took out the bracelet to check the messages on the forum. The content of the post was the same as before. In addition, the official permission to ban comments was enabled. Lu Liuliu could not get any useful information from this post. Her plan was simple. The space was now unblocked. As long as she could see Xiao Jiu and others, she could bring them all into the space directly. Anyway, there were a lot of supplies in the space, so there was no worry about food and drink. When the people of the Nangong family relaxed their vigilance, they took the opportunity to find a way to escape again. As for the space being exposed to Xiao Jiu, it was also easy to solve. Before taking Xiao Jiu away, she directly injected him with a drug to make him faint. Lu Liuliu rubbed her palms, took out the high-tech signal blocker that Xiao Jiu had exchanged before, blocked all the signals in this room, and found an abandoned bracelet. She sat on the only chair in the room and used the spare abandoned bracelet to contact the official ID that posted the message. What conditions will you release people? As Lu Liuliu sent the message, the other party replied almost immediately. It seemed that someone expected someone to contact and kept waiting. Who are you? Xiao Jiu's grandfather, sister, or mother? Or are you Lu Liuliu? Lu Liuliu was stunned when she saw the other party quickly reply to the message through friends. Before she could reply, another message came from the other side. 1 gene of vitality water. Release 1 person. Lu Liuliu saw the conditions offered by the other party and felt it was outrageous. Chapter 393. 1 pound of vitality water is nothing to her. However, things are valuable because they are rare. The total amount of vitality water currently circulating in the market will not exceed 1 pound, including the share she gave to Xiao Jiu and Jiang Yi. How dare these people ask for this? 1 pound of diluted vitality water. Okay. Deal. I'm talking about 1 pound of vitality water concentrate. Are you dreaming? Where can I get so much vitality water? How much do you have? You are talking nonsense. Can you believe me if I tell you how much I have? Even if I tell you that this is all my private collection. Can you let them go together? Master. The other party is very angry. Have you found out who it is? An anonymous reply by the name of Wang Chong. Where is the person? Master. There is no entry and exit information corresponding to the identity of Wang Chong in the shelter. What about the location? No location information can be found. Nangong Youran sneered. They can actually escape the satellite positioning. The other party must have magnetic technology that can avoid signals. Master. What's your reply next? 20 milliliters vitality water essence. 1 person. Okay. Master. Nangong may immediately sent a message to Wang Chong. Anonymously. Lu Liuliu saw 20 milliliters for 1 person. Thought about it. And continued to reply. 10 milliliters for each person. I only have the last 30 milliliters of the original liquid left, regardless of whether the other party believed it or not. Lu Liuliu bargained in half. Every extra portion of the magical vitality water exchanged was a disguised way of increasing the enemy's strength. No problem. How do we trade? I will send the drone to the door of your villa, and let your people wait. Deal? Wait. The first person to be released. I want Xiao Jiu. We decide who to release. We don't accept designation. Lu Liuliu stared at the information on the bracelet and could only agree temporarily. No matter who the other party releases, we can find out clearly what went wrong when we come back. Why Xiao Jiu was caught even though he had high-tech weapons and airplanes. Also, why can't Kong Kong use space to teleport back? Okay. Lu Liuliu did not hesitate. She took out a high-tech drone that Xiao Jiu had given her before and put 10 milliliters of vitality water essence on the drone. The drone has the most advanced autopilot function. After setting the location, it can automatically fly to the corresponding position. This drone was the gadget that Xiao Jiu had been using when he traded high-tech weapons with the official anonymously. Compared with modern drones, It only has an automatic navigation system. The exchange price of this drone is very cheap. And it is okay even if it is intercepted and studied by the other party. Lu Liuliu wore gloves and did not leave fingerprints on the drone. To be on the safe side, she deliberately left the small hotel and drove to the vicinity of Area B. Only then did she find a hidden corner, turned on the switch of the drone, and sent the other party vitality water. After sending the vitality water, Lu Liuliu immediately drove away from the original place. And after a circle, she returned to the original place, at the door of the villa where the Nangong family lived. Nangong may led a group of high-level superpowers to wait at the door, thinking that no matter who the other party sent to trade, they would definitely catch the other party and torture them severely. However, a few minutes later, they saw a very small plane flying to the door of the villa. Nangong May was stunned when she saw the drone, and then reacted. She took the vitality water in a PP plastic bottle from the drone, and returned to the lounge where Nangong Youran lived with the drone and the bottle. Master, the temperature outside is low, and it has frozen into ice. I will take it to thaw it in water first. Yes. Nangong May got Nangong Youran's permission, and immediately put the frozen PP small bottle into warm water to thaw slowly. A few minutes later, she took a clean paper towel, and wiped the water stains on the PP water bottle. Nangong Youran took the small bottle she handed over, opened the bottle cap, and put it to his nose, and sniffed it gently. A strong sense of vitality emerged instantly. There is nothing wrong with the thing. Go. Let Zhang Lang go. Ah? Nangong May didn't quite understand. The master really planned to let someone go. However, why didn't he let the monkey go, but Zhang Lang instead? In her opinion, a high-level psychic is much more important than a monkey. Xiao Jiu Zhang Lang monkey. The monkey was looking for cameras everywhere in the room to destroy them, which was the most annoying thing. Master, Zhang Lang is more valuable than the monkey. Nangong May thought the master was confused and reminded him carefully. The monkey is interesting. I like it. Zhang Lang is a stubborn guy. Boring. Okay. I'll arrange it now. Nangong May slowly retreated, and she couldn't guess Nangong Youran's thoughts anymore. She didn't understand what the master meant by interesting and boring. After a while, Nangong May took a few people and flew Zhang Lang to the outermost part of the high-shore shelter. Once here, life and death are determined by fate. Zhang Lang stared at the people on the plane. He didn't understand why these people suddenly took him out. Is his death approaching? Don't stare at me with your dead fish eyes. Do you know that your eyes are as ugly as zombies? Nangong May trembled and mocked Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang had no expression on his face. These stupid humans didn't find out that he was half human. His eyes were a little strange all over his body, and that thing couldn't get up. The rest looked exactly like them. Someone used precious vitality water to exchange your life. Now, I let you go. Zhang Lang moved his wrist when he heard that he could leave. However, the unusually strong black bracelet on his wrist still prevented him from using the ability of a superpower. This black bracelet was very thin, almost as thin as a rubber band. However, just such a small amount of material could prevent him from using superpowers. You, give him a parachute pack. Nangong May instructed the high-level psychic around her. Two psychics quickly put a parachute pack on Zhang Lang and explained to him how to use it. Zhang Lang stared at the people on the plane. When you take off the bracelet, I will immediately separate your neck and body, make your flesh and blood into frozen blood and flesh soup and eat it alive. Nangong May noticed Zhang Lang's bloodthirsty eyes, and a cold murderous aura came into her, and she sneered coldly, "You have no chance against us. Give him an injection of the developed anesthetic." Zhang Lang widened his eyes, and frowned at a high-level psychic, who was holding a transparent medical syringe with a thick needle in his hand. Without waiting for him to react, the psychic injected all the liquid in the syringe into Zhang Lang's body. Chapter 394. Zhang Lang suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a feeling of powerlessness came instantly. Okay. Take off the forbidden ring. The psychic took off the thin black forbidden bracelets on Zhang Lang's hands and neck according to Nangong May's instructions. As the bracelets were taken off, Zhang Lang, who had been in a short coma for a while, instantly felt the recovery of his superpowers. His pupil shrank, and he quickly attacked the nearest psychic. The other two defensive psychics on the plane were prepared and released their superpowers at the first time to stop Zhang Lang's riot. Zhang Lang saw that there were so many people on the plane, and if it took too long, he might be caught back. So, He quickly changed his idea of attacking the psychic to snatching the forbidden bracelet. In almost a second, he grabbed a forbidden collar and jumped off the plane without hesitation. Useless. What do you do? The forbidden bracelet is so precious. And you actually let someone who was drugged take it away? Facing the furious Nangong Mei, the high-level psychic lowered his head and endured her scolding. After a few scoldings from Nangong Mei, she changed her mind. Forget it. It's not a loss to get the vitality water. Watch the bracelet carefully. If you lose it again, I will make you pay for it. The psychic understood instantly. If he loses it again, he is afraid that he will not survive. Not surviving is not bad. The most feared thing is to be captured and handed over to the Everest laboratory, locked up for experiments, and unable to live or die. After a few scoldings from Nangong Mei, she ordered the pilot to go back. As for Zhang Lang, the temperature outside is more than 50 degrees below zero, and the psychic will not survive for more than an hour without warming measures. If he can't find heating supplies and facilities within an hour, he will definitely die. They released the people, and they were alive and well when they were released. After they were released, the people died, which had nothing to do with them. Outskirts of Haishur, Zhang Lang landed smoothly at the foot of a mountain covered with ice and snow. The moment he just appeared, the contract line with Lu Liuliu became clearer. He looked in the direction of Haishur shelter. The master was inside Haishur shelter. It was far away from here. Zhang Lang took out the luxury RV that he got from the Qian family for free from the dimensional bracelet given by Xiao Jiu without panic. He got into the RV, turned on the air conditioner, and adjusted it to the maximum temperature to warm his body. The anesthetics of those people had an effect on him, but not much. He was a zombie, not a human. The anesthetics could only anesthetize his muscles and skin in a local area, and could not anesthetize the whole body through the blood. Zhang Lang sat in the RV and picked up the forbidden collar to take a look. He didn't see anything, and was worried that the people above would do something with the collar. It can only be temporarily stored in the dimensional space. He tried to drive the RV to the direction of Haishur, 5 kilometers ahead, but the temperature was too low. The engine of the RV was frozen and could not work. He did not have the extreme cold heating device specially provided by Xiao Jiu to heat the RV as a whole. As a result, the vehicle could not start and drive in such weather. The air conditioner in the RV has been turned on for a long time, but it is only a few degrees higher than the temperature outside. 50 degrees below zero and 55 degrees below zero. There is a difference, but it is not big. Zhang Lang can only find thicker clothes to wrap himself. He is a zombie and cannot be frozen to death. But the extremely cold temperature will accelerate the consumption of his body energy. Zhang Lang took out the high-level crystal core from the dimensional space and absorbed 2 to replenish the energy that had been running low in the past few days. The dimensional space bracelet was originally taken away by Nangong Youran for research when he was captured. Moreover, when he was first captured, he was stripped naked. The laboratory over there studied for a long time and was able to find out something from his clothes and the items in his backpack. The clothes and his backpack were eventually returned to him by Nangong Youran. Kong Kong was no exception and had the same experience as him. Maybe it was because Xiao Jiu referred to a popular big brand in the amusement park when he was replicating the bracelet. In the end, they regarded the bracelet as a decoration produced by this brand. The decoration was lucky to survive. Zhang Lang thought of the shame of being stripped naked, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. If there is a chance, he must punish the person who stripped his clothes and the instigator who ordered him to strip his clothes. Zhang Lang recalled the turbulent waves in his chest when Nangong Mei ridiculed him, and gritted his teeth to hide the seeds of hatred in his heart. Now, the most important thing is to find the master first. Zhang Lang looked at Haishur with a sad face. His camouflage glasses were taken for research. The special buttons on the glasses were discovered, and the special items were confiscated. The bracelet was also confiscated. Now he has no identity and cannot enter Haishur. Zhang Lang thought about it and waited silently in the RV. He could sense that the contract line between the master and him was becoming clearer and clearer. The master should be rushing towards him. Zhang Lang waited patiently in place. At the same time, he sensed the movement nearby. The vast frozen land had no trace of human activity. It was safe here for the time being. About an hour and a half had passed. Lu Liuliu drove the vehicle and successfully met Zhang Lang at the foot of an unknown mountain. After she got off the car, She saw a bonfire lit by Zhang Lang for heating next to the RV. Only a pile of half-burned ash and charcoal remained. The ash and charcoal glowed red. Zhang Lang saw her coming and hurriedly found a large iron basin and put the burning charcoal into the basin. "Master, please go into the RV first. I'll bring the brazier in to warm you up." Lu Liuliu looked at Zhang Lang, whose hair had frozen into lumps, and her heart was warmed. "Don't worry about the fire. Go to the RV first. I have something to ask you." After that, Lu Liuliu entered the RV and sat down. She took out the extreme cold milk warmer and put it on the RV and turned it on. A minute later, the temperature inside the RV rose significantly. Zhang Lang stubbornly carried the charcoal that had been burning for an hour into the RV. When he saw the heater next to Lu Liuliu, he was very surprised. This color and texture must have come from Xiao Jiu. This pot of charcoal fire that he had worked hard to guard for an hour was indeed not as convenient and useful as someone else's heater. Zhang Lang suddenly felt frustrated. He seemed to be a failure. He couldn't beat those people, couldn't protect his master, and in other aspects, he was far inferior to the people around his master. Lu Liuliu saw Zhang Lang holding the brazier and softened his tone. "Bring the brazier over here. My boots are wet." Just for a while, Zhang Lang's depressed mood suddenly improved. He didn't know that Lu Liuliu, as the master, could sense his emotional changes through the contract line between them. Zhang Lang immediately squatted down and helped her take off her boots. He took out the insoles in the boots and put them on the red charcoal to warm her. The slightly damp insole was heated by the red charcoal fire, emitting a puff of white smoke. Chapter 395. Lu Liuliu doesn't have smelly feet, so the smoke is just white smoke, without a pungent smell. "Tell me, what happened after you were arrested?" Zhang Lang paused, sorted out his thoughts, and slowly told what happened during this period. Lu Liuliu listened silently, and waited for Zhang Lang to finish before she asked, "Have you seen Xiao Jiu?" "Yes. Xiao Laodo was also arrested and locked up with me and Monkey." "How is he?" "Looks a little weak," Zhang Lang said truthfully. After hearing this, Lu Liuliu showed a worried look on her face. It would be a lie to say that she didn't care about Xiao Jiu. They had been sleeping together and whispering to each other for so many days. It was impossible that they didn't have any feelings. In addition, he was the biological father of the child. Even though she was betrayed by a man in her previous life and had given up on love, she remembered Xiao Jiu's kindness to her these days. Unconsciously, she was warmed by his heartwarming actions. But don't worry. There are no obvious signs of injury on his body. Lu Liuliu was relieved to hear that he was not injured. "Where is the monkey? You are together. Why doesn't it use the space medium to teleport you back?" Zhang Lang listened to Lu Liuliu's doubts, and immediately took out the collar he had just snatched from the dimensional space. Lu Liuliu stared at the slender black collar he placed on the dining table of the RV and frowned and asked, "What is this?" "It's this thing that makes me and Kong Kong unable to use our abilities." "Impossible," Lu Liuliu blurted out while staring at the black collar. "Her space is not a kind of superpower. Even if the official side develops something to deal with superpowers, it will definitely not have any effect on her space. How could Kong Kong be restricted?" I said. "Maybe you don't feel anything. Why don't you try it on?" "I put it on?" "After putting it on, can you get rid of it?" Zhang Lang was asked by Lu Liuliu. Lu Liuliu took out a plush toy from the space. "Try this first." Zhang Lang immediately picked up the collar, opened a secret buckle at the seam of the collar, and put the collar on the neck of the simulated plush toy. Then, he tried to take the collar off the plush toy. To his surprise, the collar was very smooth when it was taken off. "Master, this collar is very strange. After I put it on, I tried all the ways, but I couldn't get rid of it." Lu Liuliu picked up the collar and opened it again without hesitation. She stood up, walked to Zhang Lang, and reached out to put the collar on his neck. "How does it feel?" Zhang Lang tried to mobilize the zombie's superpowers. "I can't use superpowers. Turn around and face away from me." "Okay." Lu Liuliu reached out and tried to take off the black collar. The process of taking off the collar was unusually smooth. "It's easy to take it off. Can't you take it off by yourself?" "I can try." Lu Liuliu put the collar on Zhang Lang again. Zhang Lang reached out to unfasten the collar's hidden buckle. Failed. After many attempts, they concluded that this outrageous collar, once put on, cannot be taken off by oneself. Only others can take it off. "No, master, I asked Kong Kong to take the collar off for me, but it wouldn't come off. I tried to take Kong Kong off, but it didn't work. When you opened each other's collars, were you wearing the same thing? Master, what do you mean? That should be the case. This collar is very strange. After you met Xiao Jiu, did he mention this collar? Or did he tell you any secret code? Zhang Lang thought hard and shook his head. No. Lu Liuliu picked up the collar and put it around her neck. After the collar was buckled, she tried to take it off. The result is self-evident. It couldn't be taken off. Lu Liuliu tried to use the space ability to take things out of the space, but the things couldn't be taken out. When she put on the collar, she could instantly sense that the ability in her body could not be used. Zhang Lang was stunned when he saw Lu Liuliu put on the collar herself. Why are you still standing there? Take off the collar for me. Zhang Lang heard Lu Liuliu's urging, and the strange thoughts in his heart were awakened by her voice. No. How could he have such an idea? Zhang Lang's reason prevailed, and he helped Lu Liuliu take off the collar. Lu Liuliu stared at him coldly. You hesitated just now. You want to take advantage of my danger and do something? Zhang Lang lowered his head and did not dare to look into Lu Liuliu's eyes. Don't forget. You and I have the power of the contract. As long as you want to kill me, you will die first. Okay. Next time, you don't have to follow me. I can't afford to use people with two minds, and I dare not use them. Zhang Lang listened to Lu Liuliu's cold words and suddenly felt unusually depressed. He did have strange emotions just now, but he definitely didn't want to hurt Lu Liuliu. Rather, he wanted to take her for himself. This impulse was not a matter between men and women, and he didn't have that function. It was almost the same as the feeling of a child seeing his favorite toy, not wanting his favorite toy to be snatched by other children. He hoped that this toy would belong to him completely. Zhang Lang was shocked by the terrible thoughts that emerged in his heart. When did he have such a perverted feeling for his master? Lu Liuliu thought of Zhang Lang's idea of betraying her just now, and a cold sweat appeared on her back unconsciously. This collar is really weird. It can even block space. She didn't know whether the weird collar could block the power of the contract between her and Zhang Lang. If the power of the contract can also be blocked, wouldn't she let Zhang Lang slaughter her? Lu Liuliu looked at the forbidden collar on the table and had a deep fear of this thing. How did the authorities get this creepy thing? As long as you wear this thing, you will feel like a fish on a chopping board. Xiao Jiu was also put on this thing. Can his ability be used? Golden power is a kind of power. It is highly likely that it cannot be used. Lu Liuliu put away the collar and threw it into a corner of the space. Master, you'd better not enter Haishur easily. Haishur seems to have special care for people wearing glasses. He discovered the secret of our disguised glasses. Lu Liuliu looked at Zhang Lang, who had quietly retreated to the distance at some point, and said him softly. She was quite tactful, and knew that she was very dissatisfied with him because of his hesitation just now. Fortunately, Zhang Lang chose not to do anything to her. Lu Liuliu's trust in Zhang Lang is only 50% now. Chapter 396. Lu Liuliu withdrew her gaze from Zhang Lang, took off the camouflage glasses on her face, and silently worried about her behavior. Not long ago, when she entered High City, she was wearing glasses on her face. Maybe it was because it was late at night, and she looked thin as a weak woman. Xiao Jiu, who was wanted by the authorities, had been caught, so there was no further inspection of her wearing glasses. Just now, the sleepy duty officers at the checkpoint asked her to take off her glasses for inspection. The consequences? I'm afraid it would be unimaginable. However, how could Xiao Jiu and the monkey be brought out without wearing glasses when entering High City? Are the people above really willing to release people after getting the vitality water? Lu Liuliu took out the communication bracelet that had lost signal in the wild. She put the bracelet into the space and did not continue to contact the official people. Just like before, she took out a worthless intelligent pathfinding helicopter, tied the vitality water to it, and brought it to the gate of the Nangong family's villa. Half an hour later, Kong Kong fell from high school into a wilderness. It was shivering with cold. The next moment, it found the connection with Lu Liuliu, and immediately used its supernatural power to appear in Lu Liuliu's space. Come out. Kong Kong ordered Kong Kong, who was howling at the sky in the bamboo house. Kong Kong heard the familiar voice coming from the space, and immediately put away the joy of surviving the disaster, and flashed from the space to the RV. When it saw Lu Liuliu, it said excitedly, Master, woo woo woo. I finally see you again. I knew that you would find a way to save me. Master. Lu Liuliu growled at Kong Kong in an impatient tone. Enough? Shut up. Kong Kong stretched out his leather-gloved hands and covered his mouth. Tears welled up in his eyes. And he didn't know what he had done wrong. Did you see Xiao Jiu when you were released? Kong Kong nodded immediately. Lu Liuliu looked at Kong Kong standing beside him, covering his mouth and nodding silently, and instantly felt angry. Speak. Did he say anything to you when you saw him? Kong Kong slowly lowered his hands that were covering his mouth. Master, you just told me to shut up. And now you want me to speak. I don't know if I should speak. Lu Liuliu took a deep breath. You can speak now. Okay. Boss Xiao said that the master doesn't need to save him. Even if the master sends him more supplies, he won't let him go. And it will only waste supplies. He asked you to go back to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter and take good care of the child. He also said that he could get out of trouble by himself. Also, he said, Kong Kong imitated Xiao Jiu and sat on a chair beside him. His body was very upright, and his tone was indifferent and calm. You monkey. Even if you tell her, according to her character, she will definitely send supplies. She won't listen. She will come to Haisher to save me. Lu Liuliu was amused by Kong Kong's imitation. Xiao Jiu is really narcissistic and blindly arrogant and confident. How could he be sure that she would find a way to save him? Lu Liuliu showed a smile that she herself did not notice. Kong Kong saw Lu Liuliu smile and smiled too. Master, Boss Xiao asked me to give this to you. Lu Liuliu stared at Kong Kong with wide eyes. What is it? Why didn't you take it out earlier? You monkey? Master, you have been asking me questions, and I didn't have time to take it out. Kong Kong touched his wrist, and an invisible bracelet was placed on the dining table. Master, this is an invisible dimensional space, which contains the things that Boss Xiao gave you. Lu Liuliu was very surprised. After wearing the forbidden collar, her space could not be used. Why can Xiao Jiu's ability still be used? He can also exchange items. Is Xiao Jiu's gold system more powerful than his own space? Lu Liuliu suppressed the surprise in her heart. She groped to sense the location of the invisible bracelet, activated the bracelet, and opened the things inside. In the bracelet, there were a variety of names that she had never heard of. These names were quickly glanced at in the list of products printed by Xiao Jiu. Kong Kong, how did Xiao Jiu give you these things? Master, those people are perverted. There are listening devices in the room. Xiao Lao hid in the moldy quilt. He secretly put the bracelet on my hand. Those people can't see what happened in the quilt. Master, are you going to save Xiao Lao? Save? Why not? Lu Liuliu didn't hesitate and continued to use the drone to exchange hostages with the above. Only this time, Xiao Jiu was right. The 10 milliliters vitality water she sent over was like a drop of ink in the sea, without splashing any waves. They waited in the RV for 2 hours, but they didn't see the other party release Xiao Jiu. Master, what should we do now? Lu Liuliu thought for a moment and got off the RV. She had not been idle for a few hours of waiting. She had been studying the gadgets that Xiao Jiu asked Kong Kong to bring. This guy said on the surface that he did not want her to save him. The actual action was not like this. Each item in the bracelet explained that she should stop Yan Feiyu and the team of superpowers from saving him. By the way, send a big gift to the upper level. The other party targeted them so much, they could not just let it go. Lu Liuliu took out the model airplane hanging around her neck and activated the airplane. Zhang Lang, you put away the things. We will get on the plane. Okay. Zhang Lang put the RV back into the dimensional space. They got on the plane one by one. After Lu Liuliu entered the plane, she took out a gadget similar to a button. The manual said that this gadget could make the plane completely invisible and not be discovered by official personnel. Lu Liuliu entered the name of the destination. Xiao Ai Smart took them to the sky above the central area of Haikao. Lu Liuliu took out the bracelet for contacting the authorities. The plane was at a height that was just enough to receive the signal source of Haisher. As expected, the other party sent a message on the bracelet. You no longer have the vitality water. We will not release you. Who told you that I don't have the vitality water? 30 milliliters, release Xiao Jiu. Nangong Youran saw the message from Lu Liuliu and his eyes tightened. There is still vitality water? He began to wonder whether the vitality water was obtained from Myanmar or Lu Liuliu's ability. Some special natural abilities have their own special characteristics. He remembered very clearly that at the beginning of Lin Wan Shelter, Lu Liuliu's note was a water ability user. Maybe. It was wrong from the beginning. It's not that Xiao Jiu has vitality water. Maybe he got it from Lu Liuliu. 50 milliliters of vitality water. I will release him. Nangong Youran smiled and typed out a line of words with his slender fingers that were so thin that you could see the joints. Deal. Chapter 397 Wedding Banquet. Nangong Youran saw the other party reply so quickly, turned on the voice button, and said slowly in his usual low and mellow voice, Lu Liuliu. Lu Liuliu saw a voice message and curiously opened it to play. When she heard Nangong Youran's unique voice, she was stunned for a moment. This voice, she was too familiar with it. She had met this person at close range in Blue Lake before, and later found out that this person was the young master of the Nangong family. Kong Kong came to Lu Liuliu and muttered, "This man has a nice voice." Zhang Lang stared at Kong Kong silently. "Idiot. This is the man who ordered us to be arrested." "Ah? He is the mastermind behind the scenes? When I see this kid, I will make him pay for it." Lu Liuliu ignored Zhang Lang and Kong Kong's discussion, and immediately took out another drone to deliver the vitality water according to the agreed amount. She didn't have much confidence in this transaction, but she had to give it a try, even if the other party can fulfill their promise. It is not certain. Although she knew very well that Xiao Jiu had made such a big fuss before and killed thousands of other parties' superpowers, the other party would never let him go easily. As the drone arrived at Nangong's house, Lu Liuliu received a message from the other party again. "Xiao Jiu, we will not let him go." When Lu Liuliu saw the message, she did not react much. Knowing the other party's attitude, she no longer held a fluke mentality. Instead, she immediately ordered Xiao Ai to fly the plane back to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. After returning to the shelter, she immediately called Yin Feiyu and asked him to send the special items given by Xiao Jiu to the superpowers under his command. Tomorrow is the wedding of Zhou Yining and Su Wenyu, the son of the leader. All the prominent people in Area A will attend and witness it. At that time, the people of the Nangong family will definitely attend. While the defense force is weak, they will sneak in with people and rescue Xiao Jiu. This is the plan that Lu Liuliu came up with. Little Red Riding Hood, what is the success rate? Little Red Riding Hood replied, 50%. After hearing the answer, Yin Feiyu did not hesitate and immediately turned around to arrange the members of the superpower team to prepare for departure. Lu Liuliu said a few words to Jiang Yi and asked Little Red Riding Hood to help take care of Jiang Yi when she and Yin Feiyu were away. After a while, she and Yin Feiyu took a plane with special facilities and sneaked into the air 3,000 meters above the Nangong family villa and waited. Everyone rested in the plane, ate and drank enough, and quietly waited for the arrival of tomorrow. The next day, it was just dawn. Many workers appeared in Area A. They came to the stadium where everyone stayed up all night to prepare. In the stadium, many seats for guests were set up according to the scale of the wedding. On the outermost open-air square, a temporary tent was set up, which was a place for ordinary people in Area A to dine. On the projector at the top of the stadium, wedding photos of Zhou Yining in a wedding dress and Su Wenyu in a suit were played. The slides kept flashing back on the projector. Su Wenyu smiled very brightly, giving people a feeling of gloom with a hint of sunshine. Zhou Yining seemed abnormal. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, like a puppet doll that had lost its soul. Everyone saw the weirdness of the wedding photos, but no one said anything. They were all spectators, just tools to witness the marriage between the Su family and the Zhou family. They attended the wedding and casually gave a few dozen to a few hundred points. They could have a big meal, and there were also souvenirs to receive. For such a good thing, everyone was happy to be a good tool spectator. With good food, good drinks and good things to take, eating a banquet was the happiest thing. Moreover, although it was in the open-air square outside the stadium, a simple windproof shed was built on the square. And in the shed, there were several new air conditioners that scientists had worked hard to research. Under the regulation of the air conditioner, the inside of the shed was not cold at all. It was said that for this wedding, the Su family borrowed more than 20 new air conditioners used to regulate crops in the Everest greenhouse for temporary use. Early in the morning, countless people from Area A and other high-level supernatural beings who were qualified to attend this banquet rushed to the first stadium of High City to attend the wedding. In the tent, there was an unlimited supply of pure hot water to drink. On each banquet table, there was a bottle of erguotu and a box of cheap cigarettes. This is wine and cigarettes. Although there was only one portion, Everyone could get a little. Most of them came to the banquet hall early and sat at the table waiting, staring at the unopened cigarettes and alcohol on the table, with their desires stirring in their hearts. Inside the stadium, the banquet was set up more luxuriously. Above the banquet, a luxurious red wedding table was set up on the spot. The high-definition projector above the table showed that Zhou Yining and Su Wenyua's wedding would be held on time at 12 noon today. The VIP seats in the inner field were seats arranged for major families. The cigarettes and alcohol on the table are naturally not comparable to those outside. The cigarettes and alcohol here are all rare and good goods. Maybe it was because it was still early. There were only staff and MCs waiting in the inner field. The members of the major urban areas, who were supposed to attend the wedding, did not show up. A few hours later, June 8th, 10:30 in the morning, the major families drove luxury cars and rushed to the inner field of the first gymnasium in High City to attend the wedding. The villa of the Nangong family. Nangong Youran brought Nangong Jiu with him, and the other 3 maids were arranged by him to stay in the Nangong Villa to watch Xiao Jiu. Today's wedding banquet is the wedding of his future boss. As the most powerful person under the leader, he must attend. Moreover, he must prepare a big gift. As for the vitality water traded by Lu Liuliu, he did not intend to hand it over completely. He only took out a small part as the result of interrogating Xiao Jiu. I believe that after getting the vitality water, the higher-ups will no longer care about Xiao Jiu's life and death. All the higher-ups wanted was the amount of vitality water in Xiao Jiu's body. The leader's son Su Wenyu has not yet awakened his superpowers. He is just waiting for the vitality water to enable him to awaken his superpowers 100% and become a superpower user. Now, he gave such a gift to the leader's son on his wedding day. Su Wenyu successfully became a superpower user and married the daughter of the Zhou family, making his position even more unshakable. They would care less about the Xiao family, whose power had long been disintegrated after 10 months of defection. If it weren't for the fact that many people in the Xiao family had marriages with other families, the leader would have killed all the remaining relatives of the Xiao family. Although they didn't take action against the remaining relatives of the Xiao family, their lives in the major families were not easy. Without the support of the Xiao family, one of the 4 major families in City A, it was normal for the remaining people of the Xiao family to be abused and bullied by the direct relatives of the family in the major families. Chapter 398. Nangong Yuran sat in the car, with Nangong Jiu sitting beside him, and drove away from the townhouse where the Nangong family settled. As their car slowly left, the people sent by Lu Liuliu to watch the door of the Nangong family villa immediately informed them that they could act. Shall I find a suitable place to land the plane? Okay, master. Xiao Ai detected the surrounding maps and selected a spacious open space for the invisible plane to land on the ground. Due to the low temperature outside, and most people going to attend Zhou Yining and Su Wenyua's wedding today, no one noticed the strange scene in the open space where the plane landed. On the empty frozen concrete ground, countless slight footsteps sounded. But if someone looked towards this place, they would find that there was no trace of any human presence here. This was all thanks to the invisible button device given by Xiao Jiu. Wearing this device, whether it is a person or an object, it will immediately become invisible. After Lu Liuliu, Yan Feiyu and more than 60 superpowers got off the plane. She calmly put away the airplane model. More than 60 people were divided into 10 teams. Under the leadership of Yan Feiyu, they climbed over the wall of the Nangong family's villa. The Nangong family never dreamed that someone would be so bold as to climb over the wall in broad daylight. There were no protective measures at all on the walls of their house. This place is located in the central area of Haicheng. To get here, you must pass more than 20 checkpoints. Under heavy protection, their villa did not take any more protective measures. Moreover, they were confident enough that no matter who came in to cause damage, they would not be able to return. Because, inside the villa, there was a high-level psychic on duty every 10 steps. When Yan Feiyu led the team to climb over the wall and enter, the psychic on duty instantly noticed something was wrong. They looked towards the place where the energy fluctuated, but saw nothing. This confused the psychics around the Guardian Villa. Could it be that an invisible psychic broke in? Impossible. This is the base camp of the Nangong family. Just when the high-level psychic wanted to check the specific situation at the place where the psychic fluctuated, these abnormal energy fluctuations approached them quickly. Before they could react, everyone felt a chill on their necks at the same time. And the next second their eyes went black, and they fainted in the courtyard of the villa. The electric baton given by the captain is so useful. A psychic seemed to have not expected that this mission would be so smooth, and whispered to his teammates next to him. Hush. Go in and find the boss. Let's go! Yan Feiyu rushed in front, and led his men into the 5-story villa to search for Xiao Jiu's traces. Soon, they found the room where Xiao Jiu was imprisoned. Yan Feiyu did not hesitate and stretched out his hand to twist the door. When the door was opened, he saw Xiao Jiu standing in front of the window. Who is it? Nangong Mei and the other 3 women who were in charge of watching Xiao Jiu stared at the door that opened automatically and immediately stood up from the sofa. In order to ensure that everything was safe, they entered the room where Xiao Jiu was and prepared to take turns to rest and monitor for 24 hours. Nangong Mei immediately found something wrong and called Nangong Yan and Nangong Jiu to be alert. Nangong Jiu immediately activated her ability to hide. Nangong Mei was surrounded by a layer of golden earth shield. Nangong Yan activated her fire shield. The 3 of them displayed their abilities and started a defensive posture. The members of the superpower team, who were preparing to use the same trick again, knock out the guards with high-tech electric batons, and rescue Xiao Jiu, had to change their strategy. They attacked the triangular defense circle formed by the 3 women. Xiao Jiu, who was standing at the window, heard the movement and turned slowly. Because he was wearing a double-layer forbidden bracelet on his neck and hands, he could not perceive the movement in the house clearly. Even so, he knew clearly in his heart that Kong Kong must have given the things to Lu Liu. Lu Liu brought people to rescue him. Nangong Mei picked up the emergency call device and called for support from the superpowers in the villa. However, Yan Feiyu's team was well prepared. As early as when they entered the villa, the signal jammer had been turned on. All communication facilities, the signal sent here, could not be transmitted out. Nangong Mei's face suddenly changed when she saw the emergency caller failed. She reacted immediately and shouted to Nangong Jiu, "Control Xiao Jiu." Nangong Jiu had already taken action while Nangong Mei was talking. She quickly approached Xiao Jiu. Yan Feiyu's people were well prepared. They appeared a few invisible superpowers before Nangong Jiu to protect Xiao Jiu. They picked up the paint guns they had prepared early and sprayed paint in the direction of Nangong Jiu's superpower fluctuations. Nangong Jiu's body was instantly exposed to the sight of Yan Feiyu and others by the paint. They attacked Nangong Mei and the other 2. After a few seconds, Nangong Mei and the other 3 were killed by the superpower team led by Yan Feiyu. "Brother Jiu, come with us." Xiao Jiu took out a button set of the same style without hesitation and pinned it on his body. After wearing the invisible device, he could clearly see the figures of Yan Feiyu and the superpower team members. "Where is Lu Liuliu? Hey, where is my sister-in-law?" Yan Fei was just busy searching the villa to save Xiao Jiu, and didn't notice where Lu Liuliu went. "Brother Jiu, come with me first. I'll ask someone to find my sister-in-law," Yan Feiyu urged. Xiao Jiu shook his head. "I'll go with you to find her." While they were talking, Lu Liuliu appeared at the door with a smile. "Let's go. I found their warehouse, and I emptied the things in the warehouse." When moving the supplies, the alarm device was touched, and the rescue team of the Nangong family will arrive soon. Xiao Jiu saw Lu Liuliu's smile of picking up a treasure, and said to Yan Feiyu, "Feiyu, help me take off the forbidden ring and collar first. I'll take it for you." Lu Liuliu strode to Xiao Jiu's side, and took off the forbidden device for him. "I'll keep this thing for the time being." Lu Liuliu laughed and was in a good mood. This time to save Xiao Jiu. It was not in vain. There are many high-level crystal cores in the Nangong family's vault. This will make her search all into the space. Go back later and open the statistics quickly. She estimated that these crystal cores can upgrade the space to another level. "Sister-in-law, Brother Jiu, the alarm has been triggered. Let's leave quickly." "Yes." Yan Feiyu ordered the other team members, who were fleecing the Nangong family villa, to line up and quickly leave the villa gate with a group of people. The 2 high-level psychics guarding the villa gate were stunned by high-tech electric batons before they could react. Nangong Jiu, who was attending the wedding, found that the alarm on his body sounded, and immediately whispered a reminder to Nangong Youran. Nangong Youran clenched his fists. Chapter 399. The wedding will start in 10 minutes. If you leave now, you will be slapping the leader in the face. But if you don't leave, the crystal core stored in the villa warehouse will be doomed. "Master, I will immediately apply to mobilize a team of superpowers to go to the villa for support. You can rest assured to attend the wedding here." "Well, you go and do it. If there is any situation, send me a message." Nangong Zhu quickly got up and found some children from noble families in the inner hall and asked them for support. Qianming, who was wearing a pink Chanel suit and holding a red wine glass, smiled and saw Nangong Youran and immediately came up. My Qian family is willing to lend a helping hand. Nangong Youran saw Qianming, who was dressed up, and immediately remembered her identity. The forbidden bracelet was provided by this face called Qianming. It is said that Qianming of the Qian family in District D has awakened special superpowers. She can use superpowers randomly every week to transform an item. The forbidden bracelet was what she obtained randomly and handed over to the leader. The leader gave this magical item to the Nangong family to guard and interrogate important prisoners. Nangong Youran's eyes swept over Qianming's clothes. The temperature outside was so low, and the only daughter of the Qian family was wearing a pair of stiletto heels that could not keep warm at all. She really deserves to be called a vase by all the children of the aristocratic families. Nangong Youran didn't have much good feelings for Qianming. She replied to Qianming lightly, "Thank you. Qian is in Area D, which belongs to the same loop as Area A and is very close. With the help of the Qian family, support can arrive quickly." Qianming pointed to a group of bodyguards in suits standing outside the inner field and ordered them. "You follow Miss Nangong and follow her instructions in all actions. Miss Nangong, these people will go with you first. I will immediately tell my family to transfer more people to you. Miss Nangong, we are also willing to serve you in District B and District C." The major families tried to please Nangong Youran and arranged for the high-level psychic bodyguards around them to follow Nangong Youran to the villa for support. After Nangong Youran thanked them, he hurried back to the villa with a team of people who had been temporarily formed. 10 minutes later, Nangong Youran saw the psychics lying on the ground in Nangong Villa and immediately told the people around him to help wake them up. She entered the house in one step and came to the room where Xiao Jiu was imprisoned. When she saw the three good sisters who grew up together lying on the ground, she rushed over immediately. "Sister Mei, wake up quickly," Nangong Youran shouted at Nangong Mei. After a while, she had to face a reality. The person who broke into the villa killed Sister Mei. Nangong Youran suppressed her sadness and anger, and came to Nangong Yan and Nangong Ju one after another to check on them. They were all dead. The traces in the room showed that they had a fierce battle with those people before they died. Nangong Youran suppressed her sadness. She must not let the major families see her weakness. She could not embarrass the young master. Nangong Youran walked out of the room, closed the door, and did not reveal the death of the three sisters who grew up together. She followed the psychics to wake up the high-level psychics of the Nangong family who were knocked unconscious. After all the psychics regained their sanity, she dismissed all the children of the families who came to help. "We can't let these people from aristocratic families laugh at us." Nangong Youran found the awakened psychics and asked them to tell us what happened in the villa one by one. Half an hour passed in a flash. From the descriptions of the psychics, Nangong Youran understood the sneak attack by outsiders that the villa encountered. The psychics in the villa were all knocked unconscious by a burst of electric shock at the same time. Nangong Youran instantly thought of the high-tech items in the Little Red Riding Hood civilian shelter. It must be the people in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter who looted their villa. The young master sent her to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter to investigate a few days ago. Their people secretly came to the original informal residence gathering point. There were human-shaped statues that were frozen to death everywhere. In the extremely cold climate, coupled with the attack of hail, most of these statues were missing arms and legs. You can even see Su Ruo's blood on the statues. Where their people were, they found self-service vending machines and recycling machines. According to the instructions, she brought people with her and exchanged all the crystal cores on her body for an extreme cold heating device. She had reported this matter to the young master. The young master's recent attention was on the wedding of Xiao Jiu and the leader's son Su Wenyu, and he did not intervene in this matter for the time being. She also tried to ask him to carry away the self-service vending machine. But this vending machine was very heavy. They tried and could not move it at all. There were no such weapons in the vending machine, but there were many laser weapons and the like. Nangong Youran had already determined that the attackers were from the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. She was so angry that she wanted to take people to the Little Red Riding Hood base immediately, uproot it, and avenge Sister Mei, Sister Lan and Sister Ju. After she calmed down, she ordered people to put the bodies of the other sisters on a big bed first. She turned off the heating in the room where the bodies were placed. At today's temperature, their bodies will not rot and stink in a short time. Nangong quickly dealt with the villa and asked someone to drive her to the #1 gymnasium in High City. Gymnasium. Backstage. The wedding was held at 12 o'clock and was successfully held during this time. Nangong Jiu entered the backstage and found Nangong Youran as soon as possible and told him what happened in the villa. When Nangong Youran heard that the 3 maids who had served him since childhood had died tragically, his face turned pale instantly. Especially Nangong Mei. She was not just a maid who had served him since childhood. She was also a distant relative with blood ties to him. Master, what should we do next? Nangong Youran suppressed his anger and said slowly, let's deal with today's banquet first. Okay. Nangong Jiu knew that what happened in the Nangong family today could not be publicized in such an occasion. Above the stadium, between the heavy clouds, a silver-white plane stopped in the clouds. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu sat face to face. Yin Feiyu and other superpowers found an excuse and sat down against the tail of the plane. Brother Jiu is safe. Sister-in-law and Brother Jiu should have a lot to say. So it's better for them to stand farther away. You still have to save her. I want to ask her clearly. The Zhou Yining I know is not such a person. The world is going downhill. And people's hearts are not the same as before. I must ask clearly. If she really betrayed me, I will never care about her affairs in the future. Lu Liuliu looked at Xiao Jiu, who was speaking with conviction, and her face was frozen like frost. Is the friendship between childhood sweethearts so hard that he can't let go? Well, since he's here, let him give up completely. Chapter 400. She wanted to see what the man who swore to her would do. If he couldn't do it well, Xiao Wu's biological father could be abandoned. I'll go with you. Lu Liuliu said this in the coldest tone of her life. Xiao Jiu knew she was angry, but she couldn't care less at the moment. The knot in his heart always existed. Lu Liuliu knew this very well. When she was betrayed by Ma Weizhou, whom she once trusted the most, she was also very unwilling and wanted to ask clearly. After finding out, she was completely heartbroken. Xiao Jiu's stubborn mentality at this moment is so similar to her at the beginning. Until the moment of death, she dared not believe that the person she had always trusted would actually betray and sell out herself. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu changed their clothes and put on invisible badges. The plane took them to an open space behind the stadium. At this moment, people were eating in the tent, and they didn't notice the invisible plane outside in the extremely cold weather. After Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu put on the invisible badge, they passed by the eyes of more than 20 high-level psychics at the entrance of the inner field with their eyes wide open, because there were too many children from major families coming in and out of the door. The psychics saw the footsteps and energy fluctuations at the door, and they didn't notice their entry at all. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu came to the inner field side by side. In the banquet hall, Zhou Yining's eyes were dull. She took Su Feiyue's arm and toasted to the children of the major families at the banquet tables with him. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu stood in an empty corner, holding their breath and looking at Zhou Yining. They were all high-level psychics. Their eyesight had been improved many times, and they could see the expression on Zhou Yining's face very clearly. Zhou Yining had a smile on her lips, which looked like a very standard smile, but her eyes were dark, without any light leaking out. She was very abnormal. Lu Liuliu turned her head and looked at Su Feiyue next to Zhou Yining. She was actually a little curious about what the leader's son looked like. At first glance, the leader's son standing next to Zhou Yining looked like a good match for her. Su Feiyue was half a head taller than Zhou Yining. Zhou Yining was about 1.75 meters tall, and Su Feiyue was estimated to be about 1.8 meters tall. Lu Liuliu narrowed his eyes, and when he saw that Su Feiyue looked 70% like Ma Weizhou, he felt even more unhappy. Damn scumbag. As expected, the black-hearted scumbags all had the same scumbag temperament. Lu Liuliu's favorability towards the leader's son instantly became -100. She now has no good impression of any man who looks like Ma Weizhou, especially the more similar they are, the lower their favorability. Lu Yining is very abnormal. Nonsense. It's so obvious. Of course I can see it. Lu Liuliu replied in a low voice with a bad temper. The banquet hall was filled with a lot of noise. Their low voices did not attract the attention of nearly 1,000 people in the deafening noise. I suspect that Yining is controlled by someone. My whereabouts were revealed. It shouldn't be her. When Lu Liuliu heard Xiao Jiu call Zhou Yining without her surname again, she said in a bad mood, Yes. You are right. It's not her. But she has something to do with it. Lu, don't be angry. I'll find a chance to ask her. She's toasting with her husband now. How can you get close to her? After the toast, she will definitely go back to the lounge to rest. Let's go to the lounge and wait for her. Okay. Lu Liuliu replied in a not very happy tone. No matter what happened to Zhou Yining, she is now married to the leader's son, who looks like a dead scumbag. Besides, she and Xiao Jiu have a son. They have established a relationship with each other. Under such a solid relationship, if Xiao Jiu still has second thoughts, she can't stop it. Worrying is useless. It's better to face it head on. In the worst case, Xiao Jiu betrayed her. Men are like sand in your hand. The tighter you hold it, the faster it leaks. Lu Liuliu walked up the stairs with Xiao Jiu unhurriedly, and came to the second floor of the gymnasium. The stairs on the second floor are decorated with heart balloons and red bows. The corridor was covered with a festive red carpet. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu had just gone upstairs, when they saw a temporary lounge across from them that was temporarily converted from a lounge. Looking to the left, there were 4 high-level psychics guarding the elevator entrance to maintain law and order. At the door of the lounge, there were also 4 high-level psychics standing. With the psychics' care, even if they were invisible, they couldn't enter the room unnoticed. If they attacked these psychics, they would alert the enemy and lose more than they gained. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu waited at the trash can next to the aisle. They were waiting for an opportunity to enter the lounge. About 10 minutes. Zhou Yining took Su Feiyue's arm and went up to the second floor with her. Behind them, the 8 high-level psychics sent by the leader to protect Su Feiyue followed. These psychics were all carefully selected bodyguards. All of them had the same life-saving skills. Su Feiyue saw Zhou Yining, who was very well behaved, and he was not very interested. Zhou Yining's natural masculine appearance, coupled with years of official training, made her look a bit androgynous even when she was controlled by the special psychic around Su Feiyue. This salty look was very unappetizing to Su Feiyue, who liked internet celebrity faces and big-breasted girls. It's not that Zhou Yining is not good-looking, but her style is closer to the neutral and handsome style of men. It's not to Su Feiyue's taste. Su Feiyue walked to the door of the room and looked at the 8 psychics following behind him. These psychics are all women, and they are all high-level psychics, and they are also tools for him to warm his bed. Su Feiyue swaggered into the lounge with these 8 bedmates. He was very reluctant to attend the wedding today, but his father ordered that he must marry the daughter of the Zhou family to consolidate his position. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu saw this group of people entering the door, and the door was open. They saw the opportunity and followed this group of people and entered through the main door. Fortunately, this door was originally a renovation of the lounge of the gymnasium. The main door was relatively large, so they were able to follow this group of people and slip in through the gap. As a bodyguard and female companion beside Su Feiyue closed the door, Su Feiyue immediately sat on the bed and waved to the female companion beside him. Master, your bride? Do you want to enjoy it now? The psychic who controlled Zhou Yining asked with a flattering smile. Enjoy what? I feel sick just looking at her. If I hadn't seen that she is good at managing logistics and finances for the Zhou family, I would never marry such a tomboy. Chapter 401. Master, I'll ask her to stand aside so she doesn't get in your way. Yes. Su Feiyue squinted his eyes and sat on the leather sofa in the lounge. Several female companions approached him skillfully. 2 of them massaged his shoulders to relax his body. The other 2 massaged his legs. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu saw Su Feiyue squinting his eyes with enjoyment. They retracted their gazes and approached Zhou Yining cautiously. The psychic who controlled Zhou Yining, after giving her the order to stand still, turned back to Su Feiyue and waited. Zhou Yining stood woodenly by the window of the lounge. Lu Liuliu opened his mouth to Xiao Jiu and asked silently, "What should we do now?" Xiao Jiu first glanced at Su Feiyue, and after thinking for a moment, he did not act rashly, until he saw Su Feiyue hugging the 2 women and walking towards the bedroom in the lounge. Soon, Su Feiyue and his personal bodyguard went into the lounge to fool around. His departure. This created an opportunity for Xiao Jiu and Lu Liuliu. Xiao Jiu immediately put an invisible sticker on Zhou Yining. Lu Liuliu took out the face of one of the 8 women that she had just copied, and she put the copied camouflage sticker on her chest. Then she took off the invisible button. The next second, she turned into the appearance of one of the 8 women. You carry her and take her out first. Yes. Lu Liuliu opened the door, with the arrogance of the woman just now on his face, and walked out with his head held high. When the teams of high-level psychics, who were maintaining security at the door, saw that it was the woman next to Su Feiyue, they did not stop him. Xiao Jiu successfully carried Zhou Yining, who had turned into a puppet, and followed Lu Liuliu to take the elevator downstairs. After arriving downstairs, the cold wind was howling outside. Put her down, and put a set of clothes on her first. Okay. Xiao Jiu put Zhou Yining down. Lu Liuliu put an extremely cold down jacket on Zhou Yining, who was wearing thin clothes. Throughout the whole process, Zhou Yining did not resist at all. She seemed to have been paused by the superpower just now, and lost the ability to think and act. After taking good warm-keeping measures for Zhou Yining, they quickly ran to the plane parking area behind the stadium. In order to avoid too much physical contact between Xiao Jiu and Zhou Yining, Lu Liuliu directly carried Zhou Yining and ran quickly to the cabin of the plane. The two entered the cabin, and the plane rose to an altitude of 10,000 meters above the stadium at a uniform speed. They secretly took Zhou Yining away, and did not cause too much fluctuation in this wedding banquet. Firstly, because the wedding banquet was over. The children of the major families also left the venue one after another. Their main purpose this time was to attend the wedding, and they wanted to see the legendary leader of the Hailan Kingdom. The leader's whereabouts were uncertain, and none of them had seen the leader since the end of the world. They thought they could see the leader at this wedding, but they didn't expect that even when his own son got married, he never came down from Mount Everest to attend the wedding banquet. Many elderly people in power left the banquet hall one after another, and most of the young people in the venue did not leave. It was not easy to have such a good social opportunity, and many young generations of the aristocratic families were talking to each other. Before the end of the world, people in their circle often gathered together. After the end of the world, we rarely meet. Today's opportunity is rare. Many of the best friends and brothers who used to play well, as well as people with different secret relationships, took advantage of this banquet to reminisce. High City's #1 gymnasium, in Wami High School. After Zhou Yining was taken on the plane, Lu Liuliu and others stared at her and tried to wake her up. Zhang Lang said, "This belongs to the supernatural control of high-level psychic supernaturals. Is there any way to wake her up?" Lu Liuliu asked Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang shook his head. "I can't do it. My supernatural power is only useful for zombies and can't control humans. Master, vitality water can cure all kinds of poisons. Maybe it will be useful for her too." Kong Kong expressed his opinion. Lu Liuliu thought that what Kong Kong said made some sense. Find a way to wake Zhou Yining up as soon as possible. Let Xiao Jiu ask clearly, and send her back quickly. Her favorability towards Zhou Yining is infinitely close to negative. Lu Liuliu took out a bottle of diluted vitality water and fed Zhou Yining a sip. Maybe the dose was too small, so she didn't react much. Lu Liuliu continued to increase the dose. After feeding 200 milliliters of diluted vitality water, Zhou Yining's eyes gradually showed a glimmer of light. She blinked, and the faces of Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu were reflected in her pupils. "Brother Jiu, am I dreaming?" Zhou Yining looked at Xiao Jiu in disbelief and said, "You are still alive. I just hope you are okay. I know you will be fine." Lu Liuliu saw Zhou Yining talking to herself, with her arms folded across her chest, looking at Xiao Jiu with a cold face. Xiao Jiu's voice was not too turbulent, and he asked directly, "My whereabouts were discovered. Did you reveal it?" Zhou Yining immediately shook her head. "Yes, it's my parents. I'm sorry, Brother Jiu. I didn't know that my parents would betray you." After listening to Zhou Yining's explanation, Xiao Jiu breathed a sigh of relief silently. Kong Kong interrupted and said, "You didn't know. You didn't know that it would hurt us." Zhou Yining saw the monkey standing next to Lu Liuliu talking, opened her mouth, and said softly, "I'm sorry. I really didn't know. You were controlled. What's going on? Your parents are willing to let you be controlled by the Su family?" Xiao Jiu continued to ask Zhou Yining. In his memory, Zhou Yining and her brother Zhou Lang are definitely the treasures of their parents. He doesn't think that Zhou's parents don't know Su Feiyue's nature. After all, Su Feiyue's playboy behavior had a lot of peach news before the end of the world. "Brother Jiu, I won't marry the Su family. You know the methods used by the higher-ups. What should we do with our Zhou family, which is more than 200 people? My parents and their relatives have proposed to sacrifice me to save the Zhou family, which is more than 200 people. They said that they have raised me for so many years, and it is time to repay me." Lu Liuliu looked at Zhou Yining and choked up to confide in Xiao Jiu. Although she was very unhappy, she also inexplicably sympathized with her. But this sympathy was far from enough to offset the harm Zhou Yining brought to her in the Linwan shelter. Brother Jiu, I have to go back. Zhou Yining looked at Xiao Jiu reluctantly. Her previous mistakes almost killed Xiao Jiu. This time, she could only accept her fate and not drag him down again. She could see him and Miss Lu together and have children. Maybe it was the best ending. She used to be the powerful director of the shelter of the logistics department, with such great power that she was above countless people. Since she was a child, her parents spoiled her and gave her everything she wanted. Xiao Jiu has always been her obsession. Chapter 402. When she was an adolescent, she found that she liked Xiao Jiu and vowed to be his wife. In this world, she didn't believe that there was nothing she couldn't get, including Xiao Jiu. However, she couldn't protect herself now. Her family asked her to marry, but she didn't agree. Her parents knelt down and begged her to think about her brother Zhang Lang. Think about their life and death. She was not a selfless saint, but she didn't want her family, who had lived with her for many years, to face the threat of death. At the beginning, the leader wanted Xiao Jiu. Among the Xiao family, only those who had a marriage relationship with the Su family and gave birth to blood-related offspring were barely spared. Most of them were dismissed by the leader and taken to Mount Everest for investigation. It's been 10 months. None of them returned. Needless to say, the people involved must have been killed by the higher-ups. If she resisted, the demise of the Zhou family would be just a matter of the above sentence. Zhou Yining knew the pros and cons very well. In the past 2 days, her mind was locked in a black box, and her body was completely out of her control. But she could see everything that happened outside with her eyes, and hear it with her ears. When Xiao Jiu and Lu Liuliu came to save her, she was very grateful. At this moment, Zhou Yining silently buried her obsession in her heart. She withdrew her gaze from Xiao Jiu's face and turned to look at Lu Liuliu with her arms folded across her chest. Miss Lu, I'm sorry. At the beginning in Linwan shelter, I was jealous that you could be with brother Xiao Jiu and get his love. So I did some wrong things to you. I hope you can forgive me. Lu Liuliu looked at Zhou Yining, who apologized very sincerely, and said unhappily, Don't. I can't bear your apology. Zhou Yining smiled slightly when she heard the tone of Lu Liuliu's words. I don't expect you to forgive me. In the future, I hope you can live a good and happy life with brother Jiu. After Zhou Yining finished speaking, he turned and looked at Xiao Jiu again. Brother Jiu, please send me back. Xiao Jiu knew that what Zhou Yining said was true. When the distant relatives of the Xiao family were liquidated, he did not lend a helping hand. At that time, he could not protect himself. The leader Tiexian sent people to hunt down their family, and he fled with his family for more than 3 months. The people of the Xiao family have suffered a disaster, and he is powerless to save the situation. Now he and the Little Red Riding Hood shelter under his command are weak and not enough to compete with the people above. Now, if he wants to help the Zhou family, he will inevitably drag the Little Red Riding Hood shelter into the water. The ordinary people in the shelter have not grown up yet. These people are all sparks and hope. There are only 9 years left for the crisis 10 years later. Now is not the time to confront the group of people on Mount Everest. Xiao Jiu said to Lu Liuliu, I'll take her back. Lu Liuliu replied without any emotion, Go ahead. I can't control you. Zhou Yining is so miserable. Let Xiao Jiu take her on her last journey. Shall I? Lower the plane's altitude. Shall I received? Adjusting the altitude and looking for a suitable landing place, the invisible plane began to slowly descend, until 10 meters above the ground. Xiao Jiu took Zhou Yining and jumped off the plane. They all wore invisible buttons, so people nearby could not see them. Brother Jiu, go back and live a good life with Miss Lu. Zhou Yining smiled and waved to Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu looked at Zhou Yining, whom he had always regarded as his own sister, and sighed, and slowly said, Even if I can't change the muddy water of your wedding banquet, I can't watch you suffer in the fire pit. This is for you. Xiao Jiu gave Zhou Yining a prepared dimensional space bracelet. This is a dimensional space bracelet. I set the invisible function. Only the person who wears it can see it. You wear it close to your body. It's best to find a piece of jewelry to cover it so that no one can touch the traces of the bracelet. Although the dimensional space can be set to be invisible, it is essentially a metal product. When touched, the traces can be felt. Brother Jiu, this thing is too expensive. Time is tight. You activate the thing first. Zhou Yining finally chose to accept Xiao Jiu's gift. She followed Xiao Jiu's words, and went to the corner of the gymnasium with him to activate the bracelet. There is an 11th level crystal core in the bracelet. Find a chance to swallow it, and become a superpower. With your current identity as an ordinary person, Su Feiyue may not know how to treat you. With the identity of the Zhou family and a superpower, they will respect you. Also, I must tell you one thing. Among the 8 women around Su Feiyue, one woman had an affair with someone outside. She should have been carrying the AIDS virus. Remember? Never sleep with Su Feiyue. What if? I know. Brother Jiu. The Zhou family is in charge of the supplies of the entire logistics department. And there are AIDS blocking drugs in the warehouse. Zhou Yining interrupted Xiao Jiu's instructions. Even if Xiao Jiu didn't say it, she knew it. If Su Feiyue continued to play like this, he would get sick sooner or later. Blocking drugs cannot prevent infection 100%. With current medical technology, this kind of disease can only be treated by waiting for death. Brother Jiu, I hope he gets infected. He must die before me. Besides, Su Feiyue likes charming and beautiful women. I am not his type. Brother Jiu, you have done enough for me. Go back quickly, and don't keep your sister-in-law waiting for a long time. Zhou Yining didn't look at Xiao Jiu again. She strode into the gymnasium. Xiao Jiu watched her wearing a black down jacket that reached her ankles. After entering the venue, she jumped lightly and stood on the hatch. Just now, he thought of giving Zhou Yining some vitality water. Even if she got sick, she could use vitality water to treat it. The effect of vitality water is magical. However, he had used up the vitality water in the previous battle. There was no more to give her. He couldn't shamelessly ask for it from Lulu. If Lulu knew it was for Zhou Yining, she would definitely get angry. After Xiao Jiu got on the plane, the cabin door closed instantly. They all took the plane to leave Haishur smoothly, and returned to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Lu Liuliu, Xiao Jiu and others returned to the building and took the elevator upstairs. In the living room, Lu Liuliu and others gathered together. Lulu, Feiyue, and I will go back first. Okay. Lu Liuliu watched Jiang Yi and Yan Feiyue leave. After they left, only Kong Kong and Zhang Lang were left in the living room. Zhang Lang saw the subtle atmosphere between Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu. So he mentioned Kong Kong and went out. Hey, Zhang Lang. Why are you taking me out? It's so cold outside. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Lang covered Kong Kong's mouth with his hand, carried it out of the living room, and closed the door casually. Lu Liuliu sat upright on the chair and asked unhappily, what did you give her when you set her down? Chapter 403, Briefing. A bracelet space. When Lu Liuliu heard that it was a bracelet, her stern face warmed up a little. The space given to her and her child was 100 cubic meters, and the space given to others was at most 10 cubic meters. In this respect, she was quite satisfied with Xiao Jiu. At least, she and her child were much more important in his heart than ordinary people. Lulu, don't be angry. Xiao Jiu sat beside Lu Liuliu, stretched out his slightly rough big hand, held her little hand, looked at her fair little face steadily, and coaxed her gently. Am I such an easily angry person? I'm not so petty. It's good that you're not angry. You've worked hard for me all day. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you now. Whatever. Shall we have hot pot? Xiao Jiu looked at Lu Liuliu and asked tentatively. When she saw a hint of expectation in Lu Liuliu's eyes, she instantly understood her thoughts. Xiao Jiu did not hesitate, and got up to work in the kitchen. Lu Liuliu took a sip of the hot water on the coffee table, then stood up, and looked at Xiao Wu, who was sleeping soundly in the stroller next to him. Not long after, a burst of food fragrance came from the kitchen. The rich fragrance invaded Xiao Wu's nostrils. He smelled the fragrance, suddenly opened his eyes, and looked towards the place where the fragrance came from in the house. When he sat up, he saw Xiao Jiu carrying the processed ingredients to the electric hot pot, and stretched out his little hand to rub his eyes. Dad is back. Be good. Sit for a while. Wait for me to put the dishes away, and then come to hold you to play. Okay. Xiao Jiu quickly placed the cut ingredients around the hot pot. Lu Liuliu glanced at the electric pot on the table that was specially used for hot pot. This pot was exchanged by Xiao Jiu with gold. It does not need to be powered on. Once exchanged, it can be used 24 hours a day for 10 years. After more than 10 years, this thing will automatically be scrapped, including the dimensional space necklace she was wearing. All the lifespans exchanged with gold are only 10 years. The hot pot is very large, in the shape of a double-flavored pot. 1 tomato beef pot and 1 medium spicy beef oil pot. Lu Liuliu picked up a plate of fried bean curd that she loved and threw it into the beef oil pot. Xiao Wu was held in Xiao Jiu's arms, and they sat next to Lu Liuliu. Mom, what is that? I want to eat it too. Due to the upgrade of his superpowers, the nourishment of vitality water, and the 3-layer buff of rebirth, Xiao Wu pointed at the food on the table with his little hand too early. Lu Liuliu saw Xiao Wu's chubby little face, and threw the remaining half of the bean curd into the tomato beef pot. The base of this hot pot is not spicy. Xiao Wu is over 1 year old, and can eat the ingredients in the hot pot. Just cook it for a while longer. You eat? I'll feed the baby. Lu Liuliu was happy to hear Xiao Jiu take the responsibility of feeding the child. She happily poured a plate of beef into the hot pot. Add a little of her favorite 100% pure peanut butter. Delicious. Xiao Jiu patiently put a bib on Xiao Wu, waited for the cooked bean curd to cool down, cut it into small pieces with chopsticks, and fed it to Xiao Wu. Dad, I can use chopsticks myself. Xiao Wu refused Xiao Jiu's feeding, picked up the chopsticks on the table, picked up the food on the plate, and ate it in big mouthfuls. The red one? I want to eat it. Xiao Wu pointed at the washed tomatoes. Xiao Jiu smiled, and put the tomatoes in the colander to prevent the tomatoes from melting, and not being able to eat the tomato flesh. After the tomatoes were in the pot for dozens of seconds, he picked up the tomatoes, and put them in Xiao Wu's bowl. This tomato was brought out by Lu Liuliu using vitality water, and it is delicious even when eaten raw. Put it in the pot with tomato beef soup and cook it for more than 10 seconds, and the taste will be more rich and delicious. Dad, this tomato is so fragrant and soft. Eat more if you like it. Okay. Xiao Wu quietly picked up the chopsticks, and ate his meal attentively. Lu Liuliu finished the fat beef in the bowl and slowly asked, I heard from Monkey that you are wearing a forbidden bracelet and collar. I tried that thing, and I couldn't use my superpowers after wearing it. You are a golden superpower user, right? How can your superpowers be used? Xiao Jiu's lips, which were covered with a trace of fatherly love, instantly condensed. Lu Liuliu noticed that there was something wrong with Xiao Jiu's expression, and she was even more certain that he must be hiding something from her. Xiao Jiu's golden ability is definitely not just an ability. How could he be able to exchange so many high-tech items with just a golden ability? Moreover, she had never heard of anyone being able to awaken a superpower once at the beginning of the apocalypse. Later, by taking a crystal core, one could obtain a special superpower again. Dual system superpowers are very rare. After taking a special high-level crystal core, there is a chance to awaken to become a dual system superpower. But the probability is very small, and there is only one chance to awaken, and it will appear at the beginning of the dual system. Unlike Xiao Jiu, who had won at the beginning and then awakened a black fog ability, this doubt had long planted the seeds of suspicion in her heart. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, she must find out what Xiao Jiu's golden ability is. Wife, eat the vegetables first. The vegetables are cooked. If you don't eat them quickly, they will melt in a while. Don't fool me. I'll give you a chance. Now make up a reason that can convince me. Xiao Jiu looked at Lu Liuliu's eyes full of curiosity, and didn't intend to keep hiding it. He sighed, and put down his chopsticks. Do you really want to know how it works? Lu Liuliu answered without hesitation. Of course. I'm not actually a gold-type superpower. When I was on a mission in Myanmar, I accidentally saw a black USB flash drive. At that time, I thought the USB flash drive contained confidential documents from Myanmar and planned to take it back to submit it for research. Who knew that I would be discovered and hunted by the Burmese warlord? While I was on the run, I accidentally activated this high-tech USB flash drive. This USB flash drive is actually the medium for me to exchange high-tech items. It requires a lot of gold, and you can get a steady stream of high-tech items. After hearing Xiao Jiu's explanation, Lu Liuliu instantly felt that the whole world became incredible. So, your golden ability is actually the result of the USB flash drive. That's right. Where's the USB flash drive? Can you show it to me? Xiao Jiu shook his head gently. The USB flash drive has been bound to me, and has lost its main body. He pointed to his head with his finger. The USB flash drive, which has been upgraded many times, is now stored in my brain. So that's how it is. No wonder your golden ability can be used. It turns out that it is not a kind of ability. Lu Liuliu finally solved the doubts in his heart. After Xiao Jiu finished speaking, All the fog became clear in an instant, just like the sun after the clouds were cleared. Chapter 404. Wife, you didn't blame me for hiding it from you, did you? Xiao Jiu looked at her anxiously. When he first met her, his relationship with her could only be described as a casual encounter, a one-night stand, and an unexpected birth of a child. Such trust and connection were not enough for him to tell everything about himself. After such a long time together, he knew that Lu Liuliu was essentially a kind-hearted girl. He no longer had any reason to hide secrets from her. Everyone has their own little secrets. I actually have secrets from you, but I just didn't tell you. Lu Liuliu took the opportunity to give Xiao Jiu a shot of prevention by hiding her space. She would never tell the secrets of the space. Xiao Wu looked at Lu Liuliu's half-smiling face and laughed. Dad, I know Mom's secret. Yada. Yada. Dad, do you want to know? Dad, kiss me, and I'll tell you Mom's secret. It's a super big secret. Lu Liuliu was shocked when he saw Xiao Wu's mouth. Xiao Jiu was also shocked when he saw Lu Liuliu's pupils tremble. Could it be that Lulu looks kind, but is actually a white cut black? Is there really a big secret hidden from him? Xiao Jiu didn't hesitate. He looked at Xiao Wu with the corner of his eyes, and lowered his head to kiss Xiao Wu on the face. Dad is so nice. I want a loving kiss here too. After Xiao Jiu kissed Xiao Wu's left and right little fat faces, he lowered his head and asked, Baby, do you think you can tell Dad now? Lu Liuliu stared at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, don't talk nonsense. I don't have any secrets. Yes, Mom. Didn't Mom teach me not to lie? I can't lie. Especially to Dad. Xiao Wu laughed and said the most frightening words to Lu Liuliu in the most childish tone. Baby, tell me, what shocking secrets does your mom hide from me? Xiao Jiu picked up Xiao Wu and asked him to avoid Lu Liuliu's murderous eyes and look only at his eyes. Dad, Mom and I are both reborn. Xiao Jiu frowned and looked at Xiao Wu, and was shocked. Then he looked at Lu Liuliu. Lu Liuliu was ready to expose the space at this time, but she didn't expect that Xiao Wu was talking about rebirth. She breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu is right. He and I are both reborn. Rebirth? Xiao Jiu's brows relaxed. He has the most say in rebirth. After all, he was a new human who lived to the end of the destruction of all human beings on the aquamarine. Yes, Xiao Wu and I were reborn and returned to a year and a half ago. As you can see now, it is about the time now. In our previous lives, Xiao Wu and I lived to the early stage of the extreme cold and were killed by someone. Lu Liuliu knew that there was nothing to hide now. The day she died in her previous life had passed. She had no idea what happened in the future. It didn't matter if she said it. Jiang Yi also knew about this matter. It would be better to say it earlier than Xiao Jiu heard the news from Yan Feiyu or Yi. Is that so? Xiao Jiu chuckled. I thought you had some big secret. But it's just rebirth. Lu Liuliu's hand trembled as he picked up the chopsticks to pick up the food again. It's just rebirth? Don't you think this is magical and weird? No. Because I was also reborn. Xiao Jiu calmly told another secret of his. Ah? Xiao Wu and Lu Liuliu opened their mouths at the same time. Dad was also reborn. You were reborn? How long did you live in the end of the world? 10 years. How did you die? I was killed by a sword. Xiao Jiu said lightly. When Xiao Wu heard that Xiao Jiu would be killed by someone in 10 years, he immediately thought of the bad man and bad woman who killed his mother in the previous life. Dad, who is the one who killed you? Let's go and kill him together while he is still young. Just like how Mom killed that evil couple. Kill the bad guys. And Dad won't die again in 10 years. When Lu Liuliu heard Xiao Wu say what she wanted to say first, she immediately agreed. Where is that person? Xiao Wu is right. Let's find him first, and kill him to prevent future troubles. Can't find him. Xiao Jiu thought of the scene that happened 10 years ago. The man took a simple long sword and swung it in the air, directly cutting the entire Mount Everest in half. That kind of strength is really terrifying. He didn't know where this person came from, and he was sacrificed from above. The man didn't know what method he used to take out the gold exchange system in his mind and gently controlled him, and pierced his heart with a sword. That person suddenly appeared one day 10 years later. I didn't even see his appearance clearly. I don't even know his name. That's very strong. Right? You built the Sky City to deal with that person's appearance 10 years later? Xiao Jiu nodded gently, and told Lu Liuliu his final plan. My power alone is insignificant. And you? Through the vitality water, I see more hope. With the vitality water you provide, we can take advantage of these years to try to turn those ordinary people into superpowers. With millions of superpowers working at the same time, I believe that when that person appears, there will always be a fighting force. Lu Liuliu felt her scalp tingling. She saw Xiao Jiu's very serious expression, and clearly understood that he was not telling some Arabian Nights joke. He was serious. What kind of person is it that makes him want to use millions of superpowers to deal with him? This is also for our future. Xiao Jiu looked at Xiao Wu in his arms. When I was about to die, I heard that person talking to someone unknown, and he wanted to destroy the entire aquamarine star. After listening to Xiao Jiu's shocking secrets, Lu Liuliu was stunned. Her hand holding the chopsticks shook involuntarily. She had to do what Xiao Jiu wanted to do. If it was really like he said, that person in the future would destroy the entire aquamarine country, and even aquamarine star. What should Xiao Wu do? We must never let such a tragedy happen. How much vitality water do you need? Tell me the number, and I'll prepare it as soon as possible. You can store it first, and wait until the Sky City is initially built. Then, we can start the plan to train people with special abilities. The people selected from the Little Red Riding Hood shelter have passed the initial test. This shelter alone is not absolutely safe enough. The higher-ups will definitely not give up if they know that we can produce people with special abilities in large quantities. Chapter 405 Super 12th Level. I understand. Lu Liuliu responded in a low voice. She looked at the aroma and mist rising from the hot pot. And now she had no appetite at all. Xiao Wu found that Xiao Jiu and Lu Liuliu both had heavy expressions on their faces, and immediately whispered to them, Mom, Dad, don't be unhappy. The game says that life is short. Enjoy it while you can. When Lu Liuliu heard about the game, her depressed mood was replaced by tension, and she immediately stared at Xiao Wu. What game? Kong Kong said that he played a very popular game called King of God's Glory. There is a hero in it, and it is this line. Lu Liuliu's eyes condensed and gritted his teeth. This monkey only taught the child the things that everything is lost. Addiction to games, waste youth, and exhaustion of spirit. Xiao Wu is only a little over 1 year old, but he is so interested in games. He even remembers the lines of the heroes in the game so clearly. After being interrupted by Xiao Wu, Lu Liuliu began to worry about Xiao Wu's education. Good boy. You have some truth in what you said. Come, let's eat. Lu Liuliu picked up the chopsticks and continued to eat dinner. In her heart, she secretly made a note of Kong Kong. Kong Kong should not be allowed to look after children in the future. It is an animal, and it is okay to play crazy all day. Xiao Wu is still a baby, and he must not be led astray. In the previous life, many news reports were broadcast. Children are addicted to games and have internet addiction. Some children even beat their parents to play games. They also threatened their parents that if they were not allowed to play games, they would commit suicide. What's more terrifying is that a child took back the mobile phone from his father in order to play games, and stabbed his biological father to death with a knife. Lu Liuliu frowned and quickly ate the food in the bowl. The matter of cultivating superpowers in the shelter will have to wait at least half a year until the initial construction of the Sky City is completed before it can be put on the agenda. There is no need to stock up on vitality water. A pool will be automatically filled every week. She will receive it regularly in a clean container. The boxes of vitality water in the space are definitely enough for more than 2 million people to awaken and become superpowers at the same time. The most important thing now is Xiao Wu's education. It is necessary to find out what strange knowledge Kong Kong has instilled in the child when she was negligent. Xiao Jiu looked at Lu Liuliu and Xiao Wu, who continued to pick up chopsticks to eat hot pot, and did not raise the doubts in his heart again. This forbidden bracelet, like his golden system, is not a product of the aquamarine star. In his cognition, there is absolutely no such thing. He even suspected that this thing might be a product of another system. He was able to obtain such a magical exchange system by accident from Myanmar. So what about others? Can they also obtain it? The great disaster 10 years later was enough to trouble her. It is better not to tell her about this for the time being, so as not to add to her troubles. And he, Liuliu, and Xiao Wu were reborn. But what about others? Did they reborn? Xiao Jiu temporarily hid all his plans and doubts in his heart, and silently accompanied Lu Liuliu and Xiao Wu to have dinner. Dinner is over. Xiao Jiu is about to get up and clean up the dishes. Lu Liuliu asked him to take Xiao Wu to play in the fence. She sent a message to Confronting, asking him to come back. A few minutes later, Zhang Lang and Kong went upstairs from a room that Little Red Riding Hood arranged for them nearby. As soon as Kong entered the house, he smelled the aroma of hot pot. Lu Liuliu waved at Kong. Kong jumped onto the chair next to Lu Liuliu and stood up. When he stood up, he was just half a body taller than the dining table. The bottom of the Mandarin duck hot pot was steaming. The bottom of the pot was half dry. When Kong came back, Lu Liuliu added half of the water to the pot, combined with some unfinished ingredients on the table. It looked pretty good. Master. Woo. Are these all rewards for me? Kong looked at the delicious food on the hot pot table and drooled. Zhang Lang just glanced sideways and saw the plates and bowls waiting to be washed in a frame next to the hot pot table. He silently picked up a chair and came to the balcony with a sealed window. He sat down quietly, absorbing the energy in the crystal core to replenish the deficit consumed in the past few days. Yes, there are not many monkeys as brave as you. Kong couldn't stop laughing when he heard Lu Liuliu's rare praise. These are all prepared for you. Remember to clean up the dishes after eating. Okay. Kong nodded, picked up the chopsticks and ate heartily. Lu Liuliu stood up, stretched, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Xiao Jiu saw Lu Liuliu tricking Kong to wash the dishes and held back his smile. At the same time, on the other side, the lounge on the second floor of Haishur Gymnasium. When Zhou Yining entered the lounge, an indescribable sound came from the bedroom. She walked to the window with a cold face and pretended nothing happened. After a long time, the superpower who controlled her appeared. When she saw Zhou Yining sitting on the sofa with a dull look, she couldn't help but feel confused. Has the control time become shorter? She remembered that for ordinary people, using a supernatural power once can control the other party for 2 hours. However, it's good that she wakes up. Mr. Su said that you should find a room to rest by yourself. Zhou Yining had a blank expression on her face, and nodded with a slightly dulled look at the young girl in a super short suspender top and mini skirt. Then I won't disturb you to rest. The woman watched Zhou Yining enter a bedroom opposite very obediently, and turned away with satisfaction. What is the Zhou family? One of the 4 major families. And the daughter of the Zhou family. Isn't she also so spineless? Watching Mr. Su playing with women, she dared not fart. The young girl with mental control supernatural power twisted her buttocks and entered the room to join the team of fooling around. By the bed, the new blue pill developed by the laboratory behind the Su family was placed at the head of a large round bed. Su Feiyue took a blue pill surrounded by many women. He had to take 3 of these pills every day. If he took more, he would not be able to take it. Excessive indulgence will damage his body. These women are the best mothers arranged by his father. The probability of children born to these women who have awakened innate abilities is greatly increased. Innate abilities have an advantage that cannot be ignored over those who have awakened acquired abilities. That is, these abilities can break through the shackles of level 12. And with sufficient crystal nucleus cultivation, level 12 can be upgraded. This is the conclusion reached by the scientific research team behind the Su family after 3 months of research. Theoretically, if there is no special accident or mutation, the ability of the awakened ability swallowed by the crystal nucleus will be limited to level 12 for life, and there is no possibility of rising. And the ability of the awakened innate ability has a 50% chance of improving its strength through upgrading. Chapter 406 A Different World. Su Feiyue's elder sister, Su Qianwei, is a person with innate awakening superpowers. Half a year ago, she broke through the shackles of the 12th level superpowers through her own efforts and became a 13th level superpower. She was also redefined by them as a 2nd level superpower. After breaking through the shackles of the 12th level superpowers, his sister looked younger and more beautiful. Su Feiyue's father valued his sister more and stayed in Mount Everest to take care of all matters in Mount Everest. And he, although he is the only legitimate son of the Su family, because his superpowers are awakened through the crystal core after birth, he is used by his own father as a tool to maintain authority. Su Feiyue is very clear that he will never be able to compare with his sister in terms of superpowers. However, he is also the legitimate son of the Su family, as long as the 8 innate superpower mothers around him conceive and give birth to a child. In the end, the kingdom built by his father will belong to him. Therefore, he accepted his father's arrangement calmly. It was wonderful to have these beauties as company every day, with delicious food and clothing, provided for him. In addition to these women, He could get any celebrity or internet celebrity he liked in the shelter with just a word. Su Feiyue was very satisfied with his current life. As for the ordinary woman the Zhou family married, he didn't care at all. The important thing was that the marriage between the Su family and the Zhou family was widely known. He had no interest in sleeping with Zhou Yining. Zhou Yining was not as attractive as the women around her. And these women were all superpowered. And the children they gave birth to were useful. As for Zhou Yining, it would be a pity to abandon her. But she would be tasteless to eat her. Su Feiyue laughed and reached into the short skirt of a bed board beside him. The woman knew his noble status, and had the same goal as Su Feiyue. Giving birth to a child of the Su family would make her famous. After Su Feiyue's parents died, her child would be able to take over the entire Hailan country. The other 7 women also had the same goal. They were carefully selected by the Su family. Women who were vain and had a desire to climb up. Master, you can't just touch Yaya. I want her too. The 8 women surrounded Su Feiyue, making him indulge in the feminine beauty and temptation. Nangong Family Villa. Nangong Jiu was playing the indoor surveillance for Nangong Youran. The surveillance screen showed that everyone seemed to have been knocked unconscious out of thin air. In the room where Xiao Jiu was, only the voice of the person could be heard. But the appearance of the person could not be seen. Master, you have been watching this video for 3 hours. Do you want to continue watching? Nangong Yuran nodded gently. Keep playing. On the huge projector, Lu Liuliu's voice with a hint of joy was constantly playing. Let's go. I found their warehouse. And I emptied the things in the warehouse. When moving the supplies, the alarm device was touched. The rescue team of the Nangong family will arrive soon. Nangong Zhu looked at the dazed Nangong Yuran, sighed, and stood silently beside the projector waiting. After a long time, Nangong Yuran stood up from the sofa. How are they? Master, according to your instructions, I have injected them with the zombie virus number 1 developed above. The result can only be obtained after 24 hours. You go and be responsible for watching them. Master, what about you? Nangong Yuran didn't know if he was extremely angry. He chuckled. I have to go out for a while. The time is uncertain. You are fully responsible for the family affairs. Master, Nangong Zhu could vaguely feel that the master should go to Miss Lu to settle accounts. Otherwise, why would he be like a fool, playing Miss Lu's voice back and forth? In order to catch Xiao Jiu, the master sacrificed the lives of Sister Mei and others. So he also sacrificed himself? Nangong Zhu couldn't understand it. Was the master really poisoned? Or was it the kind of poison that Shui Baochai could dig wild vegetables for 18 years? It was obvious that Miss Lu didn't like the master. And she also had a child with the master's enemy Xiao Jiu. Why was the master still so persistent? Nangong Zhu left the room with 100% incomprehension and dealt with all the affairs of the Nangong family. In fact, there was nothing big to deal with. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the leader's enemies basically don't need them to take action. Those people have been infected with the virus and turned into zombies. And 99% of them have died long ago. The remaining 1% also died indirectly in the subsequent period. The Nangong family is a knife under the leader's hand. They do the work of killers. When the apocalypse broke out before, they could kill people invisibly with the ancient martial arts passed down by the Nangong family. When the plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum take action, there is no one who cannot be killed, whether at home or abroad. Now, their Nangong family's role in the leader is getting smaller and smaller. However, the contractual commitment that has been passed down from the first generation of the Nangong family for hundreds of years has been maintained until now. Because of this relationship and the promise of the contract, the leader still trusts the Nangong family. Let them do some things that are not presentable. Recently, Haishar has been very peaceful. The leader has no other tasks except arranging for them to get more vitality water from Xiao Jiu. She only has to deal with the daily trivialities of the Nangong family. The salary of the staff is paid, and she writes a weekend summary report to the leader every week. After watching Nangong Zhu leave, Nangong Yuran slowly stood up and walked down the stairs to the warehouse built in the basement on the negative first floor. The metal insurance door of the warehouse opened. The laser gun hole that was damaged by the laser gun appeared on the electronic password lock. In the first warehouse, there were gifts given to the Nangong family by other families. Most of them were cigarettes and alcohol, and a few crystal cores. He himself had a poor health since childhood and did not smoke or drink. Cigarettes and alcohol would make his weak body even weaker. So all these things were stored in the safe in the warehouse by his subordinates. The crystal cores of all the major families were piled up together. About a suitcase. When they were delivered, he didn't look at them much. Everything was taken care of by Nangong Mei. The camera installed above the safe was damaged by someone. He looked at the surveillance, but couldn't see anyone. The other party should be wearing some unknown stealth equipment. Or there was an invisible supernatural person to help cover up his figure. Nangong Youran closed the hatch of the safe and pressed a secret button device switch on the side of the hatch. After the switch was turned on, the wall of the basement made a click sound. The sound stopped, and the wall cracked and an open door appeared. Nangong Youran entered the door and closed the hatch with his backhand. The safety device outside was just a cover. This wall is the warehouse where the antiques and treasures collected by the Nangong family over the generations are stored. Chapter 407, Subsidiary Shelter. This place. Only he and Nangong may know about it. Nangong Youran entered the secret room and checked the antiques and materials that had been stored there for hundreds of years. The things here are still there. Nangong Youran secretly breathed a sigh of relief and left the room. He returned to the room, and a special satellite phone on the desk suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was the leader Su Weigua. Whenever this phone rang, there must be an order from above. There is no doubt that this time is no exception. The superiors must have asked their family to kill people. Nangong Youran picked up the phone and answered it. Su Weigua's full-blooded voice came from the receiver of the mobile phone. Youran, how are you recently? Not very good. Why not? Su Weigua asked with some surprise. Nangong Youran is still a little angry about the death of the 3 Nangong sisters. He asked the laboratory of Mount Everest for 3 zombie viruses number 1. The leader could not have been unaware of it. 3 of my trusted men died. Hey! I know about this. Chief, I only have 1 trusted man left. Nangong Youran subtext, I don't have anyone I can use now. And you want me to help you kill people and find a better job. The chief naturally heard it. And he said with sympathy and regret, Youran, I am very sad about the sacrifice of your trusted men. Then I will arrange a few more capable people for you from above. And let them work with you. Nangong Youran smiled. Thank you very much. Chief, by the way, I came to you this time because I have something I want to arrange for you to do. I heard Lin Wan has a Little Red Riding Hood shelter? Nangong Youran heard Su Weigua asking him about the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. So he simply told Su Weigua the news that Nangong Jiu had found out before. Su Weigua heard that he had sent people to investigate. And continued, Hey, Youran, after all these years, your Nangong family is still reliable. This is what our Nangong family should do. In that case, I won't keep you in suspense. I plan to incorporate the Little Red Riding Hood shelter into the Haishur shelter and make it a subsidiary shelter under Haishur. I will arrange for a few people to go with you to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter and talk to their leaders. Of course, these people will do what you tell them to do for this mission. And you have the highest veto power. Okay. Nangong Youran agreed immediately without hesitation. This is the rule of the Nangong family's ancestors. And all the instructions of Su Weigua must be met. As for why the Nangong family has had such a rule for hundreds of years, Nangong Youran just heard that the ancestors of the Su family had saved the lives of their ancestors. So, the Nangong family made a vow to serve the Su family for generations. Ha! If this mission is completed, I will not treat you unfairly. Nangong Youran heard Su Weigua's hearty laughter, and his emotions did not fluctuate. He really did not treat you unfairly. Last time Xiao Jiu was captured, he got the vitality water and handed over 20 milliliters. He gave him 2 drops. That's it for now. The people I arranged will report to you tomorrow. Okay. Nangong Youran responded. And he listened to the busy tone coming from the mobile phone receiver and gently hung up the phone. Originally thought, if there were no tasks from above, he would have a lot of free time. He could also fulfill his wishes according to his own ideas. Fortunately, the tasks assigned by the above overlapped with the destination he wanted to go. Lu Liuliu took the things from his warehouse. And he couldn't take them for nothing. She smiled happily when she took the things. Nangong Youran called Nangong Jiu and asked her to be responsible for receiving the people sent by the above tomorrow. The next day, the temperature was the same as yesterday. Terribly low. As a ray of sunshine slowly rose, the temperature rose by a few degrees. 2 cars came to the gate of Nangong's house. 2 women got out of the car. Nangong Youran heard the security personnel at the door say that people had arrived, and immediately went out to greet them. She recognized the identities of the two women at a glance. One of them was Zhou Yining, who had just married Su Wenyu, the son of the leader, yesterday. The other was Qian Ming, the eldest daughter of the Qian family, who was the first to propose to support the Nangong family yesterday. In a sense, these two women are completely two-third level disabled people. Zhou Yining has a special status, so it is difficult to tell her what to do. Besides, she is an ordinary person. If she follows, she will have to arrange several people to protect her safety. After all, she is the daughter-in-law of the leader. If there is any mistake in the mission, the young master will definitely be punished. As for Qian Ming of the Qian family, it seems useless to say that he is a superpower. You can draw a special item once a week. The item is random. After the item is drawn, you can choose the item you drew once again after a week of cooling, or draw the item randomly again. This ability is not enough. What's more bizarre is that she was wearing a thin pink suit with Chanel logo in the weather of more than 50 degrees below zero. Nangong Youran had heard about it a long time ago. Qian Ming had drawn a magical tool that could keep warm and regulate body temperature. So even if she was wearing a bikini in the weather of more than 50 degrees below zero, she would not feel cold. Nangong Youran couldn't understand why Zhou Yining, who was a good leader's daughter-in-law, would participate in this surrender operation. Isn't it good to live a good life in a shelter with fish and meat, good food and drink? Nangong Youran put away his contempt and dissatisfaction with them, and took them to the living room of Nangong's house to sit down. Qian Ming looked at the steaming teacup on the table, but didn't touch it. Instead, he stood up and looked around the living room of Nangong's house. Zhou Yining stared at Qian Ming with a frown. The attitude of the eldest lady of the Qian family was very contented, as if she had regarded herself as the style of the hostess of the Nangong family. I really don't know if she is really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Zhou Yining put away her gaze and picked up the teacup to drink tea. After a few minutes of waiting, Nangong Youran came out of the door with Nangong Youran beside him. Because they were indoors, the Nangong family used the latest heating system developed by scientists, and the house was very warm. So, he wore the moon-white tang suit embroidered with the Nangong family emblem as usual. The tang suit was spotless and looked very refreshing and elegant. Just like his face, he had the same androgynous and cold appearance as Zhou Yining. He had a boyish look, with a feminine and soft beauty, and a unique male aura that could not be ignored. Zhou Yining had a boyish look, with a masculine and strong beauty, and her temperament had a strong and handsome neutral style. When Qian Ming saw Nangong Youran appear, her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately stood up and smiled at Nangong Youran. Hello, Master Nangong. I am Qian Ming, the eldest lady of the Qian family. Nangong Youran nodded gently at her, and when he turned around, he was quite surprised to see Zhou Yining sitting on the sofa. Chapter 408. Zhou Yining became the leader's daughter-in-law, and was considered half of the Su family. She was sent out by the higher-ups, which showed that they attached great importance to this operation. People's hearts are really greedy. They already have Mount Everest, all the material reserves of the entire Highland country, and the loyalty of millions of people in High City. But they still miss the ordinary people in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. He remembered it very clearly. At the beginning, the leader took the initiative to abandon those useless ordinary people. Let all members evacuate the shelters in major urban areas, because those people are useless, or waste resources and food. Just abandon them directly. It's called survival of the fittest. Without his order, how dare those heads of City A abandon the lives of tens of millions of people who survived the zombie virus? Nangong Youran knew it well, but no matter what doubts he had about the plan above, he couldn't speak out freely and express his thoughts. He was just a knife above, a knife that could be highly trusted. Any doubts about the decision above will cause the Nangong family's trust accumulated over hundreds of years to drop rapidly. Without the special care of the leader, his Nangong family is nothing. Nangong Youran knew this clearly, and he greeted Zhou Yining, Madame Su. Good morning. Did I keep you waiting? Zhou Yining smiled unnaturally when she heard the name Madame Su. Just arrived. Business is important. Let's decide, as soon as possible, how to negotiate the ownership with the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Of course. What are your plans? Nangong Youran sat down on the chair. Nangong Youran poured him a cup of hot water. Zhou Yining took out the printed information and handed it to Nangong Youran. This is what the higher-up said. Take a look. If there is no objection, We will set off immediately. Wait a minute. Nangong Youran picked up the document and read it carefully. After he finished reading it, Xianming beside him picked up the document and read it carefully. The arrangement above is very reasonable. Since you have no objection, let's set off. Okay. After Zhou Yining and Nangong Youran finalized the plan, they stood up and prepared to set off. Xianming was ignored by them, but she was not too angry. This time, she volunteered to join the mission of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. As for the purpose, Xianming looked at Nangong Youran and smiled, hiding the plan in her heart. Xianming saw Nangong Youran and Zhou Yining walking out, and she quickly stepped on her high heels and followed them. When she walked out of the gate, she deliberately leaned towards Nangong Youran, twisted her foot, and fell on Nangong Youran. Out of politeness, Nangong Youran reached out and helped her up. Miss Qian, we are going out, and your shoes are not suitable. Xianming was not angry, but because of Nangong Youran's judgment, she felt a little happy. I will change my shoes immediately. Outside the door, the two high-level psychic bodyguards brought by Xianming took out a pair of Martin boots from her suitcase and handed them to her. Xianming saw that Nangong Youran and Zhou Yining had already walked to the gate. She immediately took the boots, put them on hurriedly, and strode towards the door. A helicopter was parked in the wide parking lot at the gate of Nangong Youran's house. The number of passengers that can be carried in a helicopter is limited. 8 people in total. In addition to Nangong Youran and the other 4, there are 2 high-level psychics around Xianming and 2 high-level psychics around Zhou Yining. They went there this time as envoys. Since ancient times, when 2 countries or 2 places meet, envoys are not killed. Their safety is guaranteed by this convention. Once their safety is threatened, the ordinary people in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter will have no resistance to the attack of high-level psychics in Haishur. It is because of these 2 points that they dare to bring only a few people with them. With Zhou Yining's joining, the bargaining chips this time are increased. Everyone got on the plane one by one, due to the extremely cold climate outside, except for Xianming, who brought special items to regulate the temperature. All other personnel wore polar goose down jackets. Nangong Zhu is the pilot of this plane. Nangong Youran sat in the co-pilot seat. Xianming and Zhou Yining sat in the front seats, and behind them were the 2 high-level psychic bodyguards they brought with them. Master Nangong, I heard that you cough often. Did you catch a cold? Here is a little thing for you. I hope you like it. Xianming smiled flatteringly and handed a plain ring to Nangong Youran. Nangong Youran took the ring in confusion. He glanced at Xianming and saw that Xianming was wearing a ring of the same style on his finger. What is this? It is a ring that can keep warm and regulate body temperature. I hope Master Nangong, you don't dislike it. Nangong Youran had heard of Xianming's ability. He tried to put on the ring. The body that originally felt a little cold gradually warmed up in such an extremely cold temperature. It was indeed magical. Nangong Youran whispered to Xianming, thank you. How many crystal cores are there? I'll have someone give you the crystal cores later. Xianming immediately shook her head. No. This is a gift from me to you. It's not worth much. It's my honor that you like it. Nangong Youran didn't refuse Xianming's words of goodwill. He had been in contact with many people like this since he was a child. Every time he was given a gift, it must be for something, or it was to ask him to say a few good words for them in front of the leader. This thing was very much to his taste. Well, if this woman has some needs within her ability in the future, he can try to help. Xianming was very happy to see him accept the ring. About an hour later, the modified cold-resistant helicopter successfully arrived at the gate of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. The staff at the gate learned their purpose and immediately reported the matter. After all, they were from High City. Little Red Riding Hood was arranging tasks for the 2 working robots that Xiao Jiu had exchanged. Suddenly, such a message was received. It told the 2 assistants to manage the shelter well, then turned and left the work hall to report to Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu. A few minutes later, after a brief discussion, Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu decided to meet the envoy sent by Haishur. Xiao Jiu and Haishur were already in a situation of life and death. The premise of the meeting was that the other party must not find out that Xiao Jiu was the actual leader of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. There was a huge gap between their strength and ours, and it was not time to tear each other apart. Little Red Riding Hood, you go to meet them, and wear the video call equipment. Okay, Master. Little Red Riding Hood turned and left, and immediately arranged for someone to take the envoy from Haishur to a meeting room in the shelter. Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu sat quietly on the sofa, quietly watching the constantly changing pictures on the projector. Chapter 409. Cancel the identity. Until the picture stopped in a large conference room. They also saw Nangong Youran, Zhou Yining and others who came to negotiate this time. Are you the lord of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter? Little Red Riding Hood? Qianming saw Little Red Riding Hood, wearing a European classical outfit, and asked first. Little Red Riding Hood is a robot AI, and cannot distinguish the emotions and intonations of the other party. It mechanically replied in a childish voice, Yes. I am Little Red Riding Hood. What are you doing here? Here is a document. Take a look first. If you have no objection, follow the document. Qianming took the subsidiary plan provided by Zhou Yining and handed it to Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood took the document and did not read it. It just glanced at it and saw the content clearly. There were a total of 15 pages of paper, all of which talked about the vague laws and regulations of the Highland country. The central idea was only 3. First, Little Red Riding Hood shelter violated the laws of the Ocean Blue country and established its own shelter, which had the motive of splitting the Ocean Blue country. The solution is to atone for the crime by handing over all the high-tech items in Little Red Riding Hood shelter. And Little Red Riding Hood herself, suspected to be a gold-type superpower, swore allegiance to Su Weigua, the leader of High City. Second, Little Red Riding Hood will pay 70% of all fiscal revenue as compensation. Third, Little Red Riding Hood's central shelter will be ceded to High City, and people will be sent to station and manage it. Little Red Riding Hood's mechanical simulation eyes moved away from the documents, and it looked at Qianming indifferently. Don't rush to read the documents. I'll have someone pour you a cup of tea first, said. Little Red Riding Hood asked the 2 low-level superpowers waiting in the meeting room to go to the water dispenser next to them to serve tea to the 3 of them. You're welcome. We have limited time. Please confirm the content of the document as soon as possible. No problem. Just sign your name on the document, Qianming urged impatiently. This Little Red Riding Hood shelter appeared out of thin air and was not part of her cognition. She must find a way to take down the area that cannot be controlled by her. In fact, she had already guessed that the so-called golden-type superpower should be Xiao Jiu, not the Little Red Riding Hood in front of her. Little Red Riding Hood should be the cover of the shelter. In the book Robbery, the sickly lover falls in love with me in the end of the world. She did not find such a shelter. It is written very clearly in the book. The hidden male protagonist is Nangong Youran, and Xiao Jiu is the toolman male supporting role. Lu Liuliu is the mother of the son of the toolman Xiao Jiu. She was killed by her bestie and fiancé 1.5 years after the outbreak of the end of the world. Although Xiao Jiu is very powerful, he is considered one of the male protagonists of this book and has lived until the great catastrophe 10 years later. But the real powerful one is actually Nangong Youran. What she had to do was to firmly grasp the male protagonist Nangong Youran and successfully gain a new life with the help of Nangong Youran's identity in the catastrophe 10 years later. Many of the prophecies in the book have come true one by one. However, the cannon fodder female supporting role Lu Liuliu, who should have died early, and the fact that someone had predicted the coming of the end of the world and told the authorities about the end of the world, made her confused. Qianming did not completely trust the contents of the book, but Nangong Youran was the final winner, and there was no doubt about it. The file is not urgent. I'll read it first, Little Red Riding Hood said in her innocent and childish voice, and then sat in a corner of the long conference table, opened the file, and slowly turned the pages at the speed of human reading. When it turned the page, Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu, who were watching the document through the projector upstairs, were getting more and more frightened and angry. Xiao Jiu, what do you think? Now, there are only 2 choices before us. Sign, and give up the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Don't sign, and fight against Haishur. So, what do you mean? First stabilize Haishur, and let Little Red Riding Hood sign. What about these high-tech items in the shelter? Are you really going to give up your hard work in the early stage? If you don't do this, the millions of survivors in the base will be affected by the war. Lu Liuliu was silent. She looked at Nangong Youran's cold face through the high-definition projector, and she was so angry that her teeth itched. She saw Zhou Yining on the side and said to Xiao Jiu, she is here too. Yeah. The voices of Lu Liuliu and Xiao Jiu talking were transmitted to Little Red Riding Hood's ears through the in-ear headset. Little Red Riding Hood closed the document and looked at Nangong Youran, who was sitting between Zhou Yining and Qianming. Can the content of this document be discussed? No. Qian Meng was anxious to show off in front of Nangong Youran. So she replied immediately. Zhou Yining looked at her eagerness to show off. Sitting upright. Drinking tea absent-mindedly with a cup of tea. No problem. Just sign it. Qian Meng seemed to have expected Little Red Riding Hood to sign. So she handed it the document and a black pen. The signing of the document, in the current apocalypse, has no binding force at all. However, the formality still needs to be followed. This formality is for the people below to see. Little Red Riding Hood. No need to say more to them. Just sign it. Following Xiao Jiu's order, Little Red Riding Hood picked up a black signature pen and signed her name in front of their eyes. Qian Meng took the document and took a look. When she saw Little Red Riding Hood's signature, she frowned. Write your own name. Not the code name Little Red Riding Hood. I'll be Little Red Riding Hood. Okay. It's just a formality. Qian Meng took the document signed by Little Red Riding Hood and handed it to Nangong Youran for review. Little Red Riding Hood. Start the scrapping procedure. Xiao Jiu's order came next. When Nangong Youran was flipping through the documents, Little Red Riding Hood immediately executed the order and started the self-destruction procedure. A few seconds later, its simulated body lay motionless on the table. Nangong Youran, who had just finished flipping through the documents, saw it fall on the conference table and winked at Qian Meng beside him. Qian Meng understood and ran to Little Red Riding Hood. When she touched Little Red Riding Hood's cold body, she stretched out her finger and probed her nose. Hiss. Master Nangong. She seems to be dead. Nangong Zhu, who was beside Nangong Youran, stepped forward immediately. She carefully picked up Little Red Riding Hood's body, put it on the conference table for inspection, and nodded to Nangong Youran. She's dead? What should we do now? Take her body back to Haisher Laboratory for autopsy. How could the leader of the millions of shelters, who were still alive the last second, the Lord who was called the goddess by everyone, die so easily? While Nangong Youran was speaking, Little Red Riding Hood's body emitted a dazzling and fiery white light. Qian Meng and Nangong Zhu, who were closest to her, immediately took 3 steps back. They watched as Little Red Riding Hood's body turned into wisps of light shining with fragments and dissipated into the air. Chapter 410, Avoid the Sharp Edge. What is going on? Qian Meng rubbed her eyes. A little bit unbelievable. There is no such way of death in the apocalyptic romance novel she read. After a brief shock, her eyes looked at Nangong Youran again. I hope she didn't bet on the wrong person. Can you write a report? Report everything that happened during the negotiation today. Nangong Youran instructed Qian Meng after a brief surprise. This woman's attitude of trying to please him is too obvious, since she wants to show herself so much. Just go with the flow and enjoy the leisure. In the meeting room, 2 low-level psychics, who witnessed the death of Little Red Riding Hood, dared not breathe. They are low-level humans who are looked down upon by the upper-class high-tech and highly educated talents in High City. The awakened psychic ability is useless, and the level is still low. They have an instinctive fear and awe of Suwegwe, the leader of Hailan country. Don't panic. Keep today's events secret for now. If someone leaks the news, I think you should be very clear about the consequences. Without waiting for Nangong Youran and Zhou Yining to take action, Qian Meng immediately walked to the 2 low-level psychics, who witnessed everything in the conference room, and threatened them. No. We dare not. Master Nangong. What do you mean? If you are worried that they are not tight-lipped, I can kill them immediately. Don't. We are very tight-lipped. We will never talk nonsense. Take care of the 2 of them for the time being, and release them after the higher-ups arrange for someone to take over. Did you hear that? Our young Master Nangong is generous and spared your lives. Why don't you thank him? The 2 low-level psychics were so scared that they fell to their knees and kowtowed to Nangong Youran. Okay. I'll leave this to you. I'll go take a look around the shelter. After hearing this, Nangong Zhu immediately followed Nangong Youran out of the meeting room. Zhou Yining sat in the meeting room without moving. The 2 high-level psychics sent by the Su family to monitor her remained silent. On the contrary, Qian Meng asked a high-level psychic wearing an extremely cold-down jacket to send the 2 people to Haisher and lock them up. Wait until things here are completely done before releasing them. Since Nangong Youran spared their lives, she must abide by it. After all, he is the future male protagonist, and she will rely on him to take off in the future. Upstairs in the meeting room, in the room where Lu Liuliu and others live, when Xiao Jiu gave the order to Little Red Riding Hood, He had already informed Yan Feiyu and others to pack up, leave the central shelter, and stay in other shelters temporarily. Lu, we have to move again. Well, I haven't lived here for long, so I don't have much stuff. You pack first. Do you want to see her? You won't be happy if I see her. So I won't see her? I'm not a jealous woman. Yes, you are considerate. Not the kind of jealous woman. Do you really want to see her? I just met her, and I've said everything I should say. So I won't see her? Well, you look after the baby. I'll go pack up. Okay. About 10 minutes later, Lu Liuliu took the high-tech items and common items in the house into the dimensional space and took them away. Xiao Jiu was holding the child. They were wearing down jackets, hats and scarves, with only a pair of eyes exposed. They had just packed up. Yan Feiyu and Jiang Yi downstairs had also packed up. A group of people came to the rooftop of the building and left on an invisible plane. The huge Little Red Riding Hood shelter, Nangong Youran, accompanied by Nangong Zhu, wandered around. Qianming followed them like a tail with a high-level psychic bodyguard. Nangong Yuran looked at the ordinary people wearing various vests in the shelter, and pulled someone to ask about the situation. Not long. He understood the situation in the shelter clearly. Under the enthusiastic guidance of some ordinary people in the shelter, he came to the vending machine at the foot of the mountain. The machine needs to be exchanged for gold, and other materials will depreciate and are not of high value. Crystal cores are high-value items second only to gold. Nangong Yuran had already learned what was in the vending machine from Nangong Zhu's report. Nangong Zhu took out the gold prepared in advance from the backpack he carried with him, and exchanged the dimensional space ring, heater, high-tech laser gun, and water purifier in the vending machine for 3 of each. Qianming was surprised to see the items mentioned in the novel for the first time. However, she came in a hurry and did not prepare gold. Master Nangong, I just need a storage space. Can I borrow some gold from you? Zhu, exchange her for a dimensional ring. Nangong Zhu took out a gold nugget and exchanged it for a silver-white dimensional space ring for Qianming, because Qianming was very flattering to the master and gave him a temperature regulation ring. This kind of ring looks exactly the same. In the shelter, many people collected junk outside, collected enough red coins, and exchanged them for some dimensional space rings. In the vending machine, there are limited to 100,000 pieces. Currently, it shows that there are only 20,000 pieces left. This shows that there are many superpowers and ordinary people who secretly hide resources. Nangong Yuran took the ring and activated it immediately. Although there is only 1 cubic meter, it can be stacked. For example, fill 1 ring with supplies and put the ring in another ring. You can nest dolls infinitely. Zhu, you exchange all the other gold for dimensional rings. Okay, young master. After exchanging the supplies, Nangong Yuran walked along the frozen cement road to the temporary dock built before. At the dock, only staff wearing red vests were stationed, looking around the shelter for millions of people. No one appeared. Nangong Yuran turned around and came to the gate of the central shelter. The staff at the door recognized that it was Little Red Riding Hood, who personally came to receive them into the shelter. The people from High City did not stop them from entering. Back to the meeting room again. Zhou Yining had just added a cup of new tea to her teacup. She saw Nangong Yuran come in and had no special reaction. Master, maybe we should go to Little Red Riding Hood's office to see if we can find something there. Yes. After asking the staff of the building, Nangong Yuran and the other 8 people came to the place where Little Red Riding Hood used to work. In the huge work hall, 2 robots were working hard. These 2 robots were specially exchanged by Xiao Jiu for work robots, and they did not have the simulation of real people. They were very cheap and could be seen as robots at a glance. Nangong Yuran walked to the robot. The intelligent robot had received the instruction as early as when Little Red Riding Hood destroyed the program. This place was taken over by the people sent by High City. The faces of Nangong Yuran and others were also transmitted in their minds. Hello, new manager. What can I do for you? Chapter 411 Smart Kid. Little Red Riding Hood's original lord is also a robot, right? Qianming immediately asked the 2 silver panda-shaped working robots. Yes, Little Red Riding Hood is a simulation robot. Who made you? Who is your first master? Beep beep. Warning. Warning. Top secret. Can't answer. The red light on the robot's forehead kept flashing. and they returned to normal after 3 consecutive alarms. The whereabouts and secrets of Little Red Riding Hood and Xiao Jiu and others have been specially processed, including the video tracks of Xiao Jiu and others' activities in the shelter during this period. They have just been cleared and encrypted. Without the recovery technology from Xiao Jiu's high-tech system, no one can find out. Nangong Youran looked at the 2 robots staring at the computer panel hard and making various plans. There are 10 computers in the room. They control all the daily construction and activity tracks of the 5 universities. Through the lists and construction icons on the computers, Nangong Youran and others understood it quickly. The construction and output of the shelter, job posting, currency exchange, and going out to collect supplies and other tasks. All were managed by the 2 intelligent robots. Nangong Youran thought of the high-tech items that appeared on Lu Liuliu and others, and the person who anonymously exchanged high-tech weapons with the authorities and informed them of the coming of the end of the world in advance. He made a judgment in his heart. Not just him. Zhou Yining had already known Xiao Jiu's identity when Xiao Jiu gave her the dimensional space bracelet. Qianming, not to mention, she had already known about it from the novel she had read from a parallel universe. These robots were items exchanged for Xiao Jiu's gold system ability. Several people tacitly checked the construction information on the computer in the office. As for whether the leader Su Weiguo knew about it, they didn't know. If the leader didn't ask, they didn't know. If the leader asked, they didn't know. Nangong Youran didn't want Lu Liuliu to be hunted down. His goal was to find an opportunity to get her, not to destroy her. For the sake of Xiao Jiu and her friendship for many years, Zhou Yining secretly vowed not to tell the secret she knew. Qianming, not to mention, she wouldn't be stupid enough to tell everyone that she was a book-crossing girl from a parallel universe, because she read the book and scolded the author for not letting Xiao Jiu, a superman who could do it 7 times a night, be the male protagonist. She was distracted when crossing the road, accidentally got into a car accident, and crossed into the book. If she told others, everyone would think she was crazy, especially the Su family above, who secretly conducted experiments on zombies and human hybrids on Mount Everest. She was very scared. If she was caught, her brain would be open for research. The Su family was very perverted. It was more important to hold on to Nangong Yuran's thighs. If there was a chance to meet Xiao Jiu, the best man in this book, maybe. Qianming's deep eyes moved slightly, hiding the little calculation in her heart. Nangong Youran and Zhou Yining were both shocked after seeing some of the construction results on the computer. Especially Zhou Yining. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, she has been responsible for the distribution of all logistics materials in the entire high city, as well as the vegetable and grain crop plan for the greenhouse. It can be said that the plans made by these 2 emotionless robots are too perfect and detailed. In addition, there is a self-service vending machine under each university as a base. The items inside make the more than 2 million ordinary people in the shelter have a desire to become stronger. The high-level laser weapons in the vending machine are items that can compete with high-level psychics. So the people in the shelter are working very hard and doing their jobs. The plans and control measures made here are even more perfect and detailed than the plans made by those sociology and economics experts in High City to control people. With the tireless work of these 2 robots, this shelter only needs to send people to occupy it. All the harvests of the shelter and the materials collected by ordinary people through hard work will all become assets that they can mobilize. Nangong Youran left the room after looking at this studio that controls the daily operations of millions of people. At the door of the room, there were 2 high-level psychics. They were not too surprised when they saw Nangong Youran, Zhou Yining and Qianming coming out, because just now, they received the message on their phones at the same time. The leader of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter was replaced, but the details were not disclosed. However, photos of Nangong Youran and several temporary agents appeared on the homepage forum. At the same time, almost everyone received this message. Xiao Jiu gave up the shelter very straightforwardly. The robot had already thought of a way out when Xiao Jiu made the decision. These millions of lives are more important than some illusory rights. It just so happens that he can use these children of the official family, using the high-tech items in the vending machine. All the gold and rare materials secretly hidden by those people were collected into his system. The gold exchanged by these people will directly enter his system and become his gold communication currency. In addition to gold, other rare metals also have a certain value, but not very high. A small amount of gold also appears in some TV and mobile phone accessories. After the system is recovered, other materials are used to replace gold, and the gold is withdrawn as a reserve. Little Red Riding Hood Shelter, a sports university in the east. Lu Liuliu and others chose this place as their place of residence. They had done the test early, and they all had reasonable identities arranged by Little Red Riding Hood. They smoothly hid their names and entered the shelter, living with ordinary people and a few superpowers. The ownership of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter was so smooth that Nangong Youran and others felt incredible. They even suspected that there was some conspiracy in it. Time flies. A month later, Su Weiguo sent his son Su Wenyu and Zhou Ying to manage the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Since taking over the shelter, food and daily necessities have been visibly getting better. In the original shelter, each university had an independent robot factory. The production level is much more efficient than before the end of the world. If we ignore the extremely cold temperature that has dropped to minus 60 degrees, they have an illusion that they are still living in a peaceful era. In a building in the East District Sports University, Lu Liuliu is teaching Xiao Jiu to do math problems. Mom, these questions are so simple. Not challenging at all. You can do all these questions? These are questions for first graders. Dad has told me everything. I can do it after listening to it once. Chapter 412 Naughty Kid. Do this set of questions, Lu Liuliu said, taking out a set of second-grade math questions and handing it to Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu shook his head. Mom, I have finished the elementary school curriculum this month. How is this possible? You are only 1 year and 1 month old. Many children your age can't walk, and it's difficult for them to call mom and dad. Is it strange? Xiao Jiu looked at Lu Liuliu with innocent and cute eyes. I'll give you 2 questions to see if you can really do them. Okay. What is 8 times 68 divided by 2? Xiao Jiu heard Lu Liuliu's question, thought for a while, and then did mental calculations to get the answer. It's 272. Lu Liuliu's questions were completely made up. When Xiao Jiu said the answer, she immediately took out the mobile phone on the coffee table and calculated it again. The result was the same as Xiao Jiu said. Oh my god! Is my son really a child prodigy? Lu Liuliu found a 6th grade winter vacation homework in space. She chose an application question and asked Xiao Jiu. Car A travels 120 kilometers in 3 hours, and Car B travels 140 kilometers in 4 hours. The ratio of the travel time of Car A and Car B is, the ratio of the distance is, the ratio of the speed is? When she finished reading the question, she met Xiao Jiu's ignorant dark eyes. Can Xiao Jiu really answer it? She felt very abnormal when she saw this question. I can't do it at all. She graduated from undergraduate university, and her eyes were dizzy when she saw this question. She was admitted to university because she got almost full marks in English and Chinese, and her comprehensive liberal arts scores were also good. Math scores are hard to describe. She is almost a math idiot. Can she really give birth to a math genius? The answer is, however, in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jiu said the answer to the word problem. Lu Liuliu hurriedly picked up the winter vacation homework, turned to the last answer page, and took some effort to find the answer. Repeat it again. What is the answer just now? Lu Liuliu said, staring at the answer on the back of the winter vacation homework. Xiao Jiu thought that he spoke too fast and his mother didn't hear clearly, so he repeated the answer again in a very slow and tender childish voice. Lu Liuliu saw that the result Xiao Jiu said was exactly the same as the answer on the back, and was immediately shocked. Son, how did you do it? It's very simple. You can learn it after just one look. Xiao Jiu laughed. How should I put it? Xiao Jiu patted his forehead. Just like when I'm hungry. I know I need to drink milk. It's that simple. Lu Liuliu, my son is underappreciated. If he was born in a peaceful era, he would at least be the top scorer in the city. If mom, dad, grandparents knew that Xiao Jiu was so smart, they would definitely be very pleased. Lu Liuliu picked up Xiao Jiu and kissed him on his rosy face. My good son, you are so smart. He. Dad often praises me for being smart. Mom, you don't have to do your homework. Can I go out to play? Xiao Jiu was small, standing on the carpeted floor, looking up at Lu Liuliu, asking expectantly, It's getting colder today. It's very cold outside. Are you sure you want to go out to play? Don't be afraid of the cold. I have warm clothes given by my father. Let's go. I'll go out and play with you for a while. Lu Liuliu changed his clothes and went downstairs with Xiao Jiu to play. At the dock at the foot of the mountain in the East District, Many staff members wearing cold-proof vests were fishing on the dock. These piranhas are toxins. After the research of scientists said by High City, these fish are very ferocious, toxic, and of super high nutritional value. The toxins of the fish are all in the head. As long as the fish's head is chopped off while it is alive, it can be eaten normally like ordinary fish. After a year of mutation in the end of the world, the energy contained in a fish is about the same as the energy of a crystal core. So, many ordinary people in the shelter organized themselves to dig holes in the thick ice to catch fish. Xiao Wu looked at the many men and women wearing vests on the ice and learned from them. Wearing the super small red vest that Xiao Jiu asked for, wearing cowhide boots, taking small steps, and playing on the ice. Lu Liuliu followed Xiao Wu and looked at him. Xiao Wu's small body is not very agile when walking, and he looks like a miniature penguin. Play. Wait for you to fall down, and then you will cry. Lu Liuliu silently waited to see Xiao Wu's joke, and when he fell down and felt the pain, he would not clamor to go out to play every day. Zhang Lang and Kong Kong have been guarding Lu Liuliu 60 meters away, responsible for protecting her and Xiao Wu's safety. As for Xiao Jiu, after a month of fermentation, he obtained a large amount of gold. Early this morning, after saying goodbye to Lu Liuliu, he went to the construction territory of the City of Sky opposite Mount Everest to deliver the latest batch of city construction materials to his family. In the past month, the products in the 5 self-service vending machines were snapped up by the children of the major families in High City. They took the opportunity to add an explosive product to the self-service vending machines. A pure crystal core that can make ordinary people awaken to become superpowers only needs 1 kilogram of gold. When such an explosive product appeared, all ordinary people were boiling. They worked hard to catch fish, search for special mutant plants in the nearby mountains, and hand them over to the recycling machine to save red coins. 1 million red coins are equivalent to 1 kilogram of gold. If they save enough 1 million red coins, they can become superpowers who awaken the day after tomorrow. The people above saw that ordinary people were about to rise, and they wanted to control the vending machines. However, they tried many ways this month, but they couldn't move the vending machines to High City. The major families in High City didn't want ordinary people to become superpowers. They tried to stop ordinary people from buying crystal cores. The result was in vain. The vending machine comes with an identification screen. If anyone tries to break the rules of queuing to buy items, the vending machine will start the automatic shutdown system. The matter of ordinary people becoming superpowers has been fermenting for a month. Everyone has tacitly agreed not to interfere with who goes to the vending machine to buy what supplies, because ordinary people becoming superpowers is a significant improvement in the strength of the Blue Sea country. Lu Liuliu, wearing the latest button camouflage device, smiled as she watched Xiao Wu holding a small scooter and skating on the ice. Xiao Wu felt the magic of nature and giggled non-stop. Run slower. Mom can't keep up. Lu Liuliu trotted behind Xiao Wu. With the help of the scooter, Xiao Wu ran faster. Brat, how can you be so slippery? Usually, Xiao Jiu takes the children out to play. She stays in the warm house every day, watching TV series, eating delicious food, and enjoying the rare good times. Chapter 413. It's so fun. Oh! The child has grown up and likes to play. This is too difficult to take care of. If you are not careful, he will be far away. Lu Liuliu took out a pair of skates from the dimensional ring and put them on, chasing Xiao Wu, who was playing on the sled nearby. Zhang Lang and Kong Kong were also busy, following Xiao Wu's buttocks in circles. Xiao Wu was very curious about the things around him. Sometimes he slid in front of the fishermen to watch others fishing, and sometimes when Lu Liuliu was not paying attention, he put his head under the ice holes that were chiseled to check the piranhas in the water that were grinning and looking for food. Little fish, come up and I will play with you, Xiao Wu said, and put his white and tender fingers into the ice hole. Lu Liuliu rushed to Xiao Wu, picked up his clothes, and held him in his arms. You little brat. That's a piranha. Be careful, it might swallow your finger. Don't be afraid. The fish are not as fast as me. Xiao Wu looked fearless, smiling heartlessly in Lu Liuliu's arms. Mom, put me down quickly. I want to catch some fish, and wait for Dad to come back tomorrow, so that he can make fish slices hot pot for us. Go ahead, but don't put your fingers in the water again. Look at you. Your fingers are frozen red. Don't be afraid. Dad said I'm a high-level psychic. This little bit of cold can't hurt me. Dad takes me to catch fish every day. It's fun. Xiao Wu chose a big fishing hole near Lu Liuliu. He looked like a little adult, and took out a metal fish basket from the dimensional space ring to catch fish. These piranhas have sharp teeth and sharp mouths. It is impossible to catch them with ordinary fishing equipment. There are fishing tools for sale in the vending machine. Hee. Dad said that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Sell these tools to people, and they will work hard to catch fish and hand them over to Dad. And keep some for themselves. Dad can get a lot of piranha energy reserves. Extract the energy of these piranhas, and through special means, you can get an artificial crystal core the size of a grain of rice. Xiao Wu took out 2 folding fishing stools very sensibly, and handed one to Lu Liuliu. Mom, it's tiring to stand. You sit aside and rest. Lu Liuliu chuckled, and let Xiao Wu fish beside her. It is safer to stay in one place quietly to fish than to ride a scooter along various fish holes with a bad boy. Besides, she is happy to see Xiao Wu happy. Lu Liuliu had just sat down not long ago. Zhang Lang and Kong caught up with him. When they saw Xiao Wu fishing, their eyes lit up. Before the end of the world, Zhang Lang was a fisherman. He used to invite several colleagues to go fishing every weekend. Not long. Lu Liuliu sat there, watching Xiao Wu, Zhang Lang and Kong catching fish nearby, 10 meters away from them. Many people in vests were also trying to catch piranhas. After more than a month of fishing, the number of fish schools has obviously decreased. Most people may not catch a fish in half an hour. Lu Liuliu watched for a while and became interested. He joined Xiao Wu and his friends in fishing activities. They happily looked at the transparent and heavy ice hole. Under the ice hole, the piranhas smelled the fragrance of the special bait and wandered around the mouth of the fish basket. Perhaps after more than a month of fishing, these baits have learned to be smart. They no longer enter the fish basket through the tiny entrance of the fish basket, but rub against the transparent iron net of the fish basket and eat the bait through the iron net. Mom, these fish are so cunning, Xiao Wu muttered. A little unhappy, he squatted there for more than 10 minutes. But he didn't see a single bait enter the fish basket. Instead, the bait in the fish basket was eaten up. Silly child. They want to eat your bait, but you want their lives. Do you think they should be more cunning? Ah? Then I caught a small fish and ate it. The small fish is very pitiful. Will its parents be sad? Xiao Wu suddenly didn't want to catch piranhas anymore. Lu Liuliu tried hard to think about how to popularize the truth of the saying survival of the fittest to Xiao Wu. Kong, who was standing by, suddenly said, Baby, do you know? If you only eat the small fish, the fish's parents will definitely be sad and pitiful. But you can catch the fish's parents and eat them together, so that they can be reunited as a happy family. That's right. Xiao Wu thought Kong was very reasonable. So he continued fishing. When Lu Liuliu heard Kong's words, a group of crows flew over her heart. Sure enough, the strange ideas that Xiao Wu learned must have been taught by Kong, because for so long, Kong has been taking care of the children for the longest time. Except for herself. The children are greatly affected by it. It is urgent to find a good childcare teacher for Xiao Wu. They are a family, and each person has a camouflage device. With the current technological level of Hailan country, it is impossible for anyone to see through their disguise. Even Kong has changed from a monkey to a golden retriever. Lu Liuliu looked at Kong, who looked like a dog, and often stroked its forehead. Kong, disguised as a golden retriever, had soft golden hair on his head, which was very comfortable to touch. After a while, Xiao Wu picked up the fish basket and put the bait Xiao Jiu gave him in the fish basket again. Mom, you are wasting time here. Mom, help me watch it. I will go out to play with Kong for a while. Don't go far. There are many people who like to eat children outside. Children like you will be stewed immediately after being caught. Lu Liuliu sternly admonished Xiao Wu when he rode on Kong's neck. I know. Mom, I have heard this sentence hundreds of times, and my ears are almost calloused. Xiao Wu rode Kong. Kong rode Xiao Wu's scooter, and took him to play crazy on the ice. Their actions attracted a lot of attention, because Kong's current appearance, in their eyes, looked like a golden retriever with a child riding on it, with the golden retriever's hind paws on the skateboard and its front paws on the scooter's steering reins. Such a combination looked like it came out of a circus. Many people looked at them twice. Most people retracted their gazes and continued to work hard to catch fish. They didn't have much time to care about other things that could attract attention. Fishing was still important. As long as they successfully caught a lot of fish, they would have a chance to become a superpower. Zhang Lang. Follow up and watch Kong Kong and the child. Lu Liuliu called Zhang Lang, who was sitting next to him and immersed in the fun of fishing. Zhang Lang stood up with a bit of unsatisfaction. Chapter 414, the ghost is still there. He glanced at the silver fish in the ice bucket next to him, picked one up, and threw it into his mouth to eat raw. Lu Liuliu was horrified watching from the side. Zhang Lang swallowed the fruits of his labor just from fishing, and a smile of enjoyment appeared on his face. Although he was wearing a cold-proof mask on his face, Lu Liuliu could see his happiness from the empty eyes above his mask. Okay, master, I'll go now. Zhang Lang ran towards Kong Kong and Xiao Jiu with satisfaction. Lu Liuliu saw Zhang Lang following him, and he felt relieved. Kong Kong and Xiao Jiu were together, and they could teleport Xiao Jiu to space at any time when they were in danger. With Zhang Lang who could handle emergencies. Especially Zhang Lang was still Uncle Hat before the end of the world. Xiao Jiu's safety was comprehensively improved. In addition, Xiao Jiu himself was a high-level dual-system psychic. Xiao Jiu's ability, after many instructions from Xiao Jiu for such a long time, has been able to be used freely. It was also within the scope of the shelter with a high safety factor. Considering the above, Lu Liuliu was very relieved to let them go out to play. Although she wanted to keep Xiao Jiu in her sight for 24 hours. She even wanted to keep him in the space and not let him out. This is not possible. The space had a malfunction due to the upgrade before and could not be used. The most important thing is to let Xiao Jiu integrate into society as soon as possible, accept the current social situation, and improve his survival ability. Lu Liuliu sat on the ice silently, took out the smartphone commonly used in the shelter, opened the video software independently developed by Little Red Riding Hood, and found a program she liked to watch. These videos are all resources that robots search for from major video resources in Hailan country. Anyone with a mobile phone can watch them for free as an entertainment activity after a hard day. There are also some standalone games, such as Tetris. Lu Liuliu took the phone and saw the most exciting part of this program. Suddenly, she noticed that a shadow appeared above her head. She frowned and looked up, and saw a man and a woman appear in front of her. When she saw the man's clothes and face, her pupils shrank and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Why is it him? Shouldn't this guy stay in the central shelter? Why did he run here? Don't be nervous. I'm wearing a camouflage button. This guy can't recognize me. If he recognized me, he would have reported it to the higher-ups and arrested our family. Lu Liuliu took a deep breath and said calmly, "Hello. You are blocking my light. If you want to fish, change places. There are people here." Inyong saw through Lu Liuliu's true face under the camouflage mask and was slightly startled. This girl is so beautiful. Could she be the person Nangong Youran was looking for? She often saw Nangong Youran staring at a bracelet in a daze, and repeatedly playing a woman's voice. So she offered to help. She gave Nangong Youran a pair of glasses with the eye of truth. These glasses can see through all disguises, even if you are wearing heavy makeup, masks, hats and other items. You can also see through illusions and see the true face of the person. Nangong Youran asked her to instruct high-level psychics to form a team to look for people everywhere. After a month of searching, nothing was known. Unexpectedly, today she accompanied Nangong Youran to the East District to look for someone. And by the way, to see the construction and development of the East District. He unexpectedly found the girl he had been looking for a month. Could this girl be the heroine of the book? The Big Star by Jia? The book said that the heroine by Jia was originally a big star, but was later betrayed by her sister and raped by people in turn. Later, Bai Jia accidentally awakened the special dark power. She met Nangong Youran by chance, and used poison to fight poison to help Nangong Youran survive. Nangong Youran married her because of her life-saving grace and didn't care about her past. In the great turmoil 10 years later, Bai Jia became the woman who laughed last because of Nangong Youran. Moreover, she and Nangong Youran gave birth to a pair of twins. Inyong was stunned when she saw Lu Liuliu's clear and unworldly face like the Tianshan snow lotus. If she was Bai Jia, she must not let her be with Nangong Youran. After she helps Nangong Youran absorb the fetal poison in her body, we will find a way to get rid of her. Inyong stood beside Nangong Youran, and for a moment, she was thinking about it. Sorry, I think you look like a friend of mine. I was wrong. Nangong Youran chuckled and took a few steps to the side slowly. Inyong was very confused. This girl was the one Nangong Youran ordered to find. She had seen the photo. How did you find someone and pretend not to know her? Lu Liuliu saw Nangong Youran standing a few steps away from her, staring at her with a look that made her feel very uncomfortable. No. We must leave here quickly. And Zhang Lang will come back with the children later. If Nangong Youran, this bastard, finds out, it will be bad if he notices something. In order to prevent Nangong Youran from noticing anything, Lu Liuliu pretended to be calm and put the ice bucket and fishing tools back into the dimensional space ring. There were no bracelets or necklaces in the vending machine. In order to avoid being targeted, their family used dimensional rings when they used storage space outside. After Lu Liuliu packed up her things, she saw Nangong Youran and Qian Ming, who were wearing cool clothes, standing there and watching her pack up. This discovery made her feel very bad. Lu Liuliu pretended not to see them and walked away after packing up. As she walked, she took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Zhang Lang, asking him to take the children back to the room quickly. When she saw Zhang Lang reply to the message he received, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had disguised herself as a vicissitudes of life and a plain-looking passerby, so it was impossible for this bastard to find out. I hope everything is just her being too sensitive. Lu Liuliu put away her phone and strode away. Just as she was about to reach the dock, a person wearing skates slipped and fell towards her. Lu Liuliu was not paying attention and was hit by the impact of this person and fell on the ice. Bang! A crisp sound. Lu Liuliu felt a severe pain in her buttocks. She stared at the middle-aged woman lying on the ice, and a surge of anger instantly surged in her heart. The woman also knew that she had done something wrong, so she hurriedly got up, helped Lu Liuliu up, and said to her, "I'm sorry. I don't know who dug a big hole on this damn ice surface. I didn't pay attention and hit you. Are you okay?" Lu Liuliu listened to the other party's sincere apology, endured the pain from her buttocks, frowned and waved her hand. "I'm fine." After that, she limped and strode towards the dock. Just 2 steps away, Nangong Youran came to her from somewhere. Chapter 415. What he can give. I can give too. You are injured. Where are you going? I'll help you. No. I don't know you well. Lu Liuliu shouted angrily, pretending to be very angry, and endured the pain from the impact on her hips, and strode towards the dock. Nangong Youran followed her slowly. Qian Ming followed Nangong Youran, closely chasing Lu Liuliu in front. Lu Liuliu sensed the footsteps of Nangong Youran, and the woman beside him chasing after her. The original destination was to go home, and walk towards the strange human-shaped ice sculptures at the foot of the mountain. Along the way, after walking for a while, when she came near the ice sculpture, the pain from the fall on her body had dissipated. Lu Liuliu suddenly stopped, turned around and glared at Nangong Youran and Qian Ming behind her. "What do you want to do?" Lu Liuliu. Nangong Youran walked along the way, and no longer wanted to play a scene of not knowing her, so she called out her name. Qian Ming was relieved for some reason when she heard Nangong Youran call the cannon fodder female supporting role Lu Liuliu. Although she didn't know why the plot in the book had changed a lot, it was okay as long as the woman was not the heroine by Jia. Lu Liuliu's face suddenly changed when she heard Nangong Youran called her name. How could he recognize me? I have the camouflage buttons given by Xiao Jiu. Could it be that because Nangong Youran is a camouflage psychic, he has the ability to see through his disguise? I'm not Lu Liuliu. You recognize the wrong person. Please don't follow me anymore, or I'll call the security department. Lu Liuliu pointed to the team wearing green vests representing psychics near the ice sculpture and shouted. She couldn't figure out how powerful Nangong Youran was. The Little Red Riding Hood shelter had actually been taken over by the higher-ups. Once her identity was exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. She had to find a way to pass on the news that the higher-ups could see through the disguise device. Haha. Don't pretend. We have this, which can see through all illusions. Qian Ming pointed to the transparent gold-rimmed glasses on her face. Lu Liuliu then noticed that the girl who was talking and Nangong Youran were both wearing a pair of framed glasses. It's over. Looking at the woman's aggressive appearance, her identity was really exposed. Lu Liuliu wanted to run away immediately at this moment. Once she ran away, her identity would be immediately exposed. Nangong Youran is now the manager of the shelter. That team of guards would become their accomplices in the arrest. Lu Liuliu regretted why she didn't find another place to live. With Xiao Jiu's gold ability and her space ability, she didn't have to live here. A month of comfortable life made her a little lost. She had never thought that someone could see through the disguise of the camouflage device. She had never been discovered wearing the camouflage device before. What to do now? Waiting online. In just a few seconds, many thoughts flashed through Lu Liuliu's mind. Xiao Jiu went to the Sky City. Yan Feiyu was accompanying Jiang Yi. The superpower teams went out to find gold mines in their own groups. Hey, I advise you to follow us honestly. Being able to become the woman of young Master Nangong is something that many people would not beg for. Your blessing is coming later. Qianming said Nangong Yuran's purpose in a sour tone. Nangong Yuran glanced at Qianming coldly. And then, he continued to look at Lu Liuliu with a deep affectionate look. Lu Liuliu was horrified by his look. And she broke out in a cold sweat. No. What on earth is going on? This bastard's goal is to make her a married woman who has given birth to a child. Do something with him? There are many women who are prettier than her. Such as the big star by Jia she had met before. And those brother and brother who kept calling out. Each one is a stunning beauty. And she admits that her face is indeed beautiful. Every time she looks in the mirror, she is sometimes stunned by her beauty for a long time. However, she is only 1.6 meters tall, which is not good enough compared to those supermodels. What does Nangong Yuran like about her? Can't she change? What did she do to make this man misunderstand that she likes him? Lu Liuliu reflected on herself and thought about whether she should use the power of space to get out first. However, she estimated that with this pervert's current behavior, if she disappeared from this place, these people would soon seal it off. Then wouldn't she have to live in the space for the rest of her life? Who knows when this space will malfunction? Her son and Xiao Jiu are still outside. I'm better than Xiao Jiu. If you follow me, I won't let you regret it. What he can give you, I can give you as well. Nangong Yuran saw Lu Liuliu in a daze, and said the most affectionate words of his life in a low voice. Hiss. Lu Liuliu looked up and met the eyes of the handsome and feminine Nangong Yuran. You may not be able to give me what he can give me. Lu Liuliu didn't know what to do, so she could only delay with him and think of a solution. At present, it seems, Nangong Yuran had no intention of attacking her, nor did he want to catch Xiao Jiu. His purpose was just to make her his woman. If he could convince Nangong Yuran, relying on his inexplicable love for her, maybe he could get away with it. Tell me, what can he give you that I can't? Lu Liuliu stared at Nangong Yuran and said calmly. He can do it 7 times a night. Nangong Yuran's pale face turned red when she heard Lu Liuliu talk about the matter between men and women so bluntly. Qianming, who was standing by, felt itchy after hearing this. During this period, she had been trying to get the favor of the male protagonist Nangong Yuran in the book. She didn't find the specially selected security guards around her to hang out. Now she heard Lu Liuliu say that the second male protagonist Xiao Jiu in the book really had the ability to do it 7 times a night. And she felt itchy. What? Didn't you say that what he can give me, you can also give me? To tell you the truth, I have a great desire. At least 7 times a night. Otherwise I can't satisfy my needs. 7 times a night. Shouldn't it be every day? Nangong Yuran had a hint of shyness on his face. Not only was he not angry because Lu Liuliu deliberately exaggerated that he and Xiao Jiu had slept together, but he was answering her question seriously. Lu Liuliu was frightened and her heart was pounding. How can this dogman be so patient? 7 times a night every day? How could such a stupid question come out of his mouth? How could someone be able to have sex 7 times a night? 365 days a year? Is this really the young master of the Nangong family? The mysterious family, under the leader of the Hailan Kingdom, that Xiao Jiu mentioned to her? If it's not 7 times a day, I can try with you. Chapter 416. Get away with it. Nangong Yuran answered seriously. They have studied a new type of long-lasting potion, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Lu Liuliu was silent. Qianming was silent too. No. This thing comes with a trial? Don't you understand? I have a strong desire. And I have a husband. I know. I have given birth to a child. I know. 7 times a night. I will try my best to satisfy you. As for your past, I know you better than you know yourself. You don't need to repeat these to me. I know everything about you from childhood to adulthood, as well as your preferences. Lu Liuliu politely refused. Are you 20? What 20? What do you think? Do you mean Xiao Jiu is 20? Lu Liuliu didn't know if Xiao Jiu was 20 at all. She wasn't a pervert. She didn't use a ruler to measure when she was having sex with her man. This was purely her nonsense. The average male in Hailan country is around 12. Those who can reach 18 are super mutations. And there are very few who can reach 20. Qianming couldn't help but widen her eyes. Xiao Jiu is 20. This is unlikely. The book says it's only 18. Nangong Youran thought for a while and said, I'm not sure. I haven't tested it. Maybe it is? Lu Liuliu rolled her eyes and thought to herself. Just keep bragging. You're almost blowing your own trumpet. Then go test it first. And come back to me if you meet the standard. Lu Liuliu said this and ran away. Nangong Youran and Qianming saw her stepping on the skateboard she took out and quickly slid towards the vending machine. Master Nangong, are you going to chase her? Nangong Youran watched Lu Liuliu's figure gradually go away and tried to run towards her quickly. However, even though he was also a high-level psychic, he still couldn't catch up with Lu Liuliu, who was assisted by the scooter. A few minutes later, Lu Liuliu came to a corner, which was a blind spot. And because this area was inside the informal residential area, it had been abandoned for a month. So there were no surveillance cameras or traces of human life. Lu Liuliu did not hesitate and flashed into the space with the scooter. When Nangong Youran and the breathless Qianming caught up, they had lost the trace of Lu Liuliu. Nangong Youran stared at the traces of the scooter disappearing on the thick ice, thinking, Master Nangong, there are no traces here. Should we continue to chase? Go back. As long as she is still in the shelter, we can always find her. Nangong Youran felt lost and returned along the original route with Qianming. He chose to live in the East District shelter nearby in order to win his favor. Qianming also lived next to his room. She begged and pleaded with the leader for a special item to exchange for the opportunity to become Nangong Youran's assistant. In order to win his favor, if necessary, she could even sacrifice herself and have something happen with Nangong Youran. However, after such a long period of contact, she found that there were no women around Nangong Youran. Even if there were some staff members who wanted to throw themselves into his arms, Nangong Youran had no intention of that at all. In today's apocalyptic society, a man can see beauty without being tempted. There are only 3 possibilities. First, he is a eunuch. Second, he is a homosexual. Third, he has a favorite woman and doesn't want to touch other people. Obviously, Nangong Youran is the third one. Before he gets Lu Liuliu, he will not be interested in other women, especially a paranoid man like him who has been single for 25 years. Qianming thought of the description of Nangong Youran in the book. Nangong Youran fell in love with Bai Jia because Bai Jia saved him, regarded her as the salvation of his life, and married her. Why did he fall in love with Lu Liuliu, the original cannon fodder in the book, before Bai Jia appeared? Could it be that Lu Liuliu saved him first? Qianming originally planned to draw an item that could cure Nangong Youran's congenital disease, become his savior, and gain his favor from then on. In this way, she can replace Bai Jia and become the woman who is with the male protagonist in the book, and have the last laugh. What went wrong with all this? Qianming was puzzled and returned to the bedroom, which was only separated by a wall from Nangong Youran's room. As for seducing Nangong Youran, it's impossible. She tried it this month, and she was just short of drugging Nangong Youran, but he remained unmoved. It seems that the breakthrough point is the cannon fodder female supporting role Lu Liuliu. The book says that the cannon fodder female supporting role Lu Liuliu has an ancestral storage space that can store items and keep them fresh. But this item can only be activated by the direct bloodline of Lu Liuliu's family. If Lu Liuliu dies, the item will fall, and only people from the Lu family can activate it. This thing is useless to her in the current situation where dimensional rings are everywhere. If she remembered correctly, it was written in the book that Xiao Jiu's gold ability could be exchanged for the highest level storage necklace. So she was not very interested in the space that Lu Liuliu had. However, now the male protagonist Nangong Youran's mind was all on her, and she had to find a way to make Nangong Youran give up on her. Not only Nangong Youran. From what she learned, the second male protagonist Xiao Jiu also liked her. This Lu Liuliu must be eliminated as soon as possible. Back in High City, the people she brought with her failed to successfully make this cannon fodder female supporting role, who should have died early die early. Now, it's time to find a way to send her to the west. Of course, Nangong Youran must not find out. Otherwise, she would be against the male protagonist. And once she was found out, she would not be able to bear the consequences. Qianming opened her laptop, tried to review the plot she had read in the book, wrote it on the laptop, and thought about the next plan. At the same time, Lu Liuliu, who disappeared at the corner, entered the bamboo house in the space to rest. She used the power of the bamboo house to pass the message to Kong Kong, asking it to take Xiao Wu and Zhang Lang back to the space. Master, why are you so anxious to let us come back? What happened? Kong Kong asked doubtfully. My identity has been exposed. The people above got a pair of glasses from somewhere that can see through my disguise. It seems that we can't stay in the shelter any longer, Zhang Lang said slowly. In the shelter, the smell of human flesh and blood always makes him become manic, and his desire to suck blood becomes more and more difficult to control. If it weren't for the human blood stored in Lu Liuliu's space to quench his thirst, he would have wanted to kill a few people to taste it. That's right. We must find a safe place to settle down. Lu Liuliu agreed with Zhang Lang's proposal. Master, if you want to move to another place, I have a good place. Where is it? Chapter 417. She ran away. He chased one. Do you still know the Peacock Villa? It's only 30 kilometers away from here, at the border of the shelter. Is there a signal? Yes. The signal network provided by Boss Xiao can be received as long as it is in the Linwan area. My younger brother Wang Wu and the twin sisters have lived there for a long time. Although the first floor is flooded, the second floor is still habitable due to the high terrain. Moreover, all the low houses over there are frozen under the ice, and there is no one within 20 kilometers. Okay, when the temperature is lowest at midnight, we will go out and settle in Confronting Villa. Xiao Wu pouted. Will I be able to skate and fish there? Of course. Master, when we get there, you can let the twin sisters teach Xiao Wu. They were kindergarten teachers in their previous lives, the kind with certificates and very qualified. Lu Liuliu thought of the twin zombie sisters, who gave massages to Zhang Lang and Wang Wu and tried to please them, and subconsciously wanted to refuse. Okay, let them try Xiao Wu's homework when the time comes. Master, don't worry. They are all graduates from a regular normal university, so you don't have to worry about the little master's education. Mom, I want to eat fish slices hot pot. Xiao Wu pointed to the ice bucket next to the bamboo house. There were 5 piranhas caught in it. Lu Liuliu winked at Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang looked at Xiao Wu with a smile. Come on, little master. I'll teach you how to handle fish. Great. I can play with fish again. Xiao Wu excitedly used his supernatural power and floated in the air. He followed Zhang Lang to the stream and learned how to handle the fish. Lu Liuliu looked at Zhang Lang playing with the children and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu was very energetic and only remained quiet when sleeping and eating. Once he woke up, he would keep looking for things to play with. Lu Liuliu sat on the open-air camping chair in the space, got up and picked up the energy-free Mandarin duck hot pot given by Xiao Jiu, and added water to the hot pot base. She deliberately added a little vitality water to the water, although the ability of vitality water can only relieve mental fatigue for them now. However, in order to ensure that the virus in the fish is 100% cleared, adding vitality water will make it safer to eat. On the mobile phone forum, many people did not handle the poisonous fish head properly, and the fish body was contaminated with the virus, resulting in the entry of infection and becoming a zombie. There are examples. As for this fish, she will not eat it. I heard that if someone falls into the ice cave, the body will be dismembered by the fish immediately. Who knows if the fish they caught have eaten human flesh? She didn't dare to eat it. As for Xiao Wu, Zhang Lang and others, as well as Xiao Jiu, they did not shy away from it, because fish contains pure energy that can be directly absorbed by the human body. Their abilities have always remained at level 12 and cannot be broken through. Every time they eat fish, they can feel that their solidified abilities have been slightly improved. Maybe the opportunity to break through the 12th level of supernatural power is these creatures containing natural energy. Lu Liuliu also clearly knows that fish are good, but she just can't get over the psychological barrier. Now there are fish energy creatures, and energy plants will appear in the future. However, according to Xiao Jiu, he had not seen a superpower above level 12 until the end of the world 10 years ago. So, even if these fish creatures can slightly improve superpowers, she is not interested. If it is useful, it has been 10 years, and there must be superpowers who have broken through the shackles of level 12. About 10 minutes later, on the bamboo camping table in the space, fish slices were thrown into the pot by Zhang Lang and others to cook. Xiao Wu is too young, and Lu Liuliu doesn't let him eat spicy food. So, Xiao Wu eats clear soup tomato beef pot. Lu Liuliu saw them eating, and found a simple meal that she had asked the takeaway man to order for her from the space. 2 meat and 2 vegetable lunch boxes. And a free juice drink. The family finished dinner with laughter. Lu Liuliu took the time to take a hot bath in the RV. Then he took Xiao Wu and gave him a bath. After washing, Zhang Lang and Kong Kong each took a standalone game console to play in the bamboo house. Lu Liuliu held Xiao Wu and rested in the bedroom of the bamboo house. 3 hours later, Zhang Lang and Kong Kong came to wake them up. Lu Liuliu picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table and looked at the time. It was 2:30 in the morning. To be on the safe side, she asked Kong Kong to go out first to see if there was anyone nearby. After Kong Kong's confirmation, a group of them took a plane to settle in Peacock Villa. A few minutes later, a group of people successfully arrived at the door of the room on the 2nd floor of Peacock Villa. Wang Wu and the twin sisters, who settled in Peacock Villa, received the news early. And now they all stood on the ice at the door of the 2nd floor to welcome the arrival of Lu Liuliu and others. Master, this 2nd floor, the best and largest room, has been cleaned for you. We wore gloves throughout the process to ensure that it is absolutely clean and hygienic. Wang Wu smiled and took Lu Liuliu, who was still asleep, into the room for inspection. Lu Liuliu glanced at the room. This room looked similar to a hotel room, with a bed, a desk, 2 chairs, a coffee table, and a sofa. There were many more furniture than when she came some time ago. The texture of the furniture was pretty good. The floor in the room was polished and shiny. And under the light, you could see the reflected light. The room is very nice. Go ahead. Leave one person to keep watch, and the others should go to bed early. Lu Liuliu yawned and closed the door. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu discussed and asked the twin sisters to take turns to keep watch. They were all zombies, and were very sensitive to the smell of human flesh and blood. Once someone of the same kind or a human approached, they could detect the smell from a distance. It was safer to let them keep watch. As for Zhang Lang and Wang Wu, they each found a room to rest. There are 5 rooms on the 2nd floor of the villa. They each occupied 1 room. And the twin sisters occupied 1 room. There are 2 rooms left for the owner and his friends to stay. After Lu Liuliu closed the door, she rubbed her hands. The weather outside was too cold. Despite the clothes that regulated the body temperature, some places that were not taken care of still suffered some frostbite pain. She immediately took out the heater and put it in the room. Then, she found a basin of hot and wet towels with a little hot feeling to apply to her face. With the blessing of the hot towel and heater, her frozen cheeks and fingers gradually recovered their dexterity. She waited for another 10 minutes. The temperature in the room rose to a comfortable 26 degrees, and she would not feel cold just wearing a set of pajamas. As for Zhang Lang and the others, she didn't need to worry about them. They all had high-tech items for extreme cold heating sent by Xiao Jiu. Chapter 418. She escapes. He chases too. Lu Liuliu lazily picked up a favorite strawberry bear sofa cover and changed the skin of the sofa in the house. Then, she lazily half-leaned on the sofa, picked up her phone, and saw that the phone showed 2 signals. So, she sent a message to Jiang Yi, asking them not to go out recently. The Nangong family has a kind of glasses that can see through disguises. You must not be discovered. If there are not enough daily necessities, tell me, and I will send them to you by drone. After Lu Liuliu sent a message to Jiang Yi, she thought she had gone to bed. But she didn't expect to receive a reply soon. I was scared to death. I was wondering why I couldn't contact you for most of the day. Fei Yu noticed something was wrong and notified everyone to stay indoors. There are enough supplies. Even if we don't go out for 3 months, it will definitely be enough. Enough is good. By the way, you are pregnant. Why don't you sleep so late? Hey! I want to sleep, but my chest is burning. I feel uncomfortable when I lie down. Don't worry. This is normal in the late pregnancy. When I was pregnant, this happened to me. You can rest assured to take care of the baby at home. I will let Yin Fei Yu stew the bird's nest and shark's fin I gave you. 1 bowl a day to nourish your body. Okay. Jiang Yi sent a cute emoticon package. Lu Liuliu also replied with an emoticon package. Ending this communication. After finishing these things, it was already 3:40 in the morning. Lu Liuliu then began to deal with the spoils collected from Nangong Youran's house. She took out all the black storage boxes and opened them one by one. As she expected, the boxes were filled with high-end supplies. The number of crystal cores was much less than she thought. Not enough to open the 8th door. After Lu Liuliu took a glance, she put all the supplies in the space preservation area. She put away the crystal cores separately, and put them in the cabinet of the bamboo house. Just when she took out these items briefly, a red signal fluctuation appeared on the signal receiver of the Nangong family. Hearing the alarm sound, the sleeping Nangong Yuan opened his eyes immediately. He notified Nangong Zhu to take people to the location of the signal transmitter immediately. Xianming heard the movement in the middle of the night, immediately put on his clothes, followed them, and took a helicopter to the place where the signal transmitter sent the signal in the middle of the night. Nangong Yuran's eyes were cold. Yesterday, he didn't expect Lu Liuliu to be so fast and run under his nose through the function of the skateboard. He was careless. This time, she must not be allowed to run again. Fortunately, when Nangong Mei was around, she placed a signal receiver in each black storage box. The warehouse was looted at that time, and for some reason, he never saw the location of the signal receiver. Unexpectedly, today, he could actually see the signal. In the middle of the night, Lu Liuliu didn't sleep and liked to check the supplies. Did he just wake up? Or was he proud of escaping from him successfully? He was happy with the things stolen from his house. A few minutes later, when the helicopter entered the 1-kilometer range, the twin sisters immediately noticed something was wrong. They quickly entered the room and woke up Zhang Lang, Wang Wu and others. Lu Liuliu frowned when she heard the noise at the door. It had been a long day. She finally escaped. Could it be that Nangong Youran caught up with her again? With doubts, Lu Liuliu asked the twin sisters to enter the house. There are people outside. A lot of people. And the energy fluctuations are very strong. Lu Liuliu looked at the 4 zombie servants in the house. Without hesitation, she immediately activated the model plane and ran away with a few people. The silver invisible plane left in a completely opposite direction from Nangong Yuran's group. 2 minutes later, Nangong Yuran came to Peacock Villa. He opened 5 rooms one by one with Xianming, who followed closely. There was still some temperature in the room. The temperature inside was much higher than outside. It was obvious that the people in the room had just left not long ago. Nangong Yuran's eyes finally fell on the red strawberry bear sofa cover that Lu Liuliu had just put on. He walked to the sofa and sat down, reaching out to touch the sofa cover that was out of tune with the style of the whole room. Lu Liuliu's preference document mentioned that her favorite is strawberry bear. All signs indicate that she is the one who just left here, combined with a group of invisible high-level superpowers who sneaked into Nangong Villa before. It is easy to infer that Lu Liuliu and others must have the high-tech aircraft provided by Xiao Jiu. Otherwise, when they left on this frozen roadside, it is impossible that there would be no trace of vehicles on the road. Moreover, at the current temperature of nearly 70 degrees below zero, ordinary vehicles cannot drive at all. Master Nangong, this person is missing. What should we do next? Nangong Yuran sighed, stood up, and said slowly, "Go back." Okay. Xianming, as always, was flattering to Nangong Yuran. She walked in front and told the people outside to fly the plane back to the shelter. A bunch of people came and left in a hurry. After they left, heavy snow fell from the sky. A layer of white snowflakes slowly covered the frozen surface that was more than 10 meters deep. As the snowflakes fell more and more, they became bigger and bigger. The house on the 2nd floor of Peacock Villa was flooded with snow to the door. 10,000 meters above Peacock Villa, Lu Liuliu saw this group of people flying a helicopter, leaving at an altitude of more than 2,000 meters, and did not find any trace of their invisible aircraft, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The people of the Nangong family should not have the equipment to detect the invisible aircraft. Lu Liuliu thought secretly. Nangong Yuran and Xianming, whom he had met at that time, saw through their disguises through a pair of glasses. This kind of glasses could not be detected under the cover of thousands of meters of altitude and heavy clouds. Zhang Lang, is there any other place to stay? Zhang Lang pondered for a moment. The high-lying areas nearby are all within the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. You mean there is no place to live except the Little Red Riding Hood shelter? Lu Liuliu was a little depressed. She had countless supplies, but was chased around by Nangong Yuran, a dog man, many times. We can lower the altitude of the plane and look for it nearby, Zhang Lang suggested. After hearing this, Lu Liuliu ordered Xiao Ai to lower the flight altitude and look for a place to live nearby. Xiao Ai automatically turned on the navigation and searched for habitable buildings within a radius of 20 kilometers. When Xiao Ai was looking for a place to stay, Lu Liuliu tried hard to recall what exactly was the reason that exposed their tracks. She suddenly thought of the boxes of supplies she got from Nangong's house. Could it be related to these boxes? Chapter 419 I Want to Branch Out. 2. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Liuliu immediately flashed into the space, picked up the black suitcases, and studied them one by one. After testing with the monitoring device detector, she indeed found the locator in the interior layer of these black suitcases. Lu Liuliu collected these locators and packed them in bags. These things may come in handy in the future. Knowing that it was the locator that caused the misunderstanding this time, Lu Liuliu made up her mind to count the materials she got in the space in the future. After checking the suitcases, she glanced at the neatly arranged materials in the fresh-keeping space, and saw the black and white fruits packed in bags on the side. This is the product produced by the 7th space, originally planned to give 2 to each person around her. She believes that the products of the space must be fine products. Although she ate 2 herself and felt nothing, but there is always a voice in her heart telling her that this fruit must be a good thing. Lu Liuliu took out the fruit and gave 2 fruits to Xiao Wu, Zhang Lang and other 4 zombies. These people are her loyal brothers, and they can't be treated unfairly. Everyone took the black and white fruit similar to the size of cherry tomatoes, and threw it into their mouths without hesitation. After eating, everyone felt the same as Lu Liuliu did at the beginning. Nothing. The fruit is colorless and tasteless. Only the appearance looks better. Master, what kind of fruit is this? Kong Kong asked curiously. This fruit is so strange. It is very similar to the Inyong fruit in its memory. Lu Liuliu shook his head. It's produced in the space. I don't know what it is. After hearing this, Kong Kong immediately asked, is it the fruit of the 7th door? Yes. What? Do you know what this fruit is used for? Lu Liuliu suddenly thought that Kong Kong was a product of space, so he should know the effect of this thing. This is the Inyong fruit, which can make infertile people give birth to children. Lu Liuliu was stunned. What do you mean? People who eat the fruit will get pregnant? Kong Kong nodded honestly, yes. No matter whether it is an animal or a plant. As long as it is touched by the Inyong fruit, the plant will be pollinated or the animal will mate, and it will be possible to get pregnant at once. Eat 1 fruit. You can get 1 child. Eat 2. You can get 2 children. Lu Liuliu's face turned pale. She ate 2 fruits. If she had sex with Xiao Jiu, she would have gotten pregnant with twins if she didn't take proper precautions. You bad monkey. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Master, I thought this was a new fruit planted in your space. I didn't realize it was wrong until I ate it. Besides, you didn't ask me before. Lu Liuliu was speechless after listening to Kong Kong's explanation. She comforted herself silently. She had taken precautions before, so she shouldn't get pregnant again. Now that the end of the world has come, there is no doctor around. She had to have a cesarean section because the baby was in a breech position for her first child. If the second baby is in an abnormal position, she will definitely get pregnant with twins. In this case, the risk of having a child will be even greater. The vitality water can cure diseases, but she doesn't want to go through the pain of giving birth again. She clearly remembered that the doctor would give her an internal examination before giving birth. Although the doctors were all female, the pain and the crushing of her self-esteem still left her with a serious psychological trauma. Unless a surgeon could perform another cesarean section on her, she could use vitality water to treat the wound directly after the operation. And there was no need for internal examination. Otherwise, she would never want to endure such pain. When pregnant, all kinds of reactions are slow, which will become a disaster in such a doomsday environment. Judging from the reaction of Jiang Yi, who couldn't sleep all night and had heartburn and vomiting in the late pregnancy, such pain will continue for 5 or 6 months. The twin sisters on the side heard Kong Kong's explanation and asked with a hint of excitement, Little monkey, you said that this fruit can make people pregnant. Can zombies also? Kong Kong looked at the twin sisters with stars in their eyes and replied uncertainly, I don't know. It should be possible. The Inyong fruit can give creatures with male and female attributes the ability to have children. The twin sisters were originally kindergarten teachers and loved children very much since they were young. After they tragically became zombies, they thought they would never have children again in their lives. Now hearing what Kong Kong said, a strong desire suddenly broke out in their eyes. Brother Wu, are you tired? Let us massage your legs for you. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu also held a glimmer of expectation for what Kong Kong said. They are all men, And reproduction is the instinct of advanced animals. Since becoming zombies, that thing seems to be separated from the body. Just now after eating the fruit, they clearly felt that there was a connection and reaction. Lu Liuliu looked at the twin sisters staring at Wang Wu's body, and frowned immediately. Her master is still here. Can you please pay attention to the impact? This is on the plane. There are no beds or sofas in the plane for them to use massage techniques. If you want to exchange the results of the experiment, you have to wait until you find a place. Ahem. Lu Liuliu cleared his throat. Wang Wu, take your 2 followers to the back. You smell. The twin sisters did not wait for Wang Wu to react, and pulled his 2-meter-tall body, which had become the size of a normal person after the promotion, to the back of the plane, and patiently served and massaged him. Zhang Lang looked at Lu Liuliu's fair face, and clearly felt that some of his male functions were reviving. Lu Liuliu noticed Zhang Lang's gaze, turned his head and asked him, "What do you feel after eating this fruit?" Zhang Lang replied truthfully, "My male function is back. I couldn't feel and control it before, but now I can." Oh. Lu Liuliu just felt it was outrageous. Could it be that because of the more than 2 billion people in Hailan country, only less than 10 million died? So the space gave her such a magical Inyong fruit tree? Let her share the fruit with people to eat, so that those people can have children as soon as possible. Preferably 4 or 5 children in one pregnancy. Zhang Lang. If you have someone you like, just find one. In the past year, Zhang Lang has been following her in wind and rain, and there is no woman around him. If he wants to find a zombie to have a zombie child like Wang Wu, she will not hinder him. The zombie child born can just let Kong Kong help, and it is not bad to contract as Xiao Wu's bodyguard. Of course, she will not force them. Everything is based on their willingness. Master, I really have a favorite object. Zhang Lang embarrassedly told Lu Liuliu his thoughts. Hey, who is it? You know. Bai Jie. Lu Liuliu. Chapter 420 Nursing Home. Bai Jie is a person. Zhang Lang. You are a zombie. If you do that with her, won't she be infected with the zombie virus? No. When did Zhang Lang contact Bai Jie? Are you sure Bai Jie is willing to do that with you? Zhang Lang nodded very confidently. During this period, she often sent me messages to ask about my well-being. Let me go to her when I am free. She lives in a hotel in District B of High City. Okay. Lu Liuliu's mouth curved. She couldn't stop others from pursuing happiness. After all, this little brother hasn't done that for a year. He has been running around for himself during this period. It's time for him to take a vacation. Wait until you find a place to stay. Go if you want. Master, I'll wait for Boss Xiao to come back before I go. Yes. Lu Liuliu sat on the plane and asked the intelligent AI Xiao AI, have you found a place to stay? Reply to the master. Currently found a place to stay. An abandoned nursing home built on the mountain. Lu Liuliu saw that the sky was about to dawn, and she was too lazy to bother. So she told Xiao AI, choose the nursing home as the destination. Okay. Master. The landing plan is being implemented. 10 minutes later, the group successfully arrived at a nursing home on a mountain. After getting off the plane, Lu Liuliu looked up at the sky. The heavy clouds seemed to be suffocating. Fortunately, it snowed from time to time, and even in the dark sky, the whole area looked very bright because of the white snow. Lu Liuliu was not sure if there was any danger here, so she put Xiao Wu and Kong Kong in the space to play together. She and the twin sisters Zhang Lang and Wang Wu walked up the mountain along a deserted frozen path. They walked along the way. The icy roadside under their feet was very slippery. Wang Wu, Zhang Lang and others were in a hurry to get on the road. They jumped and walked to the front to clear the way and detect danger. However, because the ground was too cold and slippery, when Wang Wu landed once, he accidentally stepped on the ice and slipped. From a distance, Lu Liuliu could hear the sound of Wang Wu's bones breaking. When she walked to Wang Wu, she saw Wang Wu closed his eyes and seemed to be meditating. Zhang Lang, what are you doing? Even if you fall and your bones are broken, you won't break your brain. Wang Wu opened his eyes immediately when he heard Lu Liuliu's voice. Master, you go first. I just touched the threshold of the 18-style yoga you gave me. I'm about to break through to the second level. Zhang Lang was envious. Wang Wu is really lucky. 18 styles. Each level is tripled. Now Wang Wu's strength is comparable to his. If he continues to let Wang Wu advance, where will he put his face? Fortunately, he controlled Wang Wu's zombie core when he was still young. The zombie core is a sesame-sized core in the inner circle of the crystal core, which can be controlled and extracted by the zombie. He took Wang Wu's core and kept it in his own crystal core. Once Wang Wu has second thoughts, he can destroy the sesame-sized core and kill Wang Wu immediately. Whatever. No matter how powerful Wang Wu is, he can't escape his control. Master, please watch your feet and follow slowly. I'll go ahead to explore the way. Yeah. Accompanied by her twin sisters, Lu Liuliu walked up the mountain along the path. When she reached the gate of the nursing home, she saw Zhang Lang carrying frozen skeletons. On some skeletons, some flesh could still be seen hanging on them. Ugh. Lu Liuliu frowned, feeling sick, because the smell of these piled skeletons could be smelled even in a climate of minus 70 degrees. Zhang Lang saw Lu Liuliu and told her from a distance, Master, don't come over yet. There are many old and dead zombie skeletons in here. I'll clean it up before you go in. Lu Liuliu frowned, looking at the gate of the nursing home, with no intention of going in at all. Such a large and dense skeleton corpse must belong to the elderly in the nursing home. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the children of these people had no time to visit and greet them, causing these elderly people to either starve to death, become zombies, or die due to lack of energy. You know, the whole nursing home is full of such old people. In other words, every room is not clean. Lu Liuliu stood in place, took a RV from the space, and got into the RV to keep warm. With her permission, the two sisters went to help Zhang Lang clean up the bodies in the nursing home. 10 minutes later, with the participation of the two sisters, all the skeletons and corpses in the nursing home were piled up at the gate. Zhang Lang found some solid alcohol, threw it on these bones, and burned them on the spot. Lu Liuliu saw Zhang Lang was going to burn these bones through the window, and immediately ran down from the RV to stop their behavior. Alcohol will self-ignite and burn. The temperature is not high enough, so it can't burn. Keep it, and wait for Xiao Jiu to come back. Okay, Master. Zhang Lang quickly collected the unignited alcohol solids, and saved them for burning outside for heating later. Master, all the bodies here have been cleared out. Do you want to go in and choose a room to live in now? Lu Liuliu shook his head. I'll sleep in the RV. Zhang Lang knew that Lu Liuliu was disgusted by the pile of corpses. Okay, then you have a good rest. I'll keep watch for you. And us. Lu Liuliu entered the RV with confidence and flashed into the space through the RV. Kong Kong was left in the RV by her to watch. Xiao Jiu should be back soon, and keeping Kong Kong can give her a message. Zhang Lang took out the RV that he had seized from the Qian family before and placed it next to Lu Liuliu. With Zhang Lang's permission, the twin sisters entered the RV to rest. A few hours later, Wang Wu successfully broke through the first level under his feet. He returned to the RV happily and told Zhang Lang and the two sisters about his successful experience of promotion. At noon, Xiao Jiu returned to High City from the construction territory of the City of Sky opposite Mount Everest. As soon as he received the signal, he saw the message Lu Liuliu left for him. So he changed his destination and came to the location set by Lu Liuliu. Not long after, the two people who had been separated for a day and a night reunited again. Lu Liuliu was notified by Kong Kong and came out of the space first. He sat on the chair and listened to Xiao Jiu talking about the news of the City of Sky. According to the current progress and gold reserves, the City of Sky will be officially opened in at most 3 months. It will be safe when our family moves there. All the superpowers in High City, combined, want to break through the defense of the City of Sky. Under the current technological conditions, it is impossible. Lu Liuliu smiled. If it is really as Xiao Jiu said, this group of people will no longer be chased around everywhere. What happened on the day I left? Why did you suddenly leave Hai Shi?